Every day, the man's life is completely different from that of an ordinary takeaway boy. He does not rush for 3 meals a day, nor does he eat only steamed buns every day like those who save money to buy a house. His life was full of luxury and indulgence. Every day, he would take a dozen beauties with him, or at parties on a luxurious private yacht, or get drunk in the most luxurious nightclubs, and even occasionally go to the casino to spend a lot of money. All of this stems from an accidental opportunity. Su Yang is bound to a mysterious system that can convert any currency into cash. However, the funds in the system can only be used to spend on goddesses with a comprehensive score of more than 90 points. When the goddess favorability towards the host increases by 10 points, the host will be randomly rewarded with different rewards. When the goddess favorability towards the host reaches 80 and she sings a sweet duo with the host, she will also receive a grand prize of strategy. If the goddess favorability towards the host exceeds 90, the host will receive the full amount of money spent on the goddess. If the goddess favorability towards the host reaches 100, the goddess will give the host the ultimate mysterious prize. Although this system looked a bit like a dog-licking system, Su Yang didn't care. He was extremely excited. After all, it was a great fortune to have the help of the system. As for what currency to recharge, he quickly thought of several suitable options. Ghost money, the currency of Korea or Japan, and even the currency of Yuan and Zimbabwe. But Su Yang felt that using Huaxia currency to recharge was a fool's move, because the system only converts the same amount, and you can't earn more money by recharging or doubling. If you recharge Huaxia currency, the final conversion is only equivalent to the system funds, which is of no benefit. In his quick thinking, ghost money became the most suitable choice. Not only can ghost money be purchased in major supermarkets, but also it has a large face value and a large quantity. He was particularly impressed when he bought a stack of ghost money worth 1 million yuan in the countryside. However, he still had some doubts and wanted to confirm whether the ghost money could be accepted by the system. So he asked the system, "System, can all currencies be converted in equal amounts?" Reply to the host, "Yes, all currencies can be converted." "Can I use Hell money?" Su Yang asked. Host, "Yes." Su Yang was very excited to get a positive answer. At this moment, he didn't even want to eat. All he could think about was how to use Hell money to recharge the system. As long as the recharge is completed, he can go shopping with goddesses with a score of 90 or above. For every 10 points of favorability increase, he can get a random reward and even a strategy prize or a full cashback reward. Most importantly, when the favorability reaches 100, the system will reveal the ultimate prize. Therefore, Su Yang decided to act quickly. First, recharge the ghost money and prepare to go shopping with a goddess with a score of more than 90. He secretly hoped that as the favorability increased, he would get more generous rewards. He quickly swallowed the fast food in the lunchbox, stood up, and walked quickly to the small supermarket across the street. "Boss, do you have ghost money?" he asked as soon as he entered the door. "Yes." The boss lady responded quickly. "How much denomination do you want?" "Do you have 900 trillion ghost money?" Su Yang asked with a smile. 900 trillion? The proprietress was stunned. "We don't have such a large denomination in our store, but we do have 980 trillion denomination." Hearing this, although Su Yang was a little disappointed, he did not give up and decided to buy more 980 billion face value ghost money. 20 stacks, he said directly. The proprietress agreed without hesitation and gave him an extra windproof lighter, obviously seeing that Su Yang was a big customer. Soon, Su Yang got a plastic bag full of ghost money and walked out of the supermarket with a heavy bag, feeling very excited. He found a blind spot without surveillance, looked at the ghost money in his hand, and said to the system, "System, I want to top up. The top-up amount is 20 stacks of ghost money with a face value of 9.8 trillion. Start recharging. Recharge amount, 196,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 Hell money. Hell money recharge completed. Equal conversion started. The amount of money to be converted is too large. For the safety of the host, the system needs to spend 10 seconds to legalize all the funds converted from Hell money. After the cold system voice fell, Su Yang found that the 20 stacks of ghost money in his plastic bag suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a black bank card. He quickly bound the bank card to WeChat and opened the property panel to check the system funds. The number displayed in the system funds column made Su Yang's eyes widen. 196,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 yuan. The string of numbers made Su Yang dazzled for a moment. He took out his mobile phone, opened the calculator, and roughly calculated. 50 pieces of ghost money were exchanged for 19600000000000000 yuan, and one piece of ghost money was equal to 3920000000000000 yuan, with a conversion ratio of 1 to 392 trillion. This almost made Su Yang lose his mind, and his jaw dropped. Just as he was in shock, a charming female voice suddenly came to his ears. "Boss, let me settle the bill for the meals our company ordered from you last month. Please calculate how much it is in total." Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw that it was Guingya, the school beauty from his university days. Guingya's charming and attractive appearance was still the same as he remembered, which instantly reminded him of his university days. Guingya was not only the recognized school beauty, but also the dream lover of all boys. Su Yang was her desk mate, and the time he spent with Guingya became the most memorable part of his college life. However, even though Su Yang and Guingya had been desk mates for a while, he never dared to express his feelings to her, because he knew that he was not worthy of a beautiful girl like Guingya. Even when he occasionally delivered food to Guingya's company, he would only secretly observe her from behind, hiding far away, not daring to let her discover him. He thought to himself, "I wonder if Guingya's comprehensive score can be 90 points?" At this time, the system's voice sounded. The host can view the information through silent reading and see the detailed information of the opposite sex. Su Yang's heart moved, and he immediately said to Guingya silently, "Check information." In an instant, Guingya's detailed information appeared in front of him. Name: Guingya. Age: 23. Occupation: financial assistant of Fengyuan Financial Company. Appearance: 95 points. Figure: 89 points. Temperament: 93 points. Purity: 100 points. Overall score: 94 points. Favorability: 0. Unfamiliar. Strategy prize: Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid, which can increase kidney function by 5 times after taking it, allowing you to work tirelessly. Ultimate prize: unlocked with favorability 90. She is indeed the school beauty, with a comprehensive score of 94. Su Yang sighed his heart, and then he decided to give it a try. In the past, he might have lowered his head and walked away when he saw Guingya, but now, with billions of funds, he is no longer afraid. He walked towards Guingya with firm steps and said, "Guingya, long time no see." Guingya turned around and caught a glimpse of Su Yang, who was wearing a delivery uniform and a delivery hat. She didn't recognize him for a moment. "Who are you?" she asked. Su Yang smiled and replied, "I'm Su Yang. We were desk mates in college." "It's you, Su Yang. I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Guingya suddenly realized. The system prompt sounded. Guingya's favorability towards you increased by 1 point. Su Yang was a little disappointed. This was only 1 point of favorability. Does that mean that everyone who talked to her will get 1 point? The restaurant owner then said, "Ms. Gu, I've calculated that the amount your company spent on meals ordered from me last month was 21,065 yuan. Don't take the 65 yuan, just give me 21,000 yuan." When Guingya took out her phone to pay, Su Yang immediately said, "Let me pay." Guingya looked at Su Yang hesitantly, with a hint of indifference in her eyes. "It's not easy for you to make money. Keep it for yourself. There's no need to act like a rich man in front of me." She felt that Su Yang was deliberately pretending to be rich. Su Yang sighed inwardly, but did not make any more excuses. He looked at Guingya, knowing that the only thing he wanted to do now was to confirm whether the funds in the system could be used normally. He took out his mobile phone, scanned the payment QR code, and quickly transferred 21,000 yuan. With a beep, the transfer was successful. "Haha, I can really spend it." Su Yang looked at the balance changes on the screen excitedly. For him, 21,000 yuan used to be a huge sum of money, but now in front of him, who has astronomical funds, this money is almost insignificant. The restaurant owner and the diners around were stunned when they saw this scene. 21,000 yuan is several months' income for many people, and now Su Yang paid it easily, which shocked them. Guingya was also shocked by Su Yang's performance. She found that when Su Yang paid the money, his face did not show any heartache or reluctance, but instead showed a calm demeanor. This attitude was completely different from those pretending to be rich, which surprised her. Su Yang didn't understand what kind of person could help a stranger spend more than 20,000 yuan without hesitation, and didn't feel a bit distressed during the whole process, but instead showed the refreshing satisfaction brought by spending money. No matter how Guingya thought about it, she couldn't understand it. There was no such person around her. Is Su Yang really the kind of super rich second generation who likes to experience life? She thought for a while and finally came to this conclusion. Only super rich second generation would spend money without hesitation in such a situation. Thinking of this, Gu Qingya began to look at Su Yang again with her charming eyes, smiled, and said, Su Yang, how can I let you spend money? Add a WeChat friend, and I will transfer the money to you. Ding! Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host increases by 16 points. Currently, Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host is 12 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of 10 points of Gu Qingya's favorability. Height increased by 5 centimeters. The reward has been issued to the host's corresponding height attribute. The host can adjust his height attribute at any time. Su Yang, who was enjoying the pleasure of spending money, suddenly heard a cold system notification sound, accompanied by the notification sound of Gu Qingya requesting to add a friend. He ignored these rewards for the time being, glanced at Gu Qingya casually, and said, Okay, add a friend. As he was talking, Su Yang opened his WeChat QR code. Gu Qingya immediately scanned it with her WeChat, and after a beep, Su Yang saw a new friend request. He clicked it and took a look and immediately couldn't help laughing. Gu Qingya's WeChat name was actually Don't Eat Coriander. She doesn't eat coriander. Schoolgirl Gu has really good taste. Su Yang joked. In the past, he might have felt a little nervous even talking to Gu Qingya, but now the strong funds in the system have become his biggest confidence, allowing him to no longer feel any pressure when communicating with Gu Qingya. Actually, my original WeChat name was Ching Ching, but I changed it for some reasons. Gu Qingya explained a little embarrassedly. By the way, I transferred 21,000 yuan to you. Please accept it. Su Yang saw a hint of embarrassment on Gu Qingya's face, and he also realized that the name Don't Eat Coriander might have some ambiguity in the eyes of men, so Gu Qingya's embarrassment was understandable. But Gu Qingya's behavior is not without reason. After graduating from college, her appearance often caused her to be harassed by some ordinary boys. Those boys used some low-value red envelopes in exchange for her attention, but she was not interested in these ordinary boys. So, she changed her WeChat name and created a materialistic image in her circle of friends, successfully making those men who were unwilling to invest too much stop, and instead attracted wealthy men with ulterior motives. These men were not the partners that Gu Qingya dreamed of. She knew that her value could not be easily belittled. She would only consider dating if she met the right rich man. At this moment, she found that she might have really met an ideal rich husband, but she felt a little embarrassed because of her WeChat name. She began to regret not changing her name and adding Su Yang, or simply adding him using her work ID. But Su Yang didn't care about these. He was more concerned about the transfer from Gu Qingya to him. With a thought in his mind, he began to think about how to easily get more wealth by transferring money to Gu Qingya. Ding! The host's thoughts are very dangerous. If the host uses any cheating means to obtain money from the system will be untied from the host and automatically destroyed. The cold prompt of the system immediately dispelled Su Yang's idea. He knew that he could not make money by improper means, and the most reliable way was to get more rewards by improving Gu Qingya's favorability towards him. It's just a small amount of money. I won't accept it. Just consider it as a gift to Gu Qingya. Su Yang said calmly. Gu Qingya's eyes flashed with surprise. He actually called more than 20,000 yuan a small amount of money. She carefully observed Su Yang and confirmed that he really did not feel sorry for the money. On the contrary, there was no regret on his face. She became more and more certain of her guess. Su Yang must be a hidden super rich second generation. She decided to get acquainted with Su Yang no matter what, and further test his financial resources to see if he was really as she thought. She realized that shopping in the mall might be the best choice. So, Gu Qingya showed a charming smile and said coquettishly, Su Yang, do you have time this afternoon? Can you accompany me to the Vientan City for a stroll? If you don't have time, I will take a taxi by myself. Su Yang heard her coquettish tone and saw her seductive smile, and his heart was suddenly moved. He even felt that he was a little hard to resist. Although he believed that he could handle the challenges of various beauties, Gu Qingya's coquettishness did make him a little hard to control himself. He thought to himself, this woman is so charming. He had already decided to improve Gu Qingya's favorability towards him, and the most effective way was undoubtedly to spend money. Vientan City was an ideal choice. Mixi is one of the high-consumption areas in Pengcheng, where Su Yang is located. It is home to many world-class brands, including LV, Chanel, Hermes, etc. Therefore, whenever they have time, girls in Pengcheng often gather here to look at the latest clothes and bags to satisfy their greed. Su Yang thought that if he took Guingya to Vientan City and spent some money, her favorability towards him would definitely soar. Of course I have time. It's my honor to accompany Gu Xiaohua to Vientan City, he said, calm on the surface, but full of expectations in his heart, wondering if Gu Qingya would reward him for this consumption. My car is right next to us. Let's go, Su Yang said with a smile, and took Gu Qingya to his takeaway electric car. Gu Qingya was delighted when she heard this. She had originally planned to use this date to test Su Yang's financial situation. Seeing that he was willing to accompany her to Vientan City, Gu Qingya immediately realized that her plan was indeed right. Thank you so much. Gu Qingya smiled. Also, Su Yang, don't call me School Beauty Gu anymore. Just call me by my name or Qingqing. She felt that she could easily transfer the more than 20,000 yuan that Su Yang paid her back to him. But she wanted to let him know her taste in luxury goods through this little trick so that he would give up and no longer have any illusions about her. When Su Yang took Gu Qingya towards the electric car, Gu Qingya thought quietly, no matter what, Su Yang, the hidden rich second generation, should have a nice car, right? She had already begun to guess what car he was driving. Get in the car. Su Yang's voice interrupted Gu Qingya's thoughts. Gu Qingya looked up at Su Yang, only to see him sitting on a worn-out Lima electric car. She was stunned, full of doubts. Is this your car? A trace of doubt appeared on her face. She couldn't believe that the man who had spent more than 20,000 yuan on her would drive this shabby electric car. Gu Qingya began to doubt whether she had misjudged Su Yang, thinking that he might really be just an ordinary person who delivered food and was willing to spend so much money just to show off in front of her. Ding! Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host has decreased by 4 points. The current favorability towards the host is 11 points. Su Yang was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt. Seeing the disdain in Gu Qingya's eyes, he instantly understood the reason. He didn't care at all and asked in a relaxed tone, Qingya, do you have anything special to do in Vientan City? If you don't want to take my electric car, I can call a special car. At this time, Su Yang no longer cared whether Gu Qingya was interested in him. The only thing he cared about was that he could get favorability rewards through her. He used to be servile for Gu Qingya's beauty, but now he has learned not to be a licker for others. Gu Qingya smiled slightly. No need for a special car. Please give me a ride. In fact, I often ride an electric bike to and from get off work. I went to the mix today to pick out a birthday present for myself. She originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, but seeing that Su Yang had paid more than 20,000 yuan for her, and that so far, Su Yang had not done anything that made her uncomfortable, she decided to continue with the original plan and let Su Yang accompany her to Vientan City. So, it's your birthday. Su Yang didn't care about Gu Qingya's inner thoughts after hearing this. Then I'll transfer a red envelope to you and wish you a happy birthday. Gu Qingya smiled slightly, but didn't take it seriously. She thought that the red envelope Su Yang sent was only a few hundred yuan, at most 520 yuan. When she saw that Su Yang directly transferred 200,000 yuan to her, her face changed immediately. You transfer 200,000 to me. What do you want to do? She was shocked, and a look of vigilance appeared on her face. Yes, Su Yang smiled indifferently. Seeing that Su Yang didn't seem to care about the money, Gu Qingya was slightly shy and explained, This is too much. I dare not accept it. It will be automatically returned after 24 hours. Su Yang said casually, Too much? Then I'll give her a small one. You have to have something meaningful for your birthday. Then he transferred another 20,000 yuan to her. For Su Yang, whether it was 200,000 or 20,000, the money was nothing. Gu Qingya was a little at a loss. She smiled and said, You are being too kind. If you really want to, just give me something as a birthday present in Vientan City later. She refused on the surface, but in her heart, she was beginning to believe that Su Yang was a hidden super rich second generation. Even if he didn't show off, the fearless transfer of money alone made her more curious about his identity. At this time, Gu Qingya's favorability increased again. Ding! Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host has increased by 14 points. The current favorability towards the host is 25 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of 20 points of Gu Qingya's favorability. 5 points of physical fitness increase. The reward has been issued to the host's corresponding physical fitness attribute. The host can improve his physical fitness attribute at any time. Hey woman, my favorability rating dropped just now. Now it has soared by 14 points. It seems that money is really the strongest charm of man. However, Guingya is quite good. She knows her bottom line very well. She can resist the urge to accept the 20,000 yuan. She has surpassed 80% of women. Seeing Guingya not accepting the money, Su Yang felt a little favorable to her. For a boy like him who has no experience in love, it is really rare to find a girl like Guingya who is not only beautiful, but also not greedy for money and has a bottom line. Okay, when we get to Vientan City, just tell me what you like, and I'll take you there. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll kill you hard. Guingya said with a slightly red face, pretending to be fierce. I really want to be ripped off by a beauty like you, Guingya. Su Yang replied with a smile, and at the same time he was thinking, all I'm spending is ghost money. Please rip me off hard, so that you can give me cash back in gold coins, and the reward will be more. Why didn't I realize you were so good at talking before? Guingya glared at him, but couldn't help but smile, her eyes full of affection. Ding. Guingya's favorability towards the host increases by 3 points, and the current favorability is 28 points. Oh, the favorability has increased again. Su Yang was a little proud. Adding 2 more points will give him a reward. It's not difficult to increase the favorability of Guingya, this charming school beauty. Men will become more and more attractive in the end. Su Yang responded with a smile, then patted the back seat of the electric motorcycle, motioning Guingya to get on. Guingya looked at the small car loaded with takeaway boxes, hesitated for a moment, then bit her lower lip lightly, put her long, beautiful legs together, gently put her arms around Su Yang's waist, and sat diagonally on the back seat. Su Yang felt her gently embrace his back, and the wonderful feeling made him swallow his saliva, and his expression suddenly became refreshed. He rode a small electric donkey and drove towards Vientan City with Guingya. People around started to talk about it. Fuck, he actually picked up such a beautiful girl. What's wrong with me? I drive a Mercedes, and I don't even have the chance to pick up such a beautiful girl. How can he, a food delivery man, do that? Food delivery men only make over 20,000 yuan. How can he do that? Su Yang naturally didn't hear these discussions. At this time, he was riding a bike with Guingya, enjoying the scenery along the way and the occasional passing by. The roads in Pengsheng are always so congested. He smiled slightly and responded to Guingya, gently stepping on the brakes to avoid the vehicle in front. Whenever they stopped the car, Guingya would touch his back gently from time to time, and the soft feeling made Su Yang feel like a dream. Although he knew that the road was very congested, he still enjoyed the feeling of sitting with Guingya every time the green light flashed. Along the way, Su Yang did not forget his little thought, to try his best to raise Guingya's favorability to 30 points, looking forward to the reward. You have to be careful when riding. Guingya reminded softly with some shyness, watching Su Yang brake frequently. Don't worry, I've been very careful, but there are too many traffic lights, people, and cars here. Su Yang smiled confidently. At this time, the green light came on, and he accelerated forward again. 20 minutes later, Su Yang finally brought Guingya to the vicinity of Vientan City. Although today was not a holiday, there were still a lot of people here. While looking for a parking space, he was in a good mood because he was here to consume today, not just a small person delivering food. Accompanied by Guingya, Su Yang stood at the gate of Vientan City, looking at the dazzling array of luxury goods inside, feeling a little excited. This time, he came to splurge instead of just watching from outside the door. Guingya looked at Su Yang's confident face and began to believe more and more that Su Yang might really be a hidden rich second generation. In order to further test Su Yang's financial resources, she gently took his arm and said playfully, "Brother Su Yang, let's go in." Su Yang had never experienced the feeling of Guingya calling him Brother Su Yang so tenderly, and his heart was numb. Guingya was so beautiful and charming, and this kind of affectionate address made him feel a little flattered, and his heartbeat accelerated. He couldn't help but start to fantasize. If he had enough money, he would buy Mixk and give it to Guingya as a birthday present to see if she would like it. Mixk is the top shopping mall in Pengsheng, with an estimated value of tens of billions, which is nothing to Su Yang. After all, with his current financial resources, he can easily break the rules. "Brother Su Yang, what are you thinking about?" Guingya asked softly when she saw Su Yang in a daze. her voice as sweet as honey. Su Yang smiled, his eyes twinkling. I was thinking if I bought Vientan City and gave it to you as a birthday gift, would you like it? Hearing this, Guingya couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, as if she didn't quite understand what Su Yang meant. At this moment, the cold, prompt sound of the system broke the sweetness in the air. Ding! Guingya's favorability towards you -12. Guingya's current favorability towards you is 17 points. Oh my god! Su Yang was confused when he heard the system notification sound. Why did his favorability suddenly drop so much? He quickly opened the attribute panel to check and found that his height and physique had not changed. He felt relieved. Why is this happening? Su Yang frowned, his mind full of questions. He thought about it carefully, but couldn't figure out what he had done wrong, and instead felt a little confused. But at this moment, Su Yang suddenly saw Gu Qingya's beautiful face full of vigilance and doubt, as if she was worried about something. In an instant, Su Yang understood. Gu Qingya's favorability dropped not because he did something wrong, but because he suddenly made such a high-priced proposal, which made her feel uneasy. Spending money is not everything. Su Yang thought helplessly. He had just said in one breath that he would spend tens of billions to buy the mixed sea, which scared Gu Qingya. Imagine if it was him, and a stranger suddenly proposed to give him a gift worth tens of billions. He would definitely feel something was wrong, and even doubt the other party's motives. It seems that if you want to please a woman, you can't eat a fat man all at once. You have to do it step by step, slowly. Su Yang secretly made up his mind. Seeing Su Yang stunned, Gu Qingya felt a little anxious, and she asked carefully, "You don't really have any intentions towards me, do you?" Su Yang smiled awkwardly and immediately whispered, "Of course I have intentions towards you, and I want to pursue you, a beautiful lady. I was just joking just now to liven up the atmosphere. What, did I scare you?" Hearing this, Gu Qingya lowered her head shyly, her face flushed. "You are the only one who talks too much. But don't scare me like this in the future. I know you have feelings for me." At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Gu Qingya's favorability towards you +20. Gu Qingya's current favorability towards you is 37 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of 30 points of Gu Qingya's favorability. A temporary nanotech biochemical warrior experience card. The experience card has been put into the host pocket. Oh my god, I didn't expect a surprise so soon. Su Yang was pleasantly surprised. His favorability, which had dropped suddenly, had recovered and increased by 20 points. He concluded that timely sweet words could effectively improve favorability. It seems that I must say more sweet words in the future. A woman's heart cannot be impatient, so I have to take it slowly. Su Yang smiled and said to Gu Qingya, "Don't worry, I will only bring you surprises in the future and will not scare you again. Then I look forward to what surprises you will give me in the future." Gu Qingya smiled, her face full of sweetness and shyness. As Gu Qingya smiled, Su Yang couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. They smiled at each other, and Su Yang took Gu Qingya into Vientan City. The envious eyes around him made him happy. As soon as Su Yang walked into Vientan City, a strong perfume smell hit his nose. Obviously, this fragrance came from a luxury perfume store, but at this moment, Su Yang just felt that it was a bit redundant. Gu Qingya's fragrance was already charming enough, but this perfume suppressed her body fragrance. In order to feel the familiar fragrance again, Su Yang unconsciously approached her. The two walked closer and closer. Su Yang felt Gu Qingya holding his arm and touching her soft skin. This contact made him feel a little happy. Unable to help, he moved his arm slightly, as if he wanted to feel her softness more realistically. Gu Qingya immediately noticed his actions, and her pretty face turned red, but she did not get angry or stop him. Instead, she shyly blocked Su Yang's actions with her arms. She did not want Su Yang to continue to touch her in such an unruly way. Seeing this, Su Yang realized that he had gone too far, so he decided to restrain himself. His ultimate goal was to make Gu Qingya happy and get more rewards from her. After all, it would not be worth it just to take advantage of her and increase her dissatisfaction. Gu Qingya saw Su Yang stop moving, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. She gently took Su Yang's arm, and the two of them strolled leisurely in Vientan City together. Soon, they arrived at a Hermes luxury store. Gu Qingya had long admired a Hermes bag. However, due to the bundled sales, she had never been willing to buy it. Today, she decided to take this opportunity to see if Su Yang could really satisfy her wish. "Su Yang, There's a bag from Hermes that I really like. Can you give it to me as a birthday present? Guingya gently took Su Yang's arm with a hint of shyness on her face. Let's go. Go in and pick whatever you want. Su Yang waved his hand generously, with a little excitement in his tone. Don't just buy one. Birthdays only come once a year, so buy as many as you can. Also, you can pick something my mom likes. After hearing his proposal, Gu Qingyao was more convinced that Su Yang must be a super rich second generation who likes to enjoy life. Her attitude towards Su Yang also became gentler. Brother Su Yang, you are so nice. But why are you so nice to me? Gu Qingyao looked up at him, with curiosity and emotion in her eyes. Su Yang smiled and responded, I treat you well because I like you so much. His tone seemed to be full of affection. Gu Qingyao blushed slightly when she heard this. She asked tentatively, why didn't you tell me before? Su Yang pretended to sigh deeply. I didn't have the ability to like you before, but now I have the ability, so I want to prove it to you with my actual actions. Gu Qingyao felt warm in her heart, and many touching scenes instantly emerged in her mind. This made her unconsciously like Su Yang even more. Soon, the system's prompt sounded, informing Su Yang that Gu Qingyao's favorability towards him had increased, and she had even received some rewards. Su Yang was secretly delighted, because although he didn't spend much money, he got a generous reward in return. For such a small amount of money, Miss Gu actually gave me such a high favorability. It's really worth it. Su Yang sighed inwardly. Although the reward was a lot, he knew that this was just the beginning. Qingya, I'm really good to you. I hope you like it. Su Yang reached out and gently stroked Gu Qingyao's cheek again, his eyes full of sincerity. Gu Qingya blushed when she heard it, but her heart was more and more moved. She looked at Su Yang and seemed to have decided not to doubt his sincerity anymore. The two walked into the Hermes store, and Gu Qingya fixed her eyes on the Garden Series bag that she had been dreaming about. Gu Qingya excitedly raised a pink bag and asked Su Yang with a smile, Brother Su Yang, what do you think of this bag? Her movements were gentle, and her eyes were filled with anticipation. Although Su Yang was not interested in the bag, he couldn't spoil her interest. He took a casual look and nodded seriously. It looks very nice and suits you very well. Gu Qingyao thought that Su Yang was really considering it carefully, and she couldn't help feeling touched. Ding. Gu Qingyao's favorability towards the host +3. Currently, Gu Qingyao's favorability towards the host is 62 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of 60 points of Gu Qingyao's favorability. Endurance +5 points. The reward has been issued to the host's corresponding physical attribute, and the host can improve his endurance attribute at any time. Su Yang felt the change after the reward was issued, and without hesitation, he quickly increased his endurance attribute from 65 to 70. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief, as if the fatigue from the busy morning disappeared in an instant. He looked at Gu Qingya and said with a smile, Keep choosing. You're welcome. I bought these just to show you my love. Gu Qingya was moved by his attitude again, and secretly confirmed in her heart that Su Yang must be a hidden super-rich second generation. After all, he didn't care about her spending at all, but seemed willing to let her spend as much as she wanted. Gu Qingya thought to herself, is this what it feels like to be in love? My boyfriend spoils me. So nice. But she also knew that she couldn't be too lavish, otherwise Su Yang would have the impression that she was a money worshiper. So she began to carefully ask Li Shanshan what other products she needed to go with the bag she had chosen. Li Shanshan quickly told her that the bag cost 42,000 yuan, but needed to be paired with other Hermes products worth 84,000 yuan. In other words, the bag that Gu Qingya wanted would eventually cost 126,000 yuan. However, this price is nothing to Su Yang. Gu Qingya knew that Su Yang transferred 220,000 yuan to her and didn't care about this expense at all. So she continued to choose other bags and added matching products. Half an hour later, Gu Qingya finally finished her selection, choosing 2 bags, 2 sets of Hermes clothes, 2 sets of bracelets, necklaces, shoes, stockings, and 2 hats, spending a total of 268,000. She began to calculate in her mind that if Su Yang still had no reaction, it meant that he was indeed a super-rich second generation. Gu Qingya originally thought that this price was enough for her to understand Su Yang's financial resources. If Su Yang did not hesitate when paying the bill, or even showed no distress, then she would be sure that Su Yang was a hidden super-rich second generation, with financial resources at least 50 times of 268,000. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She hoped that Su Yang's financial resources could reach her ideal level of 10 million, so that she could completely dispel her doubts about his financial resources and move towards her dream smoothly. She didn't want to rely on her parents all her life, nor did she want to marry rich men without getting a legitimate status. She had a clear plan for the future, wanting to marry a man worth tens of millions and enjoy a carefree life. Brother Su Yang, I've made my choice. After making a decision in her mind, Guingya looked at Su Yang. Su Yang was also thinking about the temporary experience cards in his hand. The two black metal cards represented the temporary nanotech biochemical warrior experience and the Rolls-Royce Phantom experience. He only needed to think about it, and these experiences would immediately become reality. He put the card into his wallet, took out his phone, and started reading a boring novel. Suddenly, he heard Guingya's voice. He put down his phone and walked over to see her. When he saw Guingya holding two bags in her hand, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Just these two bags? Just these two? He asked with some displeasure. He originally wanted Guingya to pick more things and spend as much as possible so that he could get more cash back. But everything in front of him obviously did not meet his expectations. How much are these two bags? Su Yang continued to ask, but with a hint of impatience on his face. Guingya felt melancholy when she heard his voice. She was sure that Su Yang's financial resources would not exceed 1 million, and this was not the rich son-in-law she wanted. Sir, the two bags your girlfriend picked, plus the accessories, cost a total of 268,000. Li Shanshan casually quoted the price. Guingya's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to ask Li Shanshan to take the items down, she unexpectedly walked up to her and said with a smile, "Qingya, why did you pick these two bags? It's only less than 300,000 yuan. How can you be so reluctant to spend it?" As soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, everyone was stunned, including Guingya, Li Shanshan, and the customers beside him. No one dared to imagine that someone would say such arrogant words in such an occasion. Hermes is the crown jewel of the luxury world. Even brands like LV, Chanel, and Dior pale in comparison. People who can afford to spend money at Hermes are almost all wealthy and have considerable assets. But even so, most customers still feel distressed when shopping in the store, especially when they encounter the high-pressure strategy of matching sales. The price of Hermes is not something that ordinary people can easily afford. Even those who earn a lot of money only shop in the store a few times a year, and spending 300,000 or 500,000 is considered a luxury. The ones who really don't care about spending money are the top customers of Hermes. And now, it seems that someone has found this mysterious group. Look at that guy. He can actually spend like this in Hermes. The onlookers were talking quietly, their eyes focused on a young man, Su Yang. He looked ordinary, and his clothes might not even cost 200 yuan, but his every move made the entire Hermes store quiet. Su Yang didn't notice the eyes around him at this time. He was only thinking about how to make Guingya, the beautiful school beauty, enjoy this consumption. He looked at Guingya with some disappointment, wondering why she was so thrifty and unwilling to spend more lavishly. "Sir, I'm sorry. Can you clarify this?" Li Shanshan stood in front of him, looking a little confused, and she had never expected a customer like Su Yang. "Do you think my girlfriend bought too little?" Su Yang asked impatiently. Li Shanshan could only nod cautiously after hearing this. She was also wondering in her heart what Su Yang was trying to do. "You still need to practice more," Su Yang said directly to Li Shanshan, his tone full of dissatisfaction with her. He looked at the bags and accessories that Guingya had selected and turned to ask, "Are these bags and accessories all your favorites?" Guingya came back to her senses from her lost state and answered reflexively, "Yes, Brother Su Yang, I picked it out." Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and then said to Li Shanshan, "Pack all similar bags and accessories together. I want them all." The entire Hermes store was in a dead silence. Guingya and Li Shanshan were both stunned. Almost everyone could clearly see that the total cost of the bag and accessories selected by Guingya might be as high as 3 million. For Hermes regulars, 3 million is the sum of their spending over the years. "Are you sure?" Li Shanshan asked in shock, totally unable to believe the scene before her. "Sure," Su Yang answered without hesitation, and directly took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Li Shanshan. Li Shanshan took the black card and quickly ran to the counter to start the capital verification. In less than a second, the verification was passed, and the amount displayed was 3 million. Her face changed instantly, and her eyes were full of shock and admiration. The customers and salespeople around him also began to whisper, although this guy is dressed in ordinary clothes, how come he is so handsome and generous? They couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Su Yang, while Guingya silently felt happy and proud. She didn't expect that she would have such a boyfriend who doted on her so much and was willing to spend money on her. Brother Su Yang, there's really no need to spend so much money. Seeing this, Guingya said coquettishly with a little reluctance and shyness, I can't wear so many bags, just buy a few. Su Yang felt her tenderness and felt secretly happy. In order to make Guingya happy, he decided to increase the purchase. Since you think buying too much will cause aesthetic fatigue, then I will buy all the bags of each style and match them all. This way you won't feel repetitive. Su Yang originally planned to buy all the products in the Hermes store and pack them for Guingya, but he was worried that doing so would cause her to misunderstand and affect their relationship. So, he chose a relatively conservative approach, choosing one bag of each type. At this time, the female customers in the Hermes store began to talk about it. Wow, that guy is so handsome and domineering. I really like him. This is the rich, second-generation domineering CEO in my dreams. I really want to kneel down and let him punish me. Why is such a rich and handsome boyfriend not mine? Amidst all these discussions, Su Yang seemed more calm. He knew that Guingya would react to these comments, so he decisively decided to choose different types of bags for her, so that she wouldn't get tired of the same bag after looking at it for a long time. Seeing Su Yang so generous, Guingya couldn't help but blush and was obviously a little shy. Su Yang, let me make the decision myself this time. Don't spend too much money. It's really too extravagant. Guingya blushed and acted coquettishly, kissing Su Yang's cheek gently. Su Yang's heart moved. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, he knew that if he rejected her, she would be unhappy. So, he smiled and agreed with a doting look. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing this, Guingya immediately kissed Su Yang happily, her face full of sweetness. Su Yang, you are so nice. Her smile was as bright as the sun. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Guingya's favorability towards the host +5. The current favorability is 67 points. Su Yang was secretly happy in his heart. This time, Guingya's favorability increased again. Guingya then selected a few bags and handed them over to Li Shanshan for distribution. Seeing Guingya handling the high-price purchases so low-key, Li Shanshan was very impressed. She knew that Guingya was creating an image of herself as a gentle and amiable person who was not materialistic, and this was an important factor in attracting Su Yang. However, Li Shanshan had to admit that Guingya was not only beautiful and had a good figure, but also had a smart mind and means. She couldn't help but envy Guingya for having such a perfect boyfriend, while she had no chance. Soon, the 5 bags were delivered, and Li Shanshan reported an astronomical figure. The total amount was 835,000. Sir, can I apply for a VIP card and pay with the VIP card? She asked cautiously. Okay, but write my girlfriend's name on the card. Su Yang said as he pulled his arm out of Guingya's arms and gently held her in his arms. Also, top up 10 million yuan on her card. This sudden action surprised Guingya a little, and the blush on her face deepened instantly. However, she had long been accustomed to Su Yang's domineering attitude, but she was more curious about his identity and how he could be so generous. Recharge 10 million. Li Shanshan could hardly believe her ears. Okay, sir, if you recharge 10 million for your girlfriend, I will apply for our VC Supreme VIP card for you. Su Yang accepted the card casually and handed it to Guingya. When Guingya took the card, her face was full of sweetness and touching. She blushed and kissed Su Yang to express her gratitude. Su Yang, thank you, she said softly, her eyes full of dependence and love for him. The system prompt sounded again. Guingya's favorability towards the host +5. The current favorability is 72 points. Su Yang heard the system prompt and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. It seems that today's shopping was very successful. At this moment, Guingya suddenly took out another card from her arms. This is the card I applied for you. After you top up 10 million, you can enjoy all the VIP benefits. Su Yang touched her head lovingly. Thank you, Guingya. He knew that behind this love, there was not only financial investment, but also the deep affection between them. In the Hermes store, the customers around were talking about Su Yang's generosity and dominance. They couldn't help but feel that the men around them were not worth it, and they couldn't help but envy Guingya for having such an omnipotent boyfriend. Su Yang, on the other hand, was completely unnoticed by others, immersed in the sweet interaction between himself and Guingya, feeling a little proud. It seems that this shopping trip is really profitable. He thought to himself, feeling happy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 70 points of Guingya's favorability. A low-level copy generation card. The copy generation card has been put into the host's pocket. Su Yang was very happy. The reward of the low-level copy generation card made him unexpected and excited. As long as he completed the copy task, the reward would definitely be great. Although Su Yang wanted to see what the low-level copy card looked like, he knew that now was not the right time. So he suppressed his inner impulse and quietly accompanied Guingya. Li Shanshan and several other essays were busy putting the bags and accessories selected by Guingya carefully into exquisite gift boxes and then into Hermes shopping bags. After a while, the store was filled with more than 20 Hermes shopping bags, which were particularly conspicuous. Can these be delivered? Su Yang asked Li Shanshan when he saw the shopping bags in front of him. Of course, sir. Li Shanshan replied respectfully. Su Yang turned to Guingya and said, Qingya, give him your home address and arrange for delivery. Okay, brotersu. Guingya responded sweetly, and then told Li Shanshan the address. In the Hermes store, people around cast envious glances, and Guingya and Su Yang left under everyone's gaze. After leaving the store, Guingya took Su Yang's arm with a shy look on her face. Brother Su, you gave me so many birthday gifts. I have to give you something too. Su Yang chuckled and responded, but today is not my birthday. I just want to give you something. Guingya laughed and blinked her eyes. Brother Su, can you fulfill my little wish? When Su Yang heard her say that, he felt a little confused, but also felt a little pampered. This feeling made him very happy. So what are you going to give me? Su Yang asked. Guingya said happily, since you asked, I'll take it as your consent. So she took Su Yang into an Armani men's clothing store. Soon, Su Yang changed into a handsome Armani casual suit, changed his sneakers into casual leather shoes, and even changed his wallet into an Armani leather model. After Su Yang changed his clothes, he instantly became more handsome and was no less handsome than those popular male idols. Seeing this scene, Guingya blushed and praised repeatedly. Brother Su is so handsome. Hearing these words, Su Yang felt very happy, especially since this was the first time he received a valuable gift from a beauty like Guingya. This set of Armani men's clothing cost Guingya more than 10,000 yuan, and Su Yang couldn't help but feel heartbroken when he saw the expenses, because this was real cash, not his worthless virtual currency. Then, Guingya spent more than 5,000 yuan to buy Su Yang a Xiaomi 15 Pro, and took Su Yang to a nearby high-end barbershop to get a haircut. Su Yang was already good-looking, and after this haircut, he was even more handsome than those big-name idols. Guingya looked at him with stars in her eyes, full of admiration. Brother Su, I want you to attend my family birthday party tonight as my boyfriend. Are you willing? Guingya asked in a low voice, with a little expectation in her eyes. Su Yang was a little surprised, but he soon agreed to her. Of course, who made me like you? You are so nice. Guingya said happily, and then quickly kissed Su Yang on the cheek. Time passed quickly, and Su Yang and Guingya rode the electric donkey to her home. On the way, although the traffic was busy during rush hour, Su Yang was riding a small electric donkey, so he avoided most of the traffic jams. Guingya blushed and reminded him to be honest. Although she said so, she didn't refuse in her heart. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the community where Guingya lived, Yiliangwan. After entering the community, Su Yang carried some fruit and walked towards the elevator with Guingya. Brother Su, are you nervous? Guingya asked playfully, seeing Su Yang's obviously nervous look. Su Yang couldn't help but admit, a little nervous. Seeing this, Guingya smiled and immediately changed her expression. She stopped teasing and said softly, It's okay, you are my boyfriend, my parents will definitely like you. The atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became subtle. Su Yang was nervous, but also a little expectant. At this moment, he suddenly put down the fruit, pushed Guingya against the wall of the elevator without hesitation, and asked mischievously, Qingya, are you nervous? Guingya lowered her head with a shy smile on her lips. She was suddenly at a loss and finally responded in a low voice. No. Then why don't you dare to look up at me? Su Yang continued to ask with a smile. Guingya lowered her head and looked at Su Yang with courage. Before she could finish her words, she was gently kissed by Su Yang. Su Yang's kiss was a little eager, because Gu Qingya's charming face aroused his most primitive desire. He wanted to explore gently according to the skills he learned from his teacher, but he didn't expect that Gu Qingya shyly pushed him away. Brother Su, there are surveillance cameras in the elevator. Gu Qingya blushed and said softly, Besides, we are almost at my house. As soon as these words came out, Su Yang's heart beat fast, his blood surged, and a smirk appeared on his face. Gu Qingya's face was completely red, and Su Yang couldn't help but recall the kiss just now, and the taste of her lips was still lingering in his heart. Will you dare to tease me again and make fun of me? Su Yang asked her with a sly smile. I won't dare to do that again, Brother Su. Gu Qingya replied with a blushing face. At this moment, the elevator door suddenly opened, and Su Yang saw a couple and 2 children standing outside. Everyone seemed to know what had happened and lowered their heads to avoid his sight. Sister Qingya, you're back. A little boy greeted with a smile. Another little girl also said childishly, Good evening, Sister Qingya. Gu Qingya was a little flustered, but soon regained her composure and responded to the 2 children with a gentle smile. And then, Lele, good evening. Are you going to the park with your parents? The innocent eyes of the children made Su Yang feel a little guilty. He immediately put aside his chaotic thoughts and greeted their parents. After a few pleasantries, Gu Qingya took Su Yang out of the elevator and walked towards home. As he got closer to Gu Qingya's home, Su Yang was a little nervous and his heartbeat accelerated. But when he thought of the rich resources in his system, his nervousness gradually eased. After all, money is omnipotent, and if he can give Gu Qingya everything she wants, he won't be afraid of her parents' opinions. Brother Su, don't be nervous. Gu Qingya comforted him softly. My parents are very easygoing. You are so handsome. They will definitely like you. Su Yang smiled and nodded. He looked at Gu Qingya's smile and felt much more relaxed. At this moment, Gu Qingya took out the key to open the door, but before she could insert the key into the keyhole, the door was suddenly pushed open. Su Yang saw a girl with a figure and appearance comparable to Gu Qingya appear at the door. She had short hair, delicate features, and wore a black executive dress, exuding a mature temperament. The girl smiled at first, but when she saw Su Yang, her expression froze instantly, and a trace of anger and loneliness flashed at her eyes. Su Yang was a little confused and quietly checked her information. Name, Han Shiyan. Age, 24. Occupation, General Manager of Han's Trade Marketing Department. Appearance score, 94. Body score, 87. Temperament score, 95. Purity, 100. Overall score, 94. Specialties, lesbian, French kissing. Favorability, -5, unfamiliar. Grand prize, invisibility. Ultimate prize, unlocked with favorability 90. The grand prize for the strategy is invisibility. Su Yang muttered silently in his heart. But why is her favorability negative? Just when Su Yang was puzzled, Gu Qingya said sweetly to Han Shiyan, Shiyan, this is my boyfriend Su Yang. Then she turned to Su Yang and said with a smile, Su Yang, this is my best friend Han Shiyan. At this time, Su Yang heard the system's prompt sound. Han Shiyan's favorability towards the host is -20, and the current Han Shiyan's favorability toward the host is -25. Su Yang shouted in his heart, Fuck! He finally realized that this lesbian Han Shiyan had actually been secretly in love with Gu Qingya and hiding by her side. He was furious and thought to himself, the worst thing is, I really want the invisibility reward for conquering her. But she actually likes my girlfriend. What should I do? Su Yang was feeling emotional in his heart. Han Shiyan's appearance made him feel a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out in the room. Shiyan, is Qing back? The voice was full of charm and a bit gentle. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted to her. Yes, Auntie. Han Shiyan simply agreed, and without even looking at Su Yang, she naturally took Gu Qingya's arm. She turned her head, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes and a hint of nervousness on her pretty face, and asked softly, Qing, when did you get a boyfriend? Why have I never heard you tell me? These words were spoken softly, but revealed some concern. Guingya was a little stunned by her question. She smiled and waved her hand. Actually, Su-young and I have known each other for several years. She didn't tell the truth. Guingya felt that if she told Han Shuyun that they had just confirmed their relationship in the afternoon, she would probably be embarrassed by the questioning. And she and Su-young did know each other since college, but they were not very familiar with each other at that time. We've known each other for a few years. Han Shuyun frowned slightly. A hint of disappointment flashed at her eyes, and then she turned her gaze to Su-young standing at the door. Her eyes began to become complicated, as if she was examining him. Ding. Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host -5. Current favorability -30. Su-young listened to the system's prompt helplessly, wanting to laugh in his heart. He really wanted to conquer Han Shuyun, but now it seems that he doesn't know if he can pull her favorability back from negative to 0. Seeing this, Guingya smiled and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, no matter who I date, our friendship will never change. Her words were gentle and her tone was relaxed, hoping to allay Han Shuyun's concerns. Then she waved to Su-young. Brother Su, come in quickly. Our parents are waiting. Her voice was filled with excitement. Su-young nodded, feeling a little complicated, but still followed Guingya into the house. Ching, you're finally back. Guingya's mother, an elegant lady, came over to greet them enthusiastically. She glanced around and saw Su-young with a puzzled expression. Ching, who is this? Her voice was crisp and full of concern. Mom, this is my boyfriend Su-young. Guingya smiled slightly and took Su-young's arm. You and Dad have always wanted me to find a boyfriend, so I brought him here today. Her words were natural and a little proud. Ding. Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host -3. Current favorability -33. Su-young felt depressed, and the system prompt sounded again. Han Shuyun's favorability dropped again. Su-young knew that she must be feeling uncomfortable, but he didn't want to care about it anymore. Hello, Auntie. I am Inging's boyfriend, Su-young. Su-young greeted Guingya's mother respectfully. Although Han Shuyun was sitting aside and looked a little unhappy, Su-young decided to ignore her for the time being. Come and sit down. Come and sit down. Guingya's mother warmly invited Su-young to sit down. Old Gu, come out quickly. Ching is back with her boyfriend. She shouted towards the kitchen, obviously looking forward to Su-young's arrival. A slightly rough male voice came from the kitchen. What? Ching brought her boyfriend back. Then I have to take a good look. As he spoke, a slightly fat middle-aged man walked out of the kitchen with a plate of spicy and sour cabbage in his hand. Hello, Uncle. I am Inging's boyfriend Su-young. Su-young took the initiative to greet Guingya's father. Gu's father smiled and said, Su-young, good name. Please sit down. The food will be ready soon. He then began to look at Su-young, thinking in his heart whether his daughter's boyfriend was suitable. After all, it was related to his daughter's happiness, so he had to be careful. Dad and Mom Gu went to the kitchen to work, while Su-young sat down with Guingya. In the huge living room, only Su-young, Guingya, and Han Shuyun were left. Han Shuyun was obviously a little dissatisfied at this time and sat directly between the two of them, separating them, and seemed a little defensive. Guingya, you guys chat? I'm going to the bathroom. Su-young knew that Han Shuyun might not be feeling well, so he simply found an excuse to leave. Okay, brotersu. Guingya agreed with a smile, seemingly unaware of Han Shuyun's emotions. Su-young walked into the bathroom, thinking about the new wallet that Guingya bought for him not long ago. He took out a silver-white metal card from the wallet, a low-level copy generation card. There were only a few simple words on the card. Low-level copy generation card. Su-young knew that this card could randomly generate a copy, and after completion, it would drop a reward. He was looking forward to the reward. System, I want to use the low-level copy generation card. Su-young gave the system an order, full of expectations. Su-young was delighted when he saw that the low-level dungeon cards provided by the system could drop money. He was in urgent need of money, and although there was money in the system, he could not use it casually. Just when he was still at Guingya's house and felt that it was not appropriate to start the dungeon, Su-young finally figured out the function of the dungeon card. He learned that copy cards are divided into low-level, medium-level, and high-level. Low-level copy cards randomly generate scenes. Medium-level copy card allow players to choose scenes, and high-level copy cards can specify scenes. There is also the legendary Destiny copy card, but Su-young did not get more details. The higher the level of the copy card, the richer the reward. Just as Su-young was thinking about how to use the copy card, He returned to the living room from the bathroom and found Guingya and Han Shuyun talking in a low voice. When they saw Su Yang coming back, they both stopped talking tacitly. Although Su Yang guessed that the content of their discussion must be related to him, he knew that he would not be able to get anything out of it now. It's time to eat. Gu's mother's voice broke his thoughts. She brought out the last dish, and Gu's father also came out from the side. The atmosphere was warm and natural. Su Yang, don't be so formal. Just treat it like your own home. Gu's father said to him with a smile, and there was no trace of restraint in his words, which seemed kind and amiable. Su Yang was touched by this family atmosphere. As an orphan, he had never experienced such warmth, but at this moment, seeing the easygoing attitude of Gu's father and mother, he felt indescribably moved. After dinner, everyone celebrated Gu Qingya's birthday, and Gu's father and mother prepared an exquisite Hermes bag for her. Qing, this bag is what we saw you wanted, so we bought it a few days ago and gave it to you today as a birthday gift, Gu's mother said with a smile. Gu Qingya was moved and thanked her parents. Although Su Yang also bought her a bag today, her parents' gift still made her feel very warm. Then, Han Shuyun also took out the birthday gift she had prepared, a set of Estee Lauder skincare products. After seeing it, Gu Qingya happily kissed her and thanked her for her friendship. Just when the atmosphere was happy, Han Shuyun asked provocatively, Qing, didn't your boyfriend give you a gift today? Dad and Mom Gu also looked at Su Yang curiously. After all, it stands to reason that a boyfriend should give a gift to his girlfriend on her birthday. Su Yang was speechless and glanced at Han Shuyun. Just as he was about to explain, Gu Qingya said, Shuyun, Su Yang not only prepared my favorite birthday gift, but also a gift for you and my parents. Everyone was stunned because they didn't see any gifts Su Yang brought, only a few bags of fruit. Su Yang was also a little confused because he really didn't prepare any gifts. Gu Qingya stood up, walked back to the room, and took out 3 beautifully packaged handbags. Dad, this Huawei phone was bought in advance by Su Yang. He said it was a gift for you. Dad Gu took the phone with a smile on his face. Mom, this set of magic water box was also prepared by Su Yang. He said that today is not only my birthday, but also your Good Friday. Mother Gu was also moved when she accepted the gift, tears in her eyes, and she sighed at Su Yang's attentiveness. Finally, Gu Qingya handed Han Shuyun a special gift. This is the Balenciaga that Su Yang and I prepared for you. I hope you can find your happiness soon. Han Shuyun looked at the Balenciaga that Gu Qingya handed to her and instantly turned her gaze to Su Yang. When she saw the confusion on Su Yang's face, she immediately realized, based on her many years of friendship with Gu Qingya, that the gifts that Gu Qingya gave today obviously had little to do with Su Yang. She judged that these gifts might have been prepared long ago, and today was just an opportunity to show them off. Thinking of this, Han Shuyun became even more unhappy with Su Yang. Su Yang not only took away her Qingya, but also made Qingya spend money on their meeting gifts. Gu Qingya mentioned that Su Yang had sent many birthday gifts, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that no gifts were given out. It was obvious that Qingya was covering up for Su Yang. Han Shuyun became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, wishing she could expose Su Yang's hypocrisy right then and there. However, she thought that today was Qingya's birthday, and she knew that Qingya would definitely stand on Su Yang's side, so she decided to be patient for the time being. Afterwards, she planned to talk to Gu Qingya in private, hoping to persuade her to leave Su Yang. As for Su Yang, Han Shuyun decided to put him on the blacklist forever. At this moment, Su Yang was confused when he suddenly heard the cold reminder from his system. Ding! Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host is -10, and the current favorability is -43 points. This reminder made Su Yang even more confused. Why did he keep trying but still couldn't win her favor? However, after a moment of contemplation, Su Yang finally understood. Obviously, Han Shuyun had already realized that those gifts were not bought by him at all. It's really unfair. Su Yang complained secretly. But Gu Qingya is really interesting. In order to make me look better in front of her parents, she even said that the gift she prepared was bought by me in advance. Su Yang was a little surprised by Gu Qingya's actions, but he couldn't help but feel grateful. It was rare to find a girl who could do so much for him. However, his goal was not just to focus on the reward of one person. Su Yang hoped to get rewards from more goddesses. Just as he was thinking, the doorbell suddenly rang. Hello, is anyone home? We're the staff of the Hermes store in the Mixed Sea in Pengcheng. A polite inquiry came from outside the door, with a hint of respect in the voice. Staff from the Hermes store? Dad Gu, Mom Gu, and Han Shuryun were all a little confused for a moment. This is a birthday gift from Su Yang. Guingya smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Li Shanshan and 3 Hermes shop assistants came in, carrying large and small handbags. Dear guest, all the Hermes products you bought this afternoon are here. Please check them. Li Shanshan bowed to Su Yang, and the shop assistants also showed respect one by one. Su Yang felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. After all, he was not used to such high-standard courtesy. However, considering that this was a service from a high-end luxury brand, he had to respond calmly, saying that he was used to this kind of etiquette. Guingya, take a look at these gifts. Su Yang said calmly. Seeing Su Yang so calm, Guingya smiled even brighter and immediately began to count the items. After a few minutes, she finished the count and signed a receipt. Dear guest, happy birthday to you. This Kelly Series bag is our birthday gift for you. Li Shanshan respectfully handed the handbag to Guingya again. Guingya was even happier when she saw her favorite bag inside. She took the gift and thanked them. Thank you. I will receive blessings from Hermes on every birthday in the future. Guingya said with a smile. We are very honored. Happy birthday to you. Li Shanshan bowed again. You can go first. You don't have to stay for dinner. Guma was a little stunned. When she saw several shop assistants preparing to leave, she habitually invited them. It's okay. Auntie, thank you for your kindness. We'll take our leave first. Li Shanshan responded with a smile and left with the others. After the door closed, Guma looked at the scene just now and couldn't help asking. Su Yang, how many gifts did you buy? So many people sent them. Didn't Qingqing force you to buy them? The more Guma looked at Su Yang, the more satisfied she was. After all, it was not something that ordinary people could do to get the Hermes store to send so many people. Not much. Qingqing didn't force me. I bought them all on my own accord. Su Yang smiled, looking very relaxed. What do your parents do? Father Gu was also a little suspicious. Seeing Su Yang being so generous, he wanted to know about his background. I am an orphan and grew up with my grandfather. Su Yang did not hide his background. Orphan? After hearing this, Dad Gu felt a little relieved. After all, young people who come from orphans are usually more hardworking and have relatively simple personalities. Don't worry, Su Yang. As long as you and Qingqing are together, we will give you a complete and warm home. Dad Gu said with emotion. Then he asked casually, what kind of job do you do? How can you make so much money at such a young age? Gu's father and mother, as well as Gu Qingya and Han Shuryun, were all very curious about Su Yang's identity. Although Gu Qingya had wanted to ask for a long time, she did not speak due to the occasion. At this time, Su Yang revealed that he was an orphan, and she felt a little sympathetic and began to wonder how Su Yang made all this money. Su Yang casually said, Uncle, I bought some bitcoins by accident a few years ago, but I didn't expect them to rise sharply recently. I sold some of them and made a lot of money. The transaction records of Bitcoin are not easy to check, which can be used to conceal the source of funds. After hearing this, Dad Gu smiled and didn't ask for more details. He just nodded. Bitcoin, I heard that one is worth millions. Mother Gu smiled and praised Su Yang. You have a good eye. Her impression of Su Yang became better and better. He was handsome, rich, and an orphan. If he married her daughter in the future, he would be her biological son. The topic turned to marriage, and Gu's mother reminded Gu Qingya. Qingqing, although Su Yang makes a lot of money, you can't be willful and just let him buy things for you. Look at how much he bought this time. Then she turned to Su Yang. It's not easy to make money now. You still have to save some money. Buying a house is a good choice. House prices in Pengcheng are very expensive. 5 or 6 million is not uncommon for an ordinary house. Guma said while looking at Su Yang. You two are young, and you have a long future ahead of you. You have to think long term. Dad Gu also added, although it's still early to buy a house, your aunt is right. Money should be spent wisely. Su Yang smiled and responded, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, I will consider it. I have arranged the money for the house. In fact, I have already planned it. I will take Qingya to buy a car and a house tomorrow. He was secretly proud of himself. Although he spent 1 million on Qingya, she didn't spend much on the 10 million Hermes card, which made him a little dissatisfied. So, he planned to spend a lot tomorrow and take Gu Qingya to high-end places to spend as much as possible. Gu Qingya's favorability increased quietly. Su Yang knew that he only needed 3 points to reach 80 points. At that time, his plan could be implemented smoothly. Gu's mother had a better and better impression of Su Yang. She felt that he was not only capable, but also knew how to take care of her daughter's future. Su Yang, you are right. If you have any difficulties in life, remember to tell us. We will definitely help you if we can. Then, everyone changed the topic and continued to celebrate Gu Qingya's birthday. The atmosphere at the birthday party was lively. Gu's father even took out his treasured Wuliangya and drank a few glasses with Su Yang. Gu Qingya had a poor alcohol tolerance, and her face turned slightly red after just 2 sips, and she looked a little dizzy. 2.5 hours later, the birthday party ended successfully. Gu Qingya was the happiest person. After all, this was the happiest birthday she had ever had since she could remember. Su Yang wanted to take this opportunity to improve his favorability, but seeing that Gu Qingya was drunk and Gu's father was a little wary, he decided to slow down. Although he had planned to find an excuse to take Gu Qingya out to play and quickly improve his favorability, Gu Qingya's current state made him feel that there was no need to rush. When Su Yang stood up to say goodbye, both Gu's father and mother stood up to see him off. Su Yang gently rejected their kindness and said that he would let Gu Qingya take him downstairs. Han Shiyun deliberately wanted to go along with him. Although she acted stupid, Su Yang felt uncomfortable. He thought that if he could make Han Shiyun surrender, he would be able to achieve his goal more easily. But at present, this plan was almost impossible. Finally, the three of them went downstairs together. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Yang hugged Gu Qingya unceremoniously and whispered to Han Shiyun, "Can you give us a little private space?" "Shiyun, wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Gu Qingya's face was full of reluctance. She also wanted to stay with Su Yang for a while. Han Shiyun reluctantly agreed, although she was unhappy, but she couldn't refute it. Su Yang hugged Gu Qingya and took her away happily, as if he was deliberately showing his affection in front of Han Shiyun. "Brother Su, what do you want to tell me?" Gu Qingya asked in a low voice in a quiet corner, her cheeks slightly red. Su Yang didn't answer and kissed her directly. This time, he was more gentle than the first time and carefully enjoyed this intimacy. Gu Qingya didn't resist, and her breathing gradually became rapid. Su Yang knew that she had no intention of retreating. His heart moved, and his hand began to slide to her waist unconsciously. Su Yang's hand gently reached into Gu Qingya's clothes, and just when it touched her skin, Gu Qingya quickly grabbed her hand. "Brother Su, there are a lot of people around," Gu Qingya said softly, her cheeks flushed. She held his hand tightly and leaned into his arms. Su Yang asked softly and tentatively, "Then let's find a place where no one is?" "Where?" Gu Qingya asked in a low voice. After hearing this, Gu Qingya's eyes flickered slightly. "Your home?" This question made Su Yang's heart tighten, and he lowered his head. In fact, he didn't have a so-called home. He had been living in the dormitory arranged by the takeaway company. Thinking of this, Su Yang couldn't help but recall the reason why he chose to live in the dormitory. It turned out that it was to create better living conditions for a certain girl. Every month when he got his salary, he would transfer almost all of it to her, leaving only a little for living expenses. He lived frugally, occasionally buying some milk tea and snacks for the girl. Whenever he had time, he would care about her and run errands for her. During that time, he didn't even kiss her because she always said that she wanted to save the best things for the wedding night. He believed it. However, reality taught him a lesson. The girl dated someone else behind his back and left him because he couldn't give her the life she wanted. At that moment, Su Yang completely understood that sincerity could not buy love, and only money was the standard that determined everything. For example, now, Gu Qingya, the former school beauty, her attention and companionship were also inseparable from Su Yang's money. With these thoughts in his mind, Su Yang could not help but kiss Gu Qingya's red lips again in anger. Gu Qingya was frightened by his action, but she did not resist. She just gently closed her eyes and let Su Yang's kiss cover her. Su Yang kissed her for a long time until her emotions slowly calmed down. Coming back to his senses, Su Yang looked at Gu Qingya, feeling somewhat guilty. So he softly apologized. "Qingya, I'm sorry." Gu Qingya smiled and shook her head. "There's no need to apologize between us." She continued, "Although I don't know what you were thinking just now, since I am your girlfriend, I will not refuse any intimacy from you." Su Yang felt really affected. Gu Qingya continued, "If you really want me, can I go to your house another day? I don't want to go to a hotel." Su Yang was speechless because he had no home at all. However, he also liked Gu Qingya's straightforward way of expression. So he asked in a low voice, "Then, in the house I bought for you, okay?" "Brother Su, you are so annoying. You ask even though you know the answer." Gu Qingya shyly pounded his chest. Seeing her so shy, Su Yang's heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but get closer to her. Just as he was about to take a step further, he suddenly heard Han Shiyun shouting not far away. Guingya, are you ready? Uncle and aunt are urging you to go upstairs. Guingya responded, her face still flushed, and said to Su Yang, Brother Su, I'm going upstairs. I'll call a special car for you, and just park the tram in the community. Su Yang shook his head. No need, I'll let my exclusive driver pick me up. Although Su Yang didn't drink much, he still felt a little dizzy. So he decided to use the temporary experience card to summon the nanotech biochemical warrior and the Rolls-Royce, and planned to let the warrior drive him to a nearby hotel to rest. Although he didn't have much cash in his pocket, it was enough for a night in the hotel. Gu Qingya reminded with concern, Brother Su, remember to send a message when you get home. She was not surprised that Su Yang had a dedicated driver. After all, it was no problem for him to recharge 10 million, so it was normal for him to have a driver. Okay, I got it. Su Yang agreed, and then said, I'll take you to the elevator. Gu Qingya smiled and nodded, and when she was about to enter the elevator, Han Shiyun also came over. Han Shiyun directly took Gu Qingya's arm. Ching, it's late, go to bed early. Su Yang was very unhappy with Han Shiyun, but he did not lose his temper on the spot because Gu Qingya was still there. Soon, Gu Qingya and Han Shiyun entered the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Su Yang leaned against the wall to calm down. He was going to use the experience card to summon the nanotech biochemical warrior and Rolls-Royce. Although the experience time was only 24 hours, he still had to enjoy it. At this time, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw a WeChat friend request. The WeChat avatar of the person who requested to add a friend was a photo of two little girls standing back to back looking up at the stars, and the name was Writing Poems for You. Seeing this name, Su Yang had a guess, but he was not too sure. Sure enough, the friend request was indeed from Han Shiyun. She sent a message, Su Yang, I'm Han Shiyun. Do you want to go to the bar for a drink? What does this woman want to do? Su Yang was a little confused. He didn't expect Han Shiyun to suddenly add him as a friend and ask him to go to a bar. Although he was confused, Su Yang quickly approved the application and replied, Sure, which bar? He had tolerated Han Shiyun for a long time, and now that he had the opportunity to be alone with her, he would not let it go. He decided to take this opportunity to teach Han Shiyun a lesson, or at least make her drunk. He didn't believe that a grown man like him could not drink more than her. Just as he was daydreaming, Han Shiyun replied, TC Rose Bar. She added, Wait 2 minutes, I'll be downstairs right away. Okay. Su Yang replied konjisali. TC Rose Bar is where Su Yang once delivered takeout. He was deeply impressed by the consumption in the bar. The minimum consumption for a booth, there was 6,666 yuan, which was almost his salary for a month of hard work as a takeout deliverman. Even if you spend money at the bar, you need to spend at least 500 yuan. In the past, Su Yang would definitely not dare to enter such a place. But now, he not only has the financial support of the system, but also can open the bar scene copy at any time and spend as much as he wants. Even without a copy, Su Yang knew that as long as he could attract a goddess with a comprehensive score of more than 90 points, he could spend money freely in the bar. For example, Han Shiyun was the goddess he attracted. Now Su Yang is not worried about spending money when going to the bar. Instead, he has some thoughts and wants to see if he can improve Han Shiyun's favorability by spending money. After all, who doesn't like money? Han Shiyun asked him as they walked, Is your driver not here yet? Su Yang saw that her favorability was still minus 49 points, and he couldn't help but start to doubt. What on earth does Han Shiyun want to do? The favorability was almost negative 50, and Su Yang's doubts deepened. But on the surface, he remained calm and replied, Yes, my driver hasn't arrived yet. Han Shiyun looked at him and said coldly, Since the driver hasn't arrived yet, then you can take my car. I haven't drunk alcohol, so I can drive. After that, she added, Of course, if you're scared, you don't have to take it. This sentence left Su Yang no reason to refuse. After all, there was a car to ride, so why not? Especially since his Rolls-Royce had a time limit. He should save as much as possible. He waved his hand and said, What do I have to be afraid of? Lead the way. Han Shiyun showed a sly smile, took out a car key from her bag, and pressed it. After a while, Su Yang saw a car with a Porsche logo flashing its lights. Although he didn't know much about luxury cars, he at least knew that Porsche was a high-end brand, and the one in front of him should be the 911 that was very popular on Douyin. Let's go, get in the car. Han Shuyan called out and walked towards the Porsche. Soo-young followed without hesitation, standing behind Han Shuyan. He couldn't help but look at her figure and even couldn't help smelling her fragrance. Soo-young had to admit that Han Shuyan was really beautiful, and she made people unconsciously want to conquer her. But when he thought that she was a lesbian and liked his girlfriend, and his favorability was so low, Soo-young's mood instantly disappeared. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He knew clearly that there was no need to pursue something that could not be obtained. Han Shuyan did not notice Soo-young's mood. She walked quickly to the car, opened the door, and got in. Soo-young looked at the back, thinking about how to open the car door without making a fool of himself. So, he followed her example, opened the passenger door, and got in. After getting in the car, Soo-young didn't feel comfortable, but the space was narrow, and he couldn't stretch his legs and feet, which made him feel a little uneasy. Adjust the seat. Soo-young turned to Han Shuyan and said, although he wanted to do it himself, he had never been in a Porsche and had no idea how to adjust the seat. In order to avoid making a fool of himself, he could only give her a casual order. Han Shuyan retorted impatiently, "It's really troublesome. It's good that I didn't let you sit in the back seat." Then, she adjusted the seat through the central control screen. After the seat was adjusted, Soo-young obviously felt much more comfortable and immediately said to Han Shuyan, "Let's go." Chapter 20. Han Shuyan curled her lips and said, "I shouldn't have let you ride in my car." Soo-young, "Then I'll leave? I don't want to go to the bar." Han Shuyan, "Forget it. Since you are here, just take my car. If you have any other comments, just tell me directly." As soon as he heard that I was leaving, he immediately changed his mind. This bitch asked me out to the bar. He definitely has no good intentions. Soo-young still couldn't guess what Han Shuyan wanted to do by asking him to go to the bar. But when I think about the nanotechnology biochemical warriors I have, Soo-young was not afraid at all that Han Shuyan was trying to play a trick on him, because he can summon biotech nano warriors to protect himself at any time. Biochemical technology nano warriors, one fighting dozens of them, is no different from fighting a 3-year-old child. So Soo-young felt very relieved. Then, Soo-young leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Han Shuyan saw Soo-young and went to rest directly. Didn't say much. Instead, he started the Porsche and drove towards TC Rose Bar. Guingya's home. Dad and Mom Gu are asking Guingya about information about her relationship with Soo-young. Guingya always used the excuse that she and Soo-young had known each other since college to avoid excessive questioning from her parents. Mother Gu still has great faith in her daughter, so Guingya's words did not arouse any suspicion from her. However, after hearing what Guingya said, Mr. Gu frowned slightly. "That's right, Ching-Ching. How much did Soo-young spend on those things for you today?" Finally, Mother Gu couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. "Almost 840,000. Guingya said truthfully. 840,000. When Mother Gu heard this, her beautiful face was filled with surprise. Because of this number, she and Lao Gu will have to save for several years. "Mom, Soo-young buys things for me. They also got me an Hermes VC card. Kara Soo-young recharged me 10 million. Guingya took out the VC card and handed it to her mother and said. As for the matter of Soo-young transferring money to her, Guingya didn't say anything, because once the transfer records are shown, her parents will find out. In fact, she and Soo-young didn't know each other at all during college. But I just added you on WeChat this afternoon. What? I recharged 10 million. Mother Gu was shocked again. Even Mr. Gu next to him was shocked at this moment. Because of the cases he had taken over. When men cheat on girls, they will spend some money. But he had never seen anyone spend 10 million casually. Well, I recharged 10 million. If you want to buy an Hermes bag in the future, your daughter can buy it for you. Guingya said, holding her mother's hand. No. Mom is too old to buy bags. Mother Gu barely recovered from the shock of the 10 million yuan and said to Guingya with a loving face. Then, Dad and Mom Gu chatted with Guingya for a while. He said good night to Guingya and left Guingya's room. Shuame, what do you think? After walking out of the room, Dad Gu asked Mom Gu softly. What do you think? Mother Gu asked back in confusion. About Soo-young. Dad Gu said softly. Isn't Soo-young doing well? Whatever you want, we have it. He's an orphan, and when he marries Ching-Ching, he'll be our son. Mother Gu said casually. Because we have everything we want. I just feel a little uneasy. Dad Gu said. Old Gu, are you thinking too much? Why, you've only been promoted for a short time, but your old habit of wanting to solve cases comes back again. Mother Gu glanced at Father Gu and said, "What? I can't tell you how it feels. As a father and an old police officer, I feel that Qingqing and Su Yang have only known each other for a short time." Father Gu sighed and then said, "Forget it. I'll check Su Yang's information carefully when I go to work tomorrow. If there's really no problem, I won't mention this matter again." Mother Gu nodded and said, "Okay, let's check it out. After all, we only have this precious daughter to look after, and we can't make any mistakes." Dad Gu and Mom Gu were talking. He walked into the room and closed the door. Chapter 21. On the Pengqing Coastal Avenue. A red Porsche 911 driving fast, particularly eye-catching, and inside the Porsche 911. While driving, Han Shuyan looked at Su Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat next to her. She didn't have a good impression of Su Yang, because Su Yang snatched away her Guingya without any warning. Although she knew it in her heart, Guingya only had feelings for her as a close friend, and she had always had a one-sided love for him. But she just couldn't accept it all at once. Su Yang became Guingya's boyfriend. She had no intention of complaining or blaming Guingya. She had even planned to remain single for the rest of her life. She stayed by Guingya's side as her best friend, watching her fall in love, get married, and have children. But when Su Yang suddenly appeared in front of her as Guingya's boyfriend, she was still a little defensive, especially when she saw that Guingya was protecting Su Yang. She actually said that the things she bought were bought by Su Yang for them. She was even more devastated, because from that moment on, she understood that Guingya was really in love with Su Yang. And she really had to watch Guingya fall in love, get married, and have children in silence as her best friend. After understanding these, her impression of Su Yang became even worse. But as already happened, she couldn't force Guingya and Su Yang to separate for her own selfish reasons. Because she really likes Guingya. She didn't want to hurt Guingya. She just wants Guingya to be happy forever. In order to determine whether Guingya and Su Yang can be happy after dating, she decided to give Su Yang a comprehensive test. The first thing is to test Su Yang's financial resources. Although Su Yang bought a lot of things for Guingya, I also applied for the Hermes VC card. This already shows that Su Yang has considerable financial resources, at least comparable to what she can mobilize. But she wanted to know what Su Yang felt after such a lavish spending. How much funds are available? She didn't want to see Su Yang spending a large amount of money at one time to make Guingya happy. Let Guingya live a life without money. Then it's time to test Su Yang's character. Whether a woman is happy after finding her other half. The character of your significant other is very important. But character can be disguised. If you really want to see a person's character, getting him drunk is undoubtedly the best way. It is the best place to test a person's financial resources and character. The bar is undoubtedly the best choice. That's why she added Su Yang as her WeChat friend and asked him to go to the bar for a couple of drinks. I hope you won't let me down. Otherwise, I will use all means and abilities to make you leave Qingya. Han Shuyan glanced at Su Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed next to her, and said in his heart. More than half an hour later, 22:46 in the evening, Han Shuyan drove Su Yang to the parking lot in front of TC Rose Bar. After parking the car, Han Shuyan shouted to Su Yang in a bad mood. "Su Yang, we're here." She was thinking about all sorts of things along the way. Su Yang had a good rest along the way, which made her feel uncomfortable. Su Yang is taking a rest. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. He immediately opened his eyes drowsily. As eyes open, the first thing that catches your eye is the dazzling and colorful sign of TC Rose Bar, and the men and women coming in and out of the entrance of TC Rose Bar. Then I heard the faint sound of a DJ. Actually, I'm curious. Why did you ask me to come to the bar? Look, we have arrived at our destination. Su Yang stretched and asked Han Shuyan in a casual manner. Nothing. Chapter 22. I just want to buy you a drink. Don't tell me you're scared. Of course, if you admit that you are scared, I can let you go. Han Shuyan looked at Su Yang with pretended contempt and said, I have never been afraid of this word in my life. Don't you want to invite me for a drink? Then let's go. Su Yang opened the car door and got out first. Looking at Su Yang getting off the car, Han Shuyan showed a triumphant smile on her face. Then she also got out of the car with her long legs. Su Yang and Han Shuyan. It is an extremely dazzling, eye-catching combination. A handsome and delicate one. A queen, cool and beautiful. The two of them got off the car. It attracted the attention of many men and women around. Su-young ignored the gazes around him and looked directly at Han Shuyun. Han Shuyun didn't say anything and walked in front of Su-young and entered the TC Rose Bar. Originally, TC Rose Bar required security checks, but Han Shuyun casually took out a metal card with a red rose printed on it. The security personnel let him in respectfully. Su-young followed closely behind, and by following behind Han Shuyun, he also avoided a body search by security. But before entering TC Rose Bar, Su-young said to the system, "System, I want to open the bar scene copy." "The bar scene copy has been opened. Start loading the copy task." Task loaded successfully. Task 1. Spend more than 1 million on Han Shuyun. Task 2. Increase Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host from -49 to 10 points. Random task. Get one person with a comprehensive score of 90 points and the goddess contact information. Tip. Random tasks do not affect the normal settlement of the dungeon. But after completing the random tasks and the dungeon ends, the dungeon rewards dropped will be more generous. Have to. I don't think this copy can be completed to that level. Task 1 is very easy, and it can definitely be completed easily. But Mission 2 is too difficult. I'll be lucky if I can prevent Han Shuyun, a lesbian, from having a negative impression of me any further. Not to mention raising her favorability towards me from -49 to 10 points. As for the last random task, you can spend 24 hours in the bar to try it out. If there really is a goddess with an overall score of more than 90 points, then it's so easy to get her contact information. All you have to do is spend money. After Su-young finished reading the copy mission, an overall plan immediately came into my mind. That is to focus on Task 1 and random tasks. Task 2 can be attempted to be completed appropriately. If he really can't complete it, then there's nothing he can do. After figuring this out, Su-young didn't think about it anymore. Following Han Shuyun directly, he entered the TC Rose Bar. As we entered the bar, the deafening DJ music immediately began to hit Su-young's ears. This made Su-young, who had never been to a bar on his own initiative except for delivering takeout, feel a little uncomfortable. "Why, you haven't been here?" Han Shuyun has been quietly paying attention to Su-young. When she saw Su-young enter the bar, the expression on his face was obviously uncomfortable and disgusted, so she asked tentatively, "I never came here on my own initiative, because I don't really like this kind of occasion," Su-young said casually. Upon hearing this, Han Shuyun carefully observed Su-young's facial expression. After confirming that Su-young was not lying, a barely perceptible smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. A place like a bar. Han Shuyun knew very well that it was not a good place. She hardly ever comes. In her opinion, Su-young doesn't like bars. That means Su-young's private life should not be bad. However, she will need to observe and consider the details carefully later. She might even take the initiative to call a few girls for Su-young to try. Chapter 23. Ding. Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host is +5 points. Currently, Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host is -44 points. Su-young, who was casually looking around the bar, suddenly heard a system prompt. This made Su-young very surprised, because he didn't know why Han Shuyun suddenly became more fond of him. Just when Su-young was confused, Han Shuyun said, "So you don't like this kind of occasion? Then I was inconsiderate enough to invite you here tonight. But since we're here, let's try to feel the atmosphere of the bar." Su-young nodded without saying anything more, because he really couldn't leave at this moment. He has to complete the copy mission, and he seemed to have guessed some of the reasons why Han Shuyun brought him here. So Su-young now has some confidence in completing the second copy mission. "Brother, are you at the bar or the booth?" A female bar marketer with red hair and good looks, after seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman Su-young and Han Shuyun, immediately walked up to Su-young and asked him. Most of the customers who come to the bar are men. Especially when men bring pretty girls to the bar, the men will pay the bill. So the female marketing asked Su-young directly. "Ask her. No matter what she consumes, I will pay for it." Su-young looked at Han Shuyun and said to the female marketing. When the female marketing heard this, she immediately knew that she had met a big client. Immediately, she asked Han Shuyun with a smile on her face, "Sister, do you want a bar counter or a booth?" Han Shuyun did not answer the female marketing woman's words, but looked at Su-young with interest and asked, "Are you sure you will pay for my consumption no matter how much I spend?" Aren't you afraid that I will just give you the most expensive booth and the most expensive meal and make you bleed a lot of money? Su Yang asked curiously. How much does the most expensive booth and set meal cost? Su Yang really doesn't know this, because apart from delivering takeout, he has never taken the initiative to go into a bar. Han Shiyin couldn't tell from Su Yang's expression whether he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. But since Su Yang said that she could spend as she pleased, she would take this opportunity to test Su Yang's current financial resources. The most expensive booth in this bar is 88888, and the most expensive package is the Emperor Dragon package, which costs 188,888 yuan. Han Shiyin said as she silently observed Su Yang's expression. That's it. Su Yang looked at Han Shiyin with an expression that showed who you look down on his face. Then, Su Yang directly said to the female marketing, "We want the most expensive booth, and then 10 sets of the Emperor's Great Dragon set first." The most expensive booth. 10 sets of Emperor's Dragon sets. Su Yang's words shocked Han Shiyin and the female marketing person, because he made such a big purchase right after he walked in. This is the first time they meet. Elder brother, are you telling the truth? The female marketing asked with her voice trembling with excitement. Because if Su Yang really ordered 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets, then her commission would be at least 150,000, which is equivalent to her income for most of half a year. Of course it's true. Go and arrange it. Su Yang casually took out a black card and handed it to the female marketing person. Okay, bro. You two, follow me. After the female marketing took the black card, she immediately looked respectful and motioned Su Yang and Han Shiyin to follow her. Come on, what do you want me to do? Su Yang asked Han Shiyin, who was a little dazed at the moment. VIP top-level booths, plus 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets. Don't you really need to consider it? Han Shiyin looked at Su Yang with a look of surprise on her face and asked, because with her financial resources, she would never dare to spend like this. The most you'll spend is an ordinary Shenlong set worth 88,888 yuan, and that's about it. Considering what? Why, you think it's too little? How about I ask her to get 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets? Su Yang said with a smile. As long as he wants to buy it, let alone 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets. He bought the entire TC Rose Bar without blinking an eye. Because what you spend is just ghost money. Don't. Chapter 24. Of the 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets you requested, we'd be lucky if we can finish one. Han Shiyin stopped it immediately. She really couldn't figure out Su Yang's financial resources now, but she saw from Su Yang's expression and posture. She felt that there was no need to test Su Yang's financial resources anymore. I'll just focus on testing Su Yang's character later. If you can't finish it, just deposit it on your card. I see you have their membership card. Su Yang said casually. That card belongs to my dad. I just use it occasionally. Han Shiyin explained it. Okay, I get it. Let's go. Su Yang waved his hand and said, Oh, okay. When Han Shiyin responded to Su Yang, a hint of panic appeared on her pretty face for the first time. Ding. Han Shiyin's favorability towards the host is positive 10 points. Currently, Han Shiyin's favorability towards the host is negative 34 points. Yo, the favorability has increased again. It seems that this lesbian Han Shiyin is just as I guessed. Inviting me to the bar is a test of my financial resources and character. It seems that she knows that there is no possibility for her and Guingya, so she wants to help Guingya test me again. If this is true, I have to say that Han Shiyin is really infatuated with Guingya. After Su Yang heard the system prompt sound, the guess that I was not sure about at first was confirmed in an instant. Understood Han Shiyin's purpose. Su Yang immediately became confident in completing the second copy of the mission. Soon, under the leadership of female marketing, Su Yang and Han Shiyin came to the VIP-01 booth on the second floor of TC Rose Bar. The location of this booth has the best and widest view in the entire bar. It is also the most eye-catching booth in the entire bar, because this was the only booth in the venue equipped with a gauze curtain, and there was a faint dry ice mist floating around. At the same time, the booth is illuminated by spotlights, making it look even darker and more mysterious. Brother, what's your last name? After the female marketing staff led Su Yang and Han Shiyin to the booth, she immediately asked Su Yang respectfully and kindly. Serenam Su. Su Yang replied, Okay, brother, I'll go order a set meal for you right away. Also, do you need to order something to eat? The female marketing said with full respect. What do you want to eat? Suyang das quedan si yun. The female marketing manager immediately looked at Han Shuyun. After Han Shuyun ordered some food, the female marketing staff left excitedly. Brother Tao, please help me open a VIP booth on the second floor of the Rose Bar. I really want to take all kinds of selfies in the VIP booth here and show them off to my little sisters. The marketing lady just left. Suyang heard a very familiar voice. Following the sound, I looked. Suyang was shocked to find out that the other party was his ex-girlfriend's son, Wen Xian, who had just abandoned him and got into the car of a rich second generation to pursue happiness. Suyang also knew the person who was accompanying son, Wen Xian. His name is Zhang Tao. He is the son of a hotel owner and can be considered a rich second generation. And son Wen Xian was working as a receptionist in that hotel. Suyang had heard a lot of gossip about Zhang Tao from his colleagues. It is said that he is very good at packaging himself. Over the years, he has slept with many girls by packaging himself. So every time Suyang went to see son Wen Xian, he would remind her not to get too close to Zhang Tao. Son Wen Xian agreed readily every time. Suyang believed it to be true, but I never thought about it. He was delivering takeaway to the hotel once. He unexpectedly discovered that son Wen Xian had completely ignored his advice and was dating Zhang Tao behind his back. Then, son Wen Xian used the excuse that he could not give her the happiness she wanted and resolutely got into Zhang Tao's car and left. Suyang told, I will never see son Wen Xian and Zhang Tao again. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 25. Although it was a coincidence that we met by accident. Now that he has the system, he also has the ability to slap son Wen Xian in the face. But now Suyang is too lazy to care about the extremely failed relationship between himself and son Wen Xian. So Suyang didn't want to rush up and perform a cliched show of pretentiousness and face-slapping on son Wen Xian. Instead, he just watched quietly to see how Zhang Tao would answer son Wen Xian. The VIP seats on the second floor cost at least 38,888 yuan. Suyang wanted to see whether Zhang Tao, the rich second-generation man whose son Wen Xian said would bring her happiness, would fulfill her wish. Han Shuyun noticed that Su Yang's gaze was looking toward something not far away. So he followed Su Yang's gaze. At this time, under the gaze of Su Yang and Han Shuyun, Zhang Tao, who was accompanying son Wen Xian, said helplessly, Wen Xian, I'm short of pocket money recently. Please understand me, and let's just hang out in this bar. When my dad gives me some pocket money, I will not only give you a VIP booth on the second floor, but also the best VIP booth in the entire TC Rose Bar. In fact, Zhang Tao just said this. But I don't think so at all. Whatever money he had, he would spend on buying clothes and watches for himself and filling up his car with gas. He was reluctant to spend money on women. Oh well, son Wen Xian said with a look of disappointment on her face. Ever since she got together with Zhang Tao, she found that Zhang Tao was indeed, just like Su Yang had told her before, trying all kinds of ways to package himself and only spend money on himself. But it was very difficult for her to spend some of Zhang Tao's money. Thinking of Su Yang, son Wen Xian's mind began to emerge with scenes of Su Yang being nice to her in various ways and giving her money to spend. But after just a moment of recollection, son Wen Xian no longer thought about Su Yang, because she felt that her decision was right. Even if Su Yang treats her well and gives her money, what good does it matter? What she wanted was a rich life without worries about food and drink, but Su Yang couldn't give her that. But Zhang Tao can. Although Zhang Tao is very stingy with her now, which makes her very unhappy. But as long as she can endure until she marries Zhang Tao, she will finally get her reward after all the suffering. Because after she and Zhang Tao became husband and wife, she got half of Zhang Tao's property. Figure this out. Son Wen Xian immediately responded and said, understanding Zhang Tao's obedient appearance, Brother Tao, where are we going next? Zhang Tao looked around casually and was about to say something. But at this moment, the dynamic music in the entire Rose Bar suddenly paused. The next moment, the DJ's passionate voice resounded throughout the venue. Thank you, Mr. Su from the Supreme VIP booth number 01 for purchasing 10 sets of the Emperor Dragon set worth 188,888 yuan. I wish Mr. Su and the beautiful ladies and handsome guys on the same stage with him a bright future, good luck, smooth sailing, and prosperity. Accompanied by the passionate shouts of the DJ. All the lights in the Rose Bar were focused on Su Yang's booth. The next moment, deafening music and screams filled the entire venue. At the same time, a row of beautiful women, about 10 to 20 people long, under the guidance of the female marketing, they walked towards Su Yang's seat. Some of the 20 or so beauties in this team were holding glittering ace of spades signs. Some were setting off colorful and beautiful paper fireworks. Others were frantically using money-spraying guns to spray money. Under the gaze of everyone in the Rose Bar, they walked towards the booth where Su Yang was. And at this time, around the booth where Su Yang was, the equipment that was originally spraying dry ice mist suddenly began to spray wildly, covering the entire second floor of the bar with a thin layer of dry ice mist. Chapter 26. Then a line of 6 sturdy security guards gathered from all directions around the booth where Su Yang was. They turned their backs to Su Yang and protected the booth where Su Yang was. You can say that. At this moment, the entire Rose Bar was playing its cards right for Su Yang. The booth where Su Yang was. This moment is the most dazzling existence in the entire Rose Bar. The entire Rose Bar was filled with all kinds of pretty girls, all of whom were screaming wildly while secretly looking at Su Yang. If you can easily buy 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets, you must be a rich man. The beauties who often hang out in bars basically all desire to be pampered by rich men. What's more, in their eyes, Su Yang is still a perfect rich man with both good looks and money. If it weren't for Han Shiyun, who was sitting next to Su Yang, she was so beautiful and had such a strong aura of a queen. There are many beautiful girls in the Rose Bar. They all went crazy and used all kinds of reasons to strike up a conversation with Su Yang, asking for his contact information, or even making an appointment directly. Elder brother, you ordered 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets. I will send you one first. Later, when you're almost done drinking, we will continue to bring you full decks of cards. The female marketing brought a team of beauties to Su Yang's booth and said respectfully. Su Yang nodded casually. This is the first time Su Yang has encountered such a situation. You can say that. Su Yang felt very happy at this moment. He now understood why many rich people love to go to bars. Because in the bar, as long as you're willing to spend money, the bar will fill up with all kinds of cards for you, giving you plenty of attention and face. Afterwards, as long as you wave your hand, many girls are willing to go with you. Quick, put the food and drinks on the booth for my brother. The female marketing instructed the group of beauties behind her. The beauties immediately put on flattering and respectful smiles and began to place aces of spades and various foods on Su Yang's booth. Sun Wenxian and Zhang Tao are here. When the spotlights of the entire Rose Bar were all focused on the booth where Su Yang was, the two of them immediately looked towards the booth where Su Yang was. When they saw that the people sitting in the booth that attracted everyone's attention were Su Yang and a beautiful lady, they were both stunned. Why is Su Yang here? And he is sitting in the top VIP booth number 01 of the Rose Bar. Where did he get the money? 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets. That would cost 1.88 million in total. And who is the beauty sitting next to Su Yang who is prettier than me? Sun Wenxian had countless doubts and curiosities in her mind at this moment. But soon, Sun Wenxian's countless doubts and curiosity about Su Yang disappeared. Instead, I'm unwilling. It's anger. She didn't want to know where Su Yang got the money. All she could think about now was, why didn't Su Yang bring her to enjoy this kind of treatment when he was with her? To put it bluntly, I just don't love her enough and don't like her enough. The more Sun Wenxian thought about it, the angrier she became. Especially after seeing Han Shiyun next to Su Yang. She became even angrier, because she should have been sitting in that position, enjoying everyone's attention. Sun Wenxian became more and more angry the more she thought about it, and now she felt like she was about to explode. Now she just wanted to rush to Su Yang, make Su Yang kneel down to admit his mistake and beg her to get back together. Chapter 27. When Sun Wenxian was so angry that she lost her mind. Zhang Tao, who was next to Sun Wenxian, stared at Han Shiyun with greed in his eyes, secretly saying, "Fuck, what a beautiful queen. I really want her to look at me with disdain and trample me under her feet. Su Yang is a poor delivery boy. How can he be qualified to sit with such a beautiful lady? He must have gotten some money from somewhere. Maybe it was a loan shark who risked his life to borrow it, and he pretended to be a rich man to gain a sense of existence in front of that queen. Let me expose his false identity, and then use some tricks to replace him and make friends with that beautiful lady." I thought so in my heart. Zhang Tao prepared to take Sun Wenxian with him to give Su Yang a warning. But before he could ask Sun Wenxian to go with him, he saw that Sun Wenxian actually push him away and walk towards Su Yang. This is Su Yang. A group of about 20 beauties placed the ace of spades and food they brought with them on Su Yang's booth. They began to rush to say all kinds of nice things to Su Yang. A few bold ones even placed cards with their names and contact information in front of Su Yang in front of Han Shiyan. For the beautiful girls around, Su Yang responded to one of them tentatively. When she heard the system prompt, Han Shiyan's favorability towards her dropped by 1 point. Su Yang then directly told the female marketing, "Let them go." The female marketing staff immediately nodded and prepared to take people away. But at this moment, a very inopportune voice came. "Su Yang, why are you here? And who is she?" Sun Wenqian rushed to Su Yang's booth and questioned him. Following Sun Wenqian's questioning, the girls were originally staring at Su Yang to watch the fun. There are also male compatriots who are envious and jealous of Su Yang. They all turned into spectators, wanting to see what was going on. Although being caught by your partner in a bar happens from time to time, there are not many opportunities to witness it with your own eyes. So their curiosity was aroused. "Brother, who is this?" The female marketing woman didn't know the relationship between Sun Wenqian and Su Yang, and was afraid that if she drove Sun Wenqian away directly, Su Yang would be unhappy, so she asked tentatively. "Stranger," Su Yang said lightly. The female marketing heard Su Yang say this. I knew immediately what to do. Immediately. She immediately signaled with her eyes to the security personnel surrounding Su Yang's booth. The security guards immediately knew what to do. Then, Sun Wenqian, who was about to continue questioning Su Yang, and Zhang Tao beside her. He was immediately surrounded by several burly security guards with unfriendly faces. "You two are disturbing our distinguished President Su. We don't welcome you at TC Rose Bar. Please leave. Otherwise, we'll have to carry you out." The leading security guard warned Sun Wenqian and Zhang Tao. "Brother, my father is the owner of our Pengsheng Lihao Hotel and also your VIP customer. You treat me like this, Zhang Tao was just trying to take this opportunity to show off and demonstrate his strength. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. 2 security guards covered his mouth and dragged him away from both sides. When Sun Wenqian saw that Zhang Tao was dragged away like a dead dog, her anger that wanted to question Su Yang suddenly disappeared, because she was afraid of being beaten. So he left in a hurry and shamefully, following Zhang Tao, who was being dragged away. As Sun Wenqian and Zhang Tao were driven away. Chapter 28. The male compatriots around were immediately disappointed. However, all the girls started to set their sights on Su Yang again. In their opinion, Sun Wenqian must be related to Su Yang. Since even Sun Wenqian was abandoned by Su Yang, then maybe Han Shiyan, who is sitting next to Su Yang at this moment, will also be abandoned by Su Yang one day. Then their chance will come. They're not afraid of being abandoned. What they fear is that they don't even have the chance to be abandoned by rich people. Then, many young ladies started to make small moves again. In front of Han Shiyan, he began to write his name and contact information on small pieces of paper and place them in front of Su Yang with a flattering smile on his face. Su Yang felt the enthusiasm of the young girls around him. "I feel a little happy inside." By the way, Su Yang took the opportunity to check their personal information. What disappointed Su Yang was, there are a lot of beautiful women courting him, but none of them meets the standard of a goddess. The highest score was only 84 points. And Su Yang also discovered, the girls in the bar are not very pure. A decent girl would never come to a place like this. It seems that there is little hope of completing the random tasks in the dungeon. Su Yang thought to himself, I thought so in my heart. Su Yang was about to instruct the female marketing person to drive away the beautiful women around him. But Han Shiyan, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly said, Su Yang, there's so many beauties here. Why don't you leave a few behind? Don't worry, I swear to God, I won't tell Qingya what happened between us here. Su Yang knew what Han Shiyan wanted to do. He immediately said with a firm face, Han Shiyan, I only have Gu Qingya in my heart. So, don't say that to me again. After saying, Su Yang directly ordered Huang Mao, let them go. Huang Mao did as he was told immediately. Several security personnel around also began to drive people away. When the girls saw that they had no chance, they left in displeasure. Ding. Han Shiyan's favorability towards the host is positive 20 points. Currently, Han Shiyan's favorability towards the host is negative 14 points. As the girls left, Su Yang immediately heard the system notification sound indicating that Han Shiyan's favorability towards him had increased. Siyahan, oh Siyahan. It seems that improving your favorability is not difficult. Suyang felt very happy at this moment, because he saw the hope of completing the copy mission with full marks. Just now, when he spent nearly 2 million to open a card booth and bought 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets, the first copy mission was easily completed. Now all you need to do is increase Han Shuyan's favorability towards you by 24 points, and you can complete the second copy mission. Suyang is looking forward to it. After you complete the copy mission, you will get some rewards at the end of the copy. Suyang, I hope what you said is true. Han Shuyan stared at Suyang with her beautiful eyes, and then said, if I find out that you are in contact with other women behind Qingqing's back, I promise to do everything I can to make sure you can't stay in Pengqing. Suyang has been unhappy with Han Shuyan for a long time, although Suyang really wanted to complete the second copy mission. But that doesn't mean Suyang can tolerate being threatened by Han Shuyan. Then, Suyang immediately stood up and sat down next to Han Shuyan, with an expression that said, I've seen through you on his face, and asked Han Shuyan, you have always been very rude to me. Especially after you found out that I was Gu Qingya's boyfriend, you deliberately made things difficult for me and questioned me. And now you're threatening me. I feel like you don't look like what a normal best friend of Gu Qingya should be like. Chapter 29. Han Shuyan saw Suyang sitting down next to her. I wanted to get angry, because she doesn't like the opposite sex to get too close to her. But when she heard Suyang actually say that she was not like a normal best friend of Gu Qingya, I was a little flustered and said, what do you mean? Suyang looked at Han Shuyan's slightly flustered face at this moment, and suddenly he felt playful. Immediately, Suyang moved even closer to Han Shuyan, and it could be said that he and Han Shuyan were already very close to each other. Then, Suyang leaned over to Han Shuyan's ear and said, I suspect that you are a lesbian. You have a crush on my girlfriend, and you have been lurking around my girlfriend as her best friend. Han Shuyan felt the hot breath slowly exhaled by Suyang as he spoke in her ear. The whole person tensed up instantly. It was the first time that a member of the opposite sex got so close to her, just when she was about to push Suyang away. But Suyang's words interrupted all his thoughts. You're talking nonsense. I don't. Han Shuyan retorted in panic with a pretty face. Why are you in such a hurry to refute? Suyang stimulated Han Shuyan with words. He wanted to take revenge on Han Shuyan in this way. But what Suyang never expected was, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Han Shuyan's favorability towards the host is positive 15 points. Han Shuyan's current favorability towards the host is 1 point. What's going on? Why I just said should have reduced Han Shuyan's favorability towards me, right? Suyang was very confused. So Suyang secretly observed Siyun. Oh my god. Suyang felt very exploded at this moment. Very explosive. What kind of train of thought is Han Shuyan? And what a wonderful development. Suyang really didn't understand. But Suyang also understood. This is the best time for him to improve Han Shuyan's favorability. Then, Suyang immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, didn't you say that you wouldn't tell Gu Qingya about what happened between the two of us here? Me too. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Han Shuyan listened to Suyang's whisper in her ear. Gu Qingya's beautiful face appeared in my mind. Then, she pushed Suyang down on the soft and comfortable sofa in the booth and kissed him hard on the mouth. Ding! Han Shuyan's favorability towards the host is positive 14 points. Han Shuyan's current favorability towards the host is 15 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the 10-point favorability reward from Han Shuyan. Height increased by 5 centimeters. The reward has been issued to the host's corresponding height attribute. The host can adjust his height attribute at any time. Ding! The bar scene dungeon mission has been completed. The host can settle the dungeon at any time. Listening to a series of system prompts in my mind. Although Suyang felt very happy inside, but Suyang's body felt a mixture of pleasure and pain at this moment. Because he was kissed by Han Shuyan, he couldn't breathe. Suyang could never have imagined it. Han Shuyan looks so domineering. When doing things, he is so decisive and fierce. I'll go. After a moment, when Suyang couldn't help but push Han Shuyan away, Han Shuyan finally had her fill. Chapter 30. She climbed up from Suyang gracefully. Then he took out a pack of tissues from his bag. She wiped the messy lipstick off her alluring red lips. Wait until she has finished tidying up her appearance. She looked at Suyang, who was being bullied by her, and said, Why, didn't you say that I can do whatever I want? What I just did is what I wanted to do. Since you know how I feel about Guingya, then I think there's no need for me to hide myself in front of you. Yes, I just like Guingya. And you stole the person I liked. So, I hate you very much. After saying, Han Shuryun casually opened a bottle of Spade Ace, poured herself half a glass, and then drank it all in one gulp. Hate me? A woman who says one thing and means another. The favorability has turned from negative to positive, and a reward has been released. Why are you still pretending? Soo-young simply ignored Han Shuryun's last words. Then he followed Han Shuryun's example and poured himself a glass of Ace of Spades. Soo-young had only seen this thing on the internet before. This is the first time I've seen it in real life. With strong curiosity, Soo-young took 2 big gulps to taste the saltiness. After tasting it, I came to a conclusion. It's better to be brave enough to go into the snow, now that we have talked it out. So what do you want me to do? Soo-young put the wine glass on the table and asked Han Shuryun with a smile. Hearing this, Han Shuryun poured herself another half cup of Spade Ace, drank it all, looked at Soo-young and said, I just want you to be good to Ching-Ching. Don't let her suffer with you, and don't let her mess around with other women. And I will always stay by Ching-Ching's side as her best friend. Listen to Han Shuryun's request. Soo-young shook his head and said, there are too many temptations in this world. I can only be good to Ching-Ching as per your request. Otherwise, I can't give you any guarantees now. Joke. If he doesn't mess around with other girls, who would he go to for rewards? But no matter how unfaithful, Soo-young was very sure that if Guingya became his woman, he would definitely treat Guingya well. Okay, as long as you can do what you said. Han Shuryun didn't force it, because she knew that Soo-young was right. There are too many temptations in this world. She felt that it was rare for Soo-young to speak the truth to her so frankly. Ding. Han Shuryun's favorability towards the host is positive 3 points. Han Shuryun's current favorability towards the host is 18 points. Soo-young ignored the system prompt, raised his glass, and said to Han Shuryun, Cheers. Han Shuryun nodded, poured herself half a glass of Ace of Spades, clinked glasses with Soo-young, and drank it all in one gulp. Obviously, her heart at this moment should not be as calm as she looks on the surface. She wanted to use alcohol to numb herself temporarily. Ding dong. Right at this moment, WeChat message alert sounds rang on Soo-young and Han Shuryun's phones one after another. Soo-young took out his cell phone and looked at it. I found out that the person who sent me the message was Guingya. Guingya. Brother Soo, are you home? Guingya. I only drank a little tonight, and now I feel dizzy and want to sleep. Guingya. Tell me when you get home, so I can sleep peacefully. Chapter 31. Looking at the message sent by Guingya, Soo-young felt warm in his heart. Then Soo-young looked at Han Shuryun next to him, preparing to collude with Han Shuryun on their confession to avoid inconsistencies in the two's descriptions of what happened tonight afterwards. Is this a message from Guingya? Guingya sent it to me, too. Han Shuryun shook the phone screen at Soo-young and said, What do you think? How should we get back? Soo-young smiled and said, Tell the truth, but you better keep what happened to me like that to yourself. Han Shuryun recalled her impulsiveness just now, and a fleeting trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. Upon hearing this, Soo-young immediately knew how to look back at Guingya. Soo-young, I didn't go home. Your best friend Han Shuryun took me to a bar to help you test my character. Guingya replied immediately. Brother Soo, Shuryun tested you for my sake. Don't blame her. I am absolutely confident in your character. Soo-young, don't worry, I don't blame her. As her best friend, it's normal for her to test me. I can understand. Guingya, Brother Soo, you are so nice. I love you. Soo-young, I love you too. If you feel sleepy, go to bed early. Don't delay me from taking you to see houses and cars tomorrow. Guingya, are you really going to buy me a car and a house so soon? Soo-young, how can it be false? Don't forget our agreement. Guingya, I drank, I don't remember anything, Soo. Soo-young, then I'll wait until you sober up, and then I'll help you recall the past. Guingya, Brother Soo, you are so bad. Guingya, Brother Soo, I really can't do it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Soo-young, go to sleep. Good night. Guingya, good night, Brother Soo. You should also go to bed early. This is the end of the chat. Soo-young showed the chat interface to Han Shuryun. Han Shuryun said with a somewhat disappointed expression on her face, Now that you have a boyfriend, you really forget about me, your best friend. You only talk to me once the whole time. I talked so much with you. Han Shuryun's tone was filled with jealousy. You want to eat this little bit of vinegar? Han Shuryun's pretty face was flushed, perhaps because of the alcohol or because she was remembering something, and it looked very pretty. Then, Han Shuryun looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. I should go." Seeing that Han Shuryun seemed drunk, Su Yang asked casually, "Can I call a special car for you?" Han Shuryun shook her head. "I can just call it myself. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you like the atmosphere here?" Obviously, Han Shuryun was worried about leaving Su Yang here. If she were here, those beautiful girls would be wary of her and would not dare to come to Su Yang. But if she left, those beautiful girls would definitely go crazy trying to get close to Su Yang. Su Yang understood what Han Shuryun meant. He immediately stood up and said, "It's getting late. I should go too. How about I take you back?" Su Yang really didn't want to leave at this moment, because the bar scene copy has been completed. However, the random tasks in the copy have not been completed yet. This random task does not affect the normal settlement rewards of the copy. But if completed, the final copy reward will be more generous. But if I don't leave, Han Shuryun obviously won't leave just like that. So Su Yang decided to send Han Shuryun back first, and then come back secretly. Sure, I don't need to call a taxi anymore. Han Shuryun's pretty face flushed even more. Even her beautiful eyes had a dazed look. Obviously, the several glasses of wine she had just drunk in succession were all starting to take effect. Su Yang looked at Han Shuryun, who was getting more and more drunk. Directly instruct the system to use the Nanotech Biochemical Warrior Experience card and the Rolls-Royce Experience card. Successful use. Nanotech Biochemical Warriors and Rolls-Royce have appeared in the parking lot of TC Rose Bar. Accompanied by the sound of the system, Su Yang found a scene appearing in front of him. Chapter 32. The picture shows the Nanotech Biochemical Warriors he summoned in a brand new Rolls-Royce. Now he can command the Nanotech Biochemical Warriors in the picture at any time through his thoughts. Su Yang gave the Nanotech Biochemical Warrior an order to come to the door of the bar. He got up from the booth and prepared to leave with Han Shuryun. The female marketing lady was standing not far away, observing Su Yang all the time. After seeing Su Yang stand up from the booth, she immediately trotted over to Su Yang and said respectfully, "Brother, do you need anything?" Su Yang looked at Han Shuryun, who was having difficulty getting up from the sofa, and said, "Put all these away. I'll take my friend home." The female salesperson nodded immediately and said, "Okay, brother, I'll help you get a card. I'll put all the remaining ace of spades and the other 9 sets of Emperor Dragon sets on your card. Okay, but write my friend's last name on the card. My friend's last name is Han." Su Yang said to the female marketing. The female marketing nodded respectfully and said, "Okay, brother." After saying, the female marketing staff then called 2 security guards, ready to clear the way for Su Yang at any time. She quickly went to the bar on the 2nd floor to open a card for Su Yang. Su Yang was very satisfied with the female marketing's performance tonight. I have to say that this female marketer has a keen eye. Su Yang, I feel so dizzy and can't stand up. You, help me up. Han Shuryun struggled to get up from the sofa and said, she had never drunk like this before. Today was the first time I experienced what it felt like to be drunk. If you can't drink it, don't drink it. After drinking a few glasses, I thought you had a good alcohol tolerance. Looking at Han Shuryun's appearance at this time, Su Yang couldn't help but shook his head and said, while talking, Su Yang directly put his arm around Han Shuryun's slender waist and helped her up from the sofa. Han Shuryun's already flushed face became even redder after Su Yang held her waist and helped her up. Looking at Han Shuryun, whose pretty face was blushing at this moment, Su Yang couldn't help but swallow. The hand that was around Han Shuryun's slender waist involuntarily increased its strength, because Han Shuryun looked so attractive at this moment. Su Yang, I don't like men, so don't hit on me. Han Shuryun seemed to have noticed something wrong with Su Yang. She forced her head up and looked at Su Yang and said. Su Yang didn't say anything more after hearing this, but directly helped Han Shuryun leave the booth and walk downstairs. When the 2 security guards saw Su Yang was about to leave, they immediately cleared the way in front of him. 2 security guards cleared the way. Su Yang helped Han Shuryun down the stairs, and they walked very smoothly. But when I went down to the stairs to the 1st floor, Su Yang's attention was attracted by a cleaner who was being accused by several young men and women. Because Su Yang saw that the person wearing a disposable mask and a cleaner's apron had an overall score of 92 points. Name, Chu Yoi. Age, 19. Occupation, college student and cleaner at TC Rose Bar. Appearance, 93 points. Body, 91 points. Temperament, 86 points. Purity, 100 points. Overall score, 92 points. Specialties, hardworking, considerate. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, portable space. Ultimate prize, unlocked when favorability reaches 90. Looks like I'm lucky tonight. Random tasks can also be completed. The most important thing is that the grand prize for Chu Yoi's strategy is actually a portable space. This is good stuff. After reading Chu Yoi's personal information, Su-young felt very happy. Just at this moment, the female marketing came over with the card. Brother, the card is ready. Su-young took the card and put it directly into his pocket, then pointed at Chu Yoi, who was still being criticized by several young men and women, and said, "What's going on there?" Chapter 33. The female marketing staff looked in the direction Su-young pointed and said, "Those young people had drunk a little bit of wine and were deliberately looking for trouble, saying that our cleaners didn't clean up for them in time. That cleaner is a new part-time worker tonight. I heard he's a college student. It's common to be criticized by customers when working in our bar. As long as the customers don't make too much noise, we usually don't ask about it." After saying, the female marketing said again, "Brother, can I add you on WeChat?" Su-young nodded, took out his phone, and added the female marketing WeChat, and transferred 50,000 yuan to her, and said, 20,000 is your tip, and 20,000 is the tip for those who serve me tonight. The other 10,000 is for her. Su-young looked at Chu Yoi, who was still being accused. In the copy, he can use the funds in the system at will. So even though the female marketing didn't score 90 points, he could still give her a tip at will. When the female marketing saw the WeChat transfer, she wanted to kneel down and call Su-young daddy on the spot. If it weren't for Han Shuryin, who was next to Su-young, she really wanted to repay Su-young with her body tonight, because she has worked at the Rose Bar for more than 2 years. This is the first time I have received such a large tip. The total amount of money Su-young brought her tonight was almost 200,000 yuan, which was almost her annual salary. This made her fascinated by Su-young's domineering and generous methods. However, the female marketing person knew very well that Su-young probably looked down on her, because the woman next to Su-young is much more beautiful than her. The female marketer who understood this felt a little disappointed, but she didn't think too much about it. Instead, she looked at Chu Yoi, who was being accused, not far away with envy on her face, and said to Su-young, "Brother, I know what to do." In the eyes of the female marketing, Su-young is obviously somewhat interested in Chu Yoi. Otherwise, Chu Yoi wouldn't have given him a tip for no reason. This made her, who was eager to attract Su-young's interest, extremely envious. Seeing that the female marketer was very savvy, Su-young nodded and helped Han Shuryin, who was now unable to walk steadily, away. However, when he walked to Chu Yoi's side, he still looked at Chu Yoi curiously. Chu Yoi is about 168 centimeters tall. She is wearing a very ordinary black loose sportswear and a cleaner's apron on the outside, so it is impossible to tell what her figure is like. Su-young couldn't see Chu Yoi's face because it was covered by the mask and messy hair. Su-young looked at himself and could not see anything. He didn't watch any longer and helped Han Shuryin leave. He believed that the system's judgment would not be wrong. Since the system has determined that Chu Yoi is a goddess who meets the data requirements, she must have some outstanding qualities. Soon, Su-young helped Han Shuryin out of TC Rose Bar. As soon as you walk out of the bar, Su-young instantly felt that his ears were much quieter. Owner. As soon as Su-young walked out of the bar, the nanotech biochemical warrior who had been waiting at the door of the bar according to Su-young's instructions bowed to Su-young and said, around the bar entrance, some social figures who made a living by extorting money at the door of the bar wanted to get some benefits from Su-young when they saw Su-young supporting the drunk Han Shuryin. But when they saw the nanotech biochemical warriors, dressed in black suits, over 2 meters tall, with a mighty and strong figure and an aura of being untouchable, were all defeated. They usually just serve different dishes to different people. Basically, they take some bribes from men who take drunk girls to check into a hotel and say they will call the police if they don't pay and let them have no meat tonight. They dare not provoke those who come in groups of 3 or 5, or those who are accompanied by bodyguards. For social people near the bar, Su-young knew something about it. At this time, Su-young saw that those social personnel tacitly stopped paying attention to him, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the nanotechnology biochemical warriors were really useful. Apart from anything else, having the nanotech biochemical warriors following you around gives you a strong sense of security. Although I can only have you for 24 hours. But I'll give you a name anyway. For now on, you will be called Lao Hei. Su-Yang looked at the nanotech biochemical warrior in a black suit and casually gave him a name. Lao Hei nodded immediately to indicate that he had received the order. Then, Su-Yang supported Han Shiyun and, under the guidance of Lao Hei, walked towards the Rolls-Royce in the parking lot. Because Lao Hei's aura is too strong, Su-Yang had a smooth journey along the way. Chapter 34. Many people saw Lao Hei clearing the way for Su-Yang from afar and quickly avoided him. Soon, Su-Yang came to his Rolls-Royce. Lao Hei was very considerate and helped Su-Yang open the back door. Su-Yang helped Han Shiyun sit in. The rear seats of Rolls-Royce have a lot of space and the seats are very soft. In terms of overall comfort, Su-Yang felt that it was much better than Han Shiyun's Porsche. Su-Yang helped Han Shiyun get into the Rolls-Royce. Lao Hei closed the car door gently. Then he opened the front door and got into the driver's seat. Master, where are we going? Lao Hei sat in the driver's seat and asked Su-Yang. Hearing this, Su-Yang immediately pushed Han Shiyun, who was now drunk and limp, and leaned on his shoulder and said, "Give me your home address." But Han Shiyun didn't react at all. Seeing this, Su-Yang said again, "If you don't say anything, I will take you to the hotel." As soon as these words came out, the effect was immediate. Han Shiyun said in a weak voice, "Room 803, Building C, Seaside Gardens." While talking, Han Shiyun took out a magnetic card from her bag and handed it to Su-Yang, saying, "This is the access card for our community." Su-Yang took the magnetic card and looked at Han Shiyun, who was lying on top of him and was so drunk that she was about to fall asleep at any moment. He couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. He originally wanted to get Han Shiyun drunk as a small revenge. Never thought about it. I haven't made any move yet. Han Shiyun got herself drunk. "Old Black, you heard the address, let's go." Su-Yang ordered Lao Hei. After Lao Hei received Su-Yang's order, immediately threw the navigation map in his mind. He started the Rolls-Royce and drove towards Han Shiyun's home. Inside TC Rose Bar, Su-Yang just left. The female marketing staff brought 2 security guards and walked over to the accused Chu Yoi. Those young men and women who were accusing Chu Yoi. After seeing the female marketing woman and the 2 burly security guards beside her, they immediately became quiet and obedient. Because of what happened between them and Chu Yoi. It was simply because they had a few drinks and were deliberately looking for trouble to vent the frustration they had been feeling for the past few days. Chu Yoi saw the female marketing help her out and immediately bent down, nodded and said, "Thank you." The female marketing officer shook her head and said, "Don't thank me yet, just follow me." Chu Yoi thought that the female marketing asked her to go somewhere else to clean. He immediately picked up the garbage cleaning tools and hurried over. Soon, the female marketing took Chu Yoi to the bar staff lounge. Because everyone is in the bar entertaining guests at this moment, there was no one in the lounge. "You want me to clean the lounge?" Chu Yoi asked the female marketing carefully. "I didn't ask you to clean up. Let's add each other as WeChat friends first, and I'll tell you something later." The female marketing was very curious and looked at Chu Yoi carefully and said, she felt that Chu Yoi must have some outstanding qualities to have attracted Su-Yang's interest. After all, Han Shiyun, who is beside Su-Yang, is a top beauty. If Chu Yoi didn't have any outstanding qualities, she would definitely not attract the interest of Su-Yang, who is rich, pretty, and has a beautiful woman as his companion. But after she looked at Chu Yoi carefully, she found that she was no different from Su-Yang. Because of the clothing, mask, and hair, she couldn't see Yoi's face and figure at all. This made her even more curious about Chu Yoi. Chapter 35. Yeah, okay. Chu Yoi didn't notice that the female marketing was looking at her. Instead, he quickly took out his cell phone and added the female marketing person on WeChat. Although she didn't want to add strangers as friends casually, this high-paying part-time job at TC Rose Bar was hard-earned. She didn't want to offend the old employees just after she started working. What's more, he is an old employee who has helped me. Seeing that she and Chu Yoi had added each other as friends, the female marketer said with envy, "There's a rich and handsome guy who's very interested in you. He gave you a $10,000 tip and asked me to help you out." While talking, the female marketing transferred 10,000 yuan to Chu Yoi through WeChat. Chu Yoi, who had been keeping her head down, was stunned when she raised her head. Then she immediately raised her head, looked at the female marketing with a pair of very beautiful eyes, and said, "I don't want tips. I just want to work hard and make money." When the female marketing saw Chu Yoi's beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but be distracted for a moment, because Chu Yoi's eyes are so beautiful and pure. Just by looking at her eyes, the female marketing staff concluded that Chu Yoi was definitely a very beautiful lady. At this moment, she finally understood why Su Yang was interested in Chu Yoi. The female marketing girl was distracted for a moment by Chu Yoi's beautiful and pure eyes. She immediately observed Chu Yoi and the look in her eyes when she said no to tipping. When she found out that Chu Yoi was not lying and really didn't want the tip, she shook her head and said, "I've transferred the money to you. If you don't want it, go talk to that person yourself. I'll send you his WeChat. His last name is Su." The words fell. The female marketing person pushed Su Yang's WeChat to Chu Yoi. Chu Yoi nodded when she heard this and started adding Su Yang's WeChat. "This is Su Yang." Han Shiyun told Su Yang her home address. I couldn't hold on any longer. She snuggled up to Su Yang and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Han Shiyun, who was leaning against him, Su Yang couldn't help feeling a little thirsty. Because of such close observation, Su Yang found that Han Shiyun was really attractive. Then, Su Yang couldn't help but recall the intimate contact between him and Han Shiyun in the bar just now. Ding dong. Right at this moment, a message alert sound pulled Su Yang back to reality from his memories. I took out my cell phone and looked at it. Su Yang found that it was a message requesting to be a WeChat friend. The applicant's WeChat avatar is a white hand gently pinching a dandelion. Her WeChat name is Wei Wei. See the WeChat name. Su Yang knew that the other person was Chu Yoi. That female marketer really knows how to get things done. It's a pity that the overall score is not 90 points. Su Yang felt a little regretful. Then he accepted Chu Yoi's friend request. As Su Yang and Chu Yoi became WeChat friends. The next moment, the system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. Ding. Bar scene copy random task completed. Host, the bar scene dungeon missions and random missions have been completed. Do you want to start calculating dungeon rewards? Settlement. Su Yang said without hesitation. Start settling the bar scene copy. Chapter 36. Dungeon Mission 1, completed. Dungeon Mission 2, completed. The completion rate of the bar scene copy mission is 100%. Start calculating rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 yuan in cash, 2 time delay cards, and a dark-colored cool suit. The cash has been transferred to the host's bank card. The time delay card has been placed in the host's pocket, and the ink-colored cool suit has been placed in the trunk of the vehicle. Start calculating the random dungeon mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning a Patek Philippe Starry Sky Series watch, which has been put in the host's pocket, accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds. Su Yang immediately felt that there was something extra in the pocket of his shirt. At the same time, the mobile phone also received a bank transfer message. The remittance amount is exactly 100,000 yuan. It's timely rain. Looking at the 100,000 yuan transferred into his bank card, Su Yang was very satisfied. Although he has extremely strong funds in his system, but he couldn't use the funds himself. He can't keep a goddess with an overall score of more than 90 by his side 24 hours a day and take care of his own food, clothing, housing, and transportation in the name of spending money on her. If he really did that, then what privacy would he have? Now that he has 100,000 yuan, he doesn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation when he is alone. Looks like you want to get a lot of money. I still have to get cash back from the goddess. I'm going to spend a lot of money on Guingya tomorrow and try to give me a big surprise when her favorability reaches 90 and I get a full refund. Su Yang thought to himself. Then, Su Yang took out 2 metal cards and a Patek Philippe Starry Sky Series watch from his pocket and began to check them. The metal card is similar to the copy card, with a silver white color and the words delay card printed on it. The name of this card sounds a bit wrong. Su Yang looked at the card in his hand, and his mind was already filled with some crooked thoughts. However, the system soon gave an explanation for the delay card. Extended card. After use, you can extend the use time of the temporary experience card by 30 days. After listening to the system's explanation, Su Yang immediately realized that he had been thinking wrongly. But this Su Yang really needs it now. Therefore, Su Yang directly used 2 extension cards to extend the experience time of Lao He and the Rolls-Royce from 1 day to 31 days. Use up the delay card. Su Yang then looked at the Patek Philippe Starry Sky series watch with a black Starry Sky dial in his hand. Su Yang knew the brand Patek Philippe. It is a luxury watch brand that is even higher in grade than Rolex. Su Yang used his mobile phone to identify the Patek Philippe in his hand. The result surprised Su Yang a little, because the identification result showed that the Starry Sky watch in his hand was worth more than 4.2 million. I'll go. This watch is more expensive than a Porsche 911. Su Yang had a loser mentality and directly put the Starry Sky watch on his wrist. Where's Star Watch? Su Yang asked Lao Hei to stop the car first and give him the cool dark-colored clothes in the trunk. Lao Hei immediately did as he was told. After handing the cool black clothing to Su Yang, he continued driving towards Han Shuyun's home. Su Yang looked carefully at his cool dark-colored suit. The ink-colored slightly cool suit is a black casual suit made of very silky and soft fabric. Su Yang asked the system about the function of the ink-colored slightly cool suit. The answer he got was that after putting on the cool dark-colored clothes, his temperament would be improved by 10 points. Su Yang was still very satisfied with the effect of the ink-colored cool suit. If you decide to attend some important occasions in the future, you can wear it appropriately. I didn't expect that the low-level dungeon generation car that exploded from Guingya would have such a generous reward in the end. After seeing that he had obtained all the copy rewards, Su Yang said to himself, "Ding dong." Just when Su Yang finished checking all the copy rewards and was about to close his eyes and rest for a while, but he saw that Chu Yoi, who had just added him as a friend, sent him a WeChat message. Chapter 37. Chu Yoi, Mr. Su, thank you for helping me out, but I can't accept your tip. Below the message was a message about transferring 10,000 yuan. Don't want. If you don't want me, how can I get huge cash back from you in the future? Su Yang muttered to himself, then replied to Chu Yoi, if I give it to you, just take it. I hate it most when people tell me they don't want it. If you really don't want it, give it to me in person next time we meet. Su Yang was very curious about what Chu Yoi looked like. So I'd take this opportunity to take a closer look at what's so special about Chu Yoi that the system gave her such a high overall score. The message has been sent. Su Yang turned his phone to silent mode, put it in his pocket, and began to rest with his eyes closed. I don't know how much time passed. Su Yang, who was in a half-asleep state, heard Lao Hei talking to him. Lao Hei, Master, we have arrived at our destination. Su Yang opened his eyes upon hearing this. After a slight pause, Su Yang looked at the surrounding environment. Through the car window, Su Yang saw the entrance to Building C of Seaside Gardens not far ahead. Look, we have arrived at our destination. Su Yang pushed open the car door and carried Han Shuyun out of the car. Han Shuyun looks quite tall. It's not that heavy, actually. In addition, Su Yang added 5 points to his strength attribute today. So at this moment, I didn't feel tired while holding Han Shuyun. Lao Hei saw Su Yang preparing to go upstairs. Immediately walked in front of Su Yang and helped Su Yang press the elevator button. That's all. The journey was smooth. Su Yang took the elevator to the floor where Han Shuyun lived. After using his mind to tell Lao Hei to wait for him at the elevator entrance, Su Yang carried Han Shuyun to the door of 803 and rang the doorbell. Lao Hei was too conspicuous, and Su Yang didn't want to explain so much to Han Shuyun's family. The people in the room should have been waiting for Han Shuyun to come back. So as soon as Su Yang rang the doorbell, the door opened. A beautiful woman who looked somewhat similar to Han Shuyun appeared in front of Su Yang. Shuyun. When the beautiful woman saw Han Shuyun being held by Su Yang, her face was full of panic. She looked at Su Yang and asked, "What happened to my Shuyun?" Su Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Auntie, Han Shuyun is just drunk." Mother Han was relieved when she heard this and said, "Are you Shuyun's friend? Thank you for sending Shuyun back. Come in quickly." Su Yang nodded and said, "You're welcome, Auntie. My name is Su Yang. I'm Guingya's boyfriend and Han Shuyun's friend. Han Shuyun is drunk. As a friend, I must send her home safely." While talking, Su Yang followed Han Ma into the house. Han Shuyun's house is very big. The decoration is also luxurious. After Su Yang entered the house, he, under the guidance of Han's mother, carried Han Shuyun into her bedroom. "Thank you so much, Su Yang." Mother Han hurriedly took out some water from the refrigerator and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang was indeed a little thirsty at the moment, so he took it and drank 2 sips. Then, Su Yang exchanged a few casual words with Han's mother. So he left Han Shuyun's home amidst all the words of thanks from Han's mother. After a moment, Su Yang and Lao Hei returned to the Rolls-Royce. Master, where are we going? Chapter 38. Lao Hei asked while sitting in the driver's seat. Just find a hotel with 3 stars or above and good reviews. Su Yang said, leaning back in the soft chair. I had a tiring day today. We drank at Guingya's house and at the bar in the evening. He carried Han, Shiyun upstairs again. At this moment, Su Yang just wanted to rest early. So I'm too lazy to choose a place to live. As long as the hotel is more than 3 stars, it will have all the necessary services. After Lao Hei received Su Yang's order, immediately threw the navigation map in his mind. He found a nearby hotel that met Su Yang's standards and drove away in his Rolls-Royce. However, the Rolls-Royce had just driven out of the seaside garden community. Su Yang found that the screen of the mobile phone in his pocket lit up. After replying to Chu Yoi's message, he turned his phone to silent mode in order to take a rest. Su Yang didn't know whether it was a message or a phone call. I took out my cell phone and looked at it. Su Yang found out that the voice call was from a female marketing person whom he had just added on WeChat not long ago. Why did she call me? With doubts, Su Yang answered the WeChat voice call. The voice has just been connected. Su Yang heard the female marketing lady say in an anxious voice, Brother, are you able to come over? Chu Yoi is blocked in the bar by her father. Chu Yoi was blocked in the bar by her father? What is going on? Su Yang was a little confused after hearing this. So, Su Yang immediately said, I'll be there in a minute. Besides, can you tell me what happened first? While talking, Su Yang used his mind to tell Lao Hei to go to TC Rose Bar. Brother, it's like this. Chu Yoi was at work when her father suddenly rushed in and asked her to quit her job and take her on a blind date. Chu Yoi didn't agree, so her father was going to take her away by force. I saw that Chu Yoi really didn't want to leave with her father, so I asked the security personnel to kick her father out. But after her father was kicked out of the bar, he didn't leave and stayed near the bar entrance. I'm afraid that when Chu Yoi gets off work later, her father will forcibly take her away, so I'm reporting this to you. The female marketing person quickly described to Su Yang what happened to Chu Yoi. After listening to the female marketing story, Su Yang suddenly felt that the 20,000 tip he gave to the female marketing was really worth it. It is obvious that the female marketing wanted to use this incident to play the cliched role of a hero saving the beauty for Chu Yoi. Okay, I got it. You did a great job. Su Yang praised the female marketer and then asked, What's Chu Yoi's situation now? The female marketer said, She doesn't want to go with her dad, but she's about to get off work and she can't stay in the bar forever. I just took the time to look at her and I felt that she must be very scared inside. As soon as Su Yang heard this, he had an idea in his mind. He immediately gave a few more instructions to the female marketing staff and then hung up the voice call. After ending the voice call with the female marketing girl, Su Yang checked WeChat and found that not long after he replied to Chu Yoi's message, Chu Yoi sent him a message, but he didn't see it. Chu Yoi. Okay, Mr. Su, I work part-time at the bar from 17:30 to 23:30 every night. If you come, let me know and I will transfer the money to you in person. By the way, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude to you. After reading Chu Yoi's message, Su Yang asked Lao Hei, how long will it take? Lao Hei, Master, about 15 minutes. Hear Lao Hei's answer. Su Yang leaned back on the soft back seat and started watching videos to pass the time. Chapter 39. After a moment, Lao Hei arrived at the destination 2 minutes earlier than expected. After parking the car, Lao Hei quickly got out of the car to help Su Yang open the door. Then he followed Su Yang in a TC Rose Bar. Because Su Yang had the Rose Bar membership card for Han Shiyun in his pocket, he took Lao Hei directly through security check. However, Su Yang felt that even if he didn't bring the Rose Bar membership card, he just let Lao Hei stay with him. The security guard to the Rose Bar certainly wouldn't dare to search him forcefully, because Lao Hei's oppressive power is too strong. Just now when I passed through the security check channel, when Su Yang saw the security personnel in charge of the inspection, he didn't even have the courage to look Lao Hei in the eye. Brother, you are here. As soon as Su Yang entered the bar, the female marketing staff greeted him with enthusiasm and respect. It was obvious that she had been waiting nearby, expecting Su Yang to come in at any time. However, when she saw Lao Hei next to Su Yang, she was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Don't be afraid. He is my bodyguard. What about Chu Yoi? Su Yang explained to the female marketing and then asked her directly. I'm in the lounge right now. She was afraid that after she got out, her father would take her away by force. The female marketing woman glanced at Lao Hei secretly, leaned towards Su Yang with a nervous look on her face, and said, "Take me there." Su Yang directly instructed the female marketing. Then, Su Yang followed the female marketing person to the lounge, because Lao Hei was always beside Su Yang. On the way to the lounge, all the people who were drinking and dancing subconsciously made way for Su Yang. Even those who were drunk and acting crazy sobered up immediately after seeing Lao Hei next to Su Yang and became unusually quiet. Su Yang saw Lao Hei's deterrent power. "I can't help but sigh that Lao Hei is really useful. If one black man is like this, then if there are more in the future, Su Yang can't imagine the scene of himself being followed by a group of black men." Soon, Su Yang is led by female marketing. The journey into the bar lounge was smooth. There were a few female employees in the lounge, chatting and collecting things. But Lao Hei entered the lounge first. They all fell silent instantly, their faces filled with tension and fear. With Su Yang and the female marketing appearing later, they finally recovered a little. Su Yang knows all these female employees. Two of them even received tips from Su Yang from the female marketing staff. When they saw Su Yang appearing alone without Han Shuyun by his side, they all wanted to muster up the courage to approach Su Yang and talk to him. But after seeing Lao Hei next to Su Yang, they didn't dare to take a step towards Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the girls who were frightened by Lao Hei. "I think there will be more girls in the future. Especially when you are with a goddess who can give you rewards, it is better not to bring Lao Hei with you." Su Yang ignored the girls who were scared by Lao Hei. Instead, he walked straight to Chu Yoi, who was sitting quietly on a bench in the lounge, holding her cell phone in both hands and lowering her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Regarding Su Yang's arrival, Chu Yoi, who was lowering her head, did not notice it at first. Su Yang stood in front of Chu Yoi for 2 or 3 seconds before Chu Yoi slowly raised her head and looked at Su Yang puzzledly with a pair of beautiful and pure eyes. "Yue, he is Mr. Su who gave you the tip." The female marketing introduced Su Yang to Chu Yoi. Chu Yoi found out that Su Yang was the one who gave her the tip. "I thought about the agreement I made with Su Yang during the chat." Chapter 40. She immediately stood up and said in a slightly flustered voice, "Mr. Su, I will transfer the tip you gave me to you now." While talking, Chu Yoi lowered her head again, turned on the mobile phone that she had been holding in her hand, and prepared to transfer money to Su Yang. Chu Yoi's voice was soft and sticky. Although it sounded nice, it was too quiet. If Su Yang didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't be able to hear clearly what Yue was saying. Although Su Yang couldn't see Chu Yoi's appearance yet, but through Chu Yoi's eyes and voice, Su Yang made the judgment. Chu Yoi is definitely a goddess-level girl who is not inferior to Guingya and Han Shuyun. "Don't worry about transferring the money to me. Didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Can you please fulfill your promise first?" Su Yang stopped Chu Yoi from transferring money to him and said, "Mr. Su, I don't dare to go out at the moment. Can I treat you next time?" Chu Yoi lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. "Why don't you dare go out?" Su Yang asked, even though he knew the answer. "If I go out now, my dad will take me away by force and force me to go on a blind date. I don't want to go on a blind date." Chu Yoi's soft voice became even quieter. Su Yang even heard sobs in Chu Yoi's voice. Obviously, Chu Yoi, who had been hiding here and dared not go out, had reached her psychological limit and was beginning to collapse. "If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll help you solve this problem. Just treat me to a meal afterwards. But for now, you should treat me to the first meal first." Su Yang looked at the pitiful Chu Yoi and couldn't control his dog paws for a moment and gently patted Chu Yoi's trembling shoulders. Chu Yoi felt someone patting her shoulder gently. She immediately raised her head and looked at Su Yang with her beautiful misty eyes. Then he shrank back like a frightened kitten and said, "Okay, what would you like to eat, Mr. Su?" Su Yang said casually, "It's all fine, just do whatever you want. Come on, I'll take you out first." After saying, Su Yang walked out of the lounge. Chu Yoi raised her head carefully, looked at Su Yang's back with her beautiful misty eyes, then lowered her head again and followed silently. The female marketing looked at Chu Yoi's figure leaving, and her heart was filled with envy. But she was smart enough not to follow. The other girls were also very envious of Chu Yoi. Su Yang is a wealthy man who can easily spend 2 million, and he is also a handsome guy. They all want to be taken away by Su Yang. Female marketing and the idea of a few girls in the lounge. Su Yang didn't care and didn't know. At this time, Su Yang, with Lao Hei leading the way, successfully led Chu Yoi out of the rose bar. Just out of the rose bar, Su Yang looked around, but there was no figure suspected to be Chu Yoi's father. Then, Su Yang turned around and prepared to ask Chu Yoi about the time when her father was. But she was bumped into by Chu Yoi, who had been following her with her head down. Subconsciously, Su Yang hugged Chu Yoi deeply, although Chu Yoi was wearing loose sportswear. But in such an intimate hug, Su Yang instantly felt Chu Yoi's amazing cup size. Su Yang, who had watched countless films, immediately concluded that Chu Yoi's grade was at least D. At the same time, Su Yang also smelled the alluring body fragrance on Chu Yoi. Su Yang was sure that it was not the smell of scented laundry detergent or shampoo. That was Chu Yoi's unique body fragrance. Chapter 41. Misted Imsari. After Chu Yoi bumped into Su Yang's arms, she immediately lowered her head and apologized to Su Yang in panic. Then she immediately broke free from Su Yang's arms. The big rabbit in his arms suddenly broke free. Su Yang felt a little reluctant. But right now, it's more important to get down to business. So, Su Yang directly asked Chu Yoi, "Is that your father?" Chu Yoi raised her head slightly after hearing this, looked around, and then said softly, "It seems like he's gone." Gone? This old dang. How can I play the cliched hero to save the damsel in distress when you're gone? Su Yang was very unhappy. What a great opportunity to show off in front of Chu Yoi. It's a pity that it's gone. Since we're leaving, let's go eat first. Seeing that there was no chance for Su Yang to be a hero and save the beauty and increase Chu Yoi's favorability to get a reward, he decided to have a meal together first to get to know each other. Good. I bought a hamburger meal. Can I treat Mr. Su to some? Chu Yoi said softly. Chu Yoi's family conditions were very poor, so she was often ostracized by her peers, which made her very inferior and introverted. Most of her college tuition was earned by working part-time. For her, eating a hamburger is already a luxury. What she usually ate was the cheapest meal in the school cafeteria and then drank a bowl of free vegetable soup. A meal costs no more than $1. She bought her hamburger combo to celebrate winning a school scholarship and finding a high-paying part-time job. To her, a hamburger set worth more than $12 is already a luxury food. Okay, let's go. Now Su Yang really wants to eat big fish, meat, and fresh seafood. But when he looked at the pitiful Chu Yoi at this moment, he really couldn't bear to refuse. Su Yang could see that the hamburger was Chu Yoi's most impressive treat at the moment. Chu Yoi heard Su Yang agreed. I immediately lowered my head and prepared to open Douyin to look for my group purchase records. But because the phone is too slow, it takes a while to buffer when opening TikTok. Come with me to the car first. When you get on the bus, take your time to look for it. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi, whose phone was stuck, and spoke slowly. Then he turned and walked towards a Rolls-Royce not far away. Chu Yoi raised her head slightly, looked at Su Yang's back, and then followed silently. Because the environment she grew up in required her to read people's expressions, her senses and observations are very sharp. She can sense whether the people who approach her are good or bad, and what their intentions are towards her. She did not sense any malice from Su Yang, but rather kindness, so she felt very relieved about Su Yang. Su Yang, who was walking in front of Chu Yoi, didn't think as much as Chu Yoi did. At this moment, Su Yang just wanted to get familiar with Chu Yoi as soon as possible. There are many people near the bar, but because Su Yang had Lao Hei leading the way in front of him, so the journey is still smooth. Soon, Su Yang took Chu Yoi to the Rolls-Royce. Su Yang was afraid that Lao Hei would scare Chu Yoi. Chapter 42. He asked Lao Hei to go directly to the driver's seat and open the partition inside the Rolls-Royce to prevent Chu Yoi from seeing Lao Hei in the driver's seat. Is this Mr. Su's car? It looks so expensive. Chu Yoi didn't know anything about luxury car brands. She just thought that Rolls-Royce looked very expensive. Get in the car. Su Yang opened the back door and said to Chu Yoi. Chu Yoi nodded slightly with her head lowered and then prepared to get into the car silently. But at this moment, a rough male voice came. Yui, you finally came out. Luckily, Dad came in time after using the bathroom. Otherwise, I would have missed you. Come on, go meet your blind date with Dad. The matchmaker said that your blind date is a very wealthy, second-generation rich man. If you marry her, you will have money for your tuition, your mother's medical expenses, and your brother's future marriage. When Chu Yoi heard this familiar voice, she immediately lowered her head and hid towards Su Yang in fear. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi, who was very scared at the moment, and looked over in the direction of the voice. I found that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. The middle-aged man was about 1.75 meters tall and very strong. It was obvious that he often did heavy work. "Uncle, Yue doesn't want to go on a blind date. She wants to go to dinner with me now." Su-young didn't know the specific relationship between Chu Yoi and her father, so he still called him uncle out of politeness. "Going to dinner with you? Who are you? What's the connection with my Yue?" Chu Yoi's father questioned Su-young with a wary look on his face. "Yue and I are friends. Of course, if you want, I can also be Yoi's blind date," Su-young said casually. "You? The blind date I found for Yue is a very wealthy second-generation guy, and his father owns a big company. What do you have?" Chu Yoi's father looked at Su-young unhappily, and then said to Chu Yoi, "Yue, don't be fooled by his sweet words and good looks. Come with Dad. If you are not satisfied with the blind date that Dad found for you, Dad will find you a new one." While talking, Dad Chu was about to step forward and pull Chu Yue. Su-young Jian stood in front of Chu Yue and said, "Uncle, I don't have anything else, but I have money. How much money do you think it would take for you to stop looking for a blind date for Chu Yue?" When Mr. Chu saw that Su-young was blocking him, he wanted to get angry, but after hearing what Su-young said, he immediately looked at Su-young carefully. By the way, he took a look at the Rolls-Royce next to Su-young. As a man who makes money by hard work, he usually doesn't have much energy to watch videos of luxury cars. So he just knows a little about the common luxury cars on the market, such as BMW and Mercedes-Benz. He had only heard of Rolls-Royce, but didn't know it. But although he didn't know Rolls-Royce, but from the steady and majestic appearance of the Rolls-Royce, he vaguely felt that it should be very expensive. But in his opinion, no matter how expensive a car is, it cannot compare with the big company owned by Chu Yoi's blind dates family. Then, Dad Chu wanted to take his daughter away as soon as possible. In order to make Su-young give up and stop pestering his daughter, he said, "You want to use money to make me stop looking for a blind date for Yue? That's too easy. Just 200,000 yuan, and I promise that I won't drag Yue on blind dates during her college years." Chapter 43. 200,000 is already a huge number for Mr. Chu. It is almost twice what he can earn by working hard for a year. Father Chu thinks that even if he is a very rich person, I would not really pay 200,000 yuan just for a verbal promise. He felt that the number he offered was very appropriate and enough to make Su-young leave in disgrace. In fact, he didn't want Chu Yue to go on a blind date and get married so early. But it was part of Chu Yoi's tuition and living expenses, as well as his wife's medical expenses. Also, his son is going to go on a blind date and get married soon, which will require a large amount of money to buy a house and a car. All these things had forced him into a corner, so he wanted to find a rich man for Chu Yue to go on a blind date with, to relieve his own pressure and family situation. Of course, if the blind date partner is only rich but not a good person, he would not force his daughter to jump into the fire pit. So for him, if Su-young could really take out 200,000 yuan, it would ease his financial pressure. Then he would keep his promise and never take Chu Yue on blind dates during her college years. 200,000? Su-young thought that Mr. Chu was going to ask for a very big reward. When he heard that it was only 200,000, Su-young almost couldn't react. "Are you scared? Let me tell you, the blind date I asked the matchmaker to find for Yue can't afford even 500,000 yuan, not to mention 200,000 yuan. Father Chu thought that Su-young was frightened by the number he reported, so he immediately increased his efforts. Su-young looked at Chu's father's serious expression. He couldn't help but shook his head and smiled, then said to Chu's father, "Did you bring your bank card? Give me the card number." Just now, Su-young asked the system through his thoughts. As long as his consumption is related to the goddess and is to solve problems for the goddess, he can use system funds. So in order to save trouble and spend more, Su-young decided to bypass Chu Yue and transfer the money to her father directly. When Mr. Chu heard that Su-young wanted a bank card, I was stunned for a moment at first. Then he immediately took out his wallet from his pocket, took out his bank card, and handed it to Su-young. He didn't believe that Su-young could really transfer money to him. He felt that Su-young was just pretending. So he had to take practical action to make Su-young leave his daughter. "Don't you want a bank card? I'll give it to you and then see what you do." Su-young doesn't have as many psychological activities as Chu's father. After he took Chu's father's bank card, he began to think about how much to transfer to be cost-effective. Su-young wanted to transfer tens or even hundreds of billions. But when I think about the number 200,000 reported by Chu's father, I feel that it is already a lot. If he really turned that much, Dad Chu would probably be frightened to faint or even die. Although I don't know what Chu Yoi's relationship with her father is like. But Su-young felt that if he really scared her father, it would be difficult to improve Chu Yoi's favorability in the future. Moreover, the amount of money transferred is too much, and Chu Yoi probably can't accept it. A girl who treats herself to a hamburger must have a low view of money. So to be on the safe side, Su-young transferred a number to Chu's father, a number he thought Chu's father and Chu Yoi could accept. Wait until I get familiar with Chu Yoi in the future and slowly cultivate her worldview on money. It won't be too late to give her large sums of money then. Turn around. After Su-young transferred the money to Chu's father's bank card, he returned the bank card to Chu's father. Father Chu took the bank card with disdain and said, "Make it look just like the real thing. Yue, look at Daddy exposing his disguise." While talking, Dad Chu turned on his mobile data and logged into the bank app, which he only logged into when he got his salary to check his balance. Ding ding. Just as Dad Chu opened the bank app, a new message popped up on the bank app. Father Chu glanced at it casually and thought it was just an advertising campaign pushed by the bank's app. Chapter 44. But it was just this casual glance from him. He was so shocked that he almost threw away his broken phone, because he saw that the message sent by the bank app was that 2 million yuan was transferred into his bank account. See that long string of zeros. Mr. Chu's hands were shaking as he held the phone. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 2 million. After counting the amount transferred into his bank card, Mr. Chu looked at Su-young with a dull look. "I am sorry, uncle. I accidentally pressed an extra zero. Do you mind?" Su-young put his phone in his pocket and said, An extra zero? No, no." Dad Chu held his cell phone in one hand and covered his chest with the other. But this still couldn't ease his mood. He leaned against the car next to him and started breathing heavily. Obviously, 2 million was too much of a shock to him. Then what you just said counts. Also, can I be Yoe's blind date? When Su-young saw Mr. Chu's expression at this moment, he secretly praised himself for his cleverness. 2 million shocked Mr. Chu so much. So what would happen if it was tens of millions, or even billions or tens of billions? Keep your word. Keep your word. Don't even think about being Yoe's blind date. You can just follow Yue and call me Dad right now. The expression on Mr. Chu's face changed drastically when he was with Su-young. Being able to transfer 2 million to him at once is much better than the blind date the matchmaker finds for his daughter. More importantly, Su-young's overall image. But he is countless times better than his daughter's blind date, which makes him extremely satisfied with Su-young. "Fuck, old dang, you are so direct." Su-young was slightly surprised by what Chu's father said. Then he pulled Chu Yoi, who hadn't yet realized what was happening, directly into the Rolls-Royce. "Uncle, Yue and I are going to have dinner. Go back by yourself." Su-young said this casually to Chu's father. Then he closed the car door and used his mind to instruct Lao Hei to find a 3-star hotel nearby to rest as requested at the beginning. Su-young had no appetite for hamburgers or anything like that at the moment. Now, he just wanted to find a place to rest. As for what Chu's father would think, he didn't bother to care. Mr. Su, you transferred 2 million to my father for me. I really appreciate you. But the money is really too much. I will try to get my dad to transfer it back to you tomorrow. Although he's been forcing me to go on a blind date, if I really ask him to pay you back, he will definitely pay you back." As the vehicle started, Chu Yue finally came back to her senses from Su-young's generosity. Thinking of the 2 million yuan that Su-young casually transferred to his father, Chu Yue felt very scared. Although she felt that Su-young would not hurt her, but she couldn't stop feeling afraid in her heart, because she didn't understand why Su-young would do so much for her. This is what Su-young hates to hear the most right now. That is, the money he spent was returned to him. If every goddess who meets the data requirements is like this, then what's the point of him having the system? Just give it to all the audience. Chapter 45. I told you. I hate it most when people tell me no. I gave them money and I didn't want it back. Su-young looked at Chu Yue, who had her head down beside him, and spoke in a serious tone. But Chu Yue wanted to say something. But Su-young interrupted. No buts. After being interrupted by Su-young, Chu Yue nervously clenched the worn-out cell phone in her hand. Then she mustered up her courage, raised her head, stared at Su-young with her bright and beautiful eyes, and asked, "Mr. Su, may I know why you were so kind to me and do so much for me?" Su-young felt Chu Yue's gaze. I know that this is the question Chu Yue asked with all her strength. This is also the biggest doubt in her heart. If I don't give her a reasonable explanation, I guess her favorability won't improve. On the contrary, favorability is likely to decline. How to answer that? A lot of thoughts suddenly flooded into Su Yang's mind. A flash of inspiration came to me. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi with affectionate eyes and said, "It's simple because you look like my long-lost sister. When I saw you, I thought of her. It was she who supported me and helped me get through the saddest time of my life." Su Yang's words were half true and half false, because the sister Su Yang was talking about really existed, and he met her in the orphanage. But that girl doesn't look like Chu Yoi, because that girl is very strong and a tomboy, completely opposite to a soft girl like Chu Yoi. He has the best relationship with that little girl. When he was a child, he was bullied because he was short, and the girl would try her best to stand up for him. Certainly, if the girl was bullied, he would stand up for her. But ever since the girl was adopted, he lost contact with the other party forever. Whenever it was late at night or when he was feeling down, he would occasionally think of her. So when Su Yang thought of that girl, he couldn't help but reveal some of his true feelings. So that's how it is. Chu Yoi discovered through observation that Su Yang was expressing his true feelings at this moment, and she immediately felt distressed for Su Yang's experience. She could see that Su Yang really missed the sister he was talking about. After figuring out why Su Yang was so nice to me, Chu Yoi's inner fear dissipated a lot. Then she lowered her head again, clenched her fingers, and said, "Mr. Su, but I'm not her. And the money you transferred to my dad was indeed too much." Su Yang was already engrossed in acting at this moment. Whether or not Chu Yoi's favorability can be improved depends on this one move. Immediately, Su Yang grabbed Chu Yoi's pair of white hands tightly and said with deep affection in his voice, "Yue, you don't understand how important that sister is to me. Can you be my sister and ease my longing for that sister?" There is no specific type of favorability. Family ties count, too. As long as Chu Yoi is turned into a younger sister first, her favorability will increase quickly. And she doesn't know how to worry at all. My sister is like a girlfriend with a changeable temperament. She will act like a spoiled child and lose her temper if you are not careful. Sisters usually understand their brothers very well and will never act unreasonably like girlfriends. Wait until I've spent more time with Chu Yoi as her brother. Certain things, it will deteriorate. After all, he and Chu Yoi are not real brother and sister. Chapter 46. Think of exciting places. Su Yang stepped up his efforts again and said to Chu Yoi, "Yue, can you promise to be my sister? I really miss her." Chu Yoi, whose hands were held by Su Yang, felt very complicated at the moment. She felt sorry for Su Yang's experience, but she also felt that what she was experiencing now was like a dream and was not real. However, when she heard Su Yang's affectionate voice and saw Su Yang's expression of missing his sister, her pure and kind heart made her feel that she should do something for Su Yang. After all, Su Yang really helped her a lot. Help her out. Help her get rid of her father's entanglement. He even transferred 2 million yuan to her father for her. But she didn't feel any malice from Su Yang. All you can feel is a deep kindness. Final. Chu Yoi was moved by Su Yang's performance. She nodded and said in a soft voice, "Okay, Mr. Su, I promise to be your sister." Su Yang immediately corrected, "Are you still calling me Mr. Su?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yoi lowered her head even lower and then whispered, "Brother Su." Ding! Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is positive 60 points. Currently, Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 60 points. Start distributing Chu Yoi's favorability rewards of 10 to 60 points to the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Physical Fitness 5, Endurance 5, Strength 5, Speed 5, Temperament 5, and a 100x Fitness card. Attribute point rewards have been issued to the host's corresponding attributes. The host can improve his or her attributes at any time. The 100x Fitness card has been put into the host's pocket. The favorability suddenly exploded to 60. Su Yang was startled by the system prompt sound. He thought that Chu Yoi, whose favorability towards him had not increased at all, would at most increase by 2.30 points. Unexpectedly, it exploded to 60 points. However, when Su Yang thought about his current relationship with Chu Yoi, that means I feel relieved. What's wrong with the brother and sister having a higher level of affection? Isn't this normal? Let Chu Yoi become my sister first, then my sweet baby, and then give me a personal space reward. That makes sense. Su-young said to himself happily. Thinking this in his mind, Su-young directly added all the attribute points he had just obtained to the corresponding attributes. The next moment, Su-young immediately felt that his overall physical quality, both strength and endurance, had improved a lot. I casually glanced at the properties panel. Su-young saw that his current attributes were height 184 cm, constitution 79, strength 77, endurance 75, speed 77. All attributes are approaching level 80. Look at your current properties. Su-young held back his desire to see the 100x fitness card and said to Chu Yoi in a gentle tone, "Since I am your brother, you can no longer refuse your brother's kindness in the future, understand?" Chu Yoi, but Su-young, "Good sister, there is no but, you just need to accept your brother's kindness to you." Chu Yoi, but Su-young, "Sister Yui, don't you want to listen to your brother?" Chu Yui saw that Su-young kept interrupting her, obviously not wanting to hear her, so she said some words to politely reject the other party's kindness. Finally, she said nothing more. Instead, she said softly in a soft voice, "Yui, listen to your brother from now on." Su-young, "That's right, this is my good sister." While talking, Su-young slowly took Chu Yui into his arms and said, "Good sister, let your brother feel the feeling of holding your sister." Chapter 47. Su-young acted too quickly. Chu Yui, who lowered her head, was embraced by Su-young before she could react. By the time Chu Yui reacted, she was already in Su-yang's arms. Feeling the warmth in Su-yang's arms, Chu Yui lost the courage to resist, because she likes the feeling of being protected. Ding! Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is +3. The current Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 63 points. Su-young simply ignored the system prompt. Instead, he quietly felt Chu Yoi's big rabbit and smelled the faint body fragrance of Chu Yoi. That's all. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, Chu Yoi began to feel that something was wrong, because she found that Su-young, who was holding her, was getting hotter and hotter, and his breathing was getting more rapid. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yui raised her head in confusion and looked at Su-young with her innocent big eyes and asked, "Nothing. I just love this feeling so much." Su-young realized that he had lost his composure, so he let go of the arms that were hugging Chu Yui before she could think about it. Then, Su-young added, "Sister Yui, it's stuffy in the car. I'll help you take off your mask." Su-young probably knew about Chu Yoi's figure, which was very attractive. But the appearance. From the beginning till now, Su-young has only seen a pair of pure, beautiful big eyes and nothing else. So Su-young took this opportunity to see what Chu Yui looked like. I could do it myself. Chu Yui didn't think too much about it. She just simply felt that. The car was a bit stuffy, and the inexplicable heat was getting stronger. It made her breathing more and more uncomfortable while wearing the mask. Then, she lowered her head and took off the mask with her white jade hands. Su-young. What the hell? I can't see it. Su-young. Yui, why do you always keep your head down? I will protect you from now on. You must be brave enough to raise your head and look more at this beautiful world. Upon hearing this, Chu Yui raised her head slightly and looked at Su-young. Su-young was surprised to find out. Chu Yui's long hair still covered her face tightly even when she took off the mask. Oh my god. Fortunately, I didn't wake up in the middle of the night and suddenly saw it. Otherwise, I would have been scared. Su-young complained in his heart. Then he reached out and gently pushed away the hair that was blocking Chu Yui's face. The next moment, Su-young saw a pure, flawless, and beautiful face. If you say, Guingya has a charming type of beauty. Han Shuyun has a cold and royal type of beauty. Chu Yoi is the type of pure beauty. Seeing Chu Yoi's beautiful face, pure and shy, Su-young instantly thought of Chu Yoi's curvy figure, pure face, paired with a well-proportioned figure. Su-young didn't even dare to imagine what kind of heavenly enjoyment he would have if he had it. "Brother, why are you staring at me?" Chu Yui felt a little embarrassed when Su-young stared at her, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. It was the first time for her to look into the eyes of a member of the opposite sex at such a close distance. Ahem. Su-young used a dry cough in an old-fashioned way to cover up his evil thoughts and said, "Seeing your face, Sister Yui, my longing for my sister has deepened." Chu Yui immediately comforted Su-young and said, "Brother Su will definitely find your sister." Su-young nodded solemnly, then said, I hope so. I don't know whether that sister can find Su Yang in the end. But Su Yang will definitely not lose his sister Chu Yoi again in the future. Master, we've arrived at the hotel. At this moment, Lao He informed Su Yang through his mind. Su Yang has always been concentrating on acting. Chapter 48. Didn't notice the scenery outside. At this time, we learned that we had arrived at the hotel. Su Yang looked out through the car window. I found out that the hotel Lao He found for me was called Guingya Hotel. I opened my phone and searched it. Su Yang found that it indeed met the requirements he had set for Lao He to find a hotel. Immediately, Su Yang opened the car door and got out. Brother Su, I haven't treated you to a hamburger yet. Why did you bring me to the hotel? Chu Yoi didn't think much about it. Her innocent face was full of confusion. However, after looking at the surrounding environment, she lowered her head out of habit. Su Yang saw Chu Yoi's habitual action of lowering her head, but he did not force her to correct it. After all, people's habits cannot be corrected in a short period of time. And what Chu Yoi did was also a good thing for her. At the very least, no one could notice that Chu Yoi actually had a beautiful and pure face. This is also a kind of protection for her in an invisible way. But even so, Su Yang also decided in his heart that he would take some time to find a female bodyguard for Chu Yoi. After all, Chu Yoi is too naive, and Su Yang is afraid that Chu Yoi will be bullied. I'm not hungry anymore. Now I just want to rest quickly. If you want to treat me to a meal, I'll ask you out some other time. Su Yang gave Chu Yoi a casual explanation. Brother Su, what should I do? Chu Yoi clenched her hands in panic and asked with her head down. She was afraid that Su Yang would leave her here. Because she has a bit of a poor sense of direction, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Of course you'll stay in the hotel with me. Let's talk about everything tomorrow. Now I just want to rest quickly. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi's panicked appearance, reached out, and gently embraced Chu Yoi, and said. After Chu Yoi was embraced by Su Yang, her body trembled slightly, and then she regained her composure. Okay, Yue will listen to Brother Su. Chu Yoi said softly. So good. Su Yang looked at the obedient Chu Yoi and felt very satisfied. Then he took Chu Yoi into Guingya Hotel. As for Lao He, Su Yang decided to take back his experience card later. Soon, after entering the hotel, Su Yang took Chu Yoi and successfully booked a presidential suite. For your convenience, you can stay at any time in the future. Su Yang directly subscribed for a month. Then, in the respectful accompaniment of the hotel staff, he took Chu Yoi and took the elevator directly to the top floor of the hotel. There are 3 presidential suites on the top floor of Guingya Hotel. Su Yang ordered the most expensive one. It can be said that there is nothing that cannot be done in the presidential suite where Su Yang lives. As long as Su Yang makes a phone call, the hotel staff will make arrangements for him no matter what the matter is. Mr. Su, this is the presidential suite you booked. There are all. The hotel staff wanted to give Su Yang a detailed introduction to the various services and facilities. Okay, I'll figure it out slowly. If anything happens, I'll call you. Su Yang said directly. What services and facilities are available in the presidential suite? Su Yang was not in the mood to understand at the moment. Su Yang now. I only care about whether the bed is big, soft, and comfortable to sleep on. He lives in the dormitory, whether he is at school or delivering takeout. Those are all hard beds. Su Yang had long wanted to enjoy the hotel's king-size room. Now, finally got what I wanted. Su Yang just wanted to experience it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. The hotel staff was afraid that they would make Su Yang impatient. He immediately left with a respectful smile. Su Yang watched the hotel staff leave. He used the room card to open the door of the presidential suite and walked in with Chu Yoi. The presidential suite is very spacious. The most conspicuous, it's the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Su Yang finally understood why those rich people like to stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, drink coffee, and watch the night view. Because standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the high floors and looking at the night view is really beautiful. Chu Yoi has been following Su Yang silently. At this moment, she was also attracted by the beautiful night view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She couldn't help but raise her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock brought by the beautiful scenery. Yue, find a room for yourself to sleep. I'm going to rest first. Su Yang looked at the night view for a while, then turned and left. Although he really wanted to be a beast. But it's obvious. It's not appropriate now. If it is really done by force, let's not talk about whether there will be punishment or not. Chu Yoi's favorability towards him will never reach 80 points in this lifetime. You will never want to have portable space again. Okay, Brother Su. There are no messy thoughts in Chu Yoi's mind. She just feels very happy now. I'm also very grateful and thankful to Su Yang. After Su Yang left the floor-to-ceiling window of the living room, I took a quick tour around the presidential suite. The entire presidential suite is about 500 square meters. It includes a reception room, study, audio-visual entertainment room, etc. Su Yang just strolled around casually. Then he went into the bathroom and took a quick hot shower. Much more comfortable. After taking a hot shower, Su Yang immediately felt that he was not so tired anymore. So I put on the disposable bathrobe that came with the suite, lay on the big, soft bed, and took out my cell phone to watch some TikTok. But I didn't expect it. Su Yang just took out his cell phone and turned on the screen. Then I saw the message from my ex-girlfriend's son, Wenxian. Son Wenxian. Su Yang. Who is the woman with you in the bar tonight? Son Wenxian. Answer me, Su Yang. Below the message, there are records of 3 video and voice calls. Su Yang's phone has been on silent mode. So there were messages sent by Sun Wenxian, as well as video and voice calls. Su Yang didn't hear a single one. But even if Su Yang heard it, he was too lazy to pay attention to Sun Wenxian. Because when Su Yang met Sun Wenxian in the bar, he checked Sun Wenxian's personal information. Sun Wenxian's overall score is 81 points. But Sun Wenxian's purity is only 94. That is to say, Sun Wenxian, who always told him to save his most precious things for his wedding night. In fact, I have already had a sweet duo with a man. And I have given so much to Sun Wenxian from beginning to end. But he never even held Sun Wenxian's hand properly, let alone kissing her. However, Su Yang did not regret it. On the contrary, I feel somewhat fortunate. Because he really kissed Sun Wenxian. He will be disgusted now. Because no one knows what Sun Wenxian has been through. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Su Yang saw another new message from Sun Wenxian. Sun Wenxian, didn't you say before that you would work hard to save money to make me happy? Why is it that now that you have money, the person around you is not me? Are you worthy of me? Aren't you ashamed of the promise you made? I'm so shocked. It's really outrageous. What kind of train of thought is this? Can't you look for the reason in yourself? Su Yang was amused by Sun Wenxian's remarks. Chapter 50. Because he had only seen people like Sun Wenxian on the internet before. I encountered it again in reality. I'm bored right now. Su Yang decided to kill some time with Sun Wenxian. Then, Su Yang directly replied to Sun Wenxian. What qualifications do you have to ask who the woman next to me is? What qualifications do you have to question why the person next to me is not you? Sun Wenxian replied immediately. Su Yang, I know you are very angry because I abandoned you. Haven't you always wanted me? Now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you apologize to me and promise to love only me forever, I will go find you and give myself to you. Su Yang saw the message sent by Sun Wenxian. It feels really funny. Is Guingya not attractive anymore? Or is Chu Yoi no longer young and obedient? You are a woman who has a sweet relationship with a man. How do you feel that I want to take over? Su Yang thinks. We need to increase the intensity of Sun Wenxian's attack. Su Yang, Sun Wenxian, what you said makes me sick. If you don't have a mirror, please use your pee as a mirror to look at yourself carefully. Do you think you deserve to be mine? There are a lot of people like you if I just snap my fingers. I feel sick just talking to you now. I was blind to fall in love with you before. Now that my eyes are healed, I want to open them and see the world. Get as far away from me as possible. Goodbye. The message has been sent. Su Yang directly blocked and deleted Sun Wenxian. In an ordinary hotel, Sun Wenxian sat on the bed and looked at the message Su Yang sent her. She was not feeling well at all, because she had never been insulted like this by a man. Originally, Sun Wenxian thought, relying on Su Yang's love for herself. As long as she shows a little weakness, Su Yang would apologize to her with a smile, just like he did before, and buy her some small gifts or something. But Su Yang's remarks. But it was beyond Sun Wenxian's expectations. This made Sun Wenxian very angry. Su Yang, why you talk to me like that? If you don't apologize to me properly this time, I won't give you any chance to be my liquor in the future. Sun Wenxian said angrily inwardly. Then, Sun Wenxian sent a message to threaten Su Yang. Su Yang, if you don't apologize to me for what you just said, I will never forgive you in my life. But the message has just been sent. She noticed a red exclamation mark. Sun Wenxian immediately knew that she had been blocked by Su Yang. Su Yang, don't regret it later. Isn't it just 2 stinky coins? Who knows where your money comes from? Maybe it's just like what Zhang Tao said, a lone shark who is willing to risk his life. You'll kneel down in front of me and kowtow to apologize in the future. I won't even look at you again. Sun Wenxian threw her phone aside, slammed the pillow hard, and swore silently in her heart. After Su Yang attacked Sun Wenxian together, the mood became very cheerful. As for what Sun Wenxian thinks, Su Yang was too lazy to think about it. Looked at the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. Su Yang changed to a more comfortable position and leaned against the head of the bed. Continued to do what he wanted to do just now and watched Douyin for a while. It is difficult to find a goddess who meets the required data in reality. Su Yang thinks, it should be easier to find some on TikTok. Take advantage of this moment when I am not sleepy. Su Yang wanted to see if he could find a goddess on Douyin who met the required data, then spend some money on them to increase their favorability. Let them give themselves a reward. Chapter 51. After I have a plan in mind, Su Yang opened Douyin directly and recharged 10 million yuan into his account. The 10 million can only be used to buy gifts for goddesses who meet the data requirements. Products that do not meet the standards cannot be consumed. Then, Su Yang began to look for the female anchors he followed from his follow list. Su Yang is still very confident about the girl he is interested in. Su Yang felt that it should not be difficult to find a goddess who met the requirements. After opening the watch list, Su Yang randomly entered a live broadcast room where a female anchor was broadcasting live. After entering the live broadcast room, Su Yang took a quick look at the other person. In the past, Su Yang would have thought that this female anchor was a beauty. But after meeting Guingya, Han Shiyun, and Chu Yoi, at this time, Su Yang was looking at the female anchor in front of him and felt bored. Because the female anchor in front of him was so different from Guingya and the others. However, I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Su Yang still looked at the female anchor's information. Name, Li Xiaodan. Age, 29. Occupation, broadcaster and can fly around the country. Appearance, 71 points. Body, 73 points. Temperament, 75 points. Purity, -12 points. Overall score, 53 points. Specialty, various postures. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, none. I'll go. I didn't expect it. You can actually fly all over the country. I used to watch your live broadcast for free. What a waste of my data. Su Yang unfollowed the post directly. And in the next moment, name, Chen Meihua. Age, 37. Overall score, 46. Unfollow. Su Yang unfollowed the post directly. Then, Su Yang watched several female anchors that he usually watched. The results obtained were, without exception, they are all special effects monsters with an overall score of less than 60 points. Unfollow. Su Yang's hands are numb from clicking so many times to unfollow others. Meow. TikTok special effects are harmful. I thought you were all beauties. I didn't expect it to be all special effects monsters. No wonder you don't see beautiful women in real life. Because there are no special effects in reality. Su Yang was very depressed. Then, Su Yang unfollowed more than a dozen female anchors in a row. Some of these female anchors are big internet celebrities with millions or even tens of millions of fans. That's in a TikTok video. Each of them took photos of themselves that made them look as beautiful as fairies. But when Su Yang saw the other party's message, the highest one is 86 points. None of them meet the standards of a system goddess. Damn, what kind of look did I have before? Su Yang was really speechless. Originally, Su Yang thought, it shouldn't be difficult to find a goddess with good enough data to spend money on TikTok. But the reality is cruel. I've been brushing for almost 10 minutes. None of them met the standard. The total number of female anchors who have unfollowed exceeds 20. Continue to unfollow. Su Yang felt that he was going to unfollow all the female anchors he followed. Chapter 52. Just when Su Yang felt, there is not a single goddess-level female anchor in his follow-up list. The latest female anchor he saw immediately aroused Su Yang's interest. Because of this female anchor, Su Yang thought she was a minor at first glance. And look at it from Su Yang's perspective. This female anchor is very beautiful. Not inferior to Guingya, Han Shiyun, and Chu Yoi. However, after experiencing a series of beatings from female anchors. Su-yang was not sure about his own aesthetic standards on Douyin. Immediately, Su-yang's mind moved slightly, and he checked the information of the female anchor. Name, Zhou Lingwei. Age, 20. Occupation, female anchor and voice actor. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 94 points. Temperament, 91 points. Purity, 100 points. Overall score, 93 points. Specialty, variety of voices. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, listening to nature. Ultimate prize, unlocked when favorability reaches 90. It's not easy. Finally, I met a girl whose stats meet the requirements. When Su-yang saw Zhou Lingyue's message, he felt deeply moved. Then Su-yang began to focus on Zhou Lingyue's specialties and strategy award. With his special talent of changing voice, Su-yang thought that he should be able to change into various voices. If you're doing a sweet duet with her, let her make sounds with a different voice. Su-yang got excited just thinking about it. However, Su-yang couldn't figure out the strategy for the grand prize, listening to nature. When asking the system, the answer obtained was that the host should explore on his own. In fact, after seeing Zhou Lingyue's specialties, Su-yang thinks Zhou Lingyue's strategy prize is no longer important, because Su-yang really wanted to experience it. What does it feel like to have a sweet duo with a beautiful girl with a variety of voices? Since you want to, then take action. Then, Su-yang said nothing. Directly entered Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. Welcome, brother. Yellow Jacket loves surfing. To Ye's live broadcast room. As soon as Su-yang entered the live broadcast room, Zhou Lingyue greeted him in a sweet voice. I heard Zhou Lingyue greeting me with a free level 0 account. Su-yang immediately developed a favorable impression towards Zhou Lingyue. I looked up at the number of people in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. Su-yang found that there were not many, only 83. In a live broadcast room, several people with high-profile Douyin accounts were speaking. Sihai Quanglong. Host, if you imitate the royal sister's scream twice, I will break through level 59 in your live broadcast room and reach level 60. A big watermelon. Hurry up and call the big brother. I have tissues ready. Xiaoyin Long. Follow big brother and you'll have soup to drink. Big brother's request is very much to my liking. Announcer, please call 59 to 60 for 200,000. Brother, you smell good. What are you waiting for, anchor? Don't you want to make 200,000? Sister-in-law, don't look back. I'm my brother. Call quickly. Shout quickly. A gust of wind. Watch silently. Sihai Quanglong. You are welcome to do whatever you want, Xiao Bai. You won't lick my big brother, so why are you a streamer? Xiaoyin Long. Brother is right. A big watermelon. Hurry up and lick the big brother. I'm very anxious. Mo Shui. This is a green live broadcast room. Please speak positively. If you make trouble, you'll be kicked out of the live broadcast room. Sihai Quanglong. You are a worthless person with no authority. Why are you barking like a dog? If you have the guts, kick me out. A big watermelon. Get lost, authority dog. The host might be planning to call someone else. If you kick the big brother away, the host will take you off his management. A gust of wind. Keep watching. 4C's Mad Dragon was kicked out of the live broadcast room. A big watermelon was kicked out of the live broadcast room. As two people were kicked out of the live broadcast room, Zhou Lingyue immediately said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, Sister Mo Shui." Then, Zhou Lingyue said, "Let me state once again that this live broadcast room is a green PK live broadcast room. Sunglasses can make a request for me to say something. Sports cars can request different voices to sing." After saying, Zhou Lingyue saw that there was a PK application and connected it directly. Su-yang, who had been watching silently, sent a message at this time. What requests can be made for the carnival? Chapter 53. When Zhou Lingyue saw Su-yang's remarks, she immediately said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yellow Jacket loves surfing. You can specify 10 songs for the carnival and ask Ye to sing with a certain voice. At the same time, Ye will also let the sisters in my dormitory dance with me." Upon hearing this, Su-yang was just about to spend a few thousand carnival coins to make some casual purchases. Unexpectedly, a sarcastic male voice suddenly came from the live broadcast room of the female anchor Zhou Lingyue had just connected to, "Yeah, I'm the level 59 big brother in your live broadcast room, just now, and your administrator kicked me out. Give me an explanation." Besides, that guy in a yellow jacket who loves surfing is just a rookie. What's the point of you answering his questions? I just told you, if you want to be a streamer and make money, just flatter a big brother like me. You don't really imagine that a rookie account like Yellow Jacket Loves Surfing will give you a carnival, do you? It's good enough for a newbie like them to give you a light card. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingyue immediately said, I'm the boss of my live broadcast room. My administrator said that this is a green live broadcast room. You know exactly what you were doing in my live stream and why you got kicked out. Also, I don't care whether Xiaobai's account sends gifts or not. As long as people who like me come to my live broadcast room frequently and give me likes to increase my popularity, I will be very satisfied. The person in the opposite live broadcast room, Sihai Quanglong, immediately said, Why are you pretending to be noble? Let's stop talking nonsense. Aren't you a PK anchor? Do you dare to take this PK? If you don't dare to answer, I'll change the live broadcast room and let other female anchors connect with you. There are a lot of female anchors in the rich group I'm in. As long as you admit your mistake to me and meet my requirements, I will let you go. Otherwise, I will have a bunch of female anchors compete with you every day so that you can't survive in the Douyin live broadcast circle. When Zhou Lingyue heard the threat from Sihai Quanglong, she felt very upset and a bitter look appeared on her pretty face. She was a PK anchor who had just entered the industry not long ago and made money by relying on her skills. She really can't do anything like licking Big Brother, because she felt disgusted. But this is the current trend of live streaming. If you make Big Brother unhappy, he has plenty of ways to retaliate. Unless she stops accepting PK in the future and just plays by herself in her own live broadcast room. But if you play by yourself and don't interact with other anchors, the audience in the live broadcast room will not have much desire to give gifts or make requests. Then she would have no chance of getting a return on the various live broadcast and recording equipment she bought at great expense. Think about this. Zhou Lingyue was very upset and prepared to apologize to the viewers in her live broadcast room, then go off the air to adjust her mentality. But at this moment, a carnival suddenly appeared in its live broadcast room. Because the carnival appeared too suddenly, Zhou Lingyue didn't react at once. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Lingyue immediately said in a sweet voice, Thank you for the carnival of Brother Huang Magua loves surfing. Brother, what do you want to ask for Yaya? Su Yang said without saying anything, Take his PK. Joke. Su Yang was thinking about how to quickly increase Zhou Lingyue's favorability. This mad dragon of the four seas just happened to run into the muzzle of his gun. If dry brush gift. Su Yang felt that Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards him must have increased very quickly at the beginning. But after reaching a certain level, Zhou Lingyue should have become numb to gifts. This results in a slow increase in favorability. But with the show, the effect is different. Now is the time when Zhou Lingyue is feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 54. If I protect her well at this time, her favorability will skyrocket. Brother Yellow Jacket loves surfing. Let's forget it. Yaya knows that you want to stand up for me, and Yaya is very touched. Yaya will let you make an extra song request as a token of our gratitude. Zhou Lingyue spoke to Su Yang at this time. Ding. Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards the host is positive 5. The current favorability is 5 points. Hear the system prompt. Su Yang knew that Yaya was not lying, and she was indeed grateful to him. However, Su Yang would not miss this opportunity to make money and improve Zhou Lingyue's favorability. Then, Su Yang directly said, Accept the PK. Following Su Yang's speech, some lurking fans in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, as well as some small white accounts, started to speak up. Yaya's little fan. Brother Lang is awesome. He starts with a carnival. I love Yi Qiao Chai. The level 59 player in the opposite live broadcast room is too arrogant. He thinks his high level is great, but he still looks down on us rookies. He really looks down on us. Mo, who said nothing. Hey, as a rookie, I have never dared to find out because I was afraid of being ridiculed. I didn't expect that I would still be ridiculed, even though I didn't say anything. It's a pity that I have no money. Otherwise, I would definitely slap the person on the other side in the face. Wear more clothes when it's cold. Host, please accept the PK. Brother Lang is obviously a capable person. President Badu. Brother Lang, I support you. I'm also a newbie. I hope you can help us, the many newbies, beat the level 59 guy on the opposite side. A gust of wind. Keep watching. Zhou Lingyue, who has been paying attention to the comments in the live broadcast room. I saw Su Yang send another message asking me to take part in the PK. And the crowd in the live broadcast room seemed very angry. She nodded and said, "Brother Yellow Jacket loves surfing. I'll listen to you. But I have to ask the other party what the request is before deciding whether to accept it. Please forgive me." After saying, Zhou Lingwei then asked the level 59 player in the opposite live broadcast room, "How do you and your female anchor want to play PK?" The female anchor on the opposite side is called August Xiao Chao. With the special effects of Douyin, her appearance is still pretty good. However, Su Yang checked her personal information. I was surprised to find that her overall score was only 45 points. And her age is not 32, as described on the homepage, but 46. At this time, August Grass said in a clipped voice, "I will listen to Big Brother. I will play the way Big Brother tells me to play." Sihai Kuanglong, who was on the microphone in her live broadcast room, said, "My requirement is that if you lose, you should do squats while shouting 10 times. Brother Long, I was wrong." The crazy dragon of the 4 Cs is named Chun Dalong. He's a small boss. His biggest hobby is to spend money to get female anchors to drop in. Over the years, he has slept with many female anchors. Zhou Lingwei is his latest prey, although he looked like he was going to kill Zhou Lingwei at this moment. But in fact, his inner thoughts were completely the opposite. He wanted to say forget it to Zhou Lingwei when she failed in the PK and when she was being punished, so that Zhou Lingwei would be grateful to him. Then he said a few soft words to apologize and gave Zhou Lingwei a little bit of support, so that Zhou Lingwei promoted him to a manager. Afterwards, he gradually won Zhou Lingwei over through slow contact. Many of the female anchors he slept with were won over by him using this method. Chen Dalong was very clear that Zhou Lingwei currently had a very bad impression of him. If he proposed excessive PK punishment, Zhou Lingwei would definitely not accept it. So he proposed a very common punishment, the purpose of which was to allow Zhou Lingwei to accept the PK without any pressure. Chapter 55. Anchor on the other side. You know what my big brother wants? Tell me what you want. August Xiaoqiao asked Zhou Lingwei at this time. Zhou Lingwei felt that she could meet the requirements raised by Sihai Kuanglong. It's just doing squats and shouting a few words. I was wrong. Make money? No witties. So Zhou Lingwei asked Su Yang, "Brother Huang Ma Gua loves surfing. What punishment do you want the host on the other side to do?" Su Yang typed casually, "Turn off the beauty filter. What is punishment and what is not punishment?" At this moment, Su Yang just wanted to spend money quickly so that Zhou Lingwei would have a better impression of him and give him a huge reward. Our live broadcast room's brother requires you to turn off the beauty filter when you lose. Zhou Lingwei said to August Grass, "That's fine. I'll connect to you again, and once we're connected, the PK will begin." In August, Xiao Chao never thought he would lose, because the level of the 4Cs Mad Dragon is there. What's more, there are several wealthy groups behind the 4Cs Crazy Dragon. "Okay, hang up," Zhou Lingwei said. Then, both parties hung up the call. Soon, the two sides established a connection again. The live broadcast room screen is divided into two. Both sides' health bars are at 0. But soon, Chun Dalong, the crazy dragon of the 4Cs, gave August Xiaoqiao a carnival, scoring 30,000 points directly and instantly annihilated Zhou Lingwei's health bar to the point of having nothing left. Suddenly, the audience in August Xiaoqiao's live broadcast room immediately felt that Big Brother Sihai Kuanglong was mighty and domineering. Su Yang didn't waste any time and just followed the carnival. Zhou Lingwei immediately gave Su Yang a heart and said, "Thank you for the carnival from Brother Yellow Jacket loves surfing." Ding. Zhou Lingwei's favorability towards the host is +4, and the current favorability is 9 points. "I love Tiao Chai. Brother Lang is awesome." Ye's little fan. "Brother Lang is so mighty and domineering." And Mo Bu said, "Whether our Xiaobai account can regain its ground depends entirely on you, Brother Lang. I'll show my support with a sign." President Badu, "Come on, Brother Lang. Our Xiaobai account is relying on you." A gust of wind. Still watching. Chen Dalong on the opposite side saw that Su Yang showed no sign of weakness. So there was a big one, with 10 carnivals on stage. Suddenly, Zhou Lingwei's health bar was gone in an instant. Zhou Lingwei felt that losing didn't matter, but it would definitely be better if we could avoid losing. So she was in a very anxious mood at the moment and kept staring at the PK bar in her live broadcast room. Sudden, 50 Carnival floating screens. Her PK health bar soared by 1.5 million, killing the opponent in seconds. See 50 Carnivals pop up all at once. Zhou Lingyue was almost moved to tears, because this was the first time she received so many gifts. So she quickly turned on the screen recording, while recording the scene of Su Yang giving her a gift, while saying gratefully, "Thank you, brother in the yellow jacket who loves surfing, for sending 50 Carnivals to Yaya." Ding. Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards the host is +8, and the current favorability is 17 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Zhou Lingyue's 10-point favorability reward and a +5 constitution. The reward has been distributed to the host's corresponding attributes. Su Yang casually added the attribute points he gained to his physique, then resist the urge to keep brushing and wait for the opponent to make an effort. Because there is only tension and relaxation. Only by making Zhou Lingyue nervous can her favorability towards him increase faster. Chen Dalong on the opposite side was shocked by Su Yang's handwriting. So he didn't want to be outdone and also brushed 50 Carnivals. He was originally planning to reach level 60 today, so the amount spent at this time did not exceed the budget. At the same time, he also recruited external aid from several wealthy groups he belonged to. Then, many local tyrants who have some friendship with Chun Dalong. They also voted for August Xiao Chao and got the Carnival Doi #1 account and other gifts. Chun Dalong was very respectful to the wealthy foreign players he had brought in. He immediately said to Zhou Lingyue, "Sister Yaya, did you see that? If you had licked me well just now, all these gifts and the rich connections who gave them the gifts would be yours." This sentence is finished. In order to further demonstrate his financial strength, Chun Dalong attracted Zhou Lingyue's attention. He simply bought another 50 Carnivals and used up the budget for that period in less than 30 seconds. In August Xiao Cao's live broadcast room, under the leadership of Chun Dalong, more than 170 Carnivals appeared, and a health bar once again crushed Zhou Lingyue. Zhou Lingyue saw that his PK health bar was crushed again. I suddenly felt nervous again. Chapter 56. Because she didn't know whether Su Yang would follow her or not. Although she was very satisfied with the gifts she had received so far. But I have never seen her with so many gifts. It made her have the fantasy that every female anchor would have. That is, you can meet a big boss who will always protect you, love you, and never let you suffer any grievances. She really wanted Su Yang to be that big boss. But she was too embarrassed to ask Su Yang directly for a gift. So she was feeling very conflicted at the moment. Emotions such as anxiety, anticipation, and nervousness filled her heart. Su Yang, who has been watching the live broadcast, from Zhou Lingyue's micro-expression, he sensed that the effect he wanted was almost ready. Immediately, 500 Carnivals took action. These 500 Carnivals are available at once. The live broadcast room on the other side was completely stunned, because this is 1.5 million Chinese yuan. It's just a fight between two small anchors. Is it necessary to make such a big deal? 4C's Mad Dragon. What level of big brother have you offended? Fuck, you're trying to get us to do this, right? The guy on the other side is the real boss. I've been fooled by the 4C's Mad Dragon. The other party obviously doesn't know that it's the little vest of that big guy. Fuck, Sihai Kuanglong. You dare to touch a big brother who has more than $1 million in his hand? If the big brother on the other side troubles me afterwards, I will directly kill you. After seeing Su Yang's handiwork, the wealthy brothers in August Xiao Cao's live broadcast room directly launched an attack on Sihai Kuanglong. Anyone who can easily spend more than 1 million yuan must be well off in real life. They dare not provoke them at will. What if the other party is a real big shot and takes revenge on them in real life because of this incident? They won't be able to bear it. So they all directed their anger towards the Mad Dragon of 4C's. And on Zhou Lingyue's side, after Zhou Lingyue saw Su Yang's 500 Carnivals, suddenly I choked and burst into tears. She felt that her fantasy seemed to have come true. Those floating Carnivals. It was like beautiful fireworks lighting up her heart. Thank you for the 500 Carnivals from Brother Yellow Jacket Loves Surfing. You will be the best brother in Yaya's heart from now on. Yaya has sent you a private message. Brother will take a look later. Zhou Lingyue covered her mouth and sobbed. Ding. Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards the host is +15 points, and the current favorability is 35 points. Start distributing Zhou Lingyue's 20 and 30 points of favorability rewards to the host. Congratulations to the host for gaining +5 points of endurance and +5 points of speed. Attribute point rewards have been issued to the host's corresponding attributes. The host can improve his or her attributes at any time. Soo-young casually added the attribute points he had gained. Then he turned his attention back to the live broadcast room. At this time, the number of people in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room has increased from 83 at the beginning to more than 30,000. And the entire comment section was filled with comments like, "Mr. Lang is awesome. Mr. Lang, you're the god of our Xiaobai account." After taking a casual glance at the comment section, Soo-young sent out 1,000 carnivals without saying anything. As carnivals sent out, Soo-young's Douyin account level was directly upgraded to level 65. Then, Soo-young also gave out some level privilege gifts. For example, Diamond Carnival, Duke of Nebula, Dragon Ranger, Kunpeng Wanli, etc. In an instant, the special effects in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room are taking off and are breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Lingyue looked at the gift floating on the screen in her live broadcast room. Looking at the picture of the gift that made her heart flutter, she was truly moved beyond words. He could only keep changing his voice and saying various words of thanks to Soo-young. Ding! Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards the host is +16, and the current favorability is 51 points. Start distributing Zhou Lingyue's 40-point and 50-point favorability rewards to the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 points of positive temperament and a time delay card. Attribute point rewards have been issued to the host's corresponding attributes. The host can improve his or her attributes at any time. The delay card has been placed in the host's wallet. Soo-young heard the system prompt sound. He simply ignored the delay card because he had no plans to use it at the moment. Temperament attribute points? It's my first time getting it. I don't know what effect it has. I thought so in my heart. Then, use the temperament attribute points you gained casually. Attribute points added. Soo-young immediately felt that after he added the attribute points this time, the feeling of adding attribute points is obviously different from before. He felt that there seemed to be some slight changes in the bones and skin all over his body. So Soo-young immediately got out of bed, took off his disposable nightgown, and looked at the mirror in the room. This look, Soo-young immediately noticed the amazing changes in him. Chapter 57. My back seems to be straighter. Some acne marks and black spots on my face seem to have decreased a lot. It turns out that the attribute points that increase temperament are so powerful. After seeing his amazing changes in the mirror, Soo-young couldn't help but sigh. End of emotion. Soo-young turned his attention back to Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. At this time, there is less than a minute left before the PK between Zhou Lingyue and Baiyue Xiaoqiao ends. Zhou Lingyue's PK health bar was so low that August Xiaocao's health bar became invisible. But he is Chun Dalong from August Xiaocao's live broadcast room. I was already frightened by Soo-young's generosity. There was no thought of fighting back at all. And those foreign players brought in by Chun Dalong. At this time, they all defected to Zhou Lingyue's side. Friendships on the internet are originally a mixture of true and false. Although they have a friendship with Chun Dalong, but they didn't want to offend Soo-young because of Chun Dalong, someone who can easily swipe over 1,600 carnivals. These wealthy people who frequently give gifts know very well that they cannot afford to offend them. So after they attacked Chun Dalong in August Xiaocao's live broadcast room and in their own rich group, they began to give Zhou Lingyue gifts to show their goodwill to Soo-young. For a moment, all kinds of gifts are flying all over the screen in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. At the same time, every rich person who defected from August Xiaocao's live broadcast room to Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, after giving gifts to Zhou Lingyue and showing goodwill to Soo-young, they also sent large amounts of diamonds or gift barrage red envelopes in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. Say hello to Soo-young through barrage red envelopes. Then, in the barrage area of Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, the screen was filled with comments like, "Mr. Lang, I'm XXX, let's be friends." More than 1,000 carnivals, plus many red envelopes sent by local tycoons. The number of people online in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. It started from 30,000 and then climbed up at a terrifying speed. In less than 30 seconds, the number of people in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, and it continues to climb. Zhou Lingyue looked at the gifts floating all over the screen in her live broadcast room. There's also a growing number of online users who keep reaching new heights. She was completely stunned. Because of this kind of scene, she never dared to think about it in her dreams. And now, this was something she had never dared to dream of, but actually happened. This made her a loss for a moment as to how to express her gratitude to Soo-young, because she understands everything that happened in her live broadcast room at this moment. Those were all brought to her by Soo-young. Thank you, Mr. Lang. Boss Lang is so majestic and domineering. Mr. Lang, can you give me some attention? Just when Zhou Lingwei didn't know how to express her gratitude to Soo-young, several pretty girls who lived in the same dormitory with Zhou Lingwei began to surround her and help her thank Soo-young. One of the brave ones even took the opportunity to ask Soo-young to pay attention to her. After they helped Zhou Lingwei thank Soo-young. Chapter 58. Then he started dancing to the music in Zhou Lingwei's live broadcast room. The girls danced beautifully. Obviously, they have all practiced. Dance with these girls. The barrage in Zhou Lingwei's live broadcast room exploded again. Ye's little fanboy, Boss Lang, is awesome. He defeated a group of people on the other side by himself. I love a firewood. Fuck. Thanks to Mr. Lang for letting me have a little white account and seeing a bunch of beauties dancing for me. Emo, Boo said, the 4C's Mad Dragon on the opposite side. Are you still arrogant? Boss Lang, you are the god of our Zaya Baiho. Wear more clothes when it's cold. It's so cool. Thank you, Mr. Lang, for letting me experience what it's like to be an emperor. Look at all these beauties dancing for me. President Badu. Boss Lang, are you still missing some leg hair accessories? I will be your die-hard fan from now on. A gust of wind. I'm still watching. Soon. Accompanied by a large number of barges in the live broadcast room. The PK time between Zhou Lingwei and August Xiaoqiao is over. And the PK points between Zhou Lingwei and Bayue Xiaocao's live broadcast rooms. The final score was 48365-206 to 1820522. You can say that. Zhou Lingwei crushed him. The health bar of August Grass was completely destroyed. Thank you, Brother Huang Magua, for all your support to Yu. Ye was really touched. I don't know how to express my admiration, respect, and gratitude to my brother now. Brother, if you have any requests, just ask. As long as it does not violate the rules, Ye will satisfy you in the live broadcast room. Although Ye is not very good at dancing, if you really want to see it, Ye will try her best to satisfy you. Zhou Lingwei looked at the extremely high popularity of her live broadcast room and the blood bar of August Grass that had been depleted. At this moment, she was extremely grateful to Soo-young. You can say that. Now Soo-young made some excessive demands in the live broadcast room. As long as it did not violate the rules, she would try her best to complete them, because she really wanted to keep Soo-young, the mysterious and wealthy brother. After experiencing being protected by Soo-young, who gave him gifts crazily, she understood the thoughts of those female anchors who accompanied her elder brother privately. Forget about making requests. I give you gifts purely out of admiration for you. Soo-young looked at Zhou Lingwei, who was extremely grateful to him at this moment, and typed slowly. Although he really wanted to see a beautiful woman like Zhou Lingwei singing and dancing for him in different voices in the live broadcast room. But Soo-young always felt, if I let Zhou Lingwei do this, although Zhou Lingwei would do as she was told, her favorability rating would definitely drop. Moreover, Soo-young didn't want to let the girl he liked dance in front of more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. Soo-young always felt awkward, as if he was being cheated on. Soo-young still likes to let Zhou Lingwei do it in private in front of him. Show off graceful and seductive dance moves. This may be the strange possessiveness of men. Brother Lang, you are so good to Ye. Ye really doesn't know how to repay Brother Lang. Zhou Lingwei had already prepared herself for Soo-young to make some excessive demands on her. After all, no one would spend millions without expecting anything in return. But when Zhou Lingwei saw what Soo-young said, she was really deeply moved by Soo-young, a mysterious rich man who simply admires himself and spends a lot of gifts to protect himself. Zhou Lingwei was really attracted to and curious about Soo-young. She really wanted to have a good contact with Soo-young in real life and get to know him in detail. Ding! Zhou Lingwei's favorability towards the host is positive 13, and the current favorability is 64 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Zhou Lingwei's 60-point favorability reward, the electromagnetic protection ring. The reward has been placed next to the host. If I really made a request to her just now, the favorability and reward would definitely be gone. Sure enough, attacking the heart is the best way to improve favorability. Just by not asking Zhou Lingwei for anything, her favorability towards me increased by 13 points, and I even got another reward. Su Yang looked at Zhou Lingwei on the screen, who was extremely grateful to him, and felt happy in his heart. Chapter 59. Then, Su Yang raised his hand and took the electromagnetic protection ring he had just obtained and took a look at it. The electromagnetic protection ring does not have a gorgeous appearance. It is just a beautiful small ring, and the overall color is silver white. Looking at the ordinary ring in his hand, Su Yang asked about the function of the system ring. The answer was that the electromagnetic protection ring can automatically adjust the size of the ring according to the thickness of the owner's finger. As long as you put the electromagnetic protection ring on your finger, it will automatically recognize its owner. After the electromagnetic protection ring recognizes its owner, anyone wearing the electromagnetic protection ring will encounter some sudden and unexpected danger. For example, falling objects from high altitude, being hit by a car while walking, etc. The electromagnetic protection ring will automatically activate the protection function, establish an electromagnetic barrier around the owner, and help the owner avoid danger. If an unexpected attack occurs, the electromagnetic protection ring will release electromagnetic waves to attack the object that attacks its owner. In mild cases, the opponent will be knocked unconscious, and in severe cases, the opponent's spirit will collapse and become a mindless vegetable. After understanding the function of the electromagnetic protection ring, Su Yang suddenly felt that the electromagnetic protection ring, which looked ordinary, was so extraordinary. I have Lao Hei now, so I don't need this electromagnetic protection ring. It can be given to Chu Yoi for self-defense. Su Yang casually placed the electromagnetic protection ring on the bedside table and decided to give it to Chu Yoi tomorrow. Chu Yoi's dressing can help her avoid many dangers, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Su Yang took into account Chu Yoi's attractive face and bust. Also, consider Chu Yoi's soft and weak personality that is easily bullied. Finally, I considered that Chu Yoi was a good sister who could give me a huge amount of personal space. Su Yang felt that it would be most appropriate to give the electromagnetic protection ring to Chu Yoi. After determining the fate of the electromagnetic protection ring, Su Yang then turned his attention back to Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. In fact, less than 10 seconds have passed since I got the electromagnetic protection ring. Therefore, the popularity of Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room is still extremely explosive. The barrage area is also filled with dense barges. I love Yi Qiao Chai. Boss Lang is too domineering. He spent millions without asking for anything. If I were a woman, I would fall into Boss Lang's arms right away. Ye's little fan. Ye is getting better. She finally has a super rich brother. Tears in my eyes. Wear more clothes when it's cold. Millions are just a wave of the hand, and it's just out of pure admiration for Ye. I really want to become a woman and be rubbed and abused by Mr. Lang. And Mo Bu said, although it's a pity that I didn't see the anchor's performance, I'm still very grateful to Mr. Lang for taking us to fly with his little white account. President Badu, Boss Lang, you are the god of our Xiaobai account, but Boss Lang, can you please let the other side do the punishment? A gust of wind. I'm still watching. Su Yang glanced at the barrage casually. Following Zhou Lingyue's words, he posted a comment in the live broadcast room. If you really want to repay me, please take some time to treat me to a meal in real life. It's useless to just improve your favorability online. After all, if you want to win Zhou Lingyue's strategy grand prize, listen to nature, you must first have a sweet duo queue in real life. Su Yang was actually quite curious about the grand prize for the strategy of listening to nature. So Su Yang took the opportunity of Zhou Lingyue's desire to repay him. Directly make an appointment with Zhou Lingyue to meet in person. As long as we meet in real life, we will have everything we need. Okay, when we meet in real life, Ye will make sure Brother Lang is satisfied with the meal. Zhou Lingyue originally wanted to get in touch with Su Yang in real life. So Su Yang's words also gave Zhou Lingyue an opportunity. That's all. Su Yang and Zhou Lingyue's ideas surprisingly coincided. Does it satisfy me? Then I will really be rude to you then. Chapter 60. But what I eat is not rice. After Su Yang heard what Zhou Lingyue said, he thought to himself, boom! Just as Su Yang was imagining the scene of his meeting with Zhou Lingyue, a deafening thunder interrupted Su Ang's thoughts. But Su Yang is not very afraid of thunder. At this moment, I was slightly startled by the sudden thunder. I got out of bed and walked to the window to look. Su Yang noticed that it had started to rain heavily in the night sky outside without him knowing when. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Su Yang saw Chu Yoi in the next room and sent himself a WeChat message. Chu Yoi, Brother Su, Yue is a little scared. Can you come and accompany me? I saw the message Chu Yoi sent me. Su Yang suddenly felt excited. Brother and sister. Rainy day. Is it possible that family affection is going to deteriorate? Recalling Chu Yoi's pure and moving face, Su Yang immediately replied to Chu Yoi, Sister Yue, brother will come to accompany you right away. Finished replying to Chu Yoi's message. Su Yang was not in the mood to watch Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast at the moment. Su Yang felt that even if Zhou Lingyue's favorability was improved tonight, it wouldn't be able to improve much further. After all, he and Chu Yoi have become brother and sister. Chu Yoi's favorability towards me is only 63 points. That person and Zhou Lingyue are separated by a screen, but his favorability can be quickly increased to 64, which can be said to be a miracle of spending money. However, although Su Yang felt that Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards him would not increase much just through live broadcast, but Su Yang still tried it and gave Zhou Lingyue another 100 carnivals. Thank you, Brother Lang, for the 100 carnivals. Brother Lang, you don't have to spend any more money. Yaya knows how you feel about me. Yaya is now full of affection and curiosity towards Brother Lang. Looking forward to meeting you in real life. Zhou Lingyue saw that Su Yang gave her another 100 carnivals without saying anything. She was immediately filled with gratitude and anticipation and spoke to Su Yang in a sweet voice. Through Zhou Lingyue's tone and expression, Su Yang could see that what Zhou Lingyue said came from the heart. But the result was just as Su Yang had guessed. I was thinking of using Krypton Gold to increase Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards me, but it doesn't work tonight, because Zhou Lingyue has become somewhat immune to doing gifts at this moment. I want Zhou Lingyue to have a better impression of me. I have to give Zhou Lingyue a couple of days, or find a way to increase it after we meet in real life. I'll look forward to meeting you in real life too. That's it for tonight. I'm leaving now, so you should leave early too. Su Yang didn't want to waste time in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room at this moment. I just want to go and accompany my good sister Chu Yoi as soon as possible. Then, after Su Yang said goodbye to Zhou Lingyue, without waiting for Zhou Lingyue to say anything, just closed TikTok directly. Then, putting on a disposable bathrobe, he pushed open the door of his room and walked towards Chu Yoi's room with great excitement and anticipation. Chapter 61. In Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, Zhou Lingyue was originally preparing to say goodbye to Su Yang properly. After Su Yang sent his farewell message, he left the live broadcast room directly. I suddenly felt a little lost. But at the same time, she became more curious about Su Yang, because many wealthy people, after giving gifts, will make all kinds of requests to the female anchors. They will even ask the female anchor to go off the air later so that they can stay on the list of the live broadcast room for a longer period of time. Even if the female anchor stops broadcasting, they will still collect some interest from her privately. For example, voice or video calls, or requesting cool and sexy photos or something. However, Su Yang's approach was completely contrary to all the wealthy people who gave gifts. He gave her millions of gifts without asking for anything from her. Now he said he would log off, and he did it directly. He had no intention of staying at the top of the list for any longer. You know, there are more than 100,000 people in her live broadcast room now. Being able to be ranked number one in a live broadcast room with more than 100,000 people means that you will be the center of attention. Many beautiful female anchors will send ambiguous private messages to such a top-ranked rich man. Even some female anchors will give it away for free. No way. This is how the live streaming industry is these days. Beautiful female anchors are not a scarce resource. The most scarce resource is the rich man who can make money. And now, Zhou Lingyue learned from Su Yang what a truly wealthy brother is. If you say give gifts, then give gifts. If you say you won't make any demands, then don't make any demands. Just go offline when you say offline. Obviously, the behavior exhibited by Su Yang, in Zhou Lingyue's opinion, that is a person who regards money as dirt, and he doesn't care about the honor of being number one. A real rich man who doesn't even have much interest in various beautiful female anchors. Such a rich man He is the male god that Zhou Lingyue has always had only in her fantasy. I wonder what he looks like in real life. Even if she looks ordinary, she should be very elegant, right? Zhou Lingyue began to imagine what Su Yang looked like in her mind. Sister Yiya, do we still need to carry out the punishment here? Chun Dalong, the crazy dragon of the four seas in August Xiaocao's live broadcast room, asked Zhou Lingyue in a tone full of flattery and tentativeness. Although Su Yang had already left Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, but Su Yang's extravagant means. The tycoons had defected from August Xiaocao's live broadcast room to Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room still left a deep shadow on Chun Dalong. He now deeply regretted his impulsive behavior just now. If he were given another chance, he really wouldn't dare to yell at Su Yang, someone who can easily spend millions. You really can't afford to offend Chun Dalong. Moreover, just now many wealthy people with whom he has some relationship send him messages directly. If they were warned by the Yellow Jacket love surfing because of the PK incident tonight, or if they take revenge in real life, they will retaliate severely on themselves. Think of all these things. He secretly swore in his heart that he would never be arrogant again and would never dare to look down on Zai Baiho again. Zhou Lingyue was imagining what Su Yang looked like. After hearing Chun Dalong's question, he immediately said, "The punishment was decided by my brother Lang. Although he is offline, you must do it. Why? Do you want to regret it?" Chun Dalong immediately said, "Don't think too much, Sister Yiya. Let's do it right away. At the same time, I would like to apologize to you and Mr. Lang who is offline for my behavior just now." While talking, Chun Dalong gritted his teeth and recharged hundreds of thousands of yuan to host dozens of carnivals in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. When August Grass heard that he was going to be punished, his face turned ugly in an instant, because she knew very well that once she turned off the beauty filter, it would be all over. After all, there are more than 100,000 people watching Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. Brother Guanglong, I don't want to be punished. Can you please beg for mercy from the girl across the street? In August, Xiaoqiao acts coquettishly towards Chun Dalong. Do it now. Stop talking nonsense. Chapter 62. Chun Dalong said, seeing that he had no choice but to do it. August Xiaoqiao prepared to use the network hard tactics and pulled out the network cable to force the system to go offline. But at this moment, the door behind August Xiaoqiao was suddenly pushed open. Several fierce-looking strong men walked directly into the room. Then, without saying anything, she turned off the beauty filter on August Grass. Obviously, they're all members of the August Grass Guild. They didn't want to offend Su Yang and a bunch of local tyrants because of an August Grass. With the beauty filter in August Xiaocao's live broadcast room turned off, Chun Dalong suddenly felt like vomiting, because the grass in August is so damn ugly. What a sin I have committed! I have offended a powerful and wealthy person, and have been deserted by everyone. Even the female anchor who I always thought was pretty is ugly. Chun Dalong was so sad that he could not even cry. In fact, I was in a similar mood as Chun Dalong at this time. There is also Zhou Lingyue, and the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. Oh my god, the beauty filter on TikTok is so abnormal that it can turn an ugly person into a fairy. From now on, I will never give gifts in a live broadcast room with beauty filters turned on. Boss Lang has good taste. This female live streamer named Yiya is obviously a real goddess. My eyes are blind. The audience in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room were all wailing in grief. Zhou Lingyue watched August Xiaoqiao being punished. I don't have any intention to live broadcast at this moment. He immediately said good night to the audience in the live broadcast room, and then hurriedly went offline. Then, holding her cell phone, with great excitement and anticipation in her heart, she waited for Su Yang to add her as a WeChat friend amid the envious gazes of her roommates. What's going on with Zhou Lingyue? Su Yang didn't know and didn't care, because now Chu Yoi's door has been pushed open. As the door opened, Su Yang found that Chu Yoi's room was dark. Just turn on a light in the room. Su Yang saw Chu Yoi looking pitiful, curled up in a ball with her head covered with a quilt. Obviously, the thunder just now frightened her. Don't be afraid, Sister Yoi. Your brother is here. Su Yang walked to Chu Yoi's bed, patted Chu Yoi gently through the quilt, and said. Chu Yoi was huddled in the quilt and shivering. After hearing Su Yang's voice, immediately, a pretty and innocent face popped out from under the quilt. Brother, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but Yue is really afraid of thunder. Chu Yoi said in a soft and tender voice, looking at Su Yang with apology. Let's not talk about disturbing each other. From now on, you should always look for your brother directly when you encounter something scary, just like you did tonight. Su Yang pretended to be casual, sat down beside Chu Yoi's bed, and said, Yeah, Yue knows. Chu Yoi said with a sweet smile on her innocent face. Ding. Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host increases by 10 points. The current favorability towards the host is 73 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Chu Yoi's 70-point favorability reward, the electromagnetic protection ring, which has been placed in the pocket of the host's bathrobe. Originally, Su Yang was planning to give the electromagnetic protection ring that Zhou Lingyue dropped on him to Chu Yue. But I was in a hurry when I went out just now and forgot to bring it with me. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to give it to Chu Yue tomorrow. Never thought about it. Now I got another one. This made Su Yang feel happy. No need to wait until tomorrow to give it to Chu Yue. It can be delivered now. As for the one in his room, Su Yang thought he could wear it first. After all, this electromagnetic protection ring is a good thing that can save lives. Just when Su Yang was feeling happy because he had obtained another electromagnetic protection ring, Chu Yue moved to the side while holding the quilt and said to Su Yang in a soft and tender voice with a slightly blushing face, Brother, don't sit by the bed. You must be tired all day. It's so late now, and you are still disturbed by Yue. Yue feels very sorry. So, brother, lie down so you can rest better. Chapter 63. Su Yang heard Chu Yoi's soft voice. My heart suddenly felt a little moved. Immediately, Su Yang went straight to the bed, and then asked tentatively, Are you not afraid that I will bully you if you let me get on the bed? Chu Yoi blushed and whispered, I believe that brother will not bully Yue, because brother, you are a good person. Have to. I was given a nice guy card. Although this good guy card is not that kind of good guy card. But Chu Yue heard this answer. I know in my heart, there's no show tonight, unless he doesn't want Chu Yoi's favorability and personal space anymore. Then you could just force yourself on her. But I really did it. We have to consider the question of whether to impose punishment or not. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Anyway, the food is in the bowl. Su Yang was not in a hurry. Then, Su Yang smiled gently and said, Sister Yue really understands me. Brother will never bully Yue. While talking, Su Yang took out the electromagnetic protection ring he had just obtained from his bathrobe pocket and handed it to Chu Yue, saying, Sister Yue, this is for you. Chu Yue stretched out her fair little hand from under the quilt, took the ring, and looked at it. Then he curiously asked Su Yang, Brother Su, what is this? Su Yang said casually, This is the ring I prepared a long time ago to give to my sister. Try it on and see if it fits you. Chu Yue heard this without any doubt. She immediately tried to put the electromagnetic protection ring on her slender jade finger. The electromagnetic protection ring will adjust its size according to the owner's finger. So when Chu Yue put it on, it naturally fit her perfectly. Brother Su, the ring you gave me is just the right size. Chu Yue said with surprise on her pretty face. How do you like it? Su Yang asked. Like. Chu Yue blushed and nodded. As long as you like it. Once you put it on, don't take it off. Su Yang warned. Well, Yue will never take it off. Chu Yue happily waved her jade hand with the electromagnetic protection ring in front of herself and said, Sister Yue is so obedient. Su Yang saw that Chu Yue obeyed his orders. I suddenly felt a little more fond of Chu Yue. Then, Su Yang looked at the time. I realized it was almost 1:30 in the morning. Then I prepared to go to bed, because he was indeed tired today. At this moment, sleepiness is slowly coming over me. Brother Su, take a rest if you are tired. Yue, go turn off the lights. Chu Yue saw that Su Yang was sleepy. She immediately got out of bed sensibly, put on a thin, disposable pajamas, got out of bed and turned off the lights. Su Yang saw Chu Yoi's curvy body through the thin, disposable pajamas, and suddenly felt a little angry. However, this anger was quickly suppressed by Su Yang. In order for Chu Yue to give herself a portable space, Su Yang decided to endure it a little longer. Wait until Chu Yoi's favorability towards me reaches 80. Then I will capture her and the reward in one fell swoop. Bang! Right at this moment, Chu Yue turned off the lights in the room. Then I went to bed in the dark. Brother Su, it's a bit cold at night. It's definitely not okay for you to just wear a nightgown. Let's cover ourselves with a blanket. Chu Yue gave half of her quilt to Su Yang and said. Su Yang did not refuse when he heard this. He went straight into Chu Yoi's bed. Immediately, I smelled the alluring body fragrance of a young girl. Su-yang didn't know what Chu Yoi was thinking at this moment, but Su-yang could feel that Chu Yoi was very nervous at this moment. So Su-yang patted Chu Yoi gently and said, "Sister Yoi, go to sleep. Good night." Chu Yoi said softly, "Good night, Brother Su." Then, neither of them moved. At first, Su-yang wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to see if he could take advantage of Chu Yoi. But thinking about it, Su-yang fell asleep. Wait until you wake up. Su-yang found that it was already the next morning. Chu Yoi next also got up and went somewhere unknown. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. Su-yang found that it was almost 10 o'clock. At the same time, Su-yang also saw the message Chu Yoi sent to him. "Chu Yoi, Brother Su, I'm going to school. The hotel staff here are very enthusiastic. After learning that I have a bit of a poor sense of direction, they specially sent a sister to take me to school. I saw Chu Yoi going to school." Su-yang casually replied, "Study hard, and also, quit your part-time job at the bar." Chapter 64. A place like a bar. A mixed bag. Although Chu Yoi has an electromagnetic protection ring, but Su-yang thought it would be better to keep Chu Yoi away from places like bars. After sending the message to Chu Yoi, Su-yang got up and started to wash. After a moment, after washing up, Su-yang began to plan today's schedule. First, take Guingya to buy a house first, because Su-yang remembers it very clearly. Last night, Guingya promised herself that she could have a sweet couple in the house that she bought for her. Guingya's strategy grand prize. Su-yang was extremely envious. After buying a house for Guingya, let's see if there is enough time. If you have enough money, buy the car as well. Guingya must be given an increased spending quota. Only if you spend more on Guingya, you will get more cash back. After I have a plan in mind, Su-yang sent a WeChat message directly to Guingya. "Qingya, what are you doing now?" Su-yang's message had just been sent out. Then he saw Guingya replied to his message immediately. Obviously, Guingya had been waiting for news from him. "Guingya, I was a little drunk last night, so I asked for leave today and will rest at home now. Also, Han Shuryan told me that you were the one who sent her home last night. Let me convey my gratitude to you." Saw the message about Guingya. Han Shuryan's cool and pretty face immediately appeared in Su-yang's mind. I also thought of the scene of Han Shuryan and myself kissing passionately. Don't think about this kind of thing. Just thinking about it made Su-yang, a novice, feel his blood boiling. However, it is obviously a bit difficult to win over Han Shuryan, a lesbian, at the moment. So Su-yang still set his first target on Guingya. "I thought so in my heart." Su-yang casually replied to Guingya, "Your best friend is going out with me. I will definitely send her home safely." This message has been sent. Su-yang went straight to the point and said, "Qingya, pack up and go out with me." Guingya replied immediately, "Where are you going?" Su-yang, "Take you to see the house." Guingya, "Brother Su, are you really going to buy me a house?" Su-yang, "Why, do you think I'm just talking big?" Su-yang, "Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and get ready. I'll pick you up downstairs at your house in a while." Guingya, "Okay, Brother Su." Su-yang looked at Qingya and agreed. He put on the electromagnetic protection ring, changed into his own clothes, and went out. Then take the elevator downstairs. Soon, the elevator reached the first floor of Guingya Hotel. Get out of the elevator. A girl wearing the Guingya Hotel uniform immediately asked Su-yang respectfully if he needed anything. Su-yang waved his hand casually and left the hotel. As soon as you leave the hotel, Su-yang saw his Rolls-Royce. "I was careless last night. I forgot to take back the experience card for Rolls-Royce and Lao He." Su-yang felt a little distressed. After all, both Rolls-Royce and Lao He are time-limited. But when I think about the experience period for Rolls-Royce and Lao He, there is still a month left. And knowing that he still had a delay card that he hadn't used, Su-yang felt much better. "Owner." Su-yang just walked to Leslie. Lao He respectfully got out of the driver's seat, opened the back door, and nodded slightly to show his respect to Su-yang. Upon hearing this, Su-yang also nodded to Lao He. Then get into the car. Although Lao He is a nanotech biochemical warrior without emotions, he only knows how to obey his orders. But Su-yang still felt that he had given Lao He a response. After entering the car, Su-yang told Lao He the address of Guingya's home. Then Lao He started the Rolls-Royce and drove Su-yang towards Guingya's house. More than half an hour later, Su-yang drove a Rolls-Royce to Guingya's residential area. There are many residents in the community where Guingya lives. So Su Yang entered the community. It attracted the attention of many residents. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the Rolls-Royce, because top luxury cars like Rolls-Royce are not common for them. Su Yang looked through the car window at the people outside who were looking at him. I couldn't help but think of what I was like before I got the system. I used to be just like them. Seeing luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, I was filled with longing. No, I used to be different from them. Because I used to be like that, I can't even think about buying a house in this medium-sized neighborhood. Even if it's a cheap apartment, it's still too expensive. Think back to myself before I had a system. Su Yang couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Then, Su Yang stopped thinking about it. Instead, he sent a message to Guingya. Guingya, I'm here. Guingya replied immediately. Okay, Brother Su, I'll be down right away. Chapter 65. Saw the message about Guingya. Su Yang told Lao He to turn off the engine, and then started playing with his phone while waiting. Although Guingya said she would come down right away. But Su Yang doesn't think so. After all, women are not like men who just leave when they go out. Just put on some eyeliner or something. It will take a while. But soon, Su Yang was slapped in the face by his own thoughts. Because he was playing with his phone, he received a message from Guingya asking, Brother Su, I'm going downstairs, where are you? So fast. He glanced at the message and immediately looked out of the car. I saw it not far outside the car. The charming Guingya was looking around curiously. Today, Guingya wore a white tight short-sleeved top, a pleated skirt, white socks on her feet, and a pair of silver sneakers, showing off her slender buttocks to the fullest. Looking at Guingya's charming face and her slender, white buttocks, Su Yang couldn't help swallowing. Then he opened the car door and invited Guingya to get in. Guingya is looking around. After hearing Su Yang's voice, a pair of beautiful eyes immediately looked toward Su Yang. When he saw Su Yang, he was actually sitting in a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. I became curious about Su Yang's worth again, but she understood that it was okay to be curious about some things. But you can't take advantage of your favor and become arrogant and deliberately try to spy on others. So Guingya quickly suppressed her inner curiosity, smiled on her pretty face, and got into the Rolls-Royce. Old Black drive. After Guingya got in the car, Su Yang immediately told Lao He to drive. As for going there, Su Yang had already explained this to Lao He in advance. Brother Su, where are we going? Guingya took Su Yang's arm and asked curiously. You'll know when you get there, Su Yang said casually. The place to go this time is one of the most expensive properties in Pengcheng. Su Yang was afraid that if he gave the address, Guingya would make excuses. So we decided to act first and report later and talk about it later when we get to the place. Guingya saw that Su Yang had a mysterious look on his face. Then he behaved well and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she leaned on Su Yang's shoulder with a sweet look on her face. Su Yang smelled the body fragrance of Guingya. Looking at Guingya's long and beautiful legs, suddenly I felt thirsty and distracted. Then, Su Yang took the initiative and pulled Guingya into his arms and kissed her on the lips. At the same time, one of Su Yang's hands was dishonestly caressing Guingya's slender legs. Fajing Su Yang's Sudenkis. Guingya was a little flustered at first, but she did not resist or refuse. Instead, he let Su Yang pick them at will. However, in response to Su Yang's increasingly excessive hands, Guingya still reached out and held them down to prevent Su Yang from touching her randomly. Su Yang noticed Guingya's actions. He stopped touching her randomly and instead used his mouth to savor the beauty's scent. Finally, after Su Yang tasted Guingya for nearly 5 minutes, Guingya blushed and gently pushed Su Yang away and said shyly, Brother Su, please spare Guingya first. Su Yang laughed twice and said, Okay, I'll let you go first. The food is already on the plate anyway. As long as I buy a house, I can have food tonight. So Su Yang is not in a hurry at the moment. After all, there was Lao He in the car. Although Lao He is a cyborg without emotions. But if something really happened between him and Guingya in the car, Su Yang would still feel weird. Relatively speaking, Su Yang still likes to let go in a space where only 2 people are alone. Guingya felt that Su Yang respected her very much. Chapter 66. I suddenly liked Su Yang even more. Then, Guingya wanted Su Yang to know her better. He began to tell Su Yang many interesting things in his life. Su Yang stood aside, holding Guingya in his arms and pretending to listen attentively. From time to time, He would ask Guingya a few questions, showing that he was listening very attentively. This listening approach, it can quickly improve the favorability of the opposite sex. About 40 minutes later, Lao He drove a Rolls-Royce and took Su Yang to his destination. And along the way, Su Yang also successfully increased Guingya's favorability towards him by 1 point, reaching 78 points. Just 2 points away from 80. After reaching 75, it becomes increasingly difficult to increase the favorability. I pretended to listen for so long. It only increased by 1 point. I wonder if I can raise Guingya's favorability to 80 points after buying her a house. Su Yang thought to himself. I thought so in my heart. Su Yang asked Guingya to get out of the car. As for Lao He, Su Yang chose to leave him in the car, because Lao He is too eye-catching and intimidating. Guingya would definitely be a little scared after seeing this. Now is the most critical moment to improve Guingya's favorability. Su Yang didn't want Guingya to have any other emotions in her heart. Brother Su, why did you bring me to Inhu Mansion? When Guingya saw the sales office not far away, her pretty face was filled with surprise, and she asked. Guingya knew about Inhu Mansion. This is one of the most expensive mansions in Pengcheng. Any set would cost tens of millions. If you want to buy a single-family villa in Inhu Mansion, you must at least start with 3 small goals. I brought you here to buy you a house. Su Yang gently scratched Guingya's nose and said, Buy me a house here? But the houses here are too expensive. Why don't we go somewhere else? Guingya was shocked by Su Yang's words, even though she knew that Su Yang was rich. But what Su Yang said now was far beyond her expectations of Su Yang. In her opinion, no matter how rich Su Yang is, his wealth would never exceed 100 million. But now, Guingya felt that she had underestimated Su Yang, because the methods Su Yang is now displaying are probably beyond the reach of even a billionaire with a net worth of 1 billion. Guingya, in my heart, you are priceless. So, no matter how expensive something is in my eyes, it's not as important as your smile. Can you just listen to your brother today? Su Yang saw that Guingya was shocked by his words. He gently embraced Guingya in his arms and spoke in a soft tone. Guingya, being held in Su Yang's arms, listened to the sweet words Su Yang said in a gentle tone and felt that she was the happiest girl in the world. Then, Guingya nodded and said, Then Guingya will listen to Brother Su. But from now on, Brother Su can't spend so much money on Guingya anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately nodded in agreement. We'll talk about the future later. For now, let's increase the spending limit for Guingya first. Ding. Guingya's favorability towards the host increases by 1 point. Currently, Guingya's favorability towards the host is 79 points. Right at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. It's 79 o'clock. Just 1 point left. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Yang was very excited. But the closer it gets to the final moment, Su Yang understood that he should not panic. So Su Yang quickly suppressed his inner excitement. Guingya, with a happy face, entered the sales office of Inhu Mansion. Chapter 67. Sir, madam, welcome to our Silver Lake Mansion. I wonder what you two are here for. My name is Zhu Qiao Qiao. I wonder if I can provide you two with any service. Su Yang and Guingya just entered the sales office. Then a beautiful employee who looked young but had a very married look came over to say hello. We're here to look at the house. I wonder if you have any available housing now. I want a place where you can move in right away. Su Yang asket Jaswali. At the same time, Su Yang also checked the other party's personal information. Name, Zhu Qiao Qiao. Age, 24. Occupation, Internet celebrity real estate sales. Appearance, 89 points. Body, 88 points. Temperament, 90 points. Purity, 99 points. Overall score, 89 points. Specialties, materialism, money worship. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, none. I'll go. Materialism, money worship. This is perfect for me. It's a pity that I'm just 1 point away from meeting the goddess standard. After reading Zhu Qiaoqiao's personal information, Su Yang felt a little regretful in his heart. Because of Zhu Qiaoqiao's appearance and special talents, she is quite suitable for Su Yang's taste. However, Zhu Qiaoqiao does not meet the standards of goddess. So you can't use money to attack Zhu Qiaoqiao. This forced Su Yang to temporarily give up and try Zhu Qiaoqiao's idea. After all, this is the time of the year. It's very difficult to pursue a girl who is very beautiful and materialistic without spending any money. Just as Su Yang was looking at Zhu Qiao, Zhu Qiao was also quietly looking at Su Yang and Guingya. She has worked at Inhu Mansion for more than a year and has met many wealthy people. Moreover, she has more than 100,000 followers on TikTok, and she knows a lot about all kinds of people. In addition, due to her personality, she often goes to high-end stores and buys luxury goods. So she developed a keen eye for judging people. Basically, by simply looking at the other person, she can roughly determine the other person's consumption level. At this time, Zhu Qiao, after looking at what Su Yang and Guingya were wearing, I immediately knew in my heart that Su Yang was the protagonist today. Guingya was just the female companion brought by Su Yang to see the house. As for Su Yang's consumption level, Guingya guessed it based on Su Yang's clothes and the Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch inadvertently exposed at the cuffs. Zhu Qiao felt that Su Yang's consumption level should be slightly above the middle class among the wealthy people she had come into contact with. In Zhu Qiao's opinion, Su Yang definitely cannot afford the detached villa in Inhu Mansion. But it's just an ordinary house in Inhu Mansion. Zhu Qiao felt that Su Yang still had the ability to purchase in installments. Zhu Qiao will warmly entertain customers who have the purchasing power, because once the house is sold, even the cheapest suite in Inhu Mansion will start at 30 million. She can earn hundreds of thousands just in commission. After roughly understanding Su Yang's spending power, Zhu Qiao said to Su Yang enthusiastically, "Sir, you came at such a coincidence. Just last night, we received a house that meets your requirements. But it's a single-family house. I wonder if the talisman meets your requirements." What Su Yang wants is a detached villa. Immediately, Su Yang nodded and said, "Yes, take us to have a look. If I really think it's suitable, I will buy it directly." When Guingya heard that Su Yang actually wanted to buy a detached villa in Inhu Mansion, she immediately took Su Yang's arm and couldn't help but hold it tighter. Because the single-family villas in Inhu Mansion start at least 300 million. Su Yang noticed something unusual about Guingya. He immediately patted Guingya's small hand and said softly, "We agreed just now. Listen to me today." Upon hearing this, Guingya nodded with a slightly red face. Zhu Qiao listened to what Su Yang said. I couldn't help but look at Su Yang again, because she found out. When Su Yang said to buy it directly, there wasn't a trace of timidity in his expression. Instead, it is filled with a kind of aura that is hard to describe. It's like being eager to spend money, because the momentum Su Yang displayed at this moment was something she had never seen before. So she couldn't figure out what Su Yang was thinking. He also began to doubt his own judgment of Su Yang's consumption level. But no matter what, Zhu Qiao was very sure. There is no doubt that Su Yang is the client she wants. Then, Zhu Qiao said to Su Yang with full respect and enthusiasm, "Sir, you are so generous." Chapter 68. May I know your name, sir? I'm here to register you to view the house. Also, sir, if you want to see a house here, you need to do a capital verification of 50 million. Su Yang said, "Serenamsu. Take this card to verify your funds." Zhu Qiao took the card respectfully and started to register for the house viewing. Soon, the house viewing registration has been completed. Funds are also verified. Zhu Qiao returned the bank card to Su Yang and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, the house viewing registration and capital verification have been completed. Next, let me take you and the lady next to you to see the house." Su Yang took the bank card and nodded. "Let's go." At this moment, Su Yang couldn't wait any longer. Then, Su Yang and Guingya left the sales office under the leadership of Zhu Qiao. Because Inhu Mansion covers a large area. After Su Yang and his companions left the sales office, they followed Zhu Qiao and got into an Alpha business car from Inhu Mansion. This business car is specially provided by Inhu Mansion to potential users who have the ability to purchase a house. The interior space of the Alpha business car is very large. Zhu Qiao sat in the front row sensibly. The spacious and private backspace was left to Su Yang and Guingya. Zhu Qiao's behavior is very sensible. Su Yang was very satisfied, but Su Yang had no intention of doing anything to Guingya at this moment. He just simply hugged Guingya and listened quietly to her telling him some interesting stories. Soon, about 10 minutes later, we have arrived at the destination of this trip. The vehicle stopped in front of the carved gate of a luxurious Chinese-style villa. The car door opened. Su Yang took Guingya out of the car. "Sir, this is the house we want to see." Zhu Qiao spoke to Su Yang respectfully and enthusiastically. While talking, Zhu Qiao took out a key from her pocket and opened the carved door of the Chinese-style villa. "Let's go and see if you like it," Su Yang said while hugging Guingya. Guingya nodded sweetly and obediently. Obviously, Guingya has now completely accepted Su Yang's arrangement. Su Yang takes care of Qingya, and she is very well behaved. I had no resistance to the luxurious villa in front of me and felt a little relieved. Then he began to look around. This is a luxurious villa area. Su Yang has never come into contact with him in real life. Only seen it online. Being immersed in the situation at this moment, one naturally has to wait and see carefully. Zhu Qiao saw that Su Yang seemed to be waiting and watching. He immediately and sensibly began to introduce himself to Su Yang. From the gate of the villa to the layout and green plants in the courtyard. Then comes the house decoration inside the villa and what brands are used in the decoration. It can be said that Zhu Qiao's introduction was very vivid. Su Yang listened to Zhu Qiao's introduction while looking at the house. I soon got a general understanding of the villa. The villa covers a total area of about 1,200 square meters, with 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The actual usable area is close to 6,500 square meters. The total area of the villa yard is nearly 2 acres. The villa has everything, including yard, garden, swimming pool, etc. It can be said that strolling in the yard is no different from strolling in a small park. The layout and design inside the villa are also perfect. The first floor of the villa is mainly a public activity area. The second floor is for leisure and entertainment, with a home theater, billiard room, gym, and so on. The third and fourth floors are all beautifully decorated suites. The 2 underground floors are storage rooms, but there is currently nothing stored in them. Overall, this villa has everything going for it, both in terms of appearance and interior layout. The most important thing is, this villa has just been renovated. No one has lived here yet. It can be said that it is a completely new house. "How do you feel?" Su Yang asked Guingya. "I feel like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. This villa is beyond my imagination," Guingya said with surprise on her charming face. "Do you like it?" Su Yang went straight to the point. But Guingya wanted to say something. Su Yang interrupted directly. "No buts. As long as you like it." The words fell. Su Yang then asked Zhu Qiao, "I want this villa. How much is it?" Zhu Qiao was so stunned by Su Yang's question that she didn't react for a moment, because she had never seen such a straightforward buyer. Chapter 69. But soon, Zhu Qiao, who had a strong sense of professionalism, returned to normal and said with a hint of apology on her face, "Mr. Su, the original owner of this villa offered 500 million. But when the original owner submitted the villa to us, he also added some conditions. That means she has to contact the buyer in person before deciding whether to sell the house. So, Mr. Su, if you really want to buy this villa, you'd better contact her." While talking, Zhu Qiao looked at Su Yang again. She originally thought that Su Yang was at most a potential home-buying client worth tens of millions. But through a short period of contact with Su Yang, and Su Yang's momentum when he said he wanted to buy a house, she felt that her view of people might be wrong. Because from beginning to end, she didn't see any sign of Su Yang being nervous. "This is the first time I've seen a rich boy this young, handsome and rich. I don't know if there's a chance to take him down. Although the woman next to him is beautiful, I am not much worse. Men are animals who try to find loopholes everywhere and think with their lower body. If I just take the initiative, I might be able to take him down. I don't expect him to give me such an expensive villa when the time comes. Give me a house worth tens of millions, and my life will be worth it." Zhu Qiao secretly looked at Su Yang and thought to herself. Su Yang didn't know what Zhu Qiao was thinking. At this moment, "I just want to get the house as soon as possible." Then, Su Yang said directly to Zhu Qiao, "Give me the contact information of the original owner of the house." Zhu Qiao, who was daydreaming, was awakened by Su Yang's words. Immediately, Zhu Qiao took out her phone, opened WeChat, and said, "Mr. Su, the original owner only left his WeChat, not his phone number. This is her WeChat." Su Yang was speechless when he heard this. But at this moment, Su Yang was too lazy to care about so many things. "I immediately added the other person's WeChat using my own WeChat. The other person's WeChat name is Coco Bean. The WeChat avatar is a cute kitten. Do you know the situation of the original owner? After Su Yang added the other party on WeChat, he casually asked Zhu Xiao. I know a little bit about it. It is said that his family was very wealthy. But I don't know what happened suddenly. It seems that the family is on the verge of bankruptcy, so the original owners sold the house that had just been renovated. Zhu Xiao thought Su Yang wanted to ask about the information of the original house to see if he could lower the price, so she told him everything she knew. Ding dong. Zhu Xiao had just finished speaking. Su Yang received a message from Coco Bean on WeChat. At the same time, I also received a message from Coco Bean. Coco Bean, are you the buyer of my house? Su Yang casually replied, yes. Is there any additional conditions for buying your house? When Su Yang was contacting Coco Bean, Zhu Xiao was very sensible. She took Guingya to other places in the room, leaving Su Yang some space alone. Coco Bean, there are no additional conditions. I just want to tell you that if you buy my house and want to sell in the future, can you notify me in advance? It seems that this villa has some special meaning to this Coco Bean. I saw the news about Coco Beans. Su Yang's inner analysis. But he bought this house as a gift to Guingya to make money. There is no thought of selling. Therefore, Su Yang directly replied to Coco Bean, I bought it as a gift for my girlfriend, so whether this house is sold or not in the future is up to my girlfriend. This message has been sent. Su Yang saw that the other party kept showing input. It is obvious that the other party is writing and deleting. After a moment, the other party finally replied. However, the reply message is not text. Instead, he suddenly sent a photo. In the photo, there is a beautiful girl posing as Gong Sun Li, the King of Glory. Because the other person's cos makeup is a bit heavy. Plus, the other person's face is relatively childish. Therefore, Su Yang didn't dare to make a conclusion about the other person's appearance for a while. However, the majestic and full chest of the other person still attracted Su Yang's attention. Just as Su Yang was looking at the photo of Coco Beans, a message came. Coco Bean, can I be your girlfriend? What's going on? Do young people play so extravagantly nowadays? Su Yang was a little confused. Chapter 70. Can't help it. Su Yang checked the other party's information through his photo. Nama, Guingya. Age, 18. Occupation, college student, internet celebrity. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 96 points. Temperament, 94 points. Purity, 100 points. Overall score, 95 points. Specialties, cos, makeup, and 1,000 faces. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize for strategy, unlimited resurrection. Ultimate prize, unlocked when favorability reaches 90. Infinite resurrection. See Qin Kier's personal information. Su Yang said he liked it very much. This must be taken. Su Yang immediately made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Su Yang replied directly, why do you want to be my girlfriend? Coco Bean, because you will give a house to your girlfriend. Su Yang, that's it. Coco Bean, that's it. Su Yang, do you really need a house? Coco Bean, I really need money. Su Yang, how much do you need? Coco Bean, 1 billion. Coco Bean, if you buy my house and can lend me another 500 million, I will do whatever you want with it. Oh my God, this is my god of wealth. See the other party's requirements. Su Yang exclaimed that he finally met a confidant. However, Su Yang never takes things on the internet seriously. So Su Yang sent a message directly to Coco Bean. Let's meet and talk in detail. Coco Bean. Okay, but I'm very pressed for time here. So, can we meet now? Su Yang. I'll contact you tomorrow. Joke. Su Yang has arranged his schedule for today. That is to get the reward from Guingya. Now we're just one step away from success. Su Yang would not allow any accidents to happen. Coco Bean. Okay, I'll wait for your news anytime tomorrow. See the message Qin Kier replied. Su Yang put his phone in his pocket with a smile. Then he called to Zhu Xiao, who was not far away, and said, I have reached an agreement with the original owner. Let's start the transaction. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiao immediately sent a message to Qin Kier to confirm. After learning that the deal was indeed reached, Zhu Xiao then signaled Su Yang to go with her to the sales office to sign the sales contract. Half an hour later, the contract has been signed. Su Yang directly bought Qin Kier's villa in full, and the name of the villa's owner was filled in as Guingya. Brother Su, can you fill in our two names? Guingya Asked Su Yang Somelhat Nerfousli. It's for you. Of course, I'll just fill in your name. Be good and listen to me. Press your fingerprints. Suyang comforted Guingya. After hearing Su Yang's words, a trace of mist appeared in Gu Qingya's charming eyes. Su Yang couldn't guess what Gu Qingya was thinking for a moment. However, judging from the fact that Gu Qingya's favorability towards me has not increased, Su Yang felt that Gu Qingya must be somewhat resistant inside, so he did not sign his name as the landlord. But there is nothing we can do about it. The system regulations are there. His money can only be used to spend on goddesses. If you sign your name as the host, it will not be considered as spending money on the goddess, and the system will only pay half of the bill. It seems that this last point of favorability is very difficult to obtain. Does it mean that we have to break through the last level of relationship before this level of favorability can be added? Su Yang was secretly guessing in his heart. Chapter 71. The actions of Su Yang and Gu Qingya. It has already attracted many real estate girls in the sales office. These girls are all tall and beautiful. At this moment, they all looked at Gu Qingya with envy, wishing they could replace her. Especially Zhu Qiao. She wished she could just hold Gu Qingya's hand and make her fingerprint. That's a villa worth 500 million yuan. Put it in her words. She wouldn't ask so many questions. She wished her significant other would buy more things for her. Final. Under the watchful eyes of Zhu Qiao and a group of pretty house-selling girls, Gu Qingya pressed her fingerprint on the owner's name. Mr. Su, Ms. Gu, do we need to attend the house purchase ceremony? When Zhu Qiao saw that the contract had been signed, she immediately asked Su Yang and Gu Qingya. Su Yang didn't say anything, but just left the decision to Gu Qingya. Gu Qingya shook her head to indicate that it was not necessary. She's in a complicated mood now. I don't want to get involved in messy situations. In Gu Qingya's heart, Su Yang's unwillingness to sign the name of the landlord was obviously an act of not wanting to be together for the rest of his life. At this moment, Gu Qingya felt for the first time that she might not be the only one in Su Yang's future life. Because in Gu Qingya's opinion, Su Yang is so perfect. If you need people, you have people. If you need money, you have money. It's simply impeccable. People like Su Yang will definitely experience all kinds of stunning beauties in the future. As for the reason why Su Yang didn't want to sign the landlord's name, Gu Qingya felt that it was because Su Yang was paving the way for himself to come into contact with all kinds of stunning beauties in the future. You can say that. In just a few breaths. Gu Qingya thought a lot. Qingya, what's wrong with you? Su Yang noticed that something was wrong with Gu Qingya and asked immediately. Gu Qingya didn't know how to answer Su Yang, so she pretended to be happy and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I suddenly have a villa worth 500 million yuan. It feels like a dream." Su Yang is a guy who has little experience in picking up girls. Naturally, it is impossible to tell what is going on in Gu Qingya's mind at this moment. But at this moment, Su Yang didn't want to pay too much attention to unimportant things. Now, he just wanted to get the reward from Gu Qingya as soon as possible. Recalling my guess that the favorability would be increased from 79 to 80 points. Su Yang felt that he had to take action to test it out. Then, Su Yang embraced Gu Qingya in his arms and whispered in her ear, "You will be my woman. You will encounter this kind of dream life every day in the future. I feel a little tired now. Do you want to go to our new home with me to rest for a while?" Gu Qingya immediately understood what Su Yang meant from his words. Suddenly, Gu Qingya's charming face was covered with a blush. At the same time, an idea also arose in Gu Qingya's mind. My own conditions must be perfect. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to take action and squeeze Su Yang dry. As long as we drain him dry every day, he won't have the energy to mess around with other women in the future. It's said on the internet that there are no bad fields, only bad cows. Su Yang, I'm going to make you lie on my belly every day, without you having the strength to move. Think about this. Gu Qingya's mind suddenly became clear. She immediately leaned into Su Yang's arms and said, "I will listen to Brother Su." Su Yang heard it. Then I understood that Gu Qingya meant to let me deal with it. Then, Su Yang immediately took Gu Qingya and left the sales office under the puzzled gazes of Zhu Qiao and others. Then he got his Rolls-Royce and went to the newly bought villa. After a moment, the Rolls-Royce was parked in the yard of the villa. Su Yang was extremely excited. He embraced Gu Qingya into the villa and went straight to the large bedroom on the top floor. In a large bedroom, the bed and everything else are made. It was obvious that Qin Kurer was preparing to move in. Chapter 72. However, due to some problems at home, I was forced to sell the house. And now, everything Qin Kuer did paved the way for Su Yang. After Su Yang took Guingya into the master bedroom, immediately draw the bedroom curtains and turn on the ambient light. He took out a set of unopened high-end bed sheets from the cabinet and motioned Guingya to change into them. Guingya's charming face was flushed red at this moment, and her heart couldn't stop beating wildly. But she was actually looking forward to that kind of thing. I wonder if those words will really happen later. Will it be as beautiful as described in the book? Guingya was very nervous. In fact, it wasn't just Guingya who was nervous at this moment. Su Yang was also very nervous, because he is also a freshman. But Su Yang knew very well, myself as a man, never show any sign of anxiety. If you're nervous in front of a woman, you are still a man. So since Su Yang entered the room, he's been acting very calm. Brother Su, the bed is made. After Guingya made the bed, she secretly glanced at Su Yang and said softly. In Guingya's opinion, Su Yang's performance at this time clearly showed that of a veteran. This made her feel somewhat sad, because she wished so much that she was Su Yang's first woman. Guingya has read many emotional articles and watched many videos. The emotional experts inside said that whether it is a man or a woman, everyone will never forget their first partner. But it's already come to this. She didn't force anything, because she was indeed attracted to Su Yang. Although I'm not your first woman, but I will be the only woman in your life from now on. Today is the first day I squeeze you dry. Guingya secretly swore in her heart. What Guingya was thinking, Su Yang didn't know. At this moment, Su Yang was recalling the many action movies he had watched. He brought his acting skills to the extreme. Su Yang first walked to Guingya with an attitude as steady as an old dog, then start taking action. He had long been coveting Guingya. Now the opportunity to have sex is right in front of you. Su Yang could no longer suppress his inner desire. He started by carrying Guingya horizontally onto the bed. Then Su Yang began to methodically follow the contents of the action movie, kissing and undressing Guingya. Guingya has always been deliberately catering to Su Yang, so it didn't take long. Su Yang and Guingya were honest with each other. Then, 2 minutes later, Su Yang appeared in the bathroom depressed. Mel, how come I'm so fast? If I had known earlier, I should have prepared some medicine in advance. Su Yang was speechless. He has watched a lot of popular science videos. I know that men's first time will be quick, but it happened to me. Su Yang couldn't accept it for a moment. Ding. Guingya's favorability towards the host increases by 5 points. The current favorability towards the host is 84 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize of strategy, Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid. The reward has been placed in front of the host. Just when Su Yang felt speechless, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. Chapter 73. Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid? Why did the favorability suddenly increase? Could it be that the favorability from 79 to 80 points is really, as I guessed, only increased after breaking through the last level of relationship? Su Yang was somewhat confused. But soon, Su Yang threw away all his doubts. Is now the time to think about these things? Now is the time to regain the upper hand. Su Yang knew the effects of a supreme kidney liquid. Immediately, Su Yang didn't hesitate at all. He simply picked up the supreme kidney liquid in front of him, opened the bottle cap, and drank it all in one gulp. As the supreme kidney treasure liquid enters the abdomen, Su Yang felt it immediately. I felt a warm current in my abdomen. Immediately following, the warm current began to spread from the abdomen to the whole body. Wherever the warm current spreads, Su Yang felt a slight tingling sensation. After a moment, the supreme kidney liquid was finally consumed. Su Yang felt that his physical condition had made a qualitative leap. Immediately, Su Yang opened his property panel. Host, Su Yang. Appearance, 78 points. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Temperament, 80 points low. Wisdom, 76. Constitution, 84. Strength, 82. Endurance, 85. Speed, 87. System funds, 19599998498659 yuan. I grew 2 centimeters taller. Temperament has increased by 4 points. All other attributes have been increased by 5 points. The Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid is too strong. After Su Yang finished looking at his attribute panel, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. feeling that I now have abundant physical strength. Su-young knew that the opportunity to get back at his old self had come. Then, Su-young said nothing. Just take a quick shower, then leave the bathroom and return to the master bedroom. In the bedroom, the lights are beautiful at this time. Guingya leaned against the head of the bed, her charming face full of a sweet smile. She originally thought that Su-young was an experienced driver. I didn't expect to find out until I got to know it in depth. It was the first time for Su-young, just like her. This made her feel instantly satisfied. Associated. Her love for Su-young deepened. But when she thought back to Su-yang's speed just now, Guingya couldn't help but smile secretly with her hands covering her mouth. This smile, Guingya frowned in pain. And at this moment, Guingya saw Su-young coming out of the bathroom. And Su-yang's appearance at this moment was like a tiger that wanted to eat people. A pair of eyes looked at her greedily. Brother Su, are you done washing up? Guingya really likes the expression on Su-yang's face when he looks at her. Because the more Su-young does this, the more Su-young likes her. I'm done. I'm going to use my full strength now. While talking, Su-young pounced on Guingya, the little lamb, like a hungry tiger. Guingya still completely caters to Su-young, because she felt that Su-yang's battle this time would not last long. But soon, she knew she had guessed wrong. He saw Su-yang. 3 hours later, Su-young leaned against the head of the bed and started playing with his mobile phone with satisfaction. And Guingya, he had already fallen into a deep sleep due to Su-yang's torment. Looking at the sleeping beauty Guingya beside him, Su-young felt a great sense of accomplishment. But it was only 3 hours. Su-young felt like something was still not going well. The effect of supreme kidney liquid is too strong. Su-young still feels his blood boiling. I hope this is just the effect of taking the supreme kidney liquid. It will slowly return to normal later on. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to fight fiercely for hours every day in the future. Su-young thought to himself. Ding dong. Right at this moment, a new WeChat message came. Su-young took a look and found that it was sent by Chin Kur. Chin Kur, future boyfriend, what are you doing? Look at me cozying Kaiwenji and see if I look good. Chin Kur, picture. Su-young saw that Chin Kur sent him another selfie. He immediately opened the chat interface between himself and Chin Kur. This one opens. Su-young couldn't help but widen his eyes, because Chin Kur's cos of Kaiwenji is so beautiful. Chin Kur's face was originally a little childish. Kaiwenji, who cosed at this time, is a perfect fit, especially when Su-young saw it. Chin Kur's baby face and her majestic chest. 4 words instantly popped up in my mind. Tong xjux. Mel. This Chin Kur makes me a little crazy. Su-young looked at Chin Kur's photo and felt very angry at this moment. But at this moment, Guingya was already exhausted. Recalling the way Guingya deliberately tried to please him. There are also plum blossoms on the flyer. Su-young gave up the idea of waking up Guingya. Instead, they focused their attention on the culprit, Chin Kur. Then, Su-young said to Chin Kur mercilessly, I am very angry now. So, you know what I want to do? Soon, Chin Kur's message came. Chin Kur, as long as you lend me 500 million, you can do whatever you want. See Chin Kur's message. Su-young really couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately, Su-young directly sent a message to Chin Kur. You book a hotel yourself, and we will meet today to discuss in detail. Chin Kur, location, I'm in the hotel now. Do you dare to come? Su-young clicked on the location and took a look. I found that it was not far away from me. He immediately replied without saying anything. Just wait. I'll be there soon. Chapter 74. The message has been sent. Su-young got up from the bed and put on his clothes without saying a word, even though there were still marks on his body from Guingya's fight just now. But at this moment, Su-young was very angry. So the washing process is skipped. He now had to rush to the address Chin Kur sent him as soon as possible. Then let Chin Kur slowly provide washing and brushing services for him. Only 500 million. To me, it's nothing. Anyway, no matter how much it is, it's just ghost money to me. Chin Kur, I'll let you know the price of teasing me later. Su-young said to himself as he put on his clothes. After putting on clothes, Su-young took a wet tissue from Guingya's bag and wiped his face. Then, Su-young went downstairs directly. Downstairs, Lao Hei has been waiting for a long time, because Guingya is upstairs. This time, Su-young didn't plan to let Lao Hei follow him to the hotel where Chin Kur was. So, Su-young gave Lao Hei an order to stay at the door of the villa and be alert to every move around him. No one should be allowed to disturb Guingya upstairs. Although the security in the Inhu Mansion Villa area is very good. From time to time, security personnel hired by Inhu Mansion at high prices would patrol the place. There would even be police patrols from time to time. But after all, they cannot appear around their villas all the time. Out of consideration for Guingya's safety, Su Yang left Lao Hei behind. Lao Hei is a cyborg who has no emotions and only obeys his orders. Moreover, he can also keep an eye on the movements here through Lao Hei's vision. Therefore, Su Yang thought it was most appropriate to let Lao Hei be Guingya's temporary bodyguard. After arranging Guingya's safety, Su Yang sent another message to Guingya, who was sleeping upstairs. The general content was that he had some things to deal with and would contact him if he woke up. And Lao Hei in the villa is his bodyguard, so Guingya doesn't have to be afraid. The message has been sent. Su Yang began to think about how to get to Qin, although he got his driver's license during college. But apart from driving when taking the driver's license test, I basically never touched the car. So even though the Rolls-Royce was right next to him, Su Yang really didn't dare to try it easily. He was afraid that he would become a road killer. For your own and others' safety, Su Yang felt that it would be better for him not to try to drive a Rolls-Royce. Should I ask Lao Hei to take me to the outside of Inhu Mansion to take a taxi? Or should I just call a Didi here? Su Yang was a little troubled for a moment. Ding dong. Just when Su Yang was in trouble, a new WeChat message came. Su Yang thought it was sent by Qin. He immediately took out his cell phone, ready to see what Qin was up to next. But I took out my cell phone and looked at it. Su Yang then realized that the person who sent him the message was not Qin, but it was Zhu Qiao, whom he had met not long ago. Zhu Qiao. Mr. Su, I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for your support for my work. When are you free? Treat me to dinner? Su Yang recalled Zhu Qiao's beautiful face that looked very much like a married woman, and always felt that this woman had some impure motives in inviting him to dinner. But thinking about myself, don't I also have impure motives towards Zhu Qiao? It's just that Zhu Qiao's overall score does not meet the system's standard for goddess determination. Su Yang felt that he couldn't quickly conquer Zhu Qiao by spending money. That's why I decided to wait until I got a huge cashback from Guingya before trying Zhu Qiao's taste. Now, that Zhu Qiao has come over on her own initiative, then Su Yang would naturally not refuse. If he can eat meat without spending money, that is naturally better. However, Su Yang also knew that Zhu Qiao was a materialistic woman who understood men very well. It is unlikely that you can be intimate without spending any money. But even if I can't experience Zhu Qiao's driving feeling. Chapter 75. It is still possible to cultivate some relationship with Zhu Qiao in advance. And Su Yang is also short a driver right now. It would be a good opportunity for Zhu Qiao to take me to the hotel in Inhu Mansion's business car. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Think about this. Su Yang immediately sent a message to Zhu Qiao. We can talk about inviting me to dinner later when we have time. I need to go out now, but my driver has something urgent to do. Please help me arrange a car first. Zhu Qiao replied immediately. Mr. Su, I can be your driver. I'm a good driver. Of course, if you're really worried, I can arrange a car from our company for you. For valued customers like you, our Inhu Mansion provides free pickup and drop-off services for life. Can you drive? But I'm worried about the female driver. And if you drive, how can we develop our relationship? Then, Su Yang directly replied to Zhu Qiao. You have worked all day. I am afraid you are tired. You should arrange your company's car. Zhu Qiao. Okay, Mr. Su, send me your address. Su Yang, in the villa I just bought. Zhu Qiao. Mr. Su, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After reading Zhu Qiao's message, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have money. Buy a villa and get a lifetime free pickup and drop-off service. Then, Su Yang left the villa and stood at the door, browsing his phone and waiting. Very quickly, in less than 10 minutes, Su Yang saw a brand new Alpha driving towards him. Mr. Su, get in the car. After Alpha drove to Su Yang's side, Zhu Qiao got out from the passenger seat, helped Su Yang open the back door of Alpha, and said respectfully, Su Yang no det. Go straight into the back seat of Alpha. Mr. Su, can I sit with you? Seeing that Su Yang was alone, Zhu Qiao plucked up the courage to ask. For Su Yang. Zhu Qiao was very moved. Yang, handsome and rich. 500 million in cash is just a wave of the hand. This was better than any other rich person she knew. Because many rich people she knew, even those who bought houses in Inhu Mansion with full payment, did not have the spending power that Su Yang had. When she was young and ignorant, she gave herself up for the so-called love. But afterwards she realized how stupid she was. Love is bullshit these days. Money is the father. In her eyes, Su Yang is a big daddy with a mysterious identity and a net worth of at least tens of billions. In her opinion, this was a good opportunity for her to get in touch with Su Yang, and she naturally would not miss it. Kumein. Su Yang doesn't have as many psychological activities as Zhu Qiao. Even if Zhu Qiao didn't take the initiative to ask to sit with him, Su Yang would have suggested it. Zhu Qiao was delighted when she heard Su Yang agreed to her request. He immediately got into the back seat of the Alpha, sat with Su Yang, and asked, "Where are we going, Mr. Su?" Su Yang casually forwarded the address Qin Kur sent him to Zhu Qiao and said, "Go here. Also, don't call me Mr. Su all the time. My name is Su Yang. Just call me by my name." Zhu Qiao forwarded the address to the driver in front, then looked at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes and said, "Can I call you Brother Su?" Su Yang nodded. Of course. While the two were talking, the vehicle starts. I don't know if it's because Alpha started too fast. Su Yang felt a strong push on his back when the Alpha started moving forward. So he leaned back in the seat reflexively. Immediately following, Su Yang saw it. Zhu Qiao next to me. I don't know if it was intentional or if it was just like me, affected by the push on the back after the Alpha started, and it actually threw itself directly into my arms. In an instant, Zhu Qiao's unique body fragrance wafts into the air. Then, Su Yang felt a softness in his arms. Chapter 76. Fragrant. Very fragrant. Soft. Very soft. After Zhu Qiao threw herself into Su Yang's arms, Su Yang couldn't help but hug Zhu Qiao. By the way, Su Yang pretended to be careless and touched Zhu Qiao's buttocks. It is very fragrant and soft. This was the first feeling Su Yang had after he hugged Zhu Qiao and touched her buttocks. As for whether Zhu Qiao is moist or not, Su Yang doesn't know yet. After all, both parties were still separated by clothes and were not honest with each other. "Brother Su, I'm sorry. Sorry to bother you." When Zhu Qiao realized that Su Yang was hugging her, she immediately broke free from Su Yang's arms and said with a blush on her pretty face, "No trouble. I wish there were more troubles like this." Su Yang said to Zhu Qiao with a smile on his face. Through Zhu Qiao's reactions and micro-expressions, Su Yang was very sure. Just now, Zhu Qiao threw herself into his arms. It was intentional. This woman is really not a good person. However, Su Yang said he liked it very much. Because Su Yang discovered it. I just gave Zhu Qiao a simple hug. At this time, Zhu Qiao's pretty face was covered with blush. Especially those beautiful eyes, which were filled with ripples. Su Yang looked at Zhu Qiao's appearance at this moment, and his heart was filled with desire to conquer her. Zhu Qiao naturally noticed the look in Su Yang's eyes that wanted to conquer her. But she didn't want to let Su Yang get it easily. What a man is like. She understands very well. Once you let a man succeed, it will be very difficult to get him to spend money. Although Su Yang's appearance is in line with her own aesthetic. But before she became Su Yang's legitimate female companion, or his secretly kept female companion, she would never give herself to Su Yang. I just threw myself into Su Yang's arms on purpose. She was just testing Su Yang's attitude towards her. Now that she had found out, Su Yang was very interested in her. So she decided to take the initiative directly. Then, Zhu Qiao looked at Su Yang with spring in her eyes and said, "Brother Su, do you really want to have more trouble like you just did?" Su Yang just nodded and said nothing. "I don't have enough experience in picking up girls. And I can't let Zhu Qiao spend the money in the system." So Su Yang felt that pretending to be profound was the best option. First find out Zhu Qiao's background before deciding on the appropriate countermeasures. If Brother Su could fulfill one of Qiao's wishes, Qiao will definitely cause more trouble like just now. Zhu Qiao bit her red lips, rubbed Su Yang's legs with her long, beautiful legs, and said, "What wish?" Su Yang tried hard to control himself and said, "Qiao's dream since she was little is to live in a gorgeous house like a princess and have a lot of pocket money every month." "Brother Su, do you think Qiao's wish can come true?" Zhu Qiaoqiao looked at Su Yang and asked in a coquettish tone, "Like that fancy house I bought for my girlfriend? And what is your so-called pocket money? How much is it?" Su Yang asked back. How could Qiao Qiao dare to hope for a house like that? Chapter 77. Qiao Qiao will be satisfied if she can live in a suite worth 40 or 50 million. As for pocket money, 1 million a month is enough. Of course, Qiao Qiao will be happier if she has more pocket money. If Brother Su can fulfill Qiao Qiao's wish, Qiao Qiao will become the most obedient and well-behaved little princess you raise. Zhu Qiaoqiao said with an expression on her pretty face that made people want to pity her. So this was her condition. But I have no money now. Don't even think about buying you a house with the cash on you. I can't even afford the pocket money you want. After understanding Zhu Qiaoqiao's conditions, Su Yang's desire to get the cash back from Guingya as soon as possible became stronger. However, this cannot satisfy Zhu Qiaoqiao's wish at the moment. But Su Yang felt, I can't just let Zhu Qiaoqiao go like this. Then, Su Yang looked at Zhu Qiaoqiao with a half-smile in his eyes and said, the income one brought you today is enough for your pocket money for a month, right? Zhu Qiaoqiao blushed and nodded. That must be enough, Brother Su. Hearing this, Su Yang took Zhu Qiaoqiao in his arms and whispered in her ear, Can I collect some interest first? I at least want to know whether the little princess I will raise in the future is worth the price. After hearing Su Yang's words, Zhu Qiaoqiao's body trembled slightly. Then she whispered, Brother Su can charge whatever interest he wants. As long as it's not too excessive, Qiaoqiao will satisfy Brother Su. Zhu Qiaoqiao knew Su Yang's strength very well, and through a brief contact with Su Yang, she felt that Su Yang was a man who was willing to spend money and doted on his girlfriend. Such a man made her envy Guingya and also made her yearn for him. So her heart, which had been sealed for a long time, was deeply stirred by Su Yang. Including what Su Yang brought her today, it was almost the total income of all her income in the past 2 years. She felt that it was acceptable for Su Yang to collect some interest in advance, because she had a feeling that Su Yang would never treat her unfairly. What Zhu Qiaoqiao was thinking. Su Yang was too lazy to care. Su Yang at this time. See that Zhu Qiaoqiao agrees to collect the interest herself. Of course I won't be polite. Immediately, Su Yang kissed Zhu Qiaoqiao's red lips directly. At the same time, one of the top hotels in Pengcheng, the 12th floor of OCT Hotel, Qin Ke, who posed as Kai Wenji, was checking her mobile phone from time to time. Jingjing, the person who bought my house won't stand me up, right? He said he would be here soon, but it's been almost half an hour and I still haven't seen him. He also didn't respond to my messages. Qin Ke's pretty face was full of disappointment as she asked the female assistant next to her. I don't think he'll stand us up. A person who can spend 500 million yuan casually shouldn't be so dishonest. Besides, if he still stands us up after you've hinted at him like that, I'll really have to doubt whether he's still a man. Qin Ke's work assistant Chen Xiaojing analyzed this to Qin Ke. After saying, Chen Xiaojing's face was full of distress. She looked at Qin Ke and said, Ke, because of your father's company's affairs, you have been frantically taking on various commercial activities to make money. You have lost a lot of weight. You must pay attention to your diet and rest schedule. Qin Ke's pretty face was full of helplessness and reluctance as she said, There's nothing I can do. I don't want to fight like this. I also want to be a carefree little girl like I used to be, taking beautiful cost videos every day. But if there is no capital injection, my father's company will really go bankrupt and liquidate. If that day really happens, I'm afraid my dad will be upset. Because that company is the result of my father's life's hard work. Recently, my father has been being harassed for debt repayment. My mobile phone number receives various debt collection calls and messages every day, so I dare not insert a SIM card. Chen Xiaojing said in despair, But you work so hard to take on commercial performances. The money you earn every day is just a drop in the bucket for your father's company. It's not even 1/10,000th of it. And if your father knew that you were desperately trying to take on commercial performances just for him, you even sold the house your grandfather gave you before he died. If he even uses his own body to borrow money, he will definitely feel even worse. Chapter 78. What Chen Xiaojing said. It can be said that all of them touched Qin Ke's pain points. In the past, she could be described as a favored girl from heaven. She comes from a wealthy family, is beautiful, and is an internet celebrity with millions of fans. If nothing unexpected happens, She will always be the most dazzling one among her peers. But just half a month ago, an accident happened. Her father has devoted decades of hard work to the development of the machinery manufacturing company. He was tricked by his best friend, who claimed that they were going to jointly develop the international market and had already found a big buyer. However, in just a few days, his father's company suffered a loss of more than 1 billion yuan. As for the deceptive routine, it is a company that has gained some fame abroad. Place a large order with her father and his friend's company, and 20% of the purchase price was paid in advance. Because there was payment in advance, plus acquaintances helped in the negotiation, and the foreign company was also a somewhat famous company. Her father mortgaged many of his assets and borrowed more than 3 billion from banks and her father's friends, all of which he invested in large orders from foreign companies. But what her father didn't expect was, when all the money her father borrowed was invested in the company's machinery production, foreign companies suddenly started to frantically lower prices or cancel orders. This sudden move can be said to be cutting off the source of the problem. The company that her father had put decades of hard work into was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was only then that her father realized that he had been set up by his most familiar friend. The other party's goal is to take over her father's company in its entirety at the lowest price. Although I understand the truth, but the situation is irreversible. Because almost all the funds on the company's books are invested in production, there is not enough to pay the workers' salaries this month. For many workers with families, every month's salary is a lifesaver. Now I am about to lose my salary. The workers went on strike. At the same time, many creditors also came to her door and began to prepare to take over the assets mortgaged by her father. Multiple external crises, coupled with a shortage of funds. Her father's company suddenly fell into disarray. Because of this incident, her father looked much older in less than half a month. She even unexpectedly discovered that her father had begun to ask for a divorce from her mother. Through this matter, Qin knew that her father was making the final cut between her and her mother and wanted him to take on everything alone. Qin even felt that her father was ready to commit suicide if he really lost in the end. Qin didn't want her originally harmonious and happy family to fall apart. She also didn't want to lose her father, who had held her in his hands since she was a child and was afraid that she would melt if he held her in his mouth. So Qin started to take on commercial performances that she had never taken before without telling her parents. She also sold the house that her grandfather gave her before he died. She wanted to do her best to save her family and her father. Thinking about my current predicament, Qin pretty face showed an expression that was totally inconsistent with her age. She said to her assistant and best friend Chen Xiaojing, "If my own body could really be exchanged for a loan of 500 million yuan, then add the 500 million I got from selling my house, and we'll have 1 billion to help my father save his company from bankruptcy. Then I would feel that this is the best choice I have made in the past 18 years. But I also know that I'm not worth 500 million because I'm just an ordinary girl. No one would be willing to raise 500 million for me, even if they just loaned it to me. The reason I contacted the person who wanted to buy my house was just a desperate attempt. At the moment, it seems that I have failed. There is no news from the other party at all." Chen Xiaojing's face was full of heartache when she heard this, and she looked at Qin who was pretending to be strong. Chapter 79. I wanted to say something to comfort him, but I don't know what to say. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Qin cell phone suddenly rang. Hear noise. Qin hurriedly looked at her phone. When she saw that it was the owner of her house who sent her the message, she immediately opened WeChat and took a look with great excitement. "Sunshine, I'm at the hotel address you gave me. Where are you?" Sunshine is naturally Su Yang's WeChat name. "Xiao Jing, the man who bought my house, is here." After Qin saw the message Su Yang sent her, she immediately turned the phone screen to Chen Xiaojing and said, "Huh? Really? Since he dared to come to the appointment, did he really prepare 500 million for you? I just spent 500 million to buy a house, and now I can take out another 500 million, which adds up to 1 billion. A person who can move 1 billion yuan of funds at will in one day must have a terrifying background. People with terrible backgrounds often play in a very fancy and perverted way, and may even cause death. Are you sure you want to do what you said? Use your body." At the end, Chen Xiaojing didn't dare to say any more. When Qin heard this, a hint of fear and terror first appeared on her pretty face. But when she thought about her family that was about to fall apart and her father's situation, the fear and terror on her face were eventually replaced by a look of determination. If her body or her life could really save her family and her father. She is willing to give. I have made a decision in my heart. Chin Kur replied to Su Yang. I'll be waiting for you at the elevator entrance on the 12th floor of the hotel. Finished sending the message. Chin Kur took Chen Xiaojing to the location she sent to Su Yang. OCT hotel parking lot. An Alpha drove into one of the parking spaces. Inside the Alpha, Su Yang turned on his phone and was about to send a message to Chin Kur. Only then did he realize that Chin Kur had already sent him several messages. Basically, they ask him whether he has arrived and why he doesn't reply to messages. I've been so focused on collecting interest along the way here. I didn't even notice my phone was ringing. Su Yang glanced at Zhu Qiao, who was lying next to him with a blush on her pretty face and slumped in her seat, looking at him with a pleading expression, and said in his heart. Then, Su Yang sent a message directly to Chin Kur, indicating that he had arrived, and asked Chin Kur for her specific address. After getting Chin Kur's reply, Su Yang got off the Alpha and went straight to the OCT hotel. As for Zhu Qiao, on the way here, Su Yang had already collected the interest and was unable to get up for the back seat. The reason why Su Yang felt at ease leaving Zhu Qiao in the car. Su Yang found out about it just before getting off the car. The person driving in front is Zhu Qiao's best friend. If the driver was a male, Su Yang would definitely not leave Zhu Qiao in the car. He doesn't have the Minotaur's habits. Chapter 80. Sir, welcome to Guanlin OCT Hotel. Is there anything I can do for you? Su Yang just entered the OCT Hotel. A female employee of OCT Hotel, who was wearing a professional suit and had a good appearance, walked up to Su Yang and asked him affectionately. No. My friend and I have an appointment to meet on the 12th floor. Su Yang politely declined. Joke. What is he here for? He is here to relieve his heat. I was already very angry. Just now in the car, Zhu Qiao provoked me again. Su Yang is now a powder keg, always on the brink of explosion. All he needs is to find Chin Kur to relieve his anger. So Su Yang didn't want irrelevant people to follow him. Have a good time, sir. The female employee smiled and helped Su Yang open the elevator. Su Yang nodded, thanked him, and entered the elevator. Soon, we have reached the 12th floor. The elevator door opened. Su Yang saw two girls waiting for him at the elevator entrance. One of them, it turned out to be Chin Kur, who had sent her a selfie and called herself her future boyfriend. Why is there a third person? Su Yang looked at Chen Xiaojing, who was next to Chin Kur, and said, Are you the one who bought my house? When Chin Kur saw Su Yang, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she hurriedly explained to Su Yang, Her name is Xiaojing. She is my assistant and my best friend. She was worried about me coming here alone, so she came with me. She made many assumptions about Su Yang's appearance. She felt that Su Yang should be an older uncle. The appearance should also be ordinary, even a little ugly. But when she saw Su Yang, only then did she realize that her assumption about Su Yang was totally wrong. Su Yang is not an uncle. He is only a few years older than her, and his height and appearance are as handsome as those of the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. After seeing Su Yang's appearance, Chin Kur's original fear and terror dissipated a lot in an instant. Because based on Su Yang's appearance, she felt that Su Yang would not be the scary person that Chen Xiaojing described. Isn't it appropriate for a third party to be present in what's going on between us? Su Yang was in close contact with Chin Kur at this time, and the anger in his body became even stronger. Don't say that yet. Are you sure you have the money Kur needs? Although Chen Xiaojing also thinks Su Yang is very handsome and fits her aesthetic taste. But now is the most critical moment in her best friend Chin Kur's life. So she temporarily ignored Su Yang's appearance and went straight to the point to help Chin Kur ask. In her opinion, it is impossible for Su Yang, a young man who looks to be in his 20s and not much older than her, to come up with 1 billion yuan in one day. She suspected Su Yang was a liar. Su Yang was just helping the financial backer behind him to find out Chin Kur's true situation. Give me the card number. Su Yang simply ignored Chen Xiaojing and said to Chin Kur, What car number? Chin Kur didn't react at once. Bank card number, Su Yang said patiently. Upon hearing this, Chin Kur took out a bank card from Chen Xiaojing's bag next to her in a panic. Then, with her pretty, childish face, she looked at Su Yang with nervousness and anticipation and said, Are you really willing to lend me 500 million? Su Yang asked, What do you mean by lending you 500 million? Chapter 81. When Qin Kuer heard this, tears suddenly welled up in her beautiful eyes. From Su Yang's words, she knew that she had been fooled. I knew you. Chun Xiaojing originally wanted to say that she knew Su Yang was a liar and that he couldn't come up with 500 million yuan. But she hadn't finished speaking yet. Then he heard Su Yang say, I never lend money to others. I'll just give you the money. Of course, if you want me to give you money, you have to be someone I'm very interested in. And you're the one I am very interested in. While talking, Su Yang saw Qin Kuer and Chun Xiaojing looking confused. 500 million was transferred directly to Qin Kuer's bank card. In fact, Su Yang originally wanted to transfer tens or hundreds of billions of dollars from it. But considering that transferring too much money at once would make Qin Kuer immune to money, it will also allow Qin Kuer to easily overcome her current predicament. As a result, it was difficult for Qin Kuer to improve her favorability towards him. Qin Kuer's strategy grand prize of unlimited resurrection is something Su Yang must get in his heart. So Su Yang finally held back from the idea of transferring a lot of money to Qin Kuer and getting a huge cash back later. He only transferred the 500 million yuan that Qin Kuer wanted, then slowly used money strategies to increase Qin Kuer's favorability and get rewards. Ding dong. Su Yang just transferred the money. Qin Kuer's phone received a new message alert tone. Stop being in a daze. Check if the money has arrived. Su Yang put his phone in his pocket and spoke to Qin Kuer in a casual tone. Qin Kuer, who was confused, was awakened by Su Yang. He immediately looked at his phone. Chun Xiaojing on the side was also surprised and confused and looked at Qin Kuer's phone. When they saw, after that long string of 500 million amounts received, both of them had expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Because they never expected it. It was so easy to get 500 million. Has the money arrived? Su Yang woke Qin Kuer and Chun Xiaojing from their shock and asked, Well, here we are. Qin Kuer lowered her head nervously, not daring to look at Su Yang again. Ding. Qin Kuer's favorability towards the host increases by 34 points. Start distributing Qin Kuer's 10, 20, and 30 points of favorability rewards to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving 2 realization cards and 1 wish card. The reward has been placed in the host's wallet. System prompt tone. Suddenly it rang in Su Yang's mind. The favorability rating has skyrocketed to 34 points. The 500 million is well spent. I just don't know what the purpose of the Come True card and the Wish card is. Su Yang was still somewhat satisfied with Qin Kuer's performance. Although it seems like spending 500 million to buy 34 points of favorability is a big loss. But to Su Yang, money is just ghost money. So Su Yang didn't feel sorry at all. He just felt that he had spent less. Although Su Yang was very curious about his reward at this moment. But Su Yang had no intention of checking the reward at this moment. Instead, he casually glanced at Chun Xiaojing and asked, What did you want to say to me just now? Chun Xiaojing swallowed her saliva and said nervously, I want to say that I know you could definitely come up with 500 million, and you won't lie to me. After saying, Chun Xiaojing bravely pleaded with Su Yang, Brother, can you keep your promise with Ke? Su Yang simply waved his hand, signaling Chun Xiaojing to stop talking. Instead, he directly asked Qin Kuer, who was lowering her head at the moment, Do you know what you should do? Qin Kuer lowered her head, and suddenly lowered even lower. Then, Qin Kuer whispered in a trembling voice, I know, but can you let me wash up and change clothes? Su Yang refused directly. No, what I want now is Kaiwenji. Chapter 82. Is Kaiwenji what you want? Qin Kuer and Chun Xiaojing did not understand the meaning of Su Yang's words for a moment. But soon, they immediately realized what Su Yang meant. Because they remembered, there's a comedy movie in it. When the hero and the heroine were sweetly duoing in the car, the heroine was posing as Avatar. So the heroine said, Wait a minute, I'm going to take off my makeup. The male lead immediately hugged the female lead impatiently and said, No need to remove makeup. I want the avatar. Qin Kuer and Chun Xiaojing understood what Su Yang meant. Both of their faces immediately blushed. Especially Qin Kuer. She was both ashamed and scared at this moment. The embarrassing thing is that the deal between her and Su Yang was entirely proposed by her. Now Su Yang has fulfilled the agreement between them. It's her turn to fulfill her promise. According to the agreement between her and Su Yang, she now has to listen to Su Yang completely. Su Yang can do whatever he wants to her. So now Su Yang said that what he wanted was Kaiwenji. Then she would use her current outfit to satisfy Su Yang and help Su Yang relieve his sexual desire. Thinking about helping Su Yang do that kind of thing. Chin Kur, a good girl who had basically never had any contact with boys, felt extremely embarrassed inside. And the reason why Chin Kur was afraid. It's also because she has basically never had any contact with boys, let alone any intimate contact with them. So she was really afraid of having close contact with boys. As someone who had studied biology, she knew very well that it would be very painful for a girl the first time. Moreover, she and Su Yang were complete strangers before this. Now let her be with someone who was originally a stranger. Fast forward to the moment of intimacy. How could this not scare her? But when she thought about the current situation in her family, she finally shook Su Yang's tender little hand and said with determination on her pretty face, "You book a room." At this time, Chin Kur had already positioned herself as a tool for Su Yang to vent his desires. She had even prepared herself to be treated like a human doll and played with at will by Su Yang for the rest of her life. Because this was the price she paid to borrow 500 million from Su Yang. Although Su Yang said that the 500 million was given to her. But she didn't take Su Yang's words seriously. Because she knew very well that no one in this world would give 500 million to a stranger for no reason. Even the richest man in the world is not so generous. So in her future life, she will also act as Su Yang's outlet for his emotions. While working hard to make money, he returned the 500 million plus interest to Su Yang and tried his best to regain his freedom. Kin kaya es ina tu cooks. Su Yang had no idea. Su Yang at this time. I just want to quickly vent the desires in my body from Chin Kur. Then, after Su Yang heard Chin Kur asked him to book a room, I immediately prepared to take out my phone and book a presidential suite at this OCT hotel. But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Chin Kur's favorability towards the host is minus 35. Chin Kur's current favorability towards the host is minus 1. No. What's going on? Chapter 83. The favorability level has directly turned into -1. Hear the system prompt tone. Su Yang immediately resisted the urge to take out his phone to book a room. Instead, he glanced at Chin Kur casually. When I saw the resolute expression on Chin Kur's pretty face, Su Yang instantly understood why Chin Kur's favorability towards him turned negative. It's obvious. Chin Kur was ready to face death and was determined to give herself completely to herself. Even in her heart, she may have been labeled in some way. Chin Kur's strategy prize has unlimited resurrection. Su Yang wanted it very much. After all, life is full of surprises. Although he is protected by the electromagnetic protection ring. But the electromagnetic protection ring is not omnipotent. When faced with some major disasters or even diseases, he still could not avoid death. As for the ability of infinite resurrection, Su Yang was not clear about its specific features. But judging from the terrifying effects of the supreme kidney treasure liquid, which is also the grand prize of the strategy, Su Yang felt that this ability of infinite resurrection was definitely a very terrifying ability. At the very least, judging by the words infinite resurrection, it has the ability to resurrect itself after death. Just because it can allow him to be resurrected after death, Su Yang will not let this ability of infinite resurrection slip away from his hands. And Chin Kur is the key person who can give him the ability of unlimited resurrection. So, after Su Yang understood the reason why Chin Kur's favorability towards him turned negative, he suppressed the urge to take Chin Kur down. Instead, he took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the desire in his body. Then he looked at Chin Kur with a gentle gaze and a smile and asked, "Why did you ask me to book a room?" Chin Kur was pretending to be calm and determined, after hearing Su Yang's question and seeing Su Yang's gentle smile. The whole person couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because she was confused by Su Yang's question. "Don't you want Kaiwenji? I will fulfill our agreement and satisfy you." Chin Kur looked at Su Yang and said in a firm tone, "I said I want Kaiwenji, but I didn't ask you, Kaiwenji, to help me with anything. I never thought that a sister like you who looks so well-behaved could have even worse thoughts than me." Su Yang directly used the reverse Tian gang on Chin Kur. Chin Kur was suddenly a loss as to what to do. She originally wanted to refute Su Yang, but I didn't know what to refute for a moment. Final. Chin Kur looked at Su Yang and asked softly, "You lent me 500 million. If it's not for venting, then what is it for?" Hearing this, Su Yang looked at Chin Cooker with deep affection and said slowly, "Have you forgotten what I just said to you? If you forgot, I'll tell you again. I never lend money to others. I'll just give the money directly. Of course, if you want me to give you money, you have to be someone I'm very interested in. And you are the one I am very interested in. I've always been very generous to people I'm interested in. So the 500 million I transferred to you is given directly to you. You don't need to pay it back. Don't mention that I lent you the 500 million again. Otherwise, I will take back the 500 million I transferred to you right now." After listening to Su Yang's words, Chin Cooker immediately looked at Su Yang carefully. Soon she discovered that Su Yang really didn't seem to speak, because she saw full sincerity in Su Yang. Chapter 84. Am I worth 500 million in your eyes? Chin Cooker looked at Su Yang with disbelief and extreme surprise on her pretty face and asked. Su Yang saw that he was too eager for Chin Cooker's ability to resurrect infinitely. He pretended to be affectionate and successfully deceived Chin Cooker. Then he struck while the iron was hot and said, "You are priceless in my eyes. Because the first time I saw your photo, I knew I was attracted to you. Do you believe in love at first sight? Perhaps I fell in love with you at first sight. I admit that I was so attracted to you at first that I wanted to possess you. But now, I am willing to restrain my inner desire for you, to prove my attraction to you." Chin Cooker felt Su Yang's affectionate gaze and listened to Su Yang's very explicit and corny confession. Her heart was beating like a deer at this moment. A blush instantly appeared on the pretty young face. At this moment, she was really moved by Su Yang. She had always fantasized about falling in love at first sight, but she had never encountered it. And now, she seems to have encountered it. She believed that Su Yang was speaking the truth, because Su Yang actually transferred 500 million to her. 500 million, not 50 or 500,000. If Su Yang wasn't really attracted to her, how could he have directly transferred 500 million to her? Is everything you said true? Chin Cooker's eyes were filled with an extremely moved mist as she looked at Su Yang and asked. Of course it's true. Su Yang took the initiative, gently embraced Chin Cooker in his arms, leaned over to Chin Cooker's ear and whispered, "Don't you believe what I say?" Although Su Yang was disgusted by the cheesy words he said, even making himself look like a bootlicker. But the same thing applies. In order to have unlimited resurrections, there will also be huge cashback from Chin Cooker in the future. Su Yang felt that his behavior at this moment was not shabby. After all, he is not really a bootlicker. He just wanted to get the reward from Chin Cooker. As long as the reward he wanted came out, Chin Cooker would be at his disposal. I believe what you say. Chin Cooker was moved to tears by Su Yang. You can say that. Su Yang was at the most desperate and helpless time in her life. Just like the peerless hero Zizunbo, standing on colorful clouds, he successfully rescued her from the abyss of despair and helplessness. Moreover, Su Yang's appearance also fits her fantasy of a significant other. So, she had never been attracted to anyone of the opposite sex before, but at this moment, she was moved to fall for Su Yang in such a short time. Ding! Chin Cooker's favorability towards the host is 56 points. The current favorability towards the host is 55 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Chin Cooker's 40-point favorability reward. Wisdom is +5, and the attribute points have been distributed to the host's corresponding attributes. The host can improve his attributes at any time. Congratulations to the host for receiving Chin Cooker's 50-point favorability reward, an intermediate copy generation card. The reward has been placed in the host's wallet. Su Yang is holding Guingya. I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. I felt happy instantly. He couldn't help but hug Chin Cooker tighter in his arms. Sure enough, money is the most omnipotent thing in this world. But just spending money can only improve your favorability to a limited extent. Chapter 85. If you can say a few touching words of love against your conscience while spending money, it will be a sure kill for women. Su Yang sighed inwardly. Chun Xiaojing, who has been watching the show on the side. At this time, she was also moved by Su Yang's behavior, and she was also sincerely happy for Chin Cooker, because she also felt that what Su Yang said was true. In this world, no one would give 500 million to a stranger for no reason. If someone gave her money, let alone 500 million, even 1/10 of 500 million, she would be so moved that she would give herself to the man. Buzz. Right at this moment, Su Yang, who was holding Chin Cooker, suddenly felt the vibration of his cell phone in Chin Kuter's lower abdomen. Chin Kuter blushed and whispered to Su Yang, "Brother, can I answer a WeChat call?" Su Yang heard Chin Kuter calling him brother. "I feel very happy." Even though he had already heard Gu Qingya, Chu Yoi, and Zhou Lingyue, three top-notch girls with different beauty, call him brother. But different girls have different voices and expressions when calling brother. Nature can bring people different experiences. It's like playing sweetly in a duo with a girl. Different girls will naturally give different experiences. After all, every girl's voice, appearance, and inner self are all different. Therefore, the experience of sweetly duo queuing with different girls is naturally completely different. Sama, hearing different girls call you brother has the same effect. Especially when you hear a goddess-like girl calling you brother, the auditory experience is maximized. Brother, Kuter wants to answer a WeChat message. Because only my parents and my assistant Xiaojing can get through to Kuter's WeChat. Xiaojing is here now. It must be my parents who called me on WeChat. They must have something to ask me. Wait till I finish answering the WeChat, then you hug me. Seeing that Su Yang didn't move, Chin Kuter thought that Su Yang liked her too much and was reluctant to let her go. She blushed and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Su Yang reluctantly let go of Chin Kuter's arm and said, "Take it." Then, Su Yang saw Chin Kuter blushing as she took out a cell phone from a hidden pocket near her abdomen. Chin Kuter took out her cell phone and saw that it was her mother who called her on WeChat, so she immediately clicked the answer. Chin Kuter's mother called via WeChat video. So after the WeChat video was connected, Chin Kuter immediately noticed that her mother's face was full of tension and worry. "Mom, did something happen at home?" Chin Kuter hurriedly asked Chin's mother. "Nothing happened at home. I just discovered that your father went to a dinner party organized by that bastard Wu Xiaowei without telling me. And the dinner venue your dad is going to is the OCT hotel where you took the commercial performance without your dad's knowledge today. It's too late for me to rush over now, and I can't get through to your father's contact information. Hurry up and go to the banquet hall on the 18th floor of OCT and see if your dad is there. I'm afraid your father will be so depressed that he will fight with Wu Xiaowei, the bastard who set up a trap for our company and put it on the verge of bankruptcy. Your father can't deal with Wu Xiaowei and his gang alone. If he goes there alone, he will only hurt himself." Chin's mother was very beautiful, looking like a mature, intellectual, and beautiful woman. But when Chin's mother mentioned the name Wu Xiaowei, her beautiful and intellectual face was filled with hatred and disgust. That hatred and disgust distorted her beautiful facial features. Obviously, she hated Wu Xiaowei to the extreme. Chapter 86. My father came to OCT Hotel. After Chin Kuter got the news from Chin's mother, the first thing she worried about was that her father would find out that she was taking commercial performances to make money behind his back. But when she learned that her father was here to attend Wu Xiaohui's dinner party, her inner worry that her father would find out disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was disgust and hatred towards Wu Xiaohui, and concerns about his father. Chin Kuter was very familiar with Wu Xiaohui, because it was Wu Xiaowei who made her family's company what it is today. So she felt extremely disgusted and resentful towards Wu Xiaowei. Sama. It was because she had witnessed all the shameless methods Wu Xiaowei used to trap her company. So she was also full of worries about her father. "Mom, I'll go to the 18th floor and take a look," Chin Kuter said immediately after she knew the reason why her mother called her on WeChat video, out of concern for his father. At this moment, Chin Kuter wished she could fly to the 18th floor immediately. Well, when you see your father, try to stop him. If you find out that your father is already at Wu Xiaohui's dinner party, ask 2 hotel security guards to come with you and persuade your father to leave. You must protect your own safety. Mom will drive to find you right away. Mother Chin looked at Chin Kuter with a look of heartache on her face and said, "Don't worry, Mom. I will protect myself. I'll go to the 18th floor now." Chin Kuter said, "Good," Chin's mother said. Then, the two of them ended the video call. "Kuter, I'm with you," Chen Xiaojing said, while holding Chin Kuter's arm. As Chin Kuter's best friend, she must give Chin Kuter her greatest support at this time. Then, she looked at Su Yang with pleading eyes. The meaning is self-evident. She wanted Su Yang to accompany Chin Kuter as well. In her opinion, Su Yang could easily take out 1 billion yuan in one day. Su Yang's identity and background must be complicated. If Su Yang was willing to go with Chin Kuter would be safer on this trip. Brother, this is the room card for the lounge that my partner gave me when I came here for a commercial performance today. Wait for me in my lounge. I'll come find you after I finish dealing with my dad's business. Although Chin Kuer also wanted Su Yang to accompany her, but she felt, I owe Su Yang too much. I have not yet repaid Su Yang. If she dragged Su Yang into her family affairs again, she would be too selfish. So she took out her lounge room card and handed it to Su Yang, asking Su Yang to go to the lounge and wait for her. Kuer, don't forget what our relationship is now. Come on, brother will accompany you. Su Yang said in a gentle tone. What is the method to quickly increase girls' favorability? That is, of course, to move the girl or help her solve her problems. This is obviously a good opportunity to increase Chin Kuer's favorability. Su Yang naturally would not miss it. Ding! Chin Kuer's favorability towards the host is +6. The current Chin Kuer's favorability towards the host is 61 points. Chapter 87. Congratulations to the host for receiving Chin Kuer's 60-point favorability reward, a dream card. The reward has been placed in the host's wallet. Su Yang's voice had just fallen. Then I heard the system prompt sound. Dream card. Just like the realization card and dream card I just got, it's another new card. After hearing the system prompt, Su Yang immediately used his mind to ask the system about the functions of the realization card, dream card, and fantasy dream card. Reality card. The host can specify that the temporary items produced by the system become permanent and real. Dream card. The host can fulfill a dream of a woman who is not a goddess. The upper limit of the dream amount is 100 million. However, all dream gifts have been secretly marked with a price tag. Therefore, the woman whose dream is fulfilled by the host using the dream card will be closed for the rest of her life and will only be attracted to the host. Dream card. The host can weave dreams for people who are not members of the goddess unit, allowing them to regard the things in the dream as reality. The system gave an answer immediately. The reality card can be used on Old Black and Rolls-Royce. The dream card can be used on Zhu Xiaoqiao. As long as her dream is fulfilled, we can be intimate. The most important thing is that she will become my private property from now on. Apart from me, she will not be tempted by any other sex. As for the dream card, you can use it according to the situation. If used well, it will have unexpected effects. After understanding the functions of reality cards, dream cards, and fantasy cards, Su Yang immediately had a plan in his mind. Brother, this is Kuer's family affair. Kuer doesn't want you to get involved. Chin Kuer didn't know that although Su Yang was with her, his heart was with Zhu Xiaoqiao. So at this moment, her beautiful young face was full of gratitude to Su Yang. Silly girl, I'm your boyfriend. From now on, your business is my business. Don't tell me whether it's related or not. Come on, I'll go with you to meet my future father-in-law. Su Yang smiled and rubbed Chin Kuer's little head and said, Kinkerlistenet tu Su Yang s words. A blush instantly appeared on her pretty face. Then he didn't say anything more, but nodded obediently. Then, she took Su Yang's arm and said to Chen Xiaojing, go to the lounge and wait for me. I have my brother to accompany me. Chen Xiaojing is a person with a very ordinary identity and background. When I go upstairs later, I might run into Wu Xiaowei. Chin Kuer didn't want Chen Xiaojing to be targeted by Wu Xiaowei. Chen Xiaojing naturally understood Kin Kuer's intentions, although she was not afraid of being targeted by Wu Xiaowei. But now that Su Yang is with Chin Kuer, then Chin Kuer's safety is definitely guaranteed. She thought it would be better for her not to let Chin Kuer worry about her. So she nodded, took Chin Kuer's lounge room card, and watched Su Yang and Chin Kuer enter the elevator. In the elevator, Su Yang, who was held by Chin Kuer, took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhu Xiaoqiao, who was waiting for him outside the hotel. Su Yang, I have something to deal with here. You go first. Also, I'll make an appointment with you in 2 days to fulfill your wish of becoming a princess. Remember to wash yourself every day for the next 2 days, because I may want to enjoy you at any time. For a woman like Zhu Xiaoqiao, Su Yang speaks so directly. Zhu Xiaoqiao replied immediately. Okay, Brother Su. After seeing Zhu Xiaoqiao's reply, Su Yang put his phone back in his pocket and instructed the system to use the intermediate copy generation card. According to the system's description of the intermediate copy generation card, the intermediate copy generation card will randomly give several scenes and let him choose one of them as the copy scene. Su Yang wanted to see if there were any hotels in these scenes. If there was, he would use it right now. Chapter 88. Host, please select the randomly generated scene as the copy scene. Supermarkets, bars, trains. Have to. No hotel. Cancel the use. When Su-young saw that there was no hotel option, he directly canceled the use of the intermediate copy generation card. The elevator was fast. Su-young just canceled the use of the intermediate copy generation card. He and Chin Kur went to the 18th floor of OCT Hotel. As the elevator door opened, Chin Kur's pretty face was full of worry, and she found a photo of her father on her mobile phone. Then she took Su-young's arm and walked out of the elevator and asked the hotel staff near the elevator if they had seen her father. Chin Kur's father is a handsome middle-aged uncle, so it's still very recognizable. After seeing the photo, the hotel staff immediately told Chin Kur that her father had just arrived not long ago. But she didn't know which room in the banquet hall she went to. But she could help ask the person in charge of the banquet hall to see if he knew where Chin's father was. Chin Kur heard that her father had arrived. Her pretty face, which was already full of worry, immediately became extremely nervous. Obviously, she was very worried about her father's condition at this time. Su-young noticed Chin Kur's nervousness and immediately patted her shoulders and said, "Don't be nervous. Find someone first." Chin Kur nodded when she heard that. Then, he and Su-young followed the hotel staff to find the person in charge of the banquet hall. At the same time, in private room 8 of the banquet hall on the 18th floor of OCT, Chin Kur's father Chin Jinsong. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy as he listened to the conditions proposed to him by Wu Xiaohui, who was not far away. "Old Chin, we have been friends for decades. This is your most difficult time. Since you have come to me for help, as your brother, I will definitely help you. The conditions are still the same as what I just told you. We will form a marriage alliance between the Wu and Chin families. Let your daughter Chin Kur marry my son Wu Xiaobing. And the company under your name that is about to go bankrupt is the dowry for your daughter to marry my son. It will be merged into my Wu family together with your daughter. As long as you agree to this condition, I will help you pay off all your debts after taking over your business, and give you a betrothal gift of 100 million yuan, so that you and your sister-in-law can live a worry-free life for the rest of your life. What are you still thinking about? As long as you give me a nod, you will be debt-free, and you can even take 100 million to travel with your sister-in-law to relax. And don't worry, I have watched Chin Kur grow up. After she marries into my Wu family, as her uncle, I will naturally not let Wu Xiaobing bully her." Wu Xiaohui sat in the main seat in the private room and said to Chin Jinsong with contempt in his eyes, "Uncle, don't worry. As long as Kur marries me, I will definitely treat her well." Wu Xiaobing, who was next to Wu Xiaohui, hurriedly expressed his opinion at this time. He has been craving for Chin Kur for a long time. Right now, he has begun to realize Chin Kur's dream. "Lao Chin, if there is no capital injection into your company, it will go bankrupt. Once it goes bankrupt, how much can the equipment inside be sold for? That amount of money is not even enough to repay 1/3 of your loan. I think you can totally agree to Lao Wu's proposal." "That's right, Lao Chin. Wu Xiaobing is also a handsome man, and he's a good match for Chin Kur. If they get married, the company you have spent decades to build will not have to go bankrupt. Lao Chin will help you pay off all the debts of the company, and will also give you a betrothal gift of 100 million yuan. What else are you considering? Don't hesitate, Lao Chin. Kur won't be wronged if she marries Xiaobing." Other people sitting in the private room also spoke up and agreed. These people all follow Wu Xiaohui for a living, so naturally they all speak for Wu Xiaohui. Chapter 89. Chin Jinsong listened to the voices in the room. I just felt the blood rushing to my head. He knew very well what Wu Xiaohui was thinking. Not only did he want to swallow up the companies under his name for free, but he also wanted his daughter Chin Kur to marry his son Wu Xiaobing. Maybe some fathers. He would choose to trade his daughter like a commodity in exchange for being debt-free and having no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. But Chin Jinsong is definitely not that kind of person. Chin Kur is the weak spot that he cannot touch. He would never push his daughter into the fire for his own sake. And the purpose of his coming today was not to ask Wu Xiaohui for help. He is here to risk his life, because everything he is going through now was caused by Wu Xiaohui. During this period, he had been looking for opportunities to get close to Wu Xiaohui. But I can't find it all. It just so happened that Wu Xiaohui invited him to dinner today, which was exactly what Chin Jinsong wanted. So Chin Jinsong agreed without hesitation. He tightened the dagger hidden in his sleeve. Qin Jinsong tried to calm down his expression, looked at Wu Xiaohui and said, "Ask the person next to you to move aside. I'll sit over and talk to you slowly." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaohui looked at Qin Jinsong warily, but did not agree. He even signaled the bodyguards behind him to keep a close eye on Qin Jinsong. Then he slowly said, "We are so familiar with each other, there's no need to sit next to each other. Just tell me whether you agree to the conditions I proposed." Qin Jinsong saw that Wu Xiaohui didn't give him any chance at all. I immediately decided to go all out and fight. But when he thought that if he failed, he could die. But his wife and daughter will suffer Wu Xiaohui's endless revenge for the rest of their lives. Think of this. Qin Jinsong was caught in a dilemma. He is not afraid of being charged with murder. As long as he could get rid of Wu Xiaohui and his son, he didn't care whether he committed suicide or went to jail. Because the biggest hidden danger posing a threat to his wife and daughter has been eliminated by him. He was afraid that he would not be able to succeed in his attack and would put his wife and daughter in danger. Dong dong. Right at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. A middle-aged man who worked for Wu Xiaohui immediately stood up and opened the door. As the door opened, Qin Jinsong and the people in the room saw Su Yang and Qin Ke at the door, as well as the hotel staff who brought them to the hotel. "Dad, Mom is very worried about you. Come home with me." When Qin Ke saw Qin Jinsong, she immediately entered the private room, grabbed Qin Jinsong's arm, and said with a pleading look on her pretty face, "What?" Qin Jinsong couldn't help but sigh when he saw his daughter. He knew that his chance to fight for his life with Wu Xiaohui and his son today was gone. "Ke, why are you here? Come on, sit next to me." When Wu Xiaobing saw Qin Ke Kozing Kaiwenji, he immediately stood up and greeted her. "Ke is here. Xiaobing has been wanting to see you for a long time. Come and sit down," Wu Xiaohui said. Chapter 90. Qin Ke ignored Wu Xiaohui and his son. Instead, he pulled Qin Jinsong to introduce Su Yang to him and said, "Dad, he is my boyfriend. He was worried that it would be unsafe for me to come alone, so he came with me. Besides, my boyfriend has already helped our family solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Qin Jinsong immediately looked at Su Yang vigilantly. Qin Jinsong, who suffered a great loss. Now, everyone around me must be extremely vigilant. Su Yang seemed too young to him. How could such a young person be capable of helping their family solve their problems? Moreover, he recalled that there was no rich young man like Su Yang in his memory. So he felt that Su Yang was most likely someone who wanted to take a piece of meat from their family through Qin Ke. "Hello, uncle. My name is Su Yang. It's Ke's boyfriend." Su Yang saw Qin Jinsong's vigilance towards him. I immediately introduced myself. "Well, let's go out and talk." Qin Jinsong saw that what he wanted to do today could not be accomplished. So he took Qin Ke and prepared to leave first, and then find out Su Yang's background. "Old Qin, think it through. If you leave here today, your business will go bankrupt. As for what Kote said, that her boyfriend helped you solve the problem, you didn't believe it, did you?" Wu Xiaohui stood up and warned. "Lao Qin, Ke just happened to be here. Can you let her know about Lao Wu's proposal?" "Yes, Lao Qin. Maybe Ke and Xiaobing are both interested in that." "Don't be impulsive, Lao Qin. If you leave here, no one will be willing to take over your business. Ke has obviously been deceived. Lao Qin, you have to be careful." All the people who followed Wu Xiaohui for a living started to speak up. "Uncle, we can still discuss this. But if you really believed what Ke said and thought that the boyfriend Ke mentioned could help your uncle and your family solve the problem, and then left here, my father won't give you any more chances." Wu Xiaobing stood up and wanted to walk towards Qin Ke, but he was stopped by his father Wu Xiaohui. So he could only stand where he was, looked at Qin Ke greedily, and said. However, when he saw Su Yang, his eyes were immediately filled with contempt. He often asked people to inquire about Qin Ke's news. Qin Ke has never had any friends of the opposite sex, let alone a boyfriend. So in his opinion, Su Yang was just Qin Ke, someone who was brought from somewhere to give her courage. For a person like this, Wu Xiaobing could just call on a few people and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. "Dad, here are 1 billion. These are all given to me by Brother Su." Qin Ke took out the bank card and handed it to Qin Jinsong. At the same time, he opened the mobile banking app and showed it to Qin Jinsong. 1 billion. Hear this number. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look shocked, because among those present, except Wu Xiaohui, who was sitting on the main seat, no one else could come up with so much. equally shocked at this time. And there is Qin Jiansong, because he really saw that there were 1 billion and several hundred thousand in Qin Kuder's bank account. This, Chapter 91. When Qin Jiansong saw the numbers in Qin Kuder's bank card, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face full of astonishment, and looked at Su Yang again. He knew very well that a young man like Su Yang, who could come up with 1 billion yuan at one time, must have a very different identity and background. Old Qin, some things can be faked. Don't let Kuer get cheated again after you just got cheated yourself. Wu Xiaowei sat in the main seat and spoke in a joking tone. System, I want to use the dream card. Su Yang was too lazy to listen to the people in the room chattering. All he wanted now was to solve the problem quickly and get rewards from Qin Kuer by increasing her favorability. Host, please look at the person who wants to use the dream card to weave a dream. Su Yang immediately turned his gaze to Wu Xiaowei, who was sitting in the main seat and looking at him. Target confirmed. The host can use the dream card to help it weave dreams. Tip, because this dream card is an ordinary dream card, the dream effect you have compiled for it will only last for half an hour on the other party. Accompanied by the sound of the system, Su Yang immediately understood how to use the dream card. To put simply, that is, he can compile dreams for Wu Xiaowei according to his own ideas. Understand how to use the dream card. Su Yang directly compiled a dream for Wu Xiaowei. Your son was so beastly that he did something against human ethics with your wife and your mother, which was outrageous to both humans and gods. Then he beat you up and kicked you out of the house. Afterwards, he hired someone to kill you and inherited all your property. Your wife and mother live in your son's shadow all their lives and became tools for your son to vent his desires and socialize. But fortunately, you were reborn after death. In this life, you swore that you would take back everything you lost in your previous life. At the moment when Su Yang was weaving a dream for Wu Xiaowei, who was originally sitting on the main seat, looking at Su Yang. Suddenly, I felt dizzy. Then a lot of memories suddenly emerged in my mind. In the picture, after he took over Qin Jinsong's business, he wanted to celebrate with his family. But the moment he pushed the door open again, he saw a scene that made him burst with bloodshot eyes. He saw that his son Wu Xiaobing, whom he had always loved, suddenly became beastly, revealed his true face, and took possession of his wife and mother. They refused and were severely beaten by his son Wu Xiaobing. He rushed in the house and wanted to deal with Wu Xiaobing, but was beaten half to death by Wu Xiaobing and then thrown onto the street outside. Then his son Wu Xiaobing hired someone to kill him. After his death, his soul did not go to the underworld. Instead, he floated beside Wu Xiaobing, watching in great pain and anger all the beastly things Wu Xiaobing did to his wife and mother. His wife and mother were eventually tortured by Wu Xiaobing beyond recognition and became his son's slaves, living in his son's shadow all their lives. Even his son would ask his wife and mother to receive those who used to work for him for a living in order to consolidate his own position. Wu Xiaobing, you are a beast, you are a beast. Wu Xiaowei shouted in pain as he floated beside Wu Xiaobing. Boom! Wu Xiaohui's consciousness suddenly disappeared. When he woke up, he found himself in a box and sitting in the private room. It was his beastly son Wu Xiaobing. And there were also those people who were entertained by Wu Xiaobing using his wife and mother. Am I reborn? Great, I'm going to make them all pay the price. Wu Xiaohui looked at the people in the private room and suddenly felt unprecedented anger in his heart. Then, he picked up the plate of food on the table, gritted his teeth, and threw it at Wu Xiaobing, who was sitting next to him. Chapter 92. Crash. A crisp sound. Wu Xiaowei smashed the plate on his son Wu Xiaobing's head, and it broke into pieces. A cut instantly appeared on Wu Xiaobing's head, and blood gushed out, staining half of his face red. Wu Xiaobing was completely confused. He covered his bleeding head and screamed. Then, with fear and terror in his eyes, he looked at Wu Xiaohui and asked, Dad, why did you hit me? Wu Xiaohui's eyes were red at this moment. He picked up the heavy wooden chair and threw it at Wu Xiaobing again, saying, I'm not your father. You are a beast who violated your own mother and grandmother. No, you are worse than a beast. Bang! Bang! Wu Xiaohui swung the heavy wooden chair and smashed it hard on Wu Xiaobing again and again. There were heavy muffled sounds. Wu Xiaobing wailed in pain after being hit by a wooden chair by Wu Xiaohui. Dad, you're crazy. I'm your son Wu Xiaobing. I have never violated my mother and grandmother. Oh, spare me, Dad. Uncle Chun, Uncle Wang, please stop my dad. I'm going to be beaten to death by him. Wu Xiaohui suddenly beat Wu Xiongbing. It completely confused everyone in the private room. But when they heard Wu Xiongbing's cries for help, several people immediately stepped forward and grabbed Wu Xiaohui and asked, "Old Wu, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly kill Xiongбing? We watched Xiongбing grow up. It's impossible for him to do something worse than an animal. Old Wu, calm down. Could there be some misunderstanding here?" Wu Xiaohui, who was hitting Wu Xiongбing with a wooden chair, became even more crazy after being held back by several people. "You also violated my wife and mother. You're a beast too. You deserve to die too." Wu Xiaohui overturned the dining table with red eyes and shouted angrily at the people around him. Then, Wu Xiaohui directly changed his target of attack. He started using every tool he could get his hands on to beat up the people who were holding him. The person who was beaten and smashed by Wu Xiaohui was not Wu Xiongbing. After being hit a few times by Wu Xiaohui, they couldn't help but fight back a little. Wu Xiaohui was knocked to the ground in an instant. "Damn it, did I pay you to watch a show? Help me beat these beasts." After Wu Xiaohui fell to the ground, he cursed at his bodyguard. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard immediately joined the battle. Then, the entire private room was instantly in chaos. Various wailing sounds were heard everywhere. This attracted people outside the private room to come over and watch and take pictures. How did they start fighting? It is said that the little beast with the bleeding head did something worse than an animal to his mother and grandmother, and his father found out. So a fight broke out. Fuck, so exciting. There are even more exciting ones. It seems that everyone in the private room is participating. This is big news. I quickly took a photo and posted it to the group. I recognize that man. He seems to be Wu Xiaohui, the chairman of Pengcheng Wu Machinery. The people watching and taking photos were talking about it. Outside the private room, Suyang glanced at the tragic scene in the private room. I couldn't help but think to myself, this dream card is really good. It really works wonders when used in certain places. After using the dream card on Wu Xiaohui, Suyang took Qin Ku'er out of the private room. Qin Jinsong had an unnatural expression as he looked at Qin Ku'er, who was embraced by Su Yang and followed silently behind. He could see that Qin Ku'er was very attracted to Su Yang. If he forcibly stopped his daughter from getting close to Su Yang, it would definitely make his daughter unhappy. Moreover, Su Yang actually transferred 1 billion yuan to his daughter Qin Ku'er, so he decided to wait and see Su Yang first. Let's see what Su Yang's mentality or purpose was for suddenly appearing next to his daughter, but just walked out of the private room. Qin Jinsong and Qin Ku'er were shocked by the tragic scene in the private room, because they don't understand. Why did Wu Xiaohui and others, who were just a bunch of bad guys, suddenly start fighting each other? And when they heard those extremely explosive remarks from Wu Xiaohui, like the onlookers at the moment, they all felt their hearts explode. Make way, make way. Right at this moment, the hotel security arrived. The onlookers saw the hotel security personnel coming. Chapter 93. They immediately and consciously made way for a passage. As the hotel security personnel entered the private room, the tragic situation in the private room was finally brought under control. However, Wu Xiaohui's roaring insults continued to echo in the private room. What happened later? Suyang was too lazy to look at it. He then left with Qin Ku'er holding his arm. Qin Jinsong followed the two of them silently. Buzz. Right at this moment, the cell phone in Qin Ku'er's pocket vibrated again. Brother Su, let me take my mother's video call. Qin Ku'er saw that it was her mother calling, so she answered the call immediately. With the video connected, Su Yang and Qin's mother saw each other immediately. Mother Qin, who was looking anxious and worried, saw Su Yang holding her daughter's arm. An expression of surprise and confusion immediately appeared on her mature and beautiful face. Mom, this is my boyfriend Su Yang. Qin Ku'er took the initiative to introduce Su Yang to her mother. Hello, Annie. Su Yang greeted with a smile. Hello. Although Qin's mother had 100,000 questions in her heart about Su Yang at this time, but she could see it from her daughter's expression. Su Yang occupies a deep place in his daughter's heart, so she didn't ask directly about Su Yang's information. Instead, he planned to wait until later and then slowly find an opportunity to get detailed information from his daughter. The most important thing at the moment is my husband's affairs. Then, Mother Qin then asked Qin Ku'er, have you found your father? Hearing this, Qin Ku'er immediately pointed her phone camera at Qin Jinsong behind her and said, Don't worry, Mom. I found my dad. While talking, Chin Kuter handed the phone to Chin Jinsong and said, Dad, you talk to Mom. Brother Su and I will go find Xiaojing. She is still waiting for us on the 12th floor. Now that you've finished talking to my mom, you can find me by contacting Xiaojing. Chin Jinsong took the phone and nodded, then began to listen to Chin's mother's scolding and concern with a smile on his face. Brother Su, let's go find Xiaojing. Chin Kuter didn't want to disturb her parents' conversation, so she said to Su Yang, "Ok." Su Yang nodded. After a moment, Su Yang and Chin Kuter took the elevator down to the 12th floor and entered Chin Kuter's lounge. Chen Xiaojing has been waiting in the lounge. Seeing Su Yang and Chin Kuter coming back, he couldn't help but ask with concern, Kuter, you are finally back. I have been worried for a long time. Why, didn't you find Uncle Chin? Upon hearing this, Chin Kuter briefly described to Chen Xiaojing what had just happened. Chen Xiaojing was surprised to hear this. Just when Chen Xiaojing wanted to ask for more details, the phone in her bag rang. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was Chin Kuter calling on WeChat, so she handed the phone to Chin Kuter. After Chin Kuter took the phone, she connected to the WeChat video and told Chin Jinsong the location of her lounge. After hearing this, Chin Jinsong said he would not come, and he went to pick up Chin Kuter's mother downstairs of the hotel. He also told Chin Kuter to take Su Yang home with him later. Kin Kayen atua liagrit. Then both parties into the call. Xiaojing, go meet my parents first. Brother Su and I will be there soon. Chin Kuter returned the phone to Chen Xiaojing and said. Chen Xiaojing gave an expression that said, I understand, when she heard that, and then left the lounge. As Chen Xiaojing left, Su Yang and Chin Kuter were the only ones left in the lounge. Brother Su, you've helped Kuter so much. Kuter doesn't know how to thank you. Come to my house later and let Kuter treat you with her best dishes. Chin Kuter raised her pretty face and looked at Su Yang and said, But what should I do if I want to eat some vegetables now? Su Yang asked Chin Kuter with a smile. Then I'll ask the hotel to do it for you first. Chin Kuter didn't doubt it and thought Su Yang was really hungry. I don't want to eat ordinary food. It's a tender little cabbage like you. Su Yang has been restraining the desires in his body. Now they have their own space. Su Yang decided to try how many bases he could reach after Chin Kuter. Chapter 94. Chin Kuter didn't understand what Su Yang meant at first. Wait until she understands. Her pretty face turned red instantly. Su Yang looked at the shy look on Chin Kuter's pretty face. The desire that had been suppressed suddenly erupted. Because of Chin Kuter at this time, it filled him with a desire to conquer. Immediately, Su Yang kiset kinkeresteri leaps directly. Kin kaia homet. There was a symbolic struggle at first. Then she blushed, closed her eyes, and let Su Yang take what he wanted. Su Yang was tasting kinkeresteri leaps. At the same time, pay attention to whether Chin Kuter will have a lower degree of favorability towards him. More than 10 seconds later, Su Yang saw that Chin Kuter's favorability towards him did not decrease. I became bolder. A pair of big hands began to become dishonest. Kin kaer noted Su Yang's actions. She hurriedly hugged Su Yang with a blushing face, making it impossible for Su Yang's big hands to move on her. Su Yang did not give up because of Chin Kuter's obstruction. Instead, he stopped asking Chin Kuter for more and whispered in her ear, Kuter, my brother was born with a disease. Chin Kuter immediately asked with concern, Brother, what's wrong with you? My mother is a doctor. I'll ask her to help you. Su Yang shook his head and said, It's not an ordinary disease. My disease is called heart attack syndrome. After meeting the most attractive girl in your life, your body's reaction will be extremely strong. I never had a heart attack until I met you. You're the first girl I have ever fallen in love with, so this is the first time the disease in my body has occurred. But don't worry, my heart attack syndrome will recover immediately as long as the right treatment is given. The simple-minded Chin Kuter was stunned by Su Yang's trick. At the same time, she blushed and her heart beat faster because of Su Yang's bold confession. Then how can we relieve my brother's heart palpitations? Chin Kuter asked Su Yang with a red face. Just get rid of the desires accumulated by the heart attack syndrome. Su Yang said in Chin Kuter's ear with hot breath. Kin kaer is inexperienced, but she is not stupid. So I quickly understood what Su Yang meant. For Su Yang, Chin Kuter likes it very much, because to her, Su Yang is the god who saved her from the abyss. At first, she received 500 million from Su Yang. I was already prepared to be a tool for Su Yang to vent his anger. But what she didn't expect was that Su Yang actually restrained his desires for her. This really made her fall in love with Su Yang. The moment I fell in love with Su Yang, Chin Kuer was ready to devote herself to Su Yang sooner or later. After all, she owed Su Yang too much. But what she didn't expect was, the day in my heart will come so quickly, and it is in this environment. Brother, Kuer's parents are downstairs. If anything happens to us, they will definitely notice Kuer's abnormality. Besides, Kuer wants to give herself to you in a quiet and comfortable room. So, brother, can you bear with it for a while? Chin Kuer blushed and said with a trembling voice, Tolerate? I can't stand it at all. How could Su Yang let Chin Kuer go just like that? Immediately, Su Yang continued to whisper in Chin Kuer's ear. Actually, Kuer, there are many ways you can help your brother. Chin Kuer noticed Su Yang's wandering eyes on her. Her pretty face instantly turned red and hot. She naturally understood what Su Yang meant, but she doesn't know how to do what Su Yang wants. I can't, Chin Kuer said with a red face. Fine, I'll teach you, Su Yang said. While talking, under Chin Kuer's shy and frightened gaze, Su Yang slowly, more than half an hour later, the door of Chin Kuer's lounge opened from the inside. Su Yang took Chin Kuer out of the lounge. Chin Kuer at this time, the makeup on her face that was used to COS Kaiwanji is gone, because it was not long ago. Su Yang gruinit Hermes. Recalling what happened in the lounge just now, Chin Kuer's heart couldn't stop beating wildly. Then Chin Kuer looked at Su Yang with a blushing face and said apologetically, Brother Su, you won't blame me for what happened just now, right? I really won't. Su Yang felt deeply distressed when he heard this, because Chin Kuer really can't do it. Su Yang was feeling both pain and happiness just now. Of course, overall, Su Yang still enjoyed it very much. If Chen Xiaojing hadn't used Chin Kuer's phone to call him and Chin Kuer via WeChat voice message to inform them, Chin Kuer's parents would have been waiting for them downstairs at the hotel for a long time. He was reluctant to let it end because of the painful and joyful enjoyment that Chin Kuer brought him. Kuer, how can my brother blame you for that? Thank you, brother. I can't wait for that. Su Yang patted Chin Kuer's little head gently and said, Why'd you say that? Su Yang thought to himself, Will you not care next time? Ding dong. Just when Su Yang was thinking about how to taste Chin Kuer next time, the phone in my pocket rang. I took out my cell phone and looked at it. Su Yang discovered that it was sent by the female marketing staff of TC Rose Bar. Su Yang still has a deep impression of that female marketing lady, because the other party did things to his liking. The bar isn't open yet, is it? Why is she messaging me at this time? With doubts, Su Yang unlocked his phone and clicked on the WeChat message sent to him by the female marketing person. Chapter 95. Zhang Jing, marketing manager of TC Rose Bar. Brother, our boss just received the resignation letter from Yue. But our boss didn't approve it directly. Instead, he asked Sister Yue to come to the bar to discuss it in detail. And I also got news that our boss seems to have someone secretly investigating Sister Yue's personal information. I feel like even if Sister Yue didn't come to the bar and just quit, our boss would find her in real life. So after thinking it over again and again, I decided to inform you. After reading the female marketing Zhang Jing and when the news, Su Yang directly replied to Zhang Jing, I understand. Then he sent a message to Chu Yoi. Yue, where are you? Chu Yoi is the girl who can give him a portable space. Su Yang would not allow Chu Yoi to suffer any loss. Since the owner of TC Rose Bar is so short-sighted, Su Yang decided to meet him tonight to immediately put an end to any thoughts he had about Chu Yoi. If necessary, Su Yang will let Lao Heidi take action directly and deal with the owner of TC Rose Bar directly. With Lao Hei's strength, it is not easy to deal with one person. Brother Su, I just got out of school and asked for the evening off because when I applied for resignation, the bar owner asked me to write the resignation application in person. Chu Yue replied immediately after Su Yang sent the message. Go back to the hotel we stayed at last night. I'll go to the bar with you after I'm done. Su Yang instructed Chu Yue. Chu Yue, okay, brother Su. Su Yang, do you know the way to the hotel? Chu Yue, I know. Our school is not far from the hotel we stayed in last night. The bus at the school gate can go directly there. Su Yang, well, then you go back to the hotel and wait for my news. If you want to eat something or need anything, just tell the hotel staff directly. Chu Yue, yeah, brother Su, you go ahead and do your work. You don't have to reply to me. I will wait for you obediently in the hotel. Ding. Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is positive 2. The current Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 75 points. Just finished chatting with Chu Yoi. Soo-young heard the system prompt sound. It seems that chatting online appropriately can also increase favorability. I'm only 5 points away from getting a portable space from Chu Yoi. Try harder tonight and try to get the portable space directly. Soo-young thought to himself. Then, Soo-young put his cell phone in his pocket and took Chin Kurer to meet her parents. Soon, Soo-young met Chin Kuner's parents in the lobby of OCT Hotel. After a brief greeting among them, Chin Kuner's parents invited Soo-young to their home for dinner. Soo-young felt Chin Kuner's begging eyes, wanting him to go to her house, so he naturally agreed. Ding! Chin Kuner's favorability towards the host is positive 4. The current favorability towards the host is 65 points. As Soo-young accepted the invitation from Chin Kuner's parents, Soo-young immediately heard the system notification sound indicating that Chin Kuner's favorability towards him had increased. Only 5 points left before I can get another reward from Chin Kuner. Soo-young was looking forward to Chin Kuner's 70-point favorability reward. Get in Chin Kuner's car and go to her house for dinner. In the Inhu Mansion villa that Soo-young bought for Guingya. Guingya slowly woke up from her deep sleep, looking at the unfamiliar environment around me. Guingya's mind flashed with all kinds of beautiful scenes of her and Soo-young here. Recall those scenes. Guingya's charming face was instantly flushed. But soon, Guingya was hurt by the new wound created by Soo-young. Isn't it said that there are no fields that are ruined by plowing, only cows that are worked to death? Why is it the complete opposite here? Is it because it's my first time? That must be it. Brother Soo-young, I won't be like this today, in the future. I'm going to drain you dry every day, Guingya said secretly with a blush on her charming face. Thinking of Soo-young, Guingya's charming face was full of sweetness. Chapter 96. Then she began to look for Soo-young. Did you go to the bathroom? Guingya didn't see Soo-young in the room and thought he had gone to the bathroom. Immediately, she picked up the phone on the bedside table and prepared a chat with Han Shiryan. Share the progress of the relationship between her and Soo-young. But after picking up the phone, she saw the message Soo-young left for her. After reading the message Soo-young left for her, Guingya was very sensible and did not ask Soo-young what he was dealing with. No contact with Soo-young either, because she was afraid that she would disturb Soo-young from dealing with things. Check the time. Guingya found that it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. She originally wanted to invite Han and Shiryan to have dinner together, but in the end I held back, because she is not feeling well now. Such a big house always feels a bit empty when I'm alone. Let's go home first. Mom and Dad should be home from get off work by now. I'll share with them the villa that Brother Soo-young just bought for me when I get back. Guingya looked at the empty room. I have made a decision in my heart. Then she got up and started washing. After a moment, after washing up, Guingya left the room and went downstairs. Although the wound caused by Soo-young still hurt a little, but now she has slowly adapted to it. So there is nothing unusual in the way he walks. Soon, Guingya arrived at the first floor of the villa. After opening the locked main door of the villa, Guingya saw the beautiful scenery in the villa yard. Ms. Gu, I'm Mr. Su's bodyguard. Do you have anything I can do for you? Lao Hei, who had been patrolling in the villa yard, saw Guingya, whom Soo-young had asked him to protect, appear, so he walked up to Guingya and asked. This is what Soo-young told Lao Hei, how to address himself in Guingya. Otherwise, Lao Hei would say something like Soo-young is his master, which would make Guingya think too much. Send me home. Guingya Institute Lao Hei. Soo-young sent the photo of Lao Hei to Guingya when he left a message for her. So when Guingya saw Lao Hei at this time, she didn't feel too afraid of him. Okay, Miss Gu. Lao Hei nodded, then ran directly to the Rolls-Royce and opened the back door. After Guingya entered the Rolls-Royce, Lao Hei closed the car door gently. He got into the driver's seat, started the Rolls-Royce, and drove towards Guingya's home. Guingya felt a little bored sitting in the Rolls-Royce. He took out his cell phone and started chatting with Han Shiryan. About 20 minutes later, Lao Hei sent Guingya to the Yuliangwan community. After thanking Lao Hei, Guingya took the elevator upstairs. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Guingya has opened the door of her house. As usual, he shouted towards the kitchen. Ching Ching is back. There's some fruit on the table. Eat it first. Your dad and I will prepare dinner soon. Mother Gu poked her head out from the kitchen and spoke to Guingya with a doting look on her mature and beautiful face. Okay, Mom. Guingya originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help her parents. However, the wound that Su Yang had inflicted on her body was still painful, so she gave up the idea of going to the kitchen to help. So Guingya sat on the sofa in the living room, waiting quietly for dinner to be served. Chapter 97. Soon, Dad and Mom Gu brought the prepared dinner to the dining table in the living room. Then the family started eating and chatting. Ching, how much do you know about Su Yang? Dad Gu pretended to ask casually. What's wrong, Dad? Didn't I talk to you and my mom about Su Yang last night? Guingya asked back in confusion. It's like this, today Dad was at work and checked some information related to Su Yang. But the results surprised me. So, I want to ask you again to see how much you know about Su Yang specifically. Dad Gu explained to Guingya. Dad, why are you checking Su Yang? If Su Yang knew about this, how would he look at us? When Guingya heard that her father was actually investigating Su Yang, she immediately got angry, stopped eating, and stared at her father with her beautiful eyes. Your father investigated Su Yang because of you. After all, this is about your lifelong event, so your father and I have to treat it with caution. And your father made quite a lot of gains from investigating Su Yang this time. Because after checking the information, it seems that Su Yang's identity is not as simple as he said. At this time, Mother Gu came out to smooth things over. Isn't that simple? Guingya also knew that her parents were doing this for her own good. Plus, she was indeed quite curious about Su Yang. So he also wanted to hear what his father had found out. Dad Gu saw that his daughter understood him. He immediately said, when I arrived at the office today, the first thing I did was to check Su Yang's information. At the beginning, Su Yang's information was the same as what Su Yang said himself. The information shows that Su Yang grew up in an orphanage. Su Yang's later growth experience was also very normal. But when I wanted to inquire about more detailed information about Su Yang or Dang, such as Su Yang or Dang's personal credit, personal funds, and other issues. But I was told that I didn't have enough authority to query. I gave our director a pack of cigarettes and used his authority to check Su Yang. But the result is still insufficient authority. So our director told me that I must never investigate Su Yang again, because it's obvious that this person is from the capital, and he kept Su Yang's detailed information top secret. You can imagine how powerful the identity and background of a person must be to have someone in Beijing handle his information in a top secret manner. Maybe one day, the person who kept Su Yang's personal information confidential will bring Su Yang to the level where he should be. Once Su Yang enters the upper echelons, all kinds of struggles will be inevitable. Dad just wants you to live an ordinary and happy life. He doesn't want you to get involved in the struggles among the top people. That's why Dad asked you again, how much do you know about Su Yang? Because Su Yang is obviously not from the same world as us. Dad is really worried that if you get too close to Su Yang, it will end up hurting you. Dad Gu said a lot in one breath. After saying that, he looked at Guingya with concern, waiting for her answer. The same goes for Guma. Although she was very satisfied with Su Yang, but she was also afraid that after her daughter followed Su Yang, she would eventually be caught up in the struggle among the top people together with Su Yang. Dad, Mom, you guys are worrying too much. And even if Su Yang's identity is really not simple, I think that as long as he loves me and I love him, that's enough. If one day, Su Yang is really involved in the struggle between the top group of people, I will also firmly stay by his side and fight bravely with him. Guingya immediately stated her position and intentions. Then, Guingya took out a stack of documents from her bag and said, Mom and Dad, don't think too much about it for now. Chapter 98. First take a look at what your daughter bought today, Su Yang. While talking, Guingya handed all the information about the Inhu Mansion Villa to Gu's father and mother. Seeing that their daughter had already made the decision, Mr. and Mrs. Gu didn't say anything more, because they know that no matter how much they say now, their daughter will not listen. It may even cause disgust and rebelliousness among your daughter. It would be better to put the matter behind us for now and consider it later. I thought so in my heart. Dad Gu and Mom Gu looked at each other and then tacitly stopped talking about Su Yang's information. Instead, they took the information Guingya handed to them and started reading it. Silver Lake Mansion Villa? 500 million. Daughter, did Su Yang buy this for you? And it only wrote your name? After Dad and Mom Gu saw the information recorded on the information Guingya gave them, all of a sudden, Their faces were filled with shock. Yes, this is the property deed. Actually, I really want Su Yang to add his name to the property title as well. But he insisted that he was giving me something as a gift, so he didn't add his name to the property title. Guingya took out the property deed from her bag and handed it to Gu's father and mother and said, "Dad and Mom." Gu took the property title and took a look at it. They suddenly became more convinced that Su Yang's identity and background were not simple. Because in their opinion, Su Yang did not add his name to the property title. It was obvious that he was afraid that he would have to leave here one day. Back to the class he was supposed to be in. Leave a sum of assets to Guingya so that she will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Why? Think of this. Both Dad and Mom Gu sighed in their hearts. They felt that when that day really came, their daughter would be extremely painful and sad. However, through their own speculation, they all felt in their hearts that Su Yang was sincere to their daughter. After all, Su Yang actually spent 500 million yuan to buy a property for their daughter. Just based on this point, they can no longer complain about Su Yang. So now they just hope that the day when Su Yang leaves will come later, so that their daughter can live a few more years of happiness. The entrance to Qin Kier's community. Su Yang had already had dinner at Qin Kuter's house. At this time, Qin Kuter was holding his arm and waiting for Lao He to arrive. Because Su Yang can view Lao He's surrounding environment through Lao He's vision. So Lao He sent Guingya home. Su Yang then ordered Lao He to pick him up at the gate of Qin Kuter's community. "Brother Su, is tonight's meal to your liking?" Qin Kuter raised her little face to look at Su Yang and asked expectantly. "They are all very tasty, but you know what, I want to eat more." Su Yang said to Qin Kuter with a hint of meaning. "Brother Su, don't worry. Kuter will satisfy you in the next 2 days." Qin Kuter said with a blush on her pretty face when she heard this. "Then I'll wait for your news. But you should practice well in the next 2 days." Su Yang smiled and joked to Qin Kuter. Qin Kuter blushed and nodded softly, indicating that she understood. Chapter 99. Boom. Right at this moment, Lao He arrived in a Rolls-Royce. "Mr. Su." Lao He walked out of the cab and bowed and nodded respectfully to Su Yang. "Brother Su, is this your bodyguard? If you weren't with me, I would have been scared by him." Qin Kuter held Su Yang's arm tightly, looked at Lao He quietly, and said in a low voice, "Yes, he's my bodyguard and driver." Su Yang nodded and then said, "I should go now, you go back." Qin Kuter looked at Su Yang reluctantly and said, "Goodbye, brother." Su Yang looked at Qin Kuter, who was reluctant to let him leave. No further comments. He gave Qin Kuter a French kiss. Qin Kuter is very unfamiliar with kissing, but still tried his best to cater to Su Yang. Ding. Qin Kuter's favorability towards the host is +6. The current favorability towards the host is 71 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Qin Kuter's 70-point favorability reward, an electromagnetic protection ring, which has been placed in the host's pocket. Su Yang isa foring kinker esteri lips. Suddenly, I heard the system prompt sound in my mind. The reason why I came to Qin Kier's house for dinner tonight. It is just to satisfy Qin Kuter and let Qin Kuter increase her favorability towards me and get rewards. Now, the rewards have finally been revealed. The reward is the electromagnetic protection ring. Su Yang was still very satisfied. After all, the electromagnetic protection ring is a good thing that can save lives. Su Yang only has 2 now. Su Yang felt that it would be better to have a few more electromagnetic protection rings so that he could equip Gu Qingya, Han Shiyun, and others with one. So that when I'm not with them, their safety can be guaranteed. In Su Yang's eyes, they're all good sisters who can receive explosive rewards and huge cash back. Su Yang doesn't want them to have any mishaps. Buzz. Right at this moment, Su Yang felt the cell phone in Qin Kuter's pocket vibrating again. There is no doubt that it was Qin Kuter's parents who urged Qin Kuter to go home. It just so happened that Su Yang was also tasting Qin Kuter's sweet cherry lips, and he enjoyed it very much. So Su Yang temporarily let Qin Kuter go and let her regain her freedom. "Brother, I have to go back." Qin Kuter looked at the person who called her on WeChat video, hung up, and said to Su Yang, "Okay, but you wear this." Su Yang took out the electromagnetic protection ring from his pocket and handed it to Qin Kuter. Qin Kuter took the electromagnetic protection ring and took a look at it. The ring looks ordinary though, but because this was given to her by Su Yang, so she likes it very much. Immediately, Qin Kuter's face was full of sweetness as she put the ring on her middle finger. "Always wear the ring, don't take it off easily." Su Yang instructed Qin Kur. Well, listen to Brother Su. Qin Kur nodded obediently. Ding. Qin Kur's favorability towards the host is positive 2. The current favorability towards the host is 73 points. Hear the system prompt tone. Su Yang smiled and gently rubbed Qin Kur's little head. Then he got into the Rolls-Royce and told Lao Hei to go to Guingya Hotel. The closer the favorability is to 80 points, the harder it is to improve. However, Su Yang thought that he should contact Qin Kur again in the next 2 days. This should be able to raise Qin Kur's favorability to 80 points. By the way, Qin Kur and I played together sweetly and won the strategy prize, Unlimited Resurrection. The most important thing right now. I'd better meet the owner of TC Rose Bar first. Then let's see tonight if we can raise Chu Yoi's favorability to 80, and then change the relationship a little bit, and take the portable space from Chu Yoi. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, Su Yang was secretly calculating. Chapter 100. I thought so in my heart. Su Yang sent a message to Chu Yoi. Yue, I'll be there soon. Chu Yoi replied immediately. Okay, brother. Yue will wait for you. Finished sending the message to Chu Yoi. Su Yang originally wanted to close his eyes and rest. But I received a WeChat message from Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun, how far have you and Guingya progressed? Su Yang, why are you asking this suddenly? Han Shiyun, just answer me. How far have you guys progressed? Su Yang, be honest. Han Shiyun, now that you have Guingya, you must treat her well for the rest of your life. Han Shiyun, if I find out that you are being intimate with another woman behind Guingya's back, I will not forgive you. Su Yang, is it okay to contact you? Han Shiyun, Melis. Su Yang saw the message sent by Han Shiyun, just grinned and didn't reply. Because she didn't hear the system prompt, Han Shiyun's favorability towards herself decreased. Su Yang knew that Han Shiyun on the opposite side was saying one thing and thinking another. For Han Shiyun, you can't use common sense to improve her favorability. Through what happened at the bar last night, Su Yang felt that the best way to improve Han Shiyun's favorability was to use Guingya to seduce her. But how long will it take to seduce Han Shiyun? Han Shiyun will take the bait. Su Yang was not sure in his heart. But Su Yang would not miss any opportunity to seduce Han Shiyun. Because Su Yang had tasted Han Shiyun's red lips, he really missed the taste of Han Shiyun, as well as Han Shiyun's beautiful face and figure. Especially Han Shiyun's strategy grand prize. Invisibility. Su Yang was also very envious. You call me shameless? I'm even more shameless behind you. Isu yang glänzt Shiyunis Witiadevata. Just put your phone in your pocket and close your eyes. More than 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at Guingya Hotel. After sending a message to inform Chu Yoi, Su Yang soon saw the pure and beautiful Chu Yoi walking out of the Guingya Hotel with her head lowered. Sister Yue, get in the car. Su Yang opened the car door and greeted Chu Yoi. Su Yang's attitude towards the obedient and well-behaved Chu Yoi is much better than his attitude towards Han Shiyun. Chu Yoi, who was walking with her head down, heard Su Yang's voice. Immediately looked in the direction of Su Yang. When she saw Su Yang, her innocent face was full of happiness and sweetness as she ran towards Su Yang. Then he got into the Rolls-Royce and sat next to Su Yang. Su Yang smelled the virgin fragrance on Chu Yoi's body. Suddenly, I felt a little distracted. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed by Su Yang. Now is not the time for feelings to sour. The night is still long tonight. Su Yang is not in a hurry at this moment. Half an hour later, Su Yang and Chu Yoi arrived at the TC Rose Bar parking lot. Get out of the Rolls-Royce. Su Yang looked at the familiar Rose Bar in front of him and directly used the intermediate copy generation card he had just obtained. Host, please select the randomly generated scene as the copy scene. Supermarkets, bars, trains. Bar. Su Yang directly chose the bar. The bar scene copy has been opened. Start loading the copy task. Task loaded successfully. Task 1. Spend more than 100 million yuan for Chu Yoi. Task 2. Increase Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host to 80 points and obtain Chu Yoi's strategy reward. Random task. Get the contact information of goddess with a comprehensive score of more than 90 points. Tip. Random tasks do not affect the normal settlement of the dungeon. But after completing the random tasks and the dungeon ends, the dungeon rewards dropped will be more generous. Chapter 101. Task 1 is easy. Task 2 is a little bit difficult. Random tasks are full of uncertainty. Just go and see. Overall, it feels much simpler than the last bar instance. I just wonder, after completing the dungeon generated by the intermediate dungeon generation card this time, how much higher will the reward be than last time? After Su Yang finished reading the copy mission requirements, I have made a rough judgment in my heart about this copy mission. At the same time, I was secretly looking forward to the reward after completing this copy mission, with the expectation of the copy rewards. Su Yang sent a message to female marketing person Zhang Jing, saying that he had arrived. Soon, Su Yang saw Zhang Jing coming out of the bar, although there were a lot of people near the bar entrance. But Su Yang has Lao He behind him, so Zhang Jing saw Su Yang very quickly. Brother Su, Sister Yue, you are here. Zhang Jing trotted to Su Yang and greeted Su Yang and Chu Yoi respectfully. Is your boss here? Su Yang asked directly. Yes, in the chairman's office upstairs. I'll take you and Sister Yue to see him. Zhang Jing said. Su Yang nodded when he heard this and motioned Zhang Jing to lead the way. Chairman's office on the third floor of TC Rose Bar. A middle-aged man with a fierce look was sitting in the boss chair. While looking at the information in his hand, he asked the male assistant beside him, have you dealt with all the people listed in this information? This middle-aged man is called Chun Chong Yuan, and he's the chairman of TC Rose Bar. Boss Chun, everything is done. Now all that's missing is Chu Yoi, who you temporarily added to the list. The male assistant answered hurriedly. Chun Chong Yuan nodded and said, have you checked Chu Yoi's personal information? The male assistant said, we have checked and found that he's a child from an ordinary family. When she comes, we just need to threaten her a little bit and then pay her a high fee. She will definitely compromise like the other people in the file. But Mr. Chun, let me ask you one more question. Why did you suddenly add Chu Yoi to the list of information? Chun Zhong Yuan did not answer the assistant's question. Instead, he looked at the male assistant coldly, making the male assistant break out in a cold sweat. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Chun Zhong Yuan said to the male assistant in a cold voice. The male assistant immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing that the male assistant knew he was wrong, Chun Zhong Yuan said nothing more. Instead, he picked up Chu Yoi's information and looked at the 1-inch photo on it again. What a pity, such a beautiful lady. If you hadn't done a medical checkup because you came to me to look for a job, you wouldn't have been in this situation. Chun Zhong Yuan looked at Chu Yoi's information and thought to himself. Chun Zhong Yuan didn't know Chu Yoi at first. But just this afternoon, he suddenly received a call from a big shot who had always protected him. The content of the call was to ask him to temporarily add Chu Yoi to the list of people in his hands who were ready to be sent to underground places or abroad to make money. And the reason for adding Chu Yoi to the list. This is because Chu Yoi's heart matches the heart of a certain big shot's daughter. So, Chu Yoi was put on the list. Dong dong. Chapter 102. Right at this moment, the office door rang. The male assistant walked quickly to the door and looked out through the peephole. When he saw that the people outside the door were hotel staff, he said to Chun, Boss Chun, it's Zhang Jing, our bar's salesperson, who's here with Chu Yoi. But there's a man following Chu Yoi. Upon hearing this, Chun Zhong Yuan put down Chu Yoi's information in his hand and said, let them in. The male assistant did so immediately. Outside the door, Su Yang looked around bored. The entire third floor of the bar is decorated with soundproofing materials, although it is only 1 floor away from the bar downstairs. But being on the third floor, I could hardly hear the noisy noise from the bar downstairs. And near the chairman's office, there were more than a dozen people with tattoos and fierce faces gathered in 2s and 3s. Su Yang felt that they should be the bar's security personnel or the personal bodyguards of the bar's chairman. At this time, more than a dozen people with tattoos around were looking at Su Yang and Lao He behind Su Yang with fear on their faces. If put in the past, Su Yang must have felt a little uncomfortable and stage fright about the situation he was in. But now Su Yang has Lao He following him. So Su Yang's heart was very calm at this moment, because even if all these people were added together, they would still not be a match for Lao He. Crunch! Just then, the office door opened. Su Yang looked inside the door. His eyes just happened to meet Chun Zhong Yuan inside. When Chun Zhong Yuan first saw Su Yang, he didn't care much. But when he saw Lao He behind Su Yang, a look of horror and panic flashed across his originally fierce face, because he felt a strong sense of oppression from Lao He. In order to ease his inner emotions, Chun Zhong Yuan immediately ordered his male assistant, let the brothers outside come over. After instructing the male assistant, Chen Zhongyuan asked Su Yang again. Who are you, and Chu Yoi? Su Yang took Chu Yoi into his arms and said, I'm her boyfriend. I really want to know, why does my girlfriend have to submit her resignation letter? Chu Yoi being embraced by Su Yang. After hearing Su Yang's words, the innocent and pretty face was suddenly filled with blush and astonishment, because she never expected that her brother would suddenly become her boyfriend. However, she felt that Su Yang must have his reasons for doing this. So after listening to Su Yang's words, Chu Yoi just let Su Yang hold her obediently and did not ask Su Yang why he suddenly changed the way he addressed her. It turns out he's Chu Yoi's boyfriend. Actually, I asked Chu Yoi to come here in person to submit her resignation application, because I have a job here that is very suitable for Chu Yoi, and I want to ask her in person to see if she is willing to do it. Since you are Chu Yoi's boyfriend, then come in and listen to whether the job I'm talking about is suitable for your girlfriend. Chen Zhongyuan did not doubt Su Yang's words, because in his opinion, Su Yang and Chu Yoi are indeed a good match. Okay, I'll listen carefully to what you mean by a job that would be suitable for my girlfriend, Su Yang said in a casual tone. Then he took Chu Yoi into the office, and Lao He naturally followed behind Su Yang. As for Zhang Jing, since she didn't get Chen Zhongyuan's permission, she naturally stayed outside the office. Chapter 103. After entering the office, Su Yang took Chu Yoi and found a seat to sit down. Lao He stood behind Su Yang and Chu Yoi. Mr. Chun, Brother Chun, there were a dozen people who were just looking at Su Yang and Lao He outside. At this time, they entered the office one after another and bent down to greet Chen Zhongyuan, who was sitting in the boss's chair. Chen Zhongyuan saw that all his men had arrived. Suddenly, he was no longer so afraid of Lao He behind Su Yang, because in his opinion, the old black man behind Su Yang is stronger. It's impossible for just one person to beat up more than a dozen of his men whose hands had blood on them. Well, just find a place to sit, Chen Zhongyuan said to the dozen or so people who came in one after another. These dozen or so people who often followed Chen Zhongyuan to do things naturally understood what Chen Zhongyuan meant. They all sat around Su Yang immediately. Surround Su Yang, Chu Yoi, and Lao He. Chu Yoi, who was embraced by Su Yang, felt a very unusual atmosphere around her. She couldn't help but shrink into Su Yang's arms. Su Yang hurriedly stroked Chu Yoi's shoulders and whispered, I'll take care of everything. Don't be afraid. Ding. Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is +3. The current Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 78 points. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. Hear the system prompt tone. Su Yang was immediately delighted, because he was only 2 points away from Chu Yoi's favorability towards him reaching 80 points. Giving girls a sense of security will increase their favorability very quickly. Su Yang thought to himself. Then, Su Yang looked around him and saw the dozen or so people surrounding him. There is no fear in my heart. Even felt like laughing, because he has an electromagnetic protection ring and Lao He. Even if all these people attacked together, they would not be able to do anything to him and Chu Yoi. I want to see what you are up to. Su Yang looked up at Chen Zhongyuan, then got straight to the point and said, Don't go into so much twists and turns. Just tell me, what job do you think would be a good fit for my girlfriend? Chen Zhongyuan was scared when he saw that Su Yang was not at all nervous. I was immediately curious as to where Su Yang got his aura from, because in his opinion, Lao He alone could not give Su Yang such confidence. Could he be a dragon crossing the river? Chen Zhongyuan looked at Su Yang's inner thoughts. But Chen Zhongyuan just guessed and didn't think about it anymore. Because no matter who Su Yang is, in Chen Zhongyuan's opinion, he is not as powerful as the person behind him. I have a job here with a monthly salary of 500,000. As long as your girlfriend is willing to do it, we can sign the contract immediately. But there is a condition for this job, which is that you need to go abroad. Do you think this job is suitable for your girlfriend? Chen Zhongyuan looked at Su Yang and said, 500,000? Su Yang asked back with a smile. Don't you think it's too little? Then I can increase my monthly salary to 1 million. Chen Zhongyuan raised a finger. 1 million. Su Yang shook his head and then asked Chu Yoi directly, Yoi, give me your bank card account number. Although Chu Yoi didn't know what Su Yang was doing, but he immediately took out his mobile phone, opened a banking app, and showed Su Yang his bank card account number. After Su Yang saw Chu Yoi's bank account number, without further ado, he transferred 500 million yuan with just a wave of his hand. The amount is the same as the one used to buy a house for Guingya. Ding dong. Chu Yoi immediately received a text message about the deposit. Brother Su, why did you transfer so much money to me? When Chu Yoi saw the content of the text message, she suddenly felt dizzy, because she had never counted so many zeros. Of course it's for completing the dungeon mission, and you'll give me a huge cashback in the future. Although Su Yang thought so in his heart, he said, You are my girlfriend, it is not natural for me to transfer money to you. While talking, Su Yang directly shook the screen of Chu Yoi's phone at Qinzhong Yuan and said, Which one do you think is more suitable for my girlfriend, your monthly salary of 1 million or my 500 million? Qinzhong Yuan was shocked by Su Yang's handwriting, because even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to come up with 500 million at once. Chapter 104. Even if it's just 100 million, he will have to raise the funds for a long time. For a moment, Qinzhong Yuan didn't know whether he should continue to follow the orders given to him by the person who protected him. But when he thought about it, after all the cruel means used by the person who protected him, he quickly made a decision in his heart. It's too easy to fake a text message. 500 million can't be spent so lightly. This Chu Yui must stay. I thought so in my heart. Qinzhong Yuan immediately signaled the dozen or so people surrounding Su Yang to take action. In his opinion, first, control Su Yang and the others, and hand them over to the person who protects him and gives him orders. A dozen people surrounded Su Yang. After receiving Qinzhong Yuan's command, immediately gathered towards Su Yang. Although they were all very afraid of Lao He, but with more than a dozen against one, they were very confident. Get started. As long as you can't kill me. Seeing that Qinzhong Yuan had fallen out, Su Yang directly gave orders to Lao He. The next moment, I saw Lao He's figure flash by. A scream spread throughout the room. Then Qinzhong Yuan and others saw it. One of them flew 7 or 8 meters from where he was and hit the wall in the distance hard. Immediately following, before Qinzhong Yuan and others could understand what was happening, one after another, screams rang out in the room. For a moment, the room was filled with dull thuds and wailing screams. It took less than 10 seconds. There were more than 10 people originally surrounding Su Yang and Chu Yoi. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and he fell to the ground with many of his joints twisted. Qinzhong Yuan and the male assistant beside him watched everything happen. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock and confusion, because they haven't seen it clearly yet. How did Lao He make his move? They only saw a shadow moving back and forth in the room. Then all of them became as miserable as they are now. Brother, I am also following orders. Can you please let me go? Qinzhong Yuan was very sincere at this time and knelt down directly. Tell me first, what do you want to do with my girlfriend? I'm considering whether to let you go. Su Yang asked in the same casual tone. Upon hearing this, Qinzhong Yuan immediately brought up the matter of matching Chu Yoi's heart with the heart of a certain big shot's daughter. But he didn't know who that big shot was. After hearing what Qinzhong Yuan said, Su Yang immediately ordered Lao He to give Qinzhong Yuan a bloody meal. The male assistant naturally couldn't escape either. Then Su Yang took Chu Yoi to Qinzhong Yuan's desk, picked up Chu Yoi's personal information, and started reading it. But at this moment, a shrill siren sounded outside. After a moment, more than a dozen officials in uniform, led by a heroic woman who was about 24-25 years old, filed into Qinzhong Yuan's office. Su Yang saw the woman leading the group. I couldn't help but check the woman's personal information. Name, Sun Han Huang. Age, 25. Occupation, Beijing police officer. Appearance, 95 points. Body, 92 points. Temperament, 93 points. Purity, 100 points. Overall score, 94 points. Specialties, fighting, misogyny. Favorability, -10, strange. Grand prize for strategy, 20 nanotech biochemical warriors. Gender is determined by the host. Ultimate prize, unlocked when favorability reaches 90. Chapter 105. The overall score is 94 points. And the grand prize for the strategy is 20 nanotech biochemical warriors, both male and female. I can decide. After reading Sun Han Huang's personal profile, Su Yang was suddenly delighted. Su Yang had just witnessed how powerful Lao He was. If there were 20 biochemical warriors similar to Lao He, Su Yang didn't dare to imagine how explosive that scene would be. Although Su Yang was very envious of Sun Han Huang's strategy prize, But judging from Sun Hanshuang's expertise, it would definitely be difficult to conquer Sun Hanshuang. But right now, Suyang didn't think about conquering Sun Hanshuang directly. What Suyang is thinking about right now is to complete the random tasks in the copy first. As long as we get Sun Hanshuang's contact information, the random dungeon mission can be completed. With her contact information, we can slowly plan our strategy later. Suyang thought to himself, "May I have your name? Why are you here? How did you hurt these people like this?" Just as Suyang was thinking about how to get Sun Hanshuang's contact information, Sun Hanshuang took the initiative to walk to a place not far in front of Suyang, with an impatient look on her pretty face. For the men, Sun Hanshuang was very disgusted. "The reason why I hate men, it's all because of the environment she grew up in, which deeply influenced her." Sun Hanshuang was born in a family with considerable background and reputation in the capital. She grew up in a very privileged environment. But as she gradually grew sensible, she gradually discovered that her parents, who seemed to be in harmony with each other on the surface, were actually quarreling constantly in secret. The reason for the quarrel was that her father was having affairs outside all day long. He even had an illegitimate child outside. Sun Hanshuang thought, after his father's illegitimate child was exposed, Grandpa would intervene. Unexpectedly, her grandfather completely left her father alone and did whatever he wanted. She even openly brought her father's illegitimate child home. The reason is that the illegitimate child is a boy. Since then, her and her mother's status in the family became lower and lower. Her father even started beating and scolding her and her daughter. Even the illegitimate son was extremely arrogant and domineering, always clamoring to drive her and her mother away. Finally, her mother couldn't stand herself and her being bullied. So he took her back to her parents' home and cut off ties with her father's family. But not long after her mother returned to her parents' home, because of long-term accumulated depression, he became mentally confused and needed to take long-term medication to relieve it. This indirectly led to her mother taking hormone drugs for a long time, which caused her health to deteriorate, and eventually she died of depression. His father's infidelity, his grandfather's indulgence, his illegitimate son's arrogance, and his mother's death. All the reasons add up. This made Sun Hanshuang hate men since she was a child. And as she grew older and met more men like her father, her aversion to men became more serious. So at this time, when she was asking Suyang questions, the impatient expression on his face was particularly obvious in his performance, and it could be said that he did not conceal it all. In her opinion, the better looking a boy is, the greater the chance that he will become a promiscuous man in the future. And in her eyes, Suyang meets the standard appearance of a future promiscuous man. "My name is Suyang. I'm here for my girlfriend. As for these people here, I was acting purely in self-defense, so I asked my bodyguards to treat them like this. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all carried control knives. They want to hurt me and my girlfriend. We can't just stand here and wait to die, right?" Suyang saw that Sun Hanshuang treated him very badly. So Suyang's tone when speaking to Sun Hanshuang was not very good. Although Suyang really wanted to get Sun Hanshuang's contact information, he had to complete the random task first. But Suyang wouldn't be so upset about this. At this time, he was trying to please Sun Hanshuang by sticking his warm face to her cold, but in acting like a licker for her. Chapter 106. "Okay, I understand. You did a great job. Don't worry, we won't hold you accountable. Instead, we will reward you afterwards." Because of this Chen Chongyuan, he is suspected of serious crimes, such as trafficking in happy candies and smuggling people. We have been eyeing this person for a long time. That is tonight. We have solid evidence, and we are going to arrest him. You have helped us a lot, helping us catch them all in advance. After Sun Hanshuang listened to Suyang's explanation, he replied in a neutral tone. Then she began to order her men to clean up the scene. "What will you do with this bar in the end?" Suyang asked Sun Hanshuang casually. "It should be auctioned through legal procedures. Then use the final auction proceeds to compensate those who were harmed by Chen Zhongyuan." Sun Hanshuang said. After that, Sun Hanshuang asked Suyang again, "Why? Are you interested in this bar?" Sun Hanshuang knew very well that if TC Rose Bar was auctioned through normal procedures, the final auction proceeds were probably only a small portion of that. We'll give it to those who have been hurt by Chen Zhongyuan. Most of the money will flow into the pockets of relevant personnel. These are what she doesn't want to see. Tracking down Chen Chongyuan is an important role involved in her investigation of a big case involving a big shot. So she voluntarily applied to be temporarily transferred from the capital to Pengcheng to carry out the arrest. Now Chen Chongyuan has been arrested. She must leave Pengcheng. If I could get more compensation for those who were harmed by Chen Zhongyuan before leaving Pengcheng. She was happy to do it. So she wanted to know whether Su Yang was interested in the Rose Bar. If he was interested, she would use her authority to sell the bar directly to Su Yang. Then he would personally supervise the compensation of the money earned from the sales. Somewhat interested. I want to buy it for my girlfriend. Su Yang said casually. TC Rose Bar is very profitable. Su Yang felt that if he gave the Rose Bar to Chu Yoi, then I can eat and eat for free in the bar from now on. By the way, you can also increase the spending limit for Chu Yoi. Bread of Su Yi. Chu Yoi was shocked when she heard that Su Yang wanted to give her a bar. Reject immediately. But Su Yang interrupted him and said, "Listen to my brother. If my brother gives it to you, just accept it." Chu Yoi wanted to say something, but when she saw Su Yang's doting eyes, she finally compromised. Ding. Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is +1, and the current favorability is 79 points. It's only 1 o'clock until 80 o'clock. For this last point, if we consider Gu Qingya's favorability from 79 to 80. As long as the relationship between Chu Yoi and I changes a little, we can achieve it. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Su Yang suddenly became extremely expectant. After all, he really wanted Chu Yoi's grand prize of strategy and portable space very badly. Since you are interested, then I'll let our people give you an estimate. Sun Han Huang was surprised when she heard that Su Yang was really interested in the Rose Bar. He immediately instructed the personnel responsible for handling the aftermath to appraise the value of the Rose Bar. Ding. Sun Han Huang's favorability towards the host is +2. Currently, Sun Han Huang's favorability towards the host is -8 points. Why did you suddenly become more fond of me? Su Yang heard the system prompt sound. Chapter 107. I feel a little confused. But now is obviously a good time to press on and press on. Immediately, Su Yang said to Sun Han Huang, "Since we want to make a deal, let's leave each other our contact information." Sun Han Huang didn't doubt it and nodded and gave Su Yang his work cell phone number. As for her personal cell phone number, she did not give it out. Su Yang didn't care whether the cell phone number Sun Han Huang gave him was for work or personal use. As long as it's Sun Han Huang's contact information, just let him complete the random tasks in the copy. Ding. Bar scene copy random task completed. After Su Yang saved Sun Han Huang's cell phone number, the system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. So far, this bar scene copy mission. All that's left is to increase Chu Yoi's favorability by 1 point to 80 points. And get Chu Yoi's strategy prize, and you can complete it. About 10 minutes later, the scene has been cleaned up. Chen Zhongyuan and others who were injured by Lao He were all carried out. The valuation of the Rose Bar was also sorted out. Mr. Su, the estimated value of this bar is 123.25 million. If you want it directly, 120 million will be enough. Sun Han Huang took the information of Rose Bar from the staff, took a look at it, and said to Su Yang, "Yes, draft a contract." Su Yang didn't have any extra words. Upon hearing this, Sun Han Huang immediately asked the relevant personnel to draft a contract. Soon, a contract was drawn up. Su Yang took a quick look at it, and without worrying about any loopholes, he directly asked Chu Yoi to sign it. Anyway, this bar is given to Chu Yoi. If you have any problem, just spend money. Su Yang is not afraid of spending money, but he is afraid of not being able to spend money. Why don't you find a lawyer to help you look at the contract? Sun Han Huang saw that Su Yang didn't say anything and asked Chu Yoi to sign. Her pretty and heroic face immediately looked at Su Yang with curiosity and asked, "I believe you." Su Yang made up something random. Ding. Sun Han Huang's favorability towards the host is +1. Currently, Sun Han Huang's favorability towards the host is -7 points. The system prompt sounded again. "I'll go. Can you please stop being so stingy and just give me a little more favorability?" Su Yang looked at Sun Han Huang and said to himself. Sun Han Huang had no idea what Su Yang was thinking. But after hearing Su Yang say, "I believe you," her heart seemed to be slightly touched. But that touching feeling was fleeting. So Sun Han Huang didn't care. After Su Yang signed, Sun Han Huang also signed his name on it. She said the contract was authorized by her, and there was no problem. "Give me the account number for receiving payment." Seeing that he and Sun Hanswang had both signed, Su Yang went straight to the point. Sun Hanswang immediately asked the relevant personnel to give Su Yang a bank account. Su Yang transferred the 120 million without saying a word. Boss, the money has arrived. When the staff saw that the funds transferred by Su Yang had arrived, they immediately reported to Sun Hanswang. Sun Hanswang nodded and pressed his fingerprint directly on the contract. Chapter 108. Su Yang also asked Chu Yoi to press her fingerprints. Since then, the Rose Bar became Chu Yoi's asset. After everything is done, Sun Hanswang then began to ask more than a dozen uniformed personnel to leave. She'll have to deal with many issues regarding Chun Chongyuan later. So I didn't feel like staying in the Rose Bar for long. Su Yang saw that Sun Hanswang was about to leave and didn't say anything to keep her. Anyway, the contact information has been obtained. But for the time being, he couldn't significantly increase Sun Hanswang's favorability. So Su Yang was too lazy to communicate too much with Sun Hanswang. There is time to communicate with Sun Hanswang. It would be better to get the reward from Chu Yoi as soon as possible. Brother Su, I already owe you a lot. You have transferred another 500 million to me now. And give me a bar. I don't know how to make up for what I owe you. I'd better return the money and the bar to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Seeing that everyone had left, Chu Yoi raised her innocent face, looked at Su Yang with anticipation, and said. Su Yang could tell from Chu Yoi's expression that what Chu Yoi said was true. But if Chu Yoi returned the money and the bar to him, then all his efforts would be in vain. So Su Yang said directly and righteously, be obedient, just accept what your brother gives you. After saying, Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi and said, if you really want to make amends, there are actually many ways to do it. Chu Yoi asked hurriedly, what can Yui do to make it up to Brother Su? Su Yang smiled mysteriously, picked up Chu Yoi by the waist, and said, you will know in a while. After Chu Yoi was picked up by Su Yang, my heart was a little flustered for a moment. But she did not struggle, but just let Su Yang hold her with a blushing face. Su Yang saw Chu Yoi's reaction. He immediately knew that Chu Yoi was tacitly agreeing for him to do what he wanted to do. Immediately, Su Yang held Chu Yoi in his arms, walked out of the office, and found a luxurious bedroom on the third floor of the bar. After entering the room, Su Yang put Chu Yoi on the bed, and then quickly sent a message to the female marketing Zhang Jing. The general meaning was to tell Zhang Jing that he bought the Rose Bar and gave it to Chu Yoi. Zhang Jing was appointed as the general manager of the Rose Bar, responsible for all matters big and small in the Rose Bar, and sent the contract for the sale of the bar to Zhang Jing. Finally, he told Zhang Jing that he and Chu Yoi should rest on the third floor of the bar, and no one was allowed to disturb them. The message has been sent. Su Yang ordered Lao Hei to patrol outside. Then Su Yang started to do his own big thing. Boom! Just at this time, there was thunder outside again. Immediately following, heavy rain began to fall. Chu Yoi on the bed was startled by the thunder. However, Su Yang was quick-witted and hugged him to comfort him. Then, with the sound of rain outside, the emotions in the room, it has completely deteriorated. Ding! Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host increases by 5 points. The current Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 84 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the Chu Yoi Strategy Award. Portable Space. The host can use his mind to open your portable space at any time. Host, the bar scene, dungeon missions, and random missions have been completed. Do you want to start calculating dungeon rewards? The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. But Su Yang doesn't have time to take care of this right now, because at this time, Su Yang was busy. Chapter 109. 2 hours later, Su Yang leaned against the head of the bed, looking at Chu Yoi, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He happily began to try to use the reward portable space that came from Chu Yoi. After Su Yang's attempts, Su Yang discovered, my own personal space is 10,000 cubic meters in size. The entire portable space was filled with a gray void, without any living thing. The function of portable space is also very simple. As long as it's your own, whether he is by your side or not, you can do it through your thoughts. Transfer it directly to your personal space. You can also take it out from your personal space at any time. After understanding the role of portable space, Su Yang then took out and used a lay card, a wish card, 2 come true cards, and an ink-colored cool suit. Put everything in your carry-on space. To make it easier to find things in your personal space, Yang used his mind to create a 9-square grid in the space on his person. Put the things you just put into the portable space into different grids. System, from now on, all the rewards I receive will be directly placed in the portable space. Yang instructed the system. Good host. The system's cold voice responded immediately. System, calculate the dungeon reward for me. Yang instructed the system again. He have asked the system to settle the copy rewards 2 hours ago. But at that time, he was busy exploring Chu Yoi. Now the exploration is complete. Yang directly asked the system to start calculating the copy rewards. I wonder what the dungeon reward will be this time. Yang was very much looking forward to it. Under Yang's expectation, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of Yang. At the same time, the system's cold prompt sound also rang in Yang's mind. Start settling the bar scene copy. Dungeon Mission 1, completed. Dungeon Mission 2, completed. The completion rate of the bar scene copy mission is 100%. Start calculating rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million yuan in cash and a set of seaside garden real estate. The cash has been transferred to the host's bank card, and the seaside garden property certificate has been placed in the host's personal space. Start calculating the random dungeon mission rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Almighty Car God Skill Book. The host can use the Almighty Car God Skill Book at any time to improve his driving skills. Oh my god, a 1 million cash reward. There's also a property in Seaside Gardens. And the Almighty Car God Skill Book that I really need right now. The rewards for this dungeon are very generous. Yang looked at the row of copy rewards listed on the transparent light screen in front of him. I feel so happy inside. Then Yang said nothing. Directly choose to use the Almighty Car God Skill Book first. Boom! As Yang used the Almighty Car God Skill Book, Yang only felt that a large amount of knowledge was suddenly poured into his mind. At the same time, Yang still felt it. The muscles all over my body have unconsciously formed a lot of muscle memory related to driving. After a moment, Yang, who has completely absorbed the God of Car Skill Book, I immediately felt that there were new memories related to driving in my mind. Chapter 110. This Almighty Car God Skill Book is too powerful. I feel like I can easily drive any vehicle now. If I want to drive myself in the future, I won't have to worry about becoming a road killer anymore. Feeling the many additional driving memories in my mind, Yang felt very satisfied. Yang said he really liked this feeling of getting something for nothing. After receiving the settlement reward of the copy, Yang looked at the time, and it was still early. So I prepared to watch TikTok for some entertainment. By the way, I don't think I have added Zhou Lingyue as a friend yet. When Yang just picked up his phone and was about to start Douyin, suddenly I remembered that I haven't added Zhou Lingyue as a friend yet. Last night, when I was about to log off, Zhou Lingyue reminded me again and sent me a friend request. I was too anxious to find Chu Yoi last night. I was busy all day today and forgot about adding Zhou Lingyue as my friend. We have to add it quickly. If we delay for too long, our favorability will drop. And I made an appointment with her to meet in real life. Although I don't know what her strategy reward for listening to nature is, I'm sure it won't be bad, so I have to get it. Thinking of Zhou Lingyue, Yang immediately opened his Douyin. Unexpectedly, TikTok just opened. Yang saw that his news was 99% correct. Oh my god, so much information. Yang was a little surprised when he saw the news about 99 Zheng. Because in the past, he only posted 2 or 3 Douyin messages at most, and they were basically official Douyin notification messages. This kind of 99% positive news was the first time Yang had seen it. However, when Yang thought about how he spent millions on Douyin last night, Yang felt relieved when he heard that he got 99% positive. Just open a message list. Yang saw that there was a Douyin notification that someone was following him. There are also many private messages from female anchors. Yang randomly clicked on a few of them and took a look. He felt his blood boiling. Because the female anchors who sent him private messages all sent him photos of themselves wearing cool clothes and posing in various seductive poses. There are also some thought-provoking texts attached below the photos, although it has been beautified with PS. But the scores are still not up to standard, and most of them have sung too many sweet duets with men. I guess they all carry some viruses. It's better not to get involved. Yang used the system to check the information of some female anchors who sent him private messages. I no longer read private messages. Instead, He found Zhou Lingwe directly in the follow-up list and clicked to send a message to Zhou Lingwe. As soon as you enter the message interface with Zhou Lingwe, Suyang saw that Zhou Lingwe had already contacted him back, and he also sent himself a lot of TikTok messages. Yeah, Brother Lang, this is Yeye's WeChat ID. Please add it. Yeah, Brother Lang, you are offline. Remember to add Yeye's WeChat. Yeah, why don't you add me on WeChat, Brother Lang? Yeah, Brother Lang, what are you busy with? Yeye has been waiting for you to add Yeye's WeChat. Yeah, Brother Lang, you won't forget Yeye, right? We made an appointment to meet and let Yeye treat Brother Lang to a meal. Yeah, Yeye will always wait for Brother Lang's WeChat friend request. Suyang quickly glanced at the message Zhou Lingwe sent him. Then he quickly added Zhou Lingwe as a friend on WeChat. If you change to a man who has no money, if a girl dares not reply to a message immediately, her favorability towards him will drop immediately. In serious cases, the disease may even be completely eradicated, and it will take all kinds of shopping to recover. And now, I have completely forgotten about Zhou Lingwe. She sent me so many messages complaining about herself, but her favorability towards me has not decreased at all. This is the charm of money. Of course, it's also possible that it was my personal charm that attracted her deeply. After Su Yang sent a friend request to Zhou Lingwe, he felt a little narcissistic in his heart. Chapter 111. In a mid-range residential suite in Shanghai, Zhou Lingwe, who had been waiting for Su Yang to add her as a friend for a whole day, was now in a trance, holding her chin in her hand. After the show ended last night, she had been waiting for Su Yang to add her as a WeChat friend. But after waiting for more than 2 hours, until almost 3 in the morning, she still didn't receive any WeChat friend requests. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and fell into a deep sleep. After waking up early this morning, the first thing she did was check her WeChat. But what made her very disappointed was that she still didn't see Su Yang's friend request. This made her mood suddenly become very low. She began to wonder if she had offended Su Yang without knowing it. Or did I leave a very bad impression of being materialistic on Su Yang? All kinds of speculation. Zhou Lingwe was in no mood to do anything today. Just kept walking back and forth in the room or daydreaming. Yeah, that Lang wouldn't really have forgotten you, right? Who is that Mr. Lang? He gave you so many gifts, but he just left the site, and now he won't even add you as his friend. It seems like he really has no shortage of beauties. I was wondering if I would have a chance to hug Mr. Lang's thigh, but seeing that a beautiful girl like you, was ignored by Mr. Lang, I think I'd better stop fantasizing about hugging Mr. Lang's thigh. Yeah, don't think too much. Anyway, Mr. Lang has given you the money, so just take it out and spend it all. Buy the car and the house. If he doesn't add to it, it's his loss. Several of Zhou Lingwe's roommates and friends in the room started talking to Zhou Lingwe. Zhou Lingwe listened to her roommates talking. Gradually, I made a decision in my heart. She decided to return the money that Su Yang had given her for the gift. She's also a person with backbone and self-respect. Although she likes the feeling of being protected, she also likes money. But she didn't want Su Yang to think that she was materialistic and ignore her or even just talk to her, which would make her feel looked down upon. Ding dong. Just when Zhou Lingwe was about to contact Su Yang through Douyin and tell Su Yang her thoughts, Zhou Lingwe heard the message alert sound from WeChat. Then I saw a friend request. Sunshine applies to add you as a friend. The present Zhou Lingwe, extremely sensitive to WeChat messages. So the moment I saw the WeChat friend request, Zhou Lingwe immediately opened WeChat and started checking. When Zhou Lingwe saw that Yang Wang's note when applying to add her as a friend was, I am a yellow jacket and I love surfing, Zhou Lingwe instantly felt relieved and even wanted to cry, because she had been waiting for this news for too long. In the past, there were a lot of people who liked her and tried every possible way to add her as a friend and wait for her news. Su Yang was the first person who took the initiative to add her as a friend and waited for her message for so long. Brother Lang, Yeye is getting depressed waiting for you. You finally remembered me. After seeing Su Yang's friend request, Zhou Lingwe immediately clicked to approve it and quickly sent 2 messages to Su Yang. The message was also followed by a sad, crying emoticon on a luxurious bedroom bed on the 3rd floor of TC Rose Bar. After Su Yang saw Zhou Lingwe's WeChat message, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, he did forget about Zhou Lingwe. Immediately, Su Yang replied to Zhou Lingwe, sorry, I've been busy all day and just finished. Go live and give you some gifts to help you relieve your depression. Zhou Lingyue's favorability is almost at 70. Su Yang wants to make a final push tonight to see if he can get it to 70 points and get the reward. Brother Lang doesn't need to brush Ye's face anymore. Ye can chat with Brother Lang, and her depression will be cured. Zhou Lingyue saw that Su Yang had just added her and asked her to start a live broadcast to give her gifts, so she immediately explained, "Be obedient and start broadcasting. If you don't do the live broadcast, I will be depressed." Su Yang was too lazy to say anything more and just let Zhou Lingyue continue the live broadcast. "Okay, Brother Lang, Ye will listen to you." Zhou Lingyue thought Su Yang wanted to see her through video, and she suddenly felt happy and sweet in her heart. Then, Chapter 112. Zhou Lingyue started the live broadcast directly. After Su Yang received a reminder from Zhou Lingyue that the live broadcast was about to start, without saying a word, he entered Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. "Welcome, Brother Lang, to Ye's live broadcast room. Whatever show Brother Lang wants to watch, Ye will satisfy your request." After seeing Su Yang enter her live broadcast room, Zhou Lingyue said with a smile on her pretty face. Several roommates who had been secretly observing Zhou Lingyue saw that Zhou Lingyue suddenly started a live broadcast and even called out Brother Lang. They immediately surrounded Zhou Lingyue and then all shouted, "Welcome, Brother Lang." Su Yang felt very happy when he heard Zhou Lingyue and her beautiful roommates calling him brother. He immediately sent Zhou Lingyue 100 carnivals and added a sentence. "Yeah, please treat your sensible roommate to a meal for me." Zhou Lingyue immediately smiled and nodded and agreed. Zhou Lingyue's roommates instantly became more enthusiastic towards Su Yang. If they were not afraid of violating the rules and closing Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, Su Yang had no doubt that they would dare to show him a big one, because Zhou Lingyue gained a lot of attention last night. Zhou Lingyue will start broadcasting today. Nearly 1,000 people flocked into the live broadcast room. Many of them are familiar faces from last night. Ye's little fanboy. "Welcome, Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang is so majestic and domineering. I love Yi Chiao Chai. Boss Lang, are you going to lead the brothers to fight today?" And Mobu said, "I came here as soon as possible. I didn't expect to see Mr. Lang right after I arrived. I'll kneel down and greet Mr. Lang first. Wear more clothes when it's cold. Mr. Lang, can you give us a lucky bag?" I kowtow to Mr. Lang. "President Badu, Boss Lang, I want to give birth to a baby for you. A gust of wind. I'm here to watch again." Su Yang casually glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room. Directly in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, I helped Zhou Ling send out 100 lucky bags worth 50,000 diamonds. As Su Yang's lucky bags were sent out, Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room was immediately filled with comments like, "Mr. Lang is so domineering." Su Yang casually glanced at the comments praising him and directly posted a comment in Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. "Go play PK. Connect casually. The money you spend on Zhou Lingyue now is all for the cashback in the future, and maybe you can even increase her favorability and get a bonus." So Su Yang couldn't wait to spend more money on Zhou Lingyue. Zhou Lingyue had no idea what Su Yang was thinking. Instead, he obediently followed Su Yang's instructions and started random online PK. Then, for the next hour or so, Su Yang and Zhou Lingyue were dominating the entire Douyin. Whether it is a live broadcast room with tens of thousands of people or Douyin's top live broadcast room with millions of people, they were all defeated by Su Yang alone and surrendered. For a moment, Su Yang's number of fans skyrocketed. His fame spread rapidly throughout TikTok. Almost every PK anchor knows that there is a new rich man on Douyin who can beat a group of people by giving out gifts. The name Lang became popular on TikTok. However, even though he became famous on TikTok, but at this moment, Su Yang was not happy, because he spent nearly 10 million in just over an hour. He discovered that Zhou Lingyue's favorability towards him had only increased by 1 point, reaching 65 points. It's far from enough to get the 70-point favorability reward. It seems like the gift incentive is useless to Zhou Lingyue. If you want to improve your favorability, you have to meet in real life. Su Yang thought to himself. After realizing this, Su Yang didn't force anything and prepared to send a message to Zhou Lingyue to express that he was going to quit. But at this moment, a level 75 account named Jiandan suddenly came to Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room. After Jiandan entered Zhou Lingyue's live broadcast room, He immediately posted 100 carnivals and then left a comment. Boss Lang, can we follow each other and be friends? When Su Yang saw this message, he thought it was okay to follow each other, so he followed Jiandan. But I just followed the fried egg. Su Yang received a private message from Jiandan. Boss Lang, I'm Jiandan. Since we're both in the same circle of people who give gifts for fun, how about we become friends? I have a TikTok level 75 group here, which is full of young masters, CEOs from all walks of life in our country, and even directors of multinational groups. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the easier it is to travel. I'd like to invite you to join the group. Let's communicate with each other more in the future. I wonder if Mr. Lang would be so kind as to allow you to join the group. Chapter 113. After reading the private message from Fried Egg, Suyang thought about it for a while and felt that what Jiandan said made some sense. Moreover, after joining the group, if you don't like or are not satisfied with the atmosphere in the group, you can directly withdraw without any loss. Immediately, Su Yang sent his WeChat account to Jiandan. After sending a message to Fried Egg, Su Yang saw that it was getting late. As for Zhou Lingyue's favorability, it couldn't be improved for the time being before they met. Immediately, Su Yang directly told Zhou Lingyue that he was going to leave. Then Su Yang just logged off without saying a word, just like he did last night. Just offline, Su Yang saw Zhou Lingyue and saw that she had sent him several messages. The content of the message was that she had also ended the live broadcast and then asked Su Yang when he was free so that she could treat Su Yang to a meal. Su Yang felt like he had little time these 2 days. He just casually said a few words to Zhou Lingyue and said that he would inform Zhou Lingyue when he had time. Then he said goodnight to Zhou Lingyue. Check the time. It's almost dawn. Su Yang prepared to hold the sweet-smelling Chu Yoi in his arms and go to sleep. But at this moment, a WeChat friend request message came. I clicked it and took a look. I found out it was sent by Fried Egg. Su Yang directly clicked to approve the friend request. Fried Egg, Boss Lang joined the group. Su Yang gang passed the Fried Egg friend. Then I received the message about fried eggs. Su Yang didn't waste any words. Directly click on the group sent by Jiandan and apply to join. Just submitted application. Su Yang saw that he had successfully joined the group. The group name is Friend from All Corners of the World. There are 46 people in the group. Su Yang just entered the group. A lot of messages appeared in the group. As expected of you, Omelette. President Lang was actually dragged into this by you. Welcome, Mr. Lang. Boss Lang has joined our group. I feel like our group's reputation and strength have instantly improved a lot. Now that we've joined the group, we're friends. Let's communicate more in the future, Mr. Lang. I saw everyone in the group greeting me. Su Yang was also very polite and greeted everyone in the group. Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Ma Gua AI Surfing. Please take care of me in the future. People in the group saw that Su Yang spoke so low-key. Immediately, he started to flatter Su Yang again. Of course, Su Yang had done this kind of thing of praising each other. So it didn't take long. Su Yang had talked to almost everyone in the group and became familiar with them. Then, Su Yang left the group chat on the pretext of needing to rest. It's still raining outside the window. Su Yang listened to the sound of rain outside. He put his phone aside, crawled into bed, hugged her warm and soft body, and began to rest. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Su Yang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Open your eyes. Su Yang saw the pure Chu Yoi, who said to him in a soft and apologetic voice, Brother Su, I'm sorry, Yui disturbed your rest. While talking, Chu Yui quickly picked up her ringing cell phone and ran to the bathroom to answer the call. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi's cute and innocent look, as if she was afraid that he would get angry. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile, then picked up his phone and checked the time. I realized it was already past 9 in the morning. Su Yang stretched and got up. Wait for Su Yang to put on his clothes. Chu Yui walked out of the bathroom in a daze. Sister Yui, what's wrong? Don't forget what your brother told you. If you have anything to say, just tell your brother directly. Su Yang asked casually with concern. Chu Yui is his woman now, and you have to continue to improve Chu Yoi's favorability to get cash back and the ultimate prize. Chapter 114. So Su Yang naturally had to keep an eye on Chu Yoi's condition at all times. My mom called me and said that the blind date my dad arranged for me last time has shown up at my house. He said that he unilaterally broke the blind date and humiliated him, and he wanted me to apologize to him. My dad couldn't win the argument with him, so he invited him to dinner to make amends. But he refused to give in and insisted on seeing me and asking me to apologize to him in person Otherwise, he would bring people to cause trouble for our family. My mom is afraid that my dad will be bullied, so she wants to ask you, Brother Su, if you can help my dad solve this problem. Chu Yoi's innocent face was full of loss and guilt towards Su Yang. She quickly described the content of the conversation between her and her mother. That's it. Don't be afraid. I'm here. After listening to Chu Yoi's description, Su Yang smiled and touched Chu Yoi's pretty face and said, "But this will cause a lot of trouble for Brother Su. Yue already owes you too much, Brother Su." Chu Yoi looked at Su Yang with guilt on her pretty face and said, "Don't forget what our relationship is now. So don't tell me any more about what I owe you. Brother will help you solve this matter." Su Yang hugged Chu Yue in his arms, gently patted Chu Yue's buttocks, and said. Chu Yue felt Su Yang's strength on her buttocks, and her pretty face was instantly filled with blush and shyness. "Thank you, Brother Su." Chu Yue felt the warmth in Su Yang's arms and said with a full sense of security. Ding! Chu Yue's favorability towards the host is positive too. Chu Yue's current favorability towards the host is 86 points. You're still saying thank you to me, right? It seems I have to punish you a little. After Su Yang heard Chu Yue's hint that her favorability towards him had increased, he leaned over and whispered in Chu Yue's ear. The next moment, Su Yang picked up Chu Yue by the waist. Half an hour later, Su Yang saw that Chu Yue couldn't bear it anymore. He let Chu Yue go with reluctance. Then wash up with Chu Yue. After washing up, get dressed. Su Yang took Chu Yue out of the room. Lao He, who had been patrolling outside the door, was instructed by Su Yang through his mind to buy breakfast and wait for him in the Rolls-Royce. After going out, soon we reached the stairs. Su Yang saw Chu Yue looking a little unnatural when he walked down the stairs. He immediately realized that it was the wound he had inflicted on Chu Yue that caused Chu Yue to feel pain when she went down the stairs. Then, without saying a word, Su Yang picked up Chu Yue and walked downstairs. Chu Yue's heart was beating like a deer when she was held in Su Yang's arms. At this moment, she felt extremely sweet and happy. Soon, Su Yang carried Chu Yue to the front of the Rolls-Royce. The rear door of the Rolls-Royce had already been opened by Lao He. So Su Yang carried Chu Yue directly into the Rolls-Royce. Thank you, Brother Su. After Chu Yue was carried into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce by Su Yang, she said to Su Yang with a blushing face, "You forgot my instructions, didn't you? Do you want to be punished again?" Su Yang said to Chu Yue with a smile. Upon hearing the punishment, Chu Yue immediately acted like a frightened little rabbit and said hurriedly, "Brother Su, Yue knows I'm wrong." Seeing that Chu Yue admitted her mistake with a good attitude, Su Yang stopped teasing Chu Yue. Instead, he picked up the breakfast that Lao He had bought and handed it to Chu Yue, saying, "Eat breakfast to replenish your blood." Chu Yue lost a lot of energy last night, and just now, Su Yang felt that he had to replenish his energy with breakfast first. Chu Yue naturally understood what Su Yang meant. She immediately took the breakfast with a blushing face and started eating it in small bites. "Where are Uncle and Aunt now?" Su Yang looked at Chu Yue, who was eating cutely, and asked with a smile. "In room 8 of the restaurant on the first floor of Guingya Hotel." Chu Yue said softly. "Guingya Hotel? The hotel we're staying in?" Su Yang said in surprise. "Yeah, that's it. Do we not that?" Ugh. After Su Yang knew the address, he told Lao He to go to Guingya Hotel. Chapter 115. More than 20 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce drove into the parking lot of Guingya Hotel. The staff of Guingya Hotel came up to greet them immediately after seeing the Rolls-Royce. Su Yang booked the presidential suite at Guingya Hotel for a month. Therefore, the license plate number of Su Yang's Rolls-Royce had long been remembered by the staff of Guingya Hotel. "Mr. Su, is there anything I can help you with?" After Su Yang opened the car door and got out, the hotel staff immediately asked him respectfully, "Take me to room 8 of your restaurant. My girlfriend's parents are there." Su Yang ordered Jasuali. "Mr. Su, please follow me." The hotel staff immediately led the way. Then, Su Yang and Chu Yue followed the hotel staff into the hotel. Lao He followed Su Yang quietly, not far behind. "Yue." Su Yang just walked to the door of the hotel. Then I saw a middle-aged woman who was beautiful but looked very haggard coming towards me. "Mom, why aren't you with my dad?" Chu Yue, who was being held by Su Yang around the waist, immediately looked up at the middle-aged woman who was coming towards her after hearing the familiar voice. When she saw that it was her mother, her pretty face was filled with concern and distress. That dad who took it upon himself to arrange a blind date for you. Makes me angry when I see him. He is apologizing to someone right now. But I think that man is determined to make you apologize to him in person. So I called you to see if your boyfriend can help us deal with this matter. Mother Chu walked up to Chu Yoi, her tone full of guilt towards Chu Yoi. Then, Mother Chu looked at Su Yang again and said with embarrassment on her face, "Young man, you're Yoi's boyfriend who gave Yoi's father 2 million, right? I'm sorry to have embarrassed you about what happened in our family." Su Yang smiled and shook his head when he heard this. "Aunt, my name is Su Yang. We are a family sooner or later. Your business is my business, so don't say anything funny or not. Come on, Auntie, take me to see Uncle." After hearing what Su Yang said, Mother Chu felt very relieved and happy. But she was afraid that Su Yang would be bullied when he helped them solve the problem later. Then he asked Su Yang tentatively, "Su Yang, should we ask the staff here to call 2 security guards to come with us?" After hearing this, Su Yang smiled and shook his head and said, "No need. Auntie, I have bodyguards." While talking, Su Yang casually pointed at Lao Hei, who was not far behind him. Mother Chu looked in the direction Su Yang pointed. When she saw Lao Hei, she was shocked at first. Then he took Su Yang and Chu Yoi to private room number 8 in the hotel restaurant. At the same time, in private room number 8 of Guingya Hotel Restaurant, Chu Yoi's father was apologizing to a man sitting in the main seat. "Master Zhu, we were wrong to unilaterally break up the blind date. But this matter has nothing to do with my daughter. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who found the matchmaker for her privately. I sincerely apologize to you once again. How about we just forget about this? If you really feel that I'm not sincere enough, then you name a price. And as long as it's not too much, I'll compensate you." Father Chu's face was full of pain. He held up a bottle of Maodai worth more than 8,000 yuan on the dining table, poured a glass for Zhu Xiao, and said, "Now, Mr. Chu deeply regrets that he acted on his own initiative and asked the matchmaker to find a blind date for his daughter Chu Yoi. After meeting Su Yang the night before yesterday, Father Chu was deeply shocked by Su Yang's handwriting. He casually gave him 2 million, which directly overturned his outlook on life. Later, when he returned home, he checked Su Yang's car logo again, after discovering that it was a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. His impression of Su Yang was extremely good. At the same time, he began to fantasize about what would happen if his daughter married Su Yang. He, his wife, and his son will all follow his daughter in realizing her dreams of enjoying all kinds of happiness. But just when he was dreaming about Su Yang's future father-in-law, he took it upon himself to ask a matchmaker to find a rich blind date for his daughter. Chapter 116. But he suddenly knocked on their door. After some understanding, Father Chu learned that the blind date the matchmaker found for his daughter was named Zhu Hao, the young master of a well-known company in Pengcheng. After Zhu Hao came to his house, he bluntly told him that the cancellation of the blind date had made him lose face, and he wanted him to apologize. He was afraid that the matter would become a big deal and affect his daughter. He immediately invited Zhu Hao to dinner and reluctantly bought Mao Tai, which Zhu Hao had never dared to think of before, to apologize to Zhu Hao. But Zhu Hao was now unyielding and insisted that his daughter Chu Yoi come and apologize in person. Otherwise, people will always cause trouble to his family. Naturally, Mr. Chu didn't want his daughter to know about this. "So now I want to use money to see if I can solve the problem. Let Master Zhu tell you a number, and you will pay. Can you afford to pay for Master Zhu's loss of face?" Before Zhu Hao could say anything, a fat middle-aged man next to him scolded Chu's father. The middle-aged man is named Li Biao, and he is the deputy logistics manager of Guiyue Hotel. In the past year, he has been trying every possible way to remove the word deputy from his title of deputy manager. But there was never an opportunity. Today, he learned that Zhu Hao, the cousin of his hotel owner, had arrived, so he immediately came over to greet him warmly. The purpose was to get Zhu Hao to say a few good words for him in front of his boss, and see if he could help him remove the word deputy from his title. Manager Li is right. Do you think my face can be measured by money? Do you think I'm short of money given my status and position? If you want me to forgive you, I still say the same thing. Ask your daughter to apologize to me in person. Zhu Hao glanced at Chu's father and said, "To be honest, he is really short of money. Soon after he got his monthly pocket money, he spent most of it on drinking and picking up girls. But he felt that Mr. Chu could not compensate him much money. At most, he would only be compensated 3 to 5,000. Compared with Chu Yoi, 3 or 5,000 is nothing. Now, he just wanted to see Chu Yoi in person as soon as possible. Is it really like the photo the matchmaker showed him? As pure as a fairy from heaven who is detached from the mundane world. Zhu Hao has played with many women, but ever since he saw Chu Yoi's photo, he then knew, compared with Chu Yoi, the women he had played with before were just ordinary stuff. So, he saw Chu Yoi's beauty. He used the excuse of canceling the blind date and deliberately made trouble just to see with his own eyes what Chu Yoi looked like. If Chu Yoi is really as beautiful as in the photo, then he will try every possible means to win Chu Yoi over. In his opinion, relying on his identity and background, as long as he sees Chu Yoi, he can easily take down Chu Yoi, who is from an ordinary family, with just a few moves. The reason why he chose to let Chu's father treat him to dinner at Guingya Hotel, it's just to show off one's identity, because the owner of Guingya Hotel is his cousin. But he never expected that Mr. Chu was not affected by his identity and background at all. He insisted on not letting him meet Chu Yoi and wanted to apologize to him in person. This made him feel very unhappy. Mr. Zhu, you are certainly not short of money, but it's really inconvenient for my daughter to come over now. I'm punishing myself by drinking 3 cups of wine to make amends to you. Master Zhu, please, Master Zhu, please show some mercy and let us go, okay? When Mr. Chu saw that Zhu Hao was about to ask his daughter to apologize, he just wanted to slap himself hard twice. Because it wasn't him who was meddling in finding a blind date for his daughter. There would be the bad things happening now. What's the inconvenience? You can't even spare the time to come and apologize to me? I don't think you have the sincerity to apologize to me. In that case, I will personally find your daughter and ask her to apologize to me. Zhu Hao looked at Chu's father with displeasure on his face, then got up and was about to leave. But at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Then Zhu Hao saw it. A handsome guy who is many times taller and more handsome than him. He entered the private room with a pure and beautiful woman who made him feel extremely greedy at the first glance. Chapter 117. Oh my God, so pure and beautiful. I thought the photo was photoshopped, but I didn't expect the real person to be even more pure and beautiful than in the photo. This trip was not in vain. We must find a way to take her down. The first time Zhu Hao saw Chu Yoi, he immediately made up his mind that he would take down Chu Yoi no matter what. As for Su Yang, next to Chu Yoi, in his opinion, apart from being taller and more handsome, he is definitely inferior to him in other aspects. For example, identity, background, and spending power. He is very confident. Su Yang is not as strong as him. Because in the circle of rich second generations he had been in, he had never seen or heard of Su Yang. And, in his opinion, if Su Yang's identity, background, or spending power was stronger than his, it is impossible for Chu Yoi's father to ask the matchmaker to find a rich blind date for Chu Yoi. So in Zhu Hao's opinion, Su Yang, who was with Chu Yoi, posed no threat to him. She could even become a stepping stone for him, allowing Chu Yoi and her parents to see her identity, background, and strength. But just when Zhu Hao felt that Su Yang posed no threat to him taking down Chu Yoi, Lao He followed Su Yang into the private room. This disrupted all of Zhu Hao's thoughts. His original idea of getting up and showing off in front of Chu Yoi was instantly dispelled. He decided to observe Lao He's identity for the time being before deciding what to do next. At the same time, to give myself courage, he instructed Li Biao beside him to call 2 security guards for Guingya Hotel. Li Biao was also frightened by Lao He behind Su Yang, so he immediately stuck to the wall, quickly left the private room, and went to call the hotel security. Uncle, we meet again. After Su Yang entered the private room, he was the first to greet Chu's father, who looked embarrassed and confused at the moment. As for Zhu Hao next to Chu's father, there was also Li Biao who was quickly leaving along the wall. Su Yang just glanced at him casually and had no intention of paying any attention to him. They're just 2 clowns who will be dealt with by me soon. Su Yang was too lazy to pay too much attention. Why are you here? When Mr. Chu saw Su Yang, he looked even more embarrassed, because everything that happened at this moment was caused by his own initiative in helping Chu Yoi find a blind date. He has always wanted to solve the problem by himself. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was discovered by his daughter's super rich boyfriend. How could this not embarrass him? If Su Yang doesn't come, can you solve the current problem? Mother Chu directly retorted to Father Chu in a bad mood. Then she warmly invited Su Yang to sit down. On the way here just now, she had already learned Su Yang's name from Chu Yoi. Mr. Chu wanted to make a few rebuttals, but I couldn't find any reason to refute it. So he looked at Su Yang with a red face and embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Just at this moment, Li Biao, who had just left, came back with 2 hotel security guards. After they entered the private room, they immediately stood beside Zhu Hao. With hotel security personnel around him, Zhu Hao suddenly felt less wary and afraid of Lao He behind Su Yang. Immediately, he said to Chu Ma, "Aunt, there's no problem between me and Uncle. Everything that happened between us just now was a misunderstanding." After that, he was full of enthusiasm again, holding the glass of wine that Chu's father had just filled for him, and said to Chu's father, "Uncle, I'll toast you a glass of wine to apologize to you for what happened just now. Today's meal is also my treat. I'll pay the bill later." At this moment, Zhu Hao, in order to gain favor in front of Chu Yoi, was completely different from before. While talking, Zhu Hao drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Mr. Chu was confused by Zhu Hao's sudden change. He really didn't understand. How come Zhu Hao suddenly became completely different from before? Although I don't understand why Zhu Hao changed so quickly. But Dad Chu thought this was a good thing. So Father Chu waved his hand and said to Zhu Hao, "Master Zhu, you don't need to invite me, and you don't need to apologize. After this meal, just don't cause us any more trouble." Zhu Hao immediately said, "Uncle, what do you think of me? Why would I cause trouble for you? If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me, and I will help you solve them all. Also, Uncle, you can just call me Xiao Zhu. It makes us seem more intimate this way." The words fell. Zhu Hao looked at Chu Yoi with greed in his eyes and said, "Sister Yoi, we were supposed to have a blind date 2 days ago, but we missed it. But it's not too late for us to meet now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhu Hao. I own a well-known company in Pengcheng worth more than 5 billion. You don't have to introduce yourself. My daughter has a boyfriend." Zhu Hao originally wanted to show off his identity and background in front of Chu Yoi, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted directly by Chu's mother. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao immediately looked at Su Yang and then said to Chu's mother, "Aunt, when looking for a boyfriend for Yue, you can't just look at the appearance. It also depends on your identity, background, and strength. As long as you continue to arrange blind dates between Yue and me, I will arrange high-paying vacant positions for you and your uncle directly in my family's company. We have also arranged a doctor and ward for you to be treated in our Pengcheng People's Hospital." After hearing this, Chu's mother directly refuted, "If your eyesight is not good, you can go to the hospital. My daughter's boyfriend is not just about looks, and he is not like you, stingy, and saying that he will arrange a vacant position for us. Instead, just give us 2 million without saying anything." "What? Just gave 2 million without saying anything?" Zhu Hao was shocked by what Chu Ma said, because 2 million is almost 2 months' pocket money for him. He felt that he could never compare to the person who gave out his 2 months' pocket money without saying a word. But he changed his mind. I think it is very likely that Chu's mother is deliberately supporting Su Yang. So he looked at Su Yang and asked tentatively, "Your name is Su Yang, right? I wonder what your family does." Chapter 118. Although the old black man behind Su Yang gave Zhu Hao a strong sense of oppression, but there were people around Zhu Hao at this moment. So Zhu Hao was not afraid of Su Yang at this moment. Hearing Zhu Hao's question, Su Yang ignored him. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and read the messages in the group friend from all over the world that he had just joined last night. Just on the way to Guingya Hotel, Su Yang had peeked at the group messages several times because of those TikTok level 75 account holders in the group. In the group, they will post some hot videos and pictures of various beautiful female internet celebrities. This opened the eyes of Su Yang, who had never seen the world. Since he was bored at the moment, Su Yang continued watching. In the group at this time, there is a person named Guangfeng who posted a message after posting an explosive video. "Guangfeng, is there any big guy in the group who wants to invest in the hotel business recently? I want to recover some funds to do other things, so I want to sell a hotel under my name that is very profitable." Then, Guangfeng sent the hotel's detailed operating financial report and the hotel's address. "What does Feng want to do? Can you take me with you?" "Boss Feng, we still trust your character. It is superfluous to issue financial reports." "What a pity. I just invested all the money I had. Otherwise, I would have bought it." Several people immediately responded to Kuang Feng's message. Su Yang glanced at the chat message casually. I was suddenly surprised by the discovery. The address of Kuang Fengfa's hotel turned out to be the Guingya hotel where he was now. Considering that Chu Yoi was only 4 points away from 90 points of favorability, I gave myself a cashback. Suyong thought that he could buy the Guingya hotel and give the hotel to Chu Yoi in front of Chu Yoi's parents. This will not only increase the spending limit for Chu Yoi, maybe it can also improve Chu Yoi's favorability and allow me to get the huge cashback from Chu Yoi as soon as possible. Think of this. Suyong replied to Kwang Feng in the group. I'm in room 8 of your hotel restaurant. Come and talk to me face to face about selling the hotel. Kwang Feng, Boss Lang, are you in my hotel? We are destined to meet, Mr. Lang. Please wait a moment. I will be there soon. What is Suyong doing? Zhu Hao didn't know. In Zhu Hao's opinion, Suyong ignored him and simply ignored him. This made him feel that he had lost all face in front of Chu Yoi. Then, he directly ordered Li Biao next to him. Tell the security personnel to kick him out. Upon hearing this, Li Biao immediately asked the 2 security guards beside him to do the same. Now he just wanted to serve Zhu Hao to his satisfaction and let Zhu Hao say a few good words for him to the boss. As for the consequences of driving Suyong away, he didn't even consider it. But what surprised and puzzled him at this moment was the security guard beside him heard his instructions. Instead of following his instructions, she said to him with an embarrassed look on her face, Manager Lee, Mr. Su is a distinguished guest in the presidential suite of our hotel. Are you sure you want to kick him out? What? Are you the distinguished guest of our hotel's presidential suite? After hearing what the security guard said, Li Biao was suddenly shocked. He is just a deputy logistics manager. How would he know anything about the hotel's customers? At this moment, he suddenly realized that the person he had followed Zhu Hao's orders to drive away was actually the VIP guest in the presidential suite of their hotel. He was suddenly filled with regret. Because he offended a VIP guest in the hotel's presidential suite, he would definitely lose his current position. It's just a customer. My cousin's hotel doesn't need this. Manager Lee, just follow my instructions. I'll talk to my cousin about the rest. Chapter 119. Zhu Hao said to Li Biao with a nonchalant look on his face. He now wanted to show off his skills in front of Chu Yoi and Chu Yoi's parents. So when he spoke, his expression was extremely arrogant. Li Biao listened to what Zhu Hao said. I feel that for now I have no choice but to give up and cling tightly to Zhu Hao's thigh. Since Zhu Hao is willing to cover for him, then he naturally has no scruples. So Li Biao continued to give orders, and the 2 security guards beside him said, What's the point of being a distinguished guest? If he offends our Master Zhu, he must leave. Don't worry, Master Zhu, and I will take care of everything for you. The 2 security guards looked at each other after hearing this. In the end, they still stood there unmoved. Li Biao is just the deputy logistics manager of their hotel. They didn't want to offend a distinguished guest in the presidential suite for the sake of a deputy logistics manager. Moreover, Lao He behind Suyong also put enormous pressure on them, making it impossible for them to think of driving Suyong away. Didn't you 2 hear what I said? Li Biao saw that the 2 security guards beside him did not listen to him, which made him lose face in front of Zhu Hao, so he was about to lose his temper. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. Knock, knock. Accompanied by a knock on the door, there was another cautious inquiry. Boss Lang, I'm here. Is it convenient for me to come in now? Mr. Lang? Is it Mr. Lang who went viral on TikTok last night? But why is Mr. Lang here? And why does the voice outside the door sound so familiar? I heard a questioning voice outside the door. Li Biao and Zhu Hao couldn't help but look at each other, their faces full of confusion. They are all loyal users of TikTok. When you have nothing to do, just scroll through TikTok and watch beautiful girls' live broadcasts. So they naturally knew about Mr. Lang, who became very popular in the PK world last night. However, Langzong on Douyin is a single person who is a wealthy man who has suppressed several level 75 account bosses on Douyin and has been sending gifts like crazy. They think that there's no way a wealthy person like Mr. Lang on Douyin could be here. Just when Li Biao and Zhu Hao were full of confusion, Suyong slowly said, Come in, Mr. Feng. Neither he nor Kwangfeng knew each other's real name. Since Kwangfeng called him Mr. Lang, he naturally called Kwangfeng Mr. Feng. The strong wind outside the door got Su Yang's permission. He immediately opened the door of the private room and entered with a few people. After Kwangfeng entered the private room, he immediately took a quick look at everyone in the room. First of all, he excluded his cousin Zhu Hao and the hotel's deputy logistics manager Li Biao. Then Chu's father, Chu's mother, and Chu Yoi were also swept away by the strong wind. Final. Guangfeng's eyes were fixed on Su Yang, who was standing behind Lao He. He said with a respectful look on his face, "Boss Lang, my name is Zhu Yofu, and my group name is Guangfeng. I never thought that we could meet here." The words fell. Zhu Yofu looked at Zhu Hao and Li Biao again, and continued to say to Su Yang with a smile on his face, "I didn't expect that Mr. Lang actually knew my cousin Zhu Hao and our hotel's deputy logistics manager Li Biao. I have to say, the bond between you, Mr. Lang, and I is truly profound." "What? He is actually Mr. Lang. My cousin, the boss, actually spoke to him so respectfully. Then isn't it finished for me?" When Zhu Hao and Li Biao saw Zhu Yofu's attitude when talking to Su Yang, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale and ashen. "Boss Feng, I don't know your cousin or the manager, and they were trying to chase me away just now." Su Yang didn't even look at Zhu Hao and Li Biao, and spoke to Zhu Yofu in a casual tone. Chapter 120. Su Yang finished speaking. Zhu Yofu's expression changed instantly. He originally thought that Su Yang, his cousin Zhu Hao, and manager Li Biao knew each other. So I wanted to take this opportunity to establish a relationship with Su Yang and become friends with him. Unexpectedly, it would be better not to have this relationship. If Su Yang gets unhappy again because of this matter, he will really be in tears. "Boss Lang, your business is my business. If they want to drive you away, it's like slapping me in the face and driving me away. I will give you an explanation for this matter." Zhu Yofu hurriedly expressed his stance to Su Yang and put himself in Su Yang's camp. As for Zhu Hao and Li Biao, Zhu Yofu now feels like killing them. What kind of person is Lang? He is a wealthy man on Douyin who spends millions of dollars at will. Moreover, he was a great benefactor who wanted to buy his hotel and help him to recover the funds. He would absolutely not allow Su Yang to suffer any injustice in his hotel. Immediately, Zhu Yofu looked very unhappy and said to Zhu Hao and Li Biao, "Zhu Hao, Li Biao, come over here and apologize to President Lang." Zhu Hao and Li Biao were completely desperate at this time. They never expected it. A person whom he had not paid much attention to originally turned out to be a real big shot, whom even Zhu Yofu treated with respect. Thinking about what I just did, Zhu Hao and Li Biao regretted their decision to the core. "Boss Lang, I was blind just now, and I drank this bottle of wine in one gulp. I apologize to you." Zhu Hao stood up from his seat with a pale face, picked up the matai on the dining table, and drank it down gulp by gulp. Because the alcohol content of matai is a bit high, he drank it very quickly. So after a few sips, Zhu Hao's tears came out. But he didn't dare to pause for even a moment, because he knew his cousin's methods very well. If I don't get Su Yang's forgiveness, at the very least, he will have to stay in the hospital for a while. In severe cases, broken arms and legs may occur. And his parents didn't dare to stop his cousin at all, because their family's business is fully controlled by his cousin's family. So his parents would never offend his cousin Zhu Yofu for him. Soon, it only took about 10 seconds. Zhu Hao finished most of the bottle of matai. Without saying a word, he knelt down in front of Su Yang and slapped himself hard in the face. "Boss Lang, please forgive me and let me go. Uncle, aunt, and sister Yue, I apologize to you for the offense I just caused." Zhu Hao apologized while slapping himself hard in the face. Li Biao also followed suit at this time, kneeling together with Zhu Hao, and began to slap himself in the face to beg for forgiveness, accompanied by the sound of snapping. Zhu Hao and Li Biao's faces soon became red and swollen, but they didn't dare to pause for even a moment. He continued to slap himself in the face while apologizing to Su Yang. "Throw them out." Su Yang didn't want to hear Zhu Hao and Li Biao's voices anymore. He immediately ordered Lao He to work. When Lao He heard Su Yang's order, he walked quickly to Zhu Hao and Li Biao. Then he picked them up like chicks and threw them out of the private room. After throwing Zhu Hao and Li Biao out, the private room suddenly became much quieter. "Boss Feng, let's talk about the hotel." After Su Yang helped Chu's father and mother solve Zhu Hao's problem, he started to discuss business with Zhu Yofu. "Okay, Mr. Lang." Seeing that Su Yang didn't care about Zhu Hao and Li Biao, Zhu Yofu hurriedly nodded in agreement. However, Su Yang no longer cares about Zhu Hao and Li Biao. Chapter 121. But he would not let Zhu Hao and Li Biao go. Because of these two people, he and Su Yang almost became enemies. So he decided that after things here were over, he would have a good talk with Zhu Hao and Li Biao. I thought so in my heart. Zhu Yofu hurriedly gave instructions to the people following him. Take out all the relevant information of Boyua Hotel and the transfer contract and hand them over to Su-young. Su-young was too lazy to look, so he said directly, "No need to look at the information, just give me the quote directly." Su-young didn't think Zhu Yofu would dare to tamper with the contract. If Zhu Yofu really dared to tamper with the contract, he wouldn't mind letting Lao Hei go and have a good talk with Zhu Yofu. As for whether Zhu Yofu would quote a high price for the hotel, Su-young didn't care at all. He even hoped that Zhu Yofu would quote a higher hotel price. Because of this, when Chu Yoi's favorability towards him reaches 90 points, the amount of cash back will be higher. Boss Lang is indeed heroic. Since Mr. Lang is so generous, I naturally cannot be stingy. To buy this hotel, Mr. Lang just needs to give me 350 million. Zhu Yofu was stunned by Su Yang's magnanimity. This made him want to make friends with Su-young even more. Therefore, the price he quoted for the Boyua Hotel was 10% off the market price of the Boyua Hotel. Sell Boyua Hotel at this price. He didn't make any profit and even suffered a small loss. But the Boyua Hotel has helped him make profits for many years. Moreover, he now wants to sell the Boyua Hotel as soon as possible to recover funds. Therefore, if he really sells the Boyua Hotel at a 10% discount, he won't lose money. Bank account. Su-young didn't say anything more and directly asked about Zhu Yofu's bank account number. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yofu hurriedly took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to Su-young respectfully with both hands. Su-young took Zhu Yofu's bank card and set a Chu Yoi beside him while transferring the money. "Yue, this hotel is bought for you. Please sign your name on the contract." Chu Yoi was confused by Su-young's words, because she never expected that Su-young just bought her a bar. Just one night later, he spent another 350 million to buy a hotel for her. Although both Chu's father and mother knew that Su-young was rich, but they never expected that Su-young would be so rich. Without saying a word, he gave the hotel worth 350 million yuan to Chu Yoi. The number is 350 million. Mr. and Mrs. Chu never dared to dream of such a large amount of money. So both of them were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Looking at Chu's father and mother's faces full of shock at this moment, Su-young ignored it. Instead, he said directly to Chu Yoi, "Don't refuse, be obedient." Chu Yoi was about to refuse. Su-young's words blocked what she wanted to say. Then, she nodded obediently and signed her name on the contract. Just at this moment, Su-young also completed the transfer to Zhu Yofu. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lang. If you need my help in the future, just ask me. I will do my best to help you." Zhu Yofu looked at the extra 350 million in the bank card and said to Su-young with respect and gratitude on his face. Then he quickly signed his name on the contract and put his fingerprint on it. "There is indeed something," Su-young said casually. "Boss Lang, you say?" Zhu Yofu asked hurriedly. "My aunt is sick, and I want to arrange for the best medical staff in Pengsheng to be with her." So, Su-young didn't finish his words, but the meaning is already very clear. Chapter 122. "Don't worry, Mr. Lang. Just leave this matter to me." Zhu Yofu patted his chest and said, he knows a lot of important people in Pengsheng, so it is no big deal for him to arrange the best medical staff for people. Su-young nodded, and then said to Chu's mother, who was still confused, "Aunt, give your ID to President Feng." Upon hearing this, Mother Chu immediately came to her senses and hurriedly took out her ID card from the cheap bag she was carrying and handed it to Zhu Yofu. Zhu Yofu took Chu Ma's ID card, took a photo immediately, and sent it to his personal assistant. Let him be arranged with the best ward and medical staff in Pengsheng People's Hospital. Then he respectfully returned the ID card to Chu's mother. "Thank you, Mr. Feng." Seeing that Zhu Yofu worked quickly and attentively, Su-young smiled and thanked him. "Mr. Lang is too polite." Zhu Yofu smiled and waved his hand, then asked, "Boss Lang, is there anything else you want me to do?" Su-young shook his head and said, "No more." Zhu Yofu, "Then I won't disturb you guys from having dinner together, Mr. Lang." After saying that, Zhu Yofu prepared to leave. But before leaving, he pointed to the few people who came with him and said to Su-young, "Boss Lang, these people are all veterans of the hotel. They are very familiar with every aspect of the hotel. Boss Lang can ask them for any questions he has about the hotel." Su-young nodded and said, "Okay." Then, Su-young chatted with Zhu Yofu for a few more words. Zhu Yofu took his men and left. Then, only Su-young, Chu Yoi, Chu's father, and Chu's mother were left in the private room. As for Lao Hei, Suyang arranged for him to guard the door outside the private room. Suyang, you helped me arrange a ward. I don't know how to thank you. Mother Chu spoke to Suyang with a choked voice. Thank you, Suyang. At this time, Father Chu was also full of gratitude to Suyang. You are Yoi's relatives, so you're also my relatives. So don't be so distant with me, Suyang said with a smile. Ding. Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is +3. The current Chu Yoi's favorability towards the host is 89 points. Right at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Suyang's mind. Hear the system prompt tone. Suyang was filled with excitement, because he was only 1 point away from getting cash back from Chu Yoi. Sending a hotel and arranging a ward for Chu Yoi's mother actually increased her favorability by 3 points. But come to think of it, what really improved Chu Yoi's favorability was arranging a ward for her mother. Suyang glanced at Chu Yoi, who was looking at him with gratitude on her pretty face, and said in his heart. Then, Suyang began to think about how he could quickly make Chu Yoi increase her favorability towards him by 1 point. After a quick thought, Suyang thinks, it is obviously difficult to improve Chu Yoi's favorability towards me at the moment. So Suyang decided, try taking a shortcut. Immediately, Suyang said to Chu's father and mother, Uncle, you guys continue eating. Yue and I will go talk to you about something. Also, if you want to eat anything, you can ask the hotel staff to make it. This hotel belongs to Yue now, so do as you please. Mr. and Mrs. Chu nodded quickly and agreed. With Suyang here, they're indeed under a lot of pressure, because in their eyes, Suyang was too powerful. Suyang looked at Chu's father and mother who obeyed his orders and was very satisfied with their performance. Immediately, Suyang took Chu Yui out of the private room. Brother Su, what do you want to tell me? After leaving the private room, Chu Yui asked Suyang. Chapter 123. Of course, something that makes us all happy. Suyang picked up Chu Yui by the waist and took the elevator to his presidential suite. 2.5 hours later, in the presidential suite, Chu Yui begged Suyang for mercy with tears on her face. Suyang looked at Chu Yui's pitiful appearance. I can only spare Chu Yui temporarily. However, the shortcut that took more than 2.5 hours did not increase Chu Yui's favorability. Suyang was more or less disappointed. Yui, do you have any dreams? Suyang realized that there was no way to improve Chu Yui's favorability by taking shortcuts. So he prepared to try to attack their hearts. Yui's previous dream has now been fulfilled by Brother Su. Chu Yui said with a blushing face. Suyang was speechless. At this moment, Chu Yui wanted to reach out to get some water, which affected the wound caused by Suyang, causing her to frown in pain and make sound. Seeing this, Suyang picked up the water on the bedside and handed it to Chu Yui, saying softly, just let your brother get it for you. Chu Yui took the water with a red face, nodded, and then drank it in small sips. But after drinking the water, Chu Yui wanted to go to the bathroom again. Then, she blushed and struggled to get up. But the pain in her body prevented her from getting up immediately. What's wrong? Suyang asked doubtfully. I need to go to the bathroom. Chu Yui's face was flushed with shame at this moment, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I'll carry you. Upon hearing this, Suyang picked up Chu Yui without saying a word and strode towards the bathroom. Suyang understood that Chu Yui's current situation was caused by himself, so you have to take the corresponding responsibility. Thank you, Brother Su. Chu Yui shyly leaned in Suyang's arms and spoke in a soft voice. Ding. Chu Yui's favorability towards the host is +1. Chu Yui's current favorability towards the host is 90 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Chu Yui 90-point favorability reward. Cash back for consumption. Begin to count all the expenses the host has paid to Chu Yui. Tip. Chu Yui's ultimate strategy prize has been updated. Sudden. A series of system prompts sounded in Suyang's mind. Suyang originally thought that there was no hope of raising Chu Yui's favorability to 90 points today. At this moment, a series of prompt sounds were suddenly heard from the system. My heart was instantly filled with surprise. Finally, the cashback is coming. I wonder how much huge cashback I can get. By the way, there is also Chu Yui's ultimate strategy prize. What is it? Suyang suppressed his inner joy and excitement and directly checked Chu Yui's personal information. Name, Chu Yui. Age, 19. Occupation, college student. owner of TC Rose Bar and Guingya Hotel. Appearance, 93 points. Body, 91 points. Temperament, 86 points. Purity, 99 points. Overall score, 92 points. Specialties, hardworking, considerate. Favorability, 90, intimacy that will never betray. Grand prize, portable space obtained. The ultimate prize, a portable paradise space. Contains infinite space and a paradise where living beings can live. Chapter 124. A portable paradise space? The space is infinite, and there's also a paradise for living beings to live in. Let's not even talk about the paradise where living beings can live. Just for the infinite space contained within, I must win Chu Yoi's ultimate prize. After reading Chu Yoi's ultimate strategy for the grand prize, Su-yang made a decision instantly. Ding! Statistics on Chu Yoi's spending have been completed. The host spent a total of 470 million on Chu Yoi. Reminder, the host gave Chu Yoi and helped Chu Yoi transfer 2 million to her father, a total of 502 million, which will be counted in the cashback amount only after Chu Yoi and her father spend it. Tip: after the host has received the current cashback amount, there will be no more cashback to receive. Does the host want to collect the cashback for Chu Yoi now? Su-yang had just checked Chu Yoi's ultimate strategy prize. A series of system prompts sounded in Su-yang's mind. After listening to a series of prompts from the system, Su-yang immediately asked the system, as long as the cashback is not claimed, can the subsequent consumption for Chu Yoi still be calculated into the cashback amount? Reply to the host, yes, each goddess can only give cash back to the host once. So please think carefully about when to receive the cashback for the goddess's consumption. Su-yang, from now on, can I receive the cashback for Chu Yoi's consumption at any time? Reply to the host, yes, you can claim it at any time. Listen to the system explanation. Su-yang immediately made a decision in his heart. That means not to collect Chu Yoi's consumption rebate for the time being, because there's only one chance to receive cashback from each goddess. Su-yang felt that it would be a huge loss to collect the 470 million yuan cashback from Chu Yoi now. And after he completed the copy last night, he not only won 1 million, but also a house and seaside garden. It can be said that he now has no shortage of money, house and car, since there is nothing missing at the moment. Su-yang felt that he could not collect the cash back from Chu Yoi for the time being. When you need the money, just collect it. And as long as he doesn't claim the cash back from Chu Yoi's consumption, subsequent consumption for Chu Yoi can continue to accumulate. When you really need money, you can receive a cashback amount far exceeding the current amount at any time. After making a decision in my heart, Su-yang gave up and directly collected the cashback from Chu Yoi. Instead, he hugged Chu Yoi and gently placed her in the bathroom. Brother Su, you are here. Yui is shy. Chu Yoi saw that after Su-yang put her down, he had no intention of leaving. She immediately said, softly, with a blushing face, looking at Chu Yoi's shy appearance, Su-yang really wants to continue fighting on the battlefield. But given Chu Yoi's current condition, if he were to think about that, Chu Yoi would definitely be in trouble. So Su-yang finally suppressed his inner thoughts. After telling Chu Yoi to call him if she needed anything, he went straight out of the bathroom. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Su-yang heard his cell phone ringing in the bedroom. He walked quickly to the bedroom and picked up his phone. Su-yang discovered that the message was from Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao. Brother Su, are you free today? I'll treat you to a meal. After reading Zhu Qiao's message, Su-yang knew that Zhu Qiao definitely didn't just want to treat him to a meal. Just right. Chu Yoi's shy expression just now made his blood boil. And now, with the dream card, I can help Zhu Qiao fulfill her wishes at any time. Chapter 125. So Su-yang immediately replied to Zhu Qiao. You have found a place to eat? Send me the location. I will be there soon. Zhu Qiao replied immediately. Okay, Brother Su. Saw the news about Zhu Qiao. Su-yang thought to himself, I will fulfill your wish today, and then let you know my methods. I thought so in my heart. Su-yang began to put on his clothes. Wait for Su-yang to put on his clothes. Chu Yoi also finished using the toilet and came out of the bathroom after washing up. Su-yang naturally carried Chu Yoi back to the bedroom. This touched Chu Yoi deeply. But unfortunately, Chu Yoi's favorability did not increase. I estimate that the favorability has reached 90 points. If you want to increase it further, You should need more emotional value. It seems that Chu Yoi's ultimate strategy prize, a portable paradise space, is not easy to get. Suyang thought to himself, but there is still a long way to go. Suyang has plenty of time and means to take Chu Yoi's ultimate prize. So Suyang didn't think too much about it. Instead, after carrying Chu Yoi back to the bedroom, he claimed that he had something to deal with and had to go out for a while. Chu Yoi naturally nodded in agreement. Now she really wants to take a rest. Now Suyang said he had something to go out for. Of course, she agreed readily. At the same time, she secretly decided to exercise more in the future. To avoid preventing Suyang from being able to exert his full strength every time in the future, Suyang looked at Chu Yoi, who was well-behaved, sensible, and considerate. He couldn't help but gently kiss Chu Yoi's white forehead. Then tell Chu Yoi that if she has any problem, she can ask the hotel staff to help her. Then, Suyang left the presidential suite. Just at this moment, Zhu Qiaoqiao sent the location of the restaurant. Without saying a word, Suyang left the Guingya hotel and drove his Rolls-Royce straight to the address Zhu Qiaoqiao sent him. As for Lao He, Suyang asked him to stay and patrol outside the presidential suite where Chu Yoi lived. Chu Yoi is in rather weak health at the moment. Suyang felt more at ease after leaving Lao He outside the presidential suite where Chu Yoi lived. After all, the world is too chaotic now. More than 20 minutes later, Suyang drove a Rolls-Royce to the location Zhu Qiaoqiao had sent him. Along the way, because he absorbed the skill book of the almighty car god, so driving a Rolls-Royce requires great skill. After parking the Rolls-Royce, Suyang directly sent a message to Zhu Qiaoqiao to let her know that he had arrived. Soon, Suyang saw it. She wore a casual white women's shirt on the upper body and a black hip skirt on the lower body. Zhu Qiaoqiao, with seductive black stockings on her beautiful legs and a pair of dazzling Valentino high heels on her feet, appeared not far ahead. Seeing Zhu Qiaoqiao's seductive appearance, I thought of her physique. Suyang felt that Zhu Qiaoqiao at this moment was like a ripe peach, which made him feel dry in the mouth. Then, Suyang opened the car door and got out. Then, in a look of panic in Zhu Qiaoqiao's eyes, he hugged Zhu Qiaoqiao and took 2 bites of peach to quench his thirst. Chapter 126. Brother Su, there are so many people here, Zhu Qiaoqiao said to Suyang in a shy manner, wanting to refuse. After Suyang quenched his thirst temporarily, he let go of Zhu Qiaoqiao, whose pretty face was blushing, and said, "Let's go, let's eat. By the way, what is your wish?" "The little breakfast I had this morning." Suyang had already used up all his energy on Chu Yoi. Being hungry at the moment, Suyang naturally had to eat to recover. Otherwise, after satisfying Zhu Qiaoqiao's wish, you will not have the energy to experience the fun of driving Zhu Qiaoqiao. "Okay, Sugo." Zhu Qiaoqiao listened to what Suyang said. Her pretty blushing face was suddenly filled with joy. Then, Suyang and Zhu Qiaoqiao had a pleasant meal. Why is dining a pleasant place? During the entire dining process, Suyang's hands were always on Zhu Qiaoqiao. This ultimately led to a pleasant meal. Suyang could only pick up Zhu Qiaoqiao, who had no strength to walk, and put her on the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. "Brother Su, you are so mean." Zhu Qiaoqiao slumped in the passenger seat with a blushing face, looking at Suyang with her beautiful and charming eyes and said. Suyang said nothing after hearing this. Instead, he took direct action to show that he was bad. After a moment, Suyang let Zhu Qiaoqiao go and said straight to the point, "Your wish is to have a house worth 40 or 50 million yuan and 1,000,000 yuan in pocket money every month, right?" Zhu Qiaoqiao blushed and nodded. Seeing this, Suyang directly gave Zhu Qiaoqiao the dream card. Ding! The host successfully used Zhu Qiaoqiao's dream card with a limit of 100 million. Zhu Qiaoqiao has obtained a property in Inhu Mansion, which is worth 50 million yuan. You can directly pick it up and move in. All the items inside are brand new. The relevant information about the property has been put into the host's personal space. 1 million will be deposited into Zhu Qiaoqiao's bank card every month until the remaining 50 million on the dream card is used up. Hint, the gift of a dream card has already been secretly marked with a price. From now on, Zhu Qiaoqiao will close her heart and lock her desires, and will only be attracted to the host. Accompanied by a series of system prompt sounds, Suyang saw that there was an extra set of real estate information in his personal space. It seems that Zhu Qiao is really obsessed with the Yinhu mansion where she lives. Su Yang thought to himself when he saw the real estate information Zhu Qiao obtained after using the dream card on her. Then, Su Yang started the Rolls-Royce and drove towards Yinhu Mansion. More than half an hour later, Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce to Yinhu Mansion, where he had visited yesterday. "Brother Su, why are you here at Yinhu Mansion?" Zhu Qiao's face was full of confusion and expectation. "To fulfill your wish, of course." Su Yang smiled and said casually, "Could it be that, Brother Su, you bought a house for Qiao here?" Zhu Qiao looked at Su Yang with excitement on her face and asked, "Ever since I entered Yinhu Mansion to sell houses. Zhu Qiao's wish is to have her own house in Yinhu Mansion during her lifetime." So at this moment, her heart was filled with unprecedented excitement. "Right. This is your property information." Su Yang didn't say anything more. He just pretended to open the storage box inside the Rolls-Royce. Then he took out the real estate information that he had just put into it from his personal space and handed it to Zhu Qiao. Zhu Qiao was extremely excited. She took the real estate information that Su Yang handed to her and took a look at it. Then she happily threw herself into Su Yang's arms and said softly to him, "Brother Su, you are so nice." Although she didn't understand how Su Yang knew that she liked the house in Yinhu Mansion. I don't know how Su Yang managed to register the property under her name without telling her. But Zhu Qiao understood that these things were not difficult to deal with for people with a certain status and background. So she was very sensible and did not ask herself about the doubts in her heart. Because she knew that if she asked too many questions, Su Yang might be disgusted. It's better to be a good and obedient canary. Chapter 127. It's no use just saying I'm nice. We need to take real action. Su Yang pinched Zhu Qiao hard and said with ulterior motives. After saying, Su Yang picked up Zhu Qiao and went to the Yinhu Mansion suite that Zhu Qiao had obtained. After taking Supreme Kidney Liquid, Su Yang's physical condition has been greatly improved. So hugging someone doesn't take any effort at all. Soon, Su Yang carried Zhu Qiao into a suite in Yinhu Mansion. Then, there was a brutal war that lasted for several hours. In the end, the brutal war ended at the cost of Zhu Qiao falling asleep. Through this war, after taking the Supreme Kidney Liquid, Su Yang's body finally recovered. As for Zhu Qiao's fate, Su Yang didn't care at all. Because in Su Yang's eyes, Zhu Qiao is just a tool. After washing up in the bathroom, Su Yang took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator in high spirits and drank it while playing with his mobile phone. But I haven't played with the phone for long. Su Yang saw that Qin Kuder had sent him a message. "Qin Kuder, Brother Su, my father is going to take me with him tonight to hold a shareholders meeting. He asked me to invite you to attend. Can you come?" Su Yang looked at the time. I realized it was already past 7 in the evening. It just so happens that I have nothing to do right now. Moreover, Qin Kuder's favorability level is about to reach 80 points. As long as you reach 80 points, you will get Qin Kuder's strategy grand prize, Unlimited Resurrection. So, Su Yang directly replied to Qin Kuder, "Send me the time and place." Qin Kuder, at 20:30 in the evening. The location is the conference room on the 8th floor of the office building of Qin's Machinery Company, Limited. Su Yang, we'll be there in a minute. The message has been sent. Su Yang washed up, put on his clothes, and went out. The suites at Silver Lake Residences are very secure. So Su Yang was not worried about Zhu Qiao's safety. After leaving Zhu Qiao's suite in Yinhu Mansion, Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce directly to the office building of Qin's Machinery Company, Ltd. 19:48 p.m. Su Yang arrived at his destination. I found a random parking space and parked the car. Su Yang got out of the car and prepared to go to the office building of Qin's Machinery Company, Ltd. But Su Yang just got off the car. A familiar-looking Porsche parked in the parking space next to Su Yang. Then, Su Yang saw it. A cold and beautiful lady who was very familiar to him walked out of the Porsche. "Su Yang, it's you. Why are you here?" Han Shiyun walked out of the Porsche with a puzzled look on her pretty face and asked Su Yang, "I'll go. Why is this lesbian Han Shiyun here?" After Su Yang saw Han Shiyun, he was also full of doubts. Just when Su Yang was full of doubts and was about to ask Han Shiyun why she was also here, Qin Kuder's clear and sweet voice came from not far away. "Brother Su, you're here so soon." Hear Qin Kuder's clear and sweet voice. Su Yang suddenly thought to himself that something was wrong. If Han Shiyun, the lesbian who has always had a crush on Guingya, knew about his relationship with Chin Ke, things would be a bit troublesome. Chapter 128. Sometimes the more you worry about something, things tend to develop in the direction you worry about. Just like now. Chin Ke after seeing Su Yang. Then he trotted over to Su Yang. Then, with a sweet look on her face, she took Su Yang's arm in front of Han Shiyun. Brother Su, why are you ignoring Ke? Chin Ke took Su Yang's arm and asked him in a coquettish tone. Su Yang, is this why you are here? Han Shiyun saw Su Yang, and Chin Ke took his arm and called to Brother Su. Her pretty face was suddenly filled with coldness as she looked at Su Yang and asked, Ding, Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is -10. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 8 points. Accompanied by Han Shiyun's cold, questioning voice. Su Yang heard the system notification sound indicating that Han Shiyun's favorability towards him had decreased. Han Shiyun's strategy prize is invisibility. Su Yang naturally wanted this ability. But in the current situation, it is obviously more difficult to get Han Shiyun's strategy reward. But that's it. Su Yang didn't want to think about it anymore. Decided to take it one step at a time. Then, Su Yang said directly to Chin Ke, Sister Ke, brother didn't ignore you. He just ran into someone he knew. Come, let me introduce you. This is my friend Han Shiyun. After saying, Su Yang said to Han Shiyun again, Han Shiyun, this is my sister Chin Ke. I am here today to attend the shareholders' meeting of my sister's family company. Are you here to attend the shareholders' meeting of my sister's family company as well? The word sister has many meanings. It may be a name used between relatives. It may also be a name between lovers. It is also possible that the two families get along well, so they address each other according to their age. The reason why Su Yang told Han Shiyun that Chin Ke was his sister. You just need to muddy the water first. Han Shiyun was temporarily unable to guess the relationship between him and Chin Ke. By the way, I'm also trying to find out Han Shiyun's purpose of coming here. Really? Han Shiyun, after listening to Su Yang's words. A hint of suspicion appeared on Hunyu's pretty face, but she saw that it was only Chin Ke who was unilaterally affectionate towards Su Yang. However, Su Yang did not make any affectionate gesture towards Chin Ke. For a moment, she was unsure about the relationship between Su Yang and Chin Ke, so she decided to observe slowly. Immediately, Han Shiyun glanced at Su Yang and said, I'm not here to attend any shareholders' meeting. I'm here to deliver something. As she spoke, Han Shiyun took out a beautifully packaged bag from her Porsche. Then he handed the beautifully packaged bag to Chin Ke and said, You are the cocoa bean, right? I wrote the poem for you. What's in here is the skincare product I want you to help promote. Chin Ke heard this, her pretty face full of surprise, and said, Sister sure, you are so beautiful in real life. Actually, I feel like you don't even need me to promote your skincare products, Sister sure. With your looks and temperament, you can promote your skincare products yourself. If you register a TikTok account, you will definitely become a TikTok blogger with millions of followers in no time. Han Shiyun shook her head and said, Thank you for the compliment, but I don't have any intention of becoming a TikTok blogger. After hearing this, Chin Ke nodded to show her understanding. Everyone's pursuits are different. Not everyone wants to be a TikTok celebrity. Just like her, she did it purely as a hobby at the beginning and liked to share her costumes with everyone. Chapter 129. I didn't expect that as I kept sharing, I unexpectedly became an internet celebrity with millions of followers on TikTok. But even if she is an internet celebrity with millions of fans, but she never joined a union or took on any advertising because she is not short of money until her family's company encountered changes. She then began to use her status as an internet celebrity with millions of fans to take on various commercial performances and make money. And her collaboration with Han Shiyun. It was also when she was making money by leveraging her status as an internet celebrity with millions of fans that Han Shiyun contacted her. The content of their cooperation is simple. Han Shiyun would give her a set of skincare products and ask her to promote them secretly through videos. Then we will follow our agreement and produce 3 promotional videos for your skincare products, Sister sure. Chin Ke reached out and took the bag that Han Shiyun handed to her and said, I will transfer the promotion fee to you after each promotional video is released. Han Shiyun said, No need, Sister sure. Since you and Brother Su are friends, the promotion fee is waived. Chin Ke said hurriedly. after Su Yang bought her house and transferred 500 million yuan to her. Her company is barely able to survive the current crisis, so she really didn't want to accept Han Shiyun's promotion fee. In her opinion, Su Yang's friends are Qin Kuter's friends. If she charged Han Shiyun for promoting her products, how would Su Yang look at her? Su Yang and I are not that familiar with each other, so let's proceed with our cooperation as agreed. Han Shiyun glanced at Su Yang, then said to Qin Kuter, "Unfamiliar? What an unfamiliar one. We are good friends of lip friendship. You actually said we are not familiar with each other?" After listening to Han Shiyun's words, Su Yang was speechless. But this kind of thing obviously cannot be talked about. So Su Yang nodded in agreement with Han Shiyun and said to Qin Kuter, "Sister Kuter, she is right. I'm not familiar with her. We're just ordinary friends, so just do as she says." Qin Kuter saw Su Yang said so. She obediently agreed with Han Shiyun's statement. Su Yang saw that the cooperation between Han Shiyun and Qin Kuter had been agreed upon. He immediately said, "Sister Kuter, your company's shareholders meeting is about to start. Let's go in quickly." Qin Kuter nodded obediently and said, "Yes." But then Qin Kuter invited Han Shiyun again and said, "Sister Sure, do you want to come to my company and sit down? I'll treat you to a midnight snack later." Han Shiyun was about to say something when she heard this. But Su Yang took the initiative to speak to Qin Kuter and said, "Sister Kuter, Miss Han is very busy. When your cooperation is over, please find time to treat Miss Han to a meal." After saying, Su Yang took Qin Kuter and said goodbye to Han Shiyun directly. Then he quickly left in Han Shiyun's complicated and puzzled expression. Han Shiyun looked at Su Yang's back as he quickly left. On her pretty face, she was filled with coldness as she secretly said, "Are you hiding from me? I wonder how long you can hide from me. Tonight, I must figure out the relationship between you and Qin Kuter." I thought so in my heart. Han Shiyun went straight back to her Porsche, writing something quickly on her phone. While waiting silently, Su Yang came out of Qin Kuter's company. Chapter 130. This is Su Yang. After taking Qin Kuter away from Han Shiyun, Su Yang saw that he did not receive any system notification that Han Shiyun's favorability towards him was declining. Then I knew that my method of muddying the water had worked. Although Han Shiyun doubts the relationship between Qin Kuter and me, but she doesn't have any direct evidence to prove what the relationship between Qin Kuter and I is. So for now, we have fooled her for the time being. But Han Shiyun is not a fool. So I have to think of a good reason to explain the relationship between Qin Kuter and me. Su Yang said to himself as he and Qin Kuter walked towards the conference room on the 8th floor of the office building of Qin's Machinery Company, Ltd. After a moment, under the leadership of Qin Kuter, Su Yang arrived at his destination. At this time, in the conference room of Qin's Machinery Company, Ltd., there are already more than 10 people sitting there. Among them, Qin Kuter's father, Qin Jiansong, was sitting in the main seat in the conference room. When Qin Jiansong saw Su Yang and Qin Kuter pushing the door open, he immediately stood up and introduced everyone in the conference room. "Everyone, this is Mr. Su Yang-su, who injected 1 billion funds into our company. He's also my daughter's boyfriend." Qin Jiansong's voice had just fallen. There was a noisy chatter in the conference room. I didn't expect that the person who injected 1 billion into our company would be so young. At such a young age, he can easily come up with 1 billion yuan. His background must be extraordinary. Old Qin really paid off. He actually found such a capable son-in-law. Accompanied by noisy discussions in the conference room, many people began to greet Su Yang. Qin Jiansong also invited Su Yang and Qin Kuter to sit next to him. The former Su Yang. Faced with this scene, I would definitely feel stage fright. But now, Su Yang had no intention of being nervous at all, because he is very confident. So Su Yang responded casually to the person who greeted him. Then he took Qin Kuter and sat down next to Qin Jiansong. But at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open again. Then, Su Yang saw Wu Xiaohui and his son Wu Xiongbing, whom he had just met yesterday. He led a group of more than 10 people into the conference room one after another. However, Wu Xiaohui and his son Wu Xiongbing were among them. Most of them had different injuries on their faces. Among them, the injuries on Wu Xiongbing's face and body were the most serious. At this time, Wu Xiongbing, with a thick bandage on his head and bruises on his face, was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed into the conference room. Obviously, Yesterday in private room 8 of the banquet hall on the 18th floor of OCT. Wu Xiaobing was the one most seriously injured. Suyang looked at Wu Xiaowei, Wu Xiaobing, and his son. I couldn't help but sigh again. The dream card is really useful. The only pity is that the dream card can only last for half an hour. If the dream card could last longer, Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiaobing would definitely not be able to come today. Old Qin, you are being distant with me. No matter what I say, I am also a small shareholder of your Qin's machinery, and you didn't even invite me to the shareholders' meeting. Although you didn't call me, we have been friends for many years after all, so I came here uninvited. I want to see how you can get through this difficult time with only 1 billion in funding. Wu Xiaohui looked at Qin Jiansong with a gloomy expression and said, Chapter 131. And when he saw Su Yang beside Qin Jiansong, he said in a very unfriendly tone, Little brother, the affairs of Qin's machinery company are not as simple as they seem. The water behind is so deep. You rashly get involved. Aren't you afraid that you'll end up in trouble? And do you think that with just your 1 billion, you can help Qin's machinery company overcome the current crisis? It just prolongs the time of Qin's machinery company's death. Wu Xiaobing, who was sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed, said in a vague voice, Kur, your company's affairs are not as simple as you think. Your so-called boyfriend's 1 billion alone can't save your family's company. The only one who can save your company is our Wu family. You just have to. Wu Xiaobing wanted to say something else, but Qin Jiansong interrupted him directly. You have no right to speak here. Then, Qin Jiansong was ready to ask the company's security personnel to come in and drive away Wu Xiaowei, Wu Xiaobing, and his son. But he hasn't taken any action yet. Su Yang said calmly, You mean 1 billion yuan can't save my father-in-law's company? As soon as Su Yang said this, Su Yang instantly became the focus of the whole audience. Especially Qin Kur. Her pretty face was instantly filled with blush and sweetness. Because in her opinion, when Su Yang said that her family's company was his father-in-law's company, it meant that Su Yang regarded her as his future wife. Think of this. Qin Kuter's heart was beating like a deer. Ding! Qin Kuter's favorability towards the host is positive too. Qin Kuter's current favorability towards the host is 78 points. The system's cold prompt sound rang in Su Yang's mind. However, Su Yang did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he waited quietly for the answer from Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiaobing, father and son. Of course 1 billion is not enough. At least 3 billion is enough. Wu Xiaobing said in an unclear voice, Little brother, it's not too late for you to quit now. Once your 1 billion funds are injected into the account of Qin's machinery company, you can just wait and see the 1 billion go down the drain. I think you are a smart person. Why don't you cut your losses in advance? I remind you again that the Qin Machinery Company's affairs are not as simple as you think. There are big shots involved behind the scenes. Is it worth spending 1 billion and offending a big shot just for Qin Kur? Wu Xiaowei said with ulterior motives. Worth, Su Yang said without hesitation. It's like giving me a pillow when I feel sleepy. In Su Yang's view, Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiaobing are his great assists in improving Qin Kuter's favorability. Ding! Qin Kuter's favorability towards the host is positive 1. Qin Kuter's current favorability towards the host is 79 points. After Su Yang said the word worth it, the system prompt sounded again in Su Yang's mind. It's only 1 o'clock. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Su Yang added directly. In my heart, Qin Kuter is priceless and cannot be measured by anything. So, I decided to invest an additional 10 billion in my future father-in-law's company. What? An additional investment of 10 billion? Did I hear that correctly? What is the identity of this young man? How could he say the number 10 billion as casually as $1 in the entire conference room? As Su Yang said that another 10 billion investment would be added, it suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes. Once again, everyone focused on Su Yang. They all want to know. Su Yang said the additional 10 billion investment just for the sake of face, or did he really want to do it? Chapter 132. 10 billion. Do you know what 10 billion means? Can you please stop bragging so much? I want to see how this ends in front of Qin Kur and so many people. Wu Xiaobing was so shocked by Su Yang's words that he almost jumped up from his wheelchair. But he firmly refused to believe it. Su Yang can come up with 10 billion. In his opinion, Su Yang deliberately boasted in front of Qin Ke to please her and show off his abilities. Lao Qin, your future son-in-law, is so arrogant. 10 billion is the opening price. Among the young people I know, no one can easily come up with 10 billion. I now doubt whether the 1 billion he injected into your company was also exaggerated. The reason you said your company was injected with 1 billion by Ke's boyfriend was just an excuse to stabilize the morale of the troops. Wu Xiaowei glanced at Su Yang and said to Qin Jiansong with a sneer on his face. Old Qin, what's going on? 10 billion? Why do I feel like I'm listening to a foreign language? Looking at the way Brother Su Yang spoke, I think it's true. Old dog Wu, stop stirring up trouble here. People in the conference room. After Su Yang said that he would invest an additional 10 billion yuan in Qin's machinery company. It was extremely noisy at this time. However, most people chose to believe Su Yang. And at this moment, Su Yang listened to the noisy sound around him, feeling the gazes around me. Without further ado, he took out his cell phone and transferred 10 billion to Qin Ke's bank account. The next moment, the cell phone in Qin Ke's bag rang. Then, Qin Ke was under the gaze of everyone present. She first looked at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes. When she saw Su Yang looking at her with encouraging eyes, Qin Ke took out her cell phone from her bag and turned on the screen. As the phone screen lights up, Qin Ke saw it suddenly. There is an extra 10 billion in her bank account. Look in the bank account. That long string of numbers. Qin Ke felt like she was dreaming, especially when she recalled what Su Yang had just said, that she was priceless in Su Yang's heart and cannot be measured by anything. Qin Ke's beautiful eyes were immediately filled with emotion and tears. Then, Qin Ke hugged Su Yang directly and said in a sweet and touching tone, Brother Su, you are so good to me. Ding. Qin Ke's favorability towards the host is positive 1. Qin Ke's current favorability towards the host is 80 points. Su Yang heard the system prompt sound in his mind. I was suddenly delighted. Now you're only one step away from obtaining Qin Ke's strategy, reward of unlimited resurrection. Immediately, Su Yang gently stroked the crystal tears on Qin Ke's face. Then, in front of everyone present, he gently kissed Qin Ke on the forehead and said, You are priceless in my heart, so I will always treat you well. Ding. Qin Ke's favorability towards the host is positive 3. Qin Ke's current favorability towards the host is 83 points. Su Yang didn't pay attention to the system prompt sound. Instead, he said to Qin Jiansong next to him, Uncle, I have transferred 10 billion to Ke's bank account. As long as you need it in the future, you can ask Ke to convey it to me directly. I will provide you with financial support without any upper limit. When Qin Jiansong heard this, his whole face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. He was excited that his company was completely saved. He was happy that his daughter found a perfect boyfriend who was rich, handsome, and perfect. Nephew Su, 10 billion is more than enough. We could even expand the Qin Machinery Company by 2 times and still not be able to use up all the money. I, Qin Jiansong, will always remember your kindness. As Qin Jiansong spoke, he really wanted to give Su Yang a hug to express his affection and gratitude. But when he saw Qin Ke in Su Yang's arms, he suppressed his inner thoughts. We're all family. Chapter 133. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. Su Yang smiled and said casually. Then, Su Yang looked at Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiangbing and his son and said, 10 billion may be a very large number for you. But to me, it's nothing. So don't use the frog-in-the-well mentality to measure a person's strength. Su Yang's voice had just fallen. The people in the conference room immediately followed suit excitedly. Brother Su is really generous. As long as you are here, our Qin's Machinery Company will definitely become the top enterprise in Pengcheng. I envy Lao Qin for having such a wonderful daughter and meeting such a wonderful future son-in-law. Old Wu, little Wu, do you have anything else to say? Accompanied by the excited voices of the crowd, Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiangbing looked extremely unhappy. They never expected it. Su Yang can really come up with 10 billion, and it was brought out in a very casual manner. This just kind of breaks their worldview. But they came this time. I'm just looking for something to do to make fun of myself. I'm not here to eat dog food and be ridiculed by people. So Wu Xiaowei said directly, I didn't see the transfer of 10 billion anyway, so it must be fake. Just entertain yourselves here. After saying, Wu Xiaowei prepared to take his men away, but he had just finished speaking. But the people in the conference room couldn't stand it anymore. I have tolerated Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiongbing for a long time. I want to kill them. What are you waiting for? Just do it. Damn it. You come and go as you please. Who the hell do you think you are? Want to leave right after you fart? No way. The next moment, many people in the conference room surrounded Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiongbing. The people who follow Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiongbing. It was obvious something was wrong. They immediately chose to stay away from Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiongbing. They don't want to experience again what they experienced in the private room in OCT yesterday. What do you want to do? Wu Xiaowei said with a nervous look on his face. Dad, take me away. Wu Xiongbing spoke to Wu Xiaowei in an unclear tone. He is covered in wounds now. I really can't stand it anymore. We don't do anything. I have been patient with you and your son for too long. Now I don't want to endure it anymore. The people surrounding Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiongbing, father and son, started attacking without saying a word. The next moment, the screams of Wu Xiaowei and Wu Xiongbing were heard in the conference room. Especially Wu Xiongbing. His voice was as miserable as it could be. Nephew Su, take Kuer and go through that door first. Just let me handle the things here. Qin Jinsong said to Su Yang. Su Yang didn't say anything after hearing that. He immediately picked up Qin Kuer by the waist and left the meeting room through the door Qin Jinsong pointed to. As for what will happen next in the conference room, Su Yang was too lazy to wait and see. Su Yang now. I just want to get the reward from Qin Kuer as soon as possible. Kuer, do you have a room here? After leaving the meeting room, Su Yang asked Qin Kuer. Yes, my room is on the top floor. Qin Kuer, who was held by Su Yang, said with a blushing face. At this time, Qin Kuer naturally understood what Su Yang wanted to do, because she had already prepared to give herself to Su Yang. So Qin Kuer had no intention of rejecting Su Yang. Instead, my heart is filled with anticipation and longing, as well as a hint of fear. Chapter 134. After a moment, Su Yang chariot Qin Kuer tu Qin Kuer's room. What happened later? It will all come naturally. The whole room is filled with beautiful scenes. More than 3 hours later, Su Yang was satisfied. He leaned against the head of the bed and checked his attribute panel. Host, Su Yang. Appearance, 78 points. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Temperament, 80 points. Wisdom, 76. Constitution, 84. Strength, 82. Endurance, 85. Speed, 87. Abilities, super strong kidneys, portable space, unlimited resurrection. System funds, 19599896532649856 yuan. Super strong kidneys are strengthened after taking the supreme kidney liquid. Su Yang has now fully experienced the benefits brought by his kidneys having been strengthened by the supreme kidney treasure liquid. It can be said that he works tirelessly. The portable space was obtained from Chu Yoi. Su Yang was very satisfied with the portable space, because all the items that belong to him can be put in or taken out at will. As for infinite resurrection, it was obtained from Qin Kuer more than 3 hours ago, and the ability to resurrect infinitely. It was similar to what Su Yang had guessed at the beginning. As long as the main body dies, it can be resurrected with full health. Although I have the ability to revive infinitely. But we must try to avoid death in the future, once the fact that I can be resurrected is known to outsiders. What awaits me will probably be endless death. Although I can be resurrected infinitely, dying endlessly and then being resurrected endlessly would be a fatal torture for me. After Su Yang understood the ability of infinite resurrection, I decided in my heart that I must never use the ability of infinite resurrection lightly. Because Su Yang had seen a movie. The protagonist in the movie has the ability to resurrect infinitely. After the protagonist's abilities were known, he was poured into cement and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Then I began to experience drowning and resurrection over and over again. It is a never-ending torture. Su Yang doesn't want to be that kind of person. Chu Yoi's Ultimate Strategy Prize is an advanced version of the portable space, the portable paradise space. I think Qin Kuer's Ultimate Strategy Prize should also be related to unlimited resurrection. I wonder what it will be. Su Yang said to himself with great anticipation. Ding dong. Right at this moment, a message alert sounded from the phone. Su Yang looked at the person who sent the message. I was surprised to find that it was Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun. Su-young, do you want to spend the night at your sister's company? I'll go. What's the meaning? Could it be that the lesbian Han Shuryan has been waiting for me outside Chin's machinery company? I saw the message from Han Shuryan. Su-young felt speechless. It seems that Han Shuryan will not leave tonight until she finds out the relationship between Chin Kur and me. Su-young thought to himself. Then, Su-young directly replied to Han Shuryan. Are you still outside Chin's machinery company? Han Shuryan replied immediately. Yes, I've been waiting for you for almost 4 hours. Su-young pretended to be stupid. Why are you waiting for me? Han Shuryan, because I want to help Guingya supervise you, so that you won't mess around outside without Guingya's knowledge. Hee, I messed up. You can't imagine it. Su-young looked at the message sent by Han Shuryan and replied directly. What are you thinking? Chin Kur is my sister. Can you please not think so badly of me? Besides, I feel more dangerous when I'm with you. Chapter 135. Han Shuryan. Shut up. Do you think I kissed you that night because I was interested in you? Su-young. Whether you are interested in me or not, something wonderful has happened between us, right? Han Shuryan. You are shameless. Saw the news that Han Shuryan was furious and helpless. Su-young's face was full of smiles. Because so far, he did not receive any system notification that Han Shuryan's favorability towards him had decreased. This shows that Han Shuryan was not disgusted by what he said. Since you don't object, then there is definitely something to look forward to. Think of this. Su-young directly replied to Han Shuryan. You have waited for me for so long. If I go out to see you now, what are you going to take me to do? Han Shuryan. I'll take you to a very mysterious place. Do you dare to go with me? A very mysterious place? Su-young was interested in Han Shuryan's words. He immediately asked Han Shuryan, what's there? Han Shuryan, there are a lot of rich people, a lot of beautiful women, and very exciting programs that make your heart beat faster and your blood boil. Han Shuryan, do you dare to go with me? Han Shuryan's words. It made Su-young think a lot. Rich people and beautiful women. Then there are also very exciting programs that make people's heart beat faster and their blood boil. Some scenes from Tokyo movies instantly appeared in Su-young's mind. But Su-young knew very well. What Han Shuryan said was definitely not what she thought. But at this time, Su-young was indeed aroused by Han Shuryan. And, since there are many beautiful women there, Su-young felt that maybe he could discover a new goddess. Plus being alone with Han Shuryan. Maybe I can increase my favorability towards Han Shuryan, or even get a taste of Han Shuryan's flavor. So Su-young directly replied to Han Shuryan. I'll be out right away. The message has been sent. Su-young left a message to the sleeping Chin Kur, saying that he had to go out to do something. Then he washed up quickly, put on his clothes, and left Chin Kur's room. I am so strong now. Su-young thought of Chu Yoi, Zhu Qiao, and Chin Kur just now. They were all good sisters he had met in one day. And they were all good sisters who fell into a deep sleep after being conquered by him. Su-young couldn't help but sigh that he was really strong now. I felt emotional in my heart. Su-young took the elevator downstairs. But I just went down to the first floor. Su-young then met Qin Jinsong. Through Qin Jinsong, Su-young got a general understanding of what happened in the conference room not long ago. Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiongbing were beaten so badly that they were carried away with wounds all over their bodies. Then the police arrived after hearing the news, because all the videos in the conference room were processed. So the police ultimately classified what happened in the conference room as a fight, because both sides are injured. It was just that Wu Xiaowei and his son Wu Xiongbing were more seriously injured. Overall, it's no big deal. It's basically just compensating each other for treatment. After learning about what happened next in the conference room, Su-young told Qin Jinsong that Chin Kur was resting in the room on the top floor. Qin Jinsong didn't think much about it, and thought Chin Kur was just taking a normal rest. Then Su-young said goodbye to Qin Jinsong. Qin Jinsong insisted on sending Su-young away. However, Su-young declined. After Su-young and Qin Jinsong parted ways, they left Qin's machinery company directly. Just walked out of the door of Qin's machinery company. Su-young saw a familiar Porsche not far away. Han Shuryan has been in the Porsche, waiting for Su-young. Look, Su-young is coming out. She immediately got out of the Porsche, leaned against the body of the Porsche with her perfect slender figure, and looked at Su-young carefully. Chapter 136. Han Shuryan wanted to look around to see if there were any traces of Chin Kur on Su-young. However, although Su-young was duo queuing with Chin Kur just now, but before Su-young came out, he simply washed up, Therefore, Han Shuyun, who had never experienced any sexual relations between men and women, did not see anything from Soo-young. But vaguely, she could smell a pleasant scent of perfume from Soo-young. But she didn't care too much about it, because as long as you have come into contact with girls, you will have a certain smell of perfume on your body. What she was concerned about was whether there were any lipstick marks or kiss marks on Soo-young's body, or in the demeanor, whether there is a sense of fatigue after indulging in something. Lipstick marks, kiss marks, etc. can be washed off by washing, but the tiredness after indulgence cannot be washed away. Han Shuyun looked at Soo-young's body and found no lipstick marks or kiss marks. Even his expression was the same as before, very energetic. Han Shuyun immediately believed what Soo-young said, and believed that Soo-young had not done anything to let Guingya down since he joined Qin's machinery company. Then, Han Shuyun's favorability towards Soo-young increased slightly. Ding. Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host is positive 4. Han Shuyun's current favorability towards the host is 12 points. Soo-young, who was being stared at by Han Shuyun, heard the system prompt and immediately understood that Han Shuyun had not discovered what was going on between him and Qin Kuer. Not long ago, Han Shuyun saw Qin Kuer holding my arm, and her favorability towards me dropped by 10 points. Now it has increased by another 4 points. Overall, Han Shuyun's favorability towards me has dropped by 6 points tonight. I have to say that it is much more difficult to improve the favorability of this lesbian Han Shuyun than Guingya, Chu Yoi, Qin Kuer, and Zhou Lingwei. By the way, it's not just Han Shuyun who has difficulty improving her favorability, but also Sun Hanzhuang, who I met last night. Sun Hanzhuang's favorability towards me is still negative. Thinking of Sun Hanzhuang, Soo-young couldn't help but think of Sun Hanzhuang's strategy reward. Soo-young really wanted those 20 nanotech biochemical warriors whose gender he could decide himself. But Soo-young also understood. In the short term, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to obtain Sun Hanzhuang strategy rewards, because Sun Hanzhuang is more difficult to deal with than Han Shuyun. Although Han Shuyun is a lesbian, she relies on the relationship between herself and Guingya. Soo-young was very confident that if he spent some time and effort, he would definitely be able to get Han Shuyun's strategy reward. But Sun Hanzhuang and Han Shuyun are completely different. Sun Hanzhuang hates men. I don't want Sun Hanzhuang anymore. Let's improve Han Shuyun's favorability first. Soo-young temporarily put aside all thoughts related to Sun Hanzhuang. Then he smiled casually and said to Han Shuyun, "Have you finished reading it?" Han Shuyun nodded. "I've finished reading it." Soo-young asked, "Did you find anything?" Han Shuyun shook her head. "No." Soo-young teased, "Do you need me to take off my clothes and show you carefully?" Hearing this, Han Shuyun rolled her eyes at Soo-young and said, "Can you please not be so shameless when you talk to me?" Soo-young, "I think, given the relationship between us, there's no need to be so reserved when talking." Han Shuyun, "Don't make our relationship sound like we are so close. I have nothing to do with you." When Soo-young looked at Han Shuyun talking, she acted like a stranger and had nothing to do with him. Too lazy to argue with her. He immediately got straight to the point and said, "Let's get down to business. Aren't you going to take me to a mysterious place? Let's go." Chapter 137. Han Shuyun, "Your car or mine?" Soo-young recalled the uncomfortable riding experience he had in Han Shuyun's Porsche. He said directly, "Open mine." While talking, Soo-young directly unlocked the Rolls-Royce and entered the driver's cab. Han Shuyun didn't waste any time. She just opened the passenger door of the Rolls-Royce and sat in the passenger seat. "Give me the address," Soo-young said to Han Shuyun. Han Shuyun directly entered an address on her phone and said, "Follow the navigation." Upon hearing this, Soo-young started the Rolls-Royce and drove towards the destination according to the navigation. More than half an hour later, Soo-young arrived at his destination. Is this what you call a mysterious place with beautiful women, rich people, and excitement, and shows that make your heart beat faster and your blood boil? After Soo-young parked the Rolls-Royce, he looked at the eye-catching 3 big words Sotheby's, not far ahead, and couldn't help being speechless. Yes, Sotheby's is not only full of beautiful women and rich people, but also the bidding and auction program. Doesn't it make people feel excited and their blood boil? A rare smile appeared on Han Shuyun's pretty face. Obviously, she really wanted to see Soo-young being deceived by her. Ding. Han Shuyun's favorability towards the host is positive 3. Han Shuyun's current favorability towards the host is 15 points. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. It actually increased my favorability by 3 points. It seems that Han Shiyun really likes to see me being teased by her. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Yang said in his heart. Then, Su Yang pretended to be helpless and said, "Okay, you have a point, but what are you doing here?" Han Shiyun looked at Su Yang's helpless expression. "I feel inexplicably happy inside." So she didn't think much about it, and said to Su Yang directly, "Come here, it must be to participate in the Sotheby's auction." "Su Yang, is there anything you want to buy here?" Han Shiyun, "Yes, my grandfather is going to have his birthday in 2 days, and I want to buy him a painting. And at the Sotheby's auction, there are many famous paintings and calligraphy being auctioned tonight. There's even Tang Bohu's calligraphy and painting Moon Spring Scroll at the end. But I definitely can't afford the finale, but I can still buy the others. The reason I asked you to come with me is because I also want you to give me some advice on what kind of calligraphy and painting to take pictures of." After listening to Han Shiyun's words, Su Yang understood why Han Shiyun came to the Sotheby's auction tonight. "Since you have calligraphy and paintings you want to buy, that's too easy. You'll be able to buy as much as you want tonight. Even if you're a lesbian, I'm going to spend money on you tonight so that my favorability rating will increase dramatically." After understanding Han Shiyun's purpose of coming to Sotheby's, Su Yang said in his heart, "It's just spending money to buy things at an auction. The thing that Su Yang has the most right now is money." Tonight, Su Yang decided to use money at the auction to increase Han Shiyun's favorability towards him. Chapter 138. Certainly. Inner thoughts. Han Shiyun must not be allowed to know this. So Su Yang nodded casually and said, "I understand. Let's go in. But let me make it clear in advance. I don't know much about calligraphy and painting, so I can't help you with anything." Han Shiyun, "Well, let's go." In fact, Han Shiyun didn't expect Su Yang to help her with anything. The reason why she brought Su Yang here was to use Su Yang as her shield, because there are some suitors at the Sotheby's auction tonight that disgust her. Soon, Su Yang followed Han Shiyun to the entrance of Sotheby's auction house. "Teachers, do you have an invitation letter from Sotheby's?" A security guard guarding the gate asked respectfully. Such as Sotheby's, the world's top auction houses. Each of their auctions is by invitation only, and not everyone can enter. Before the auction, Sotheby's will officially announce some auction items in advance. Those who want to participate in the auction need to submit a bidding application to Sotheby's official website. Sotheby's officials received the bidding application. The identity and background of those who submit bidding applications will be reviewed, and their approximate worth. Finally, it is based on the comprehensive data of all those who submitted bidding applications. There's also the number of people that the auction can accommodate. An indefinite number of invitations will be issued. Only those who receive an invitation from Sotheby's. Only then will you be eligible to enter Sotheby's auction house and bid for your favorite items. The reason why the review is so strict. It is to prevent unqualified people who have little money from occupying the quota in Sotheby's auction. "Here's my invitation." Han Shiyun took out an invitation letter from her bag and handed it to the security personnel. The security personnel used special equipment to scan Han Shiyun's invitation letter. After finding that there was no problem, he said respectfully, "Miss Han, is the gentleman next to you with you?" Han Shiyun nodded. "Together." Each Sotheby's invitation letter allows you to bring up to 3 people to enter the Sotheby's auction together. These are all within Sotheby's official considerations. Therefore, each time Sotheby's officially sends out invitations, the number of seats available is only 1/3 of the total seats in the auction. Generally speaking, there are not enough seats. Only in very rare cases will there be vacancies in seats. Because everyone who gets an invitation from Sotheby's, I will try my best to bring the people around me to Sotheby's auction house to have a look. Ms. Han, you can go in now. I wish you a successful trip to Sotheby's tonight. When the security personnel heard Han Shiyun say that Su Yang was with her, they immediately stepped aside respectfully and motioned Su Yang and Han Shiyun to go in. For Sotheby's, Su Yang was extremely unfamiliar because he had never been there before. In order to prevent Han Shiyun from finding out that I had not been there, Su Yang pretended to be deep and followed Han Shiyun silently and went straight into Sotheby's auction house. Upon entering Sotheby's auction house, what comes into view is a long passage. On the walls on both sides of the passage, there is some calligraphy and paintings covered with glass frames. However, these calligraphy and paintings are all imitations. On these imitations of calligraphy and paintings, there are detailed descriptions of the calligraphy and paintings. For example, the name of the calligraphy and painting, who created it, how it was discovered, which auctions it has been through after discovery, the price of each auction, etc. Soo-young took a rough look. Among them, the most valuable calligraphy and paintings have auction prices as high as billions. The lowest is more than 10 million. No wonder the things in the auction are sought after by the rich. This is indeed the best way to launder money. Soo-young looked at the high auction prices of various calligraphy and paintings and thought to himself, in Soo-young's opinion, it is understandable that some of the famous calligraphy and paintings created by world celebrities are very valuable, but some of them I have never heard of. There are even painters who are only in their 20s or 30s, and the youngest are only a few years old. The works they created are worth over 100 million. In Soo-young's opinion, this was obviously abnormal. Chapter 139. The greater possibility is hype and money laundering. But for these things, Soo-young always maintains an indifferent attitude, because whether it is hype or money laundering, it has nothing to do with him. Soon, after walking out of the long passage, Soo-young found himself entering a luxuriously decorated room. The room was filled with various desserts, snacks, and fine wines. But there was no one in the room at the moment. There were only a dozen people drinking red wine and discussing something in low voices. Do you need something to eat? Ansi Yunaskith Soo-young. No, just go in. Soo-young looked around the room and saw a reminder that the auction would start in 12 minutes, and he said casually. Han Shuryun nodded when she heard this. Then he continued to walk in front, preparing to take Soo-young through the room and into the auction site. But at this moment, a man who was tasting wine in the room and chatting and laughing with a group of people noticed Han Shuryun. Immediately, his face was full of enthusiasm and hospitality. He walked quickly towards Han Shuryun and said, Shuryun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. I thought you weren't coming. Since you are here, let's go in together. If you see anything you like tonight, I'll just bid on it and give it to you. Han Shuryun's pretty face was full of disgust and aversion. She glanced at the man who was talking to her and said, Zhang Haobua, I don't need you to give me the things I like. Also, if anyone wants to give a gift, it should be my boyfriend who gives it to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haobua immediately looked at Soo-young beside Han Shuryun. Just now, his eyes were all on Han Shuryun. He didn't care about Soo-young. But at this moment, when he looked at Soo-young carefully, he immediately found that Soo-young was far superior to him in both figure and appearance. About your body and appearance. Zhang Haobua is still very confident. But when he faced Soo-young at this moment, he couldn't help but feel inferior. But soon, his inner inferiority complex disappeared without a trace. Because of the current society, compared with body shape, appearance, identity, background, and money, they are nothing. He, Zhang Haobua, is the young master of one of the top 15 companies in Pengsheng. The family's total assets are estimated to be more than 200 billion yuan. In Pengsheng, he can be said to be a prominent figure among the younger generation. Even looking at the whole country, he is one of the best among his peers. There are also gatherings of rich second generations from all over the country in Pengsheng, and he has attended many of them. But I have never seen or heard of Soo-young. So he concluded, Soo-young is definitely not as good as him. To those who are not as good as you, Zhang Haobua has always been disdainful and too lazy to care. Because everyone who is not as good as him will try every possible way to curry favor with him. As for what Han Shuryun said, the fact that Soo-young is her boyfriend, Zhang Haobua naturally didn't believe it, because he had never heard of the rumor that Han Shuryun had a boyfriend. Shuryun, why do you have to deceive yourself? You and I both know whether he is your boyfriend or not. Don't try to find this kind of excuse to anger me, just to reject my advances. Zhang Haobua glanced at Soo-young and said with disdain on his face. Soo-young originally didn't want to bother with Zhang Haobua, but Zhang Haobua actually took the initiative to provoke him. Then of course he would fight back. But verbal retorts are too boring. If you want to fight, fight big. Then, Soo-young directly and domineeringly took Han Shuryun into his arms. Then, in Han Shuryun's panicked eyes and Zhang Haobua's horrified and unbelievable eyes, he kissed Han Shuryun's red lips directly. Chapter 140. Run. Very moist. Soft. Very soft. Sweet. Very sweet. Moist, soft, and sweet. This was Soo-young's first feeling after kissing Han Shuryun's red lips. Last time at the bar, it was Han Shiyun who took the initiative, and the time is a bit short. Su Yang didn't have a strong experience throughout the whole process, and this time, it was Su Yang who took the initiative. So Su Yang's experience is very strong. However, Su Yang took the initiative to kiss Han Shiyun. It was intentional to attack Zhang Haobo. Therefore, Su Yang tasted Han Shiyun's red lips. In order to prevent Han Shiyun from having a lower impression of him, Su Yang quickly prepared to retreat. But I didn't expect it. Su Yang discovered that Han Shiyun actually took the initiative to put her arms around his waist. She also responded with a red lip gesture. Feel Han Shiyun's initiative. Su Yang naturally gave a stronger counterattack. Although Su Yang likes the feeling at this moment. But Su Yang is still very good at playing hard to get. So very quickly, Su Yang stopped his actions. Then he took Han Shiyun into his arms, looked at Zhang Haobo with a calm expression, and said, "Where do you get your confidence from? Do you think my girlfriend is rejecting your advances and deliberately saying that I'm her boyfriend to piss you off? Are you worthy?" After saying, Su Yang embraced Han Shiyun and said, "Honey, let's go to the auction site." Han Shiyun kubrahun. Okay. Han Shiyun at this time. Not only was there a slight blush on her pretty face, but also a slight blush. Her expression also changed from being domineering to becoming extremely well-behaved and lovely. This made Su Yang feel an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Ding. Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is +5. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 20 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Han Shiyun's 20-point favorability reward. Low-level treasure appraisal card. The reward has been placed in the host's personal space. Right at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Su Yang's mind. It feels great. Not only did he take the initiative to taste Han Shiyun's red lips, even the favorability rating has reached a new high, and rewards have exploded. Su Yang felt happy when he heard the system prompt sound. Then he immediately used his mind to check the function of the treasure appraisal card in his personal space. Low-level treasure appraisal card. After using it, the host can obtain the treasure appraisal I for 1 hour. Under the observation of the treasure appraisal I, all the information of the treasure will be presented in detail to the host. I'll go. This low-level treasure appraisal card is a good thing. With this, I won't have to worry about buying fakes at the auction later. Although there are basically no fakes at Sotheby's auctions. But nothing is absolute in this world. It is best to be able to take precautions. After understanding the function of low-level treasure appraisal cards, Su Yang did not use the low-level treasure appraisal card immediately, but waited until he needed it. Shiyun, when did you start dating him? After Su Yang understood the function of low-level treasure appraisal cards, Zhang Haobo finally came to his senses from Su Yang's kiss to Han Shiyun. He asked angrily, his face red. However, Su Yang and Han Shiyun did not respond to Zhang Haobo. Instead, he left the room and entered the Sotheby's auction site. Looking at the backs of Su Yang and Han Shiyun as they left, Zhang Haobo only felt dizzy and chest tightness. Chapter 141. Han Shiyun, I always thought you were the most noble Tianshan snow lotus. That's why I admire and look up to you. But I didn't expect you to be so vulgar. You're no different from other women. When looking for a boyfriend, you don't care about his inner qualities or background. You only look at his appearance. You really disappoint me. I want to see what else your boyfriend has besides his looks. I'll make it so that you won't be able to buy any of the items you like. I want you to know that looks mean nothing in this world. Money and identity background are the real strength. And your boyfriend, sooner or later, I will let him know the price of provoking me in person. Zhang Haobo recalled the scene of Su Yang and Han Shiyun kissing just now. I swore secretly in my heart. Later at the auction, I must let Han Shiyun understand how powerful his inner strength and hard power are. We also have to find an opportunity to destroy Su Yang. Let Su Yang know the price of offending him. This is Su Yang. Regarding Zhang Haobo's thoughts, Su Yang naturally didn't know. However, Su Yang knew that human nature was treacherous. Naturally, he was a little more wary of Zhang Haobo. Certainly, Su Yang, who possesses the electromagnetic protection ring, he was not afraid that Zhang Haobo would retaliate against him privately. If Zhang Haobo really dares to do something behind the scenes, Su Yang didn't mind letting Lao He take action to make Zhang Haobo disappear completely from this world. Su Yang, thank you for what you did just now. But Zhang Haobo is a very sinister person. I will send 2 security guards to accompany you for a while. After entering the auction site, Han Shiyun broke free from Su Yang's arms. After finding her seat and sitting down, she said to Su Yang with an apologetic look on her face, even though she is a lesbian. At present, she thinks that she has no feelings for Su Yang. In fact, she had been using Su Yang as a shield from the very beginning. But now Su Yang has really become his shield and has offended Zhang Haobua. Han Shiyun still felt guilty towards Su Yang, so she decided to arrange 2 security personnel to protect Su Yang for a period of time. No need, I know what I am doing. Su Yang, who was sitting next to Han Shiyun, directly declined Han Shiyun's proposal. Su Yang has an electromagnetic protection ring, Lao Hei, and the ability to revive infinitely. He doesn't take Zhang Haobua seriously at all. After politely declining Han Shiyun's offer, Su Yang didn't wait for Han Shiyun to say anything, and then he said, "Also, I wasn't helping you just now. I just did what I wanted to do. Besides, you are my girlfriend, Gu Qingya's best friend. I will definitely help you solve the problem, so you don't have to say thank you to me." In Su Yang's opinion, Han Shiyun is a goddess with this kind of personality. I have to act like I don't care about her, and even be stronger than her. Only then can you conquer her little by little. Ding! Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is +1. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 21 points. As expected, Su Yang's voice had just fallen. Then I heard the system prompt, the prompt sound that Han Shiyun's favorability towards me had increased, although the favorability only increased by 1 point. But Su Yang was very satisfied, because it means that your idea is correct. Even if it only increases 1 point of favorability each time, it will add up to a lot. Sooner or later, you will get Han Shiyun's strategy reward. Do you really think so? After hearing what Su Yang said, Han Shiyun looked at Su Yang and asked, I don't know why. At this moment, Han Shiyun always felt a little sour in her heart. She couldn't describe the sour feeling clearly, because it was the first time she had this feeling. Although she didn't know, after she listened to Su Yang's words. Why do I feel sour inside? But she didn't think too much about it. Instead, she followed her own heart and asked Su Yang whether he really meant what he said. Chapter 142. Certainly. Why? Do you have other ideas in your mind? Su Yang looked at Han Shiyun with a smile, his tone full of curiosity. Of course there is no other idea. Han Shiyun suppressed the inexplicable sour feeling in her heart and spoke to Su Yang in a tough manner. Su Yang looked at Han Shiyun's appearance at this moment. I didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he leaned back in a chair and said to Han Shiyun casually, You are my girlfriend, Gu Qingya's best friend. For Gu Qingya's sake, if you like anything tonight, I can give it to you. After listening to Su Yang's words, Gu Qingya's sour feeling in her heart became even stronger. Why do I feel so uncomfortable after hearing what Su Yang said? This feeling is like I know how Gu Qingya feels when she has a boyfriend. There is loss, helplessness, and confusion. Could it be that although Han Shiyun has never been in a relationship, but she is not a fool, when her heart was filled with inexplicable emotions because of Su Yang's words. Han Shiyun immediately thought of a possibility. No, I only like Gu Qingya, and this will never change. The reason why I have inexplicable emotions in my heart, it's all because Su Yang mentioned Gu Qingya. Han Shiyun directly denied a possibility that she had thought of in her heart. Then, Han Shiyun regained her composure and said to Su Yang, Are you sure you will pay for the things I like? Su Yang shook his head and said, It seems that you asked me the same question at the Rose Bar the night before last. Upon hearing this, Han Shiyun immediately recalled the experience when Su Yang and she went to the Rose Bar. At that time, she was shocked by Su Yang, who started with 10 sets of Emperor Dragon sets. But in Han Shiyun's opinion, the spending power of the Rose Bar, there is absolutely no comparison with the spending power of Sotheby's auction house. The Rose Bar can only cost a few million at best. But here at Sotheby's, a few million can only be considered the lowest level of consumption. Sometimes, items worth less than 10 million yuan will not even appear at Sotheby's auctions. For example, Sotheby's holds large auctions every quarter or once a year. Items priced below 10 million will never appear. But even if it's not such a large auction, even if it's the most ordinary auction at Sotheby's, million-level items are also the lowest-end items in Sotheby's auctions. So what Su Yang said at this time, Han Shiyun didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he casually asked, How many Sotheby's auctions have you attended? Su Yang didn't think much about it and replied truthfully, This is the first time. Does attending a few Sotheby's auctions have anything to do with whether I can pay for you? Su-young felt that there was no need to pretend for such a thing. What if I pretend to be cool and say that I often attend Sotheby's auctions? But later on, I didn't know some of the rules of the Sotheby's auction. That would be so embarrassing. It would be better to just go with a famous brand. Chapter 143. Anyway, I have plenty of money, so I can just spend it when the time comes. First time. It seems like he really doesn't know the level of consumption at Sotheby's auction. Han Shiyin thought to herself after hearing what Su-young said. However, she did not have any bad thoughts towards Su-young because of this. On the contrary, I really admire Su-young's attitude of speaking the truth. I was just asking casually. Whether this is your first time at Sotheby's has nothing to do with whether you can pay for me. Han Shiyin did not explain to Su-young that the spending power at the Sotheby's auction was far beyond that of the Rose Bar. Instead, he decided to let Su-young see for himself the horrific prices at the Sotheby's auction. While Su-young and Han Shiyin were talking, the auction is entering the countdown. Nearly 100 people at the auction site gradually stopped talking at this time. Then, the auction site soon became very quiet. As the countdown ends, a beautiful blonde woman wearing a white t-shirt and a black women's casual suit, a black miniskirt and a pair of high heels, showing off her perfect and hot body and long, white legs, walked slowly from the backstage to the auction platform with two middle-aged men, with the appearance of the blonde beauty. The auction scene was originally very quiet. There was a lot of discussion immediately. Why does this blonde look so familiar? She is the daughter of the current largest shareholder of Sotheby's auction headquarters, Lauren Jennifer. Oh my God, it's her. I was wondering why she looks so familiar. She seems to be number one in this year's list of the world's most beautiful faces. That's right. She just came of age this year and was allowed by her father to enter the public eye. She has already become number one on the list of the world's most beautiful faces. It is said that many big Hollywood directors have offered her jobs, but they were all rejected by her father and herself. The entertainment industry is so chaotic, especially the European and American entertainment industry, which is even more chaotic and indescribable. Her father definitely doesn't want her to enter the European and American entertainment industry. After all, her family is not short of money. I don't know what kind of man can get such a goddess. If I can have a kiss, I am willing to reduce my life by 10 years. Haha, you want to have sex with her just because you shortened your life by 10 years you're dreaming. The son of the president of the global luxury giant Louis Vuitton once pursued her madly and was willing to give her 5 of Louis Vuitton's shares as a gift, but she rejected him directly in public. Do you think your 10 years of life are worth 5 of Louis Vuitton's shares? 5 of Louis Vuitton shares is worth nearly 120 billion. Hey, let's stop fantasizing about goddesses like this and just attend the auction honestly. Accompanied by discussions at the auction site, Lauren Jennifer at the auction table began to speak in fluent Chinese. Hello, everyone. My name is Lauren Jennifer. Due to some unexpected reasons, the host of this auction cannot attend. Next, I will host this auction. After saying, Lauren Jennifer began to introduce the first item of the night, and at the same time, Su-young sitting next to Han Shiyin. Out of habit, I prepare to check Lauren Jennifer's personal information. Lauren Jennifer just looks at her appearance, figure, and temperament. Su-young was very sure that she definitely met the system's standards for being a goddess. But Su-young didn't know what Lauren Jennifer was like inside. The goddess standard determined by the system. The inner part is very important. Take Zhu Qiao, for example. She fails to meet the standards of a goddess because of her lack of inner purity. The situation in Europe and the United States is much more open than in China in some aspects. So, as for Lauren Jennifer's specific comprehensive score, whether it can meet the standard of goddess, Su-young was really not sure. Then, with anticipation and curiosity, Su-young began to check Lauren Jennifer's personal information. Chapter 144. Name, Lauren Jennifer. Age, 18. Occupation, auctionné. Appearance, 92 points. Body shape, 95 points. Temperament, 92 points. Purity, 100 points. Overall score, 93 points. Specialties, barren woman, emotional disorder. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, instant teleport. The ultimate prize, unlocked at 90 favorability. What the hell? The purity is actually 100. This should be very rare in Western countries. Su-young finished checking Lauren Jennifer's personal information. I was very surprised. But after thinking about Lauren Jennifer's strengths, Su-young suddenly understood why Lauren Jennifer's purity was 100. Stone girl. This shouldn't be able to do that, right? And he also has emotional disorders. I guess he has no idea about relationships between men and women. It's no surprise that a girl who has no romantic feelings and is a barren woman has a purity of 100. Su-young thought to himself. Su-young at this time. Although I am very envious of Lauren Jennifer's strategy reward, instant teleportation. But with Lauren Jennifer's specialty of emotional disorder, it is not easy to raise its favorability to 80 points. Even if Lauren Jennifer's favorability is raised to 80 points. But if you want to get Lauren Jennifer's strategy reward, and I have to sing in a duet with Lauren Jennifer. But that's where the difficulty lies. Lauren Jennifer is a stone woman, a barren woman. How to sing in a duet together. System, can I get the strategy reward? This is obviously an impossible task. Su-young asked the system. Reply to the host. Please do not doubt the ability of modern medicine. Some ancient medical books also record methods for curing barren women. Of course, if the host wants to heal the barren lady himself, that's fine too, because some of the goddess's strategy rewards are related to medical skills. The host only needs to obtain strategy rewards related to medical skills, and then the host's healing of the barren lady will be as easy as eating and drinking. Listen to the system's answer. Su-young made a decision immediately. He must get the strategy reward from Lauren Jennifer. Teleport instantly. Just listen to the name of this ability. I knew it must be something terrible, so we must get it. And want to get Lauren Jennifer's strategy reward. First you have to get to know Lauren Jennifer. And tonight's auction. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity to meet Lauren Jennifer. Just when Su-young finished checking Lauren Jennifer's personal information, Lauren Jennifer is also introducing her first lot. It was a ginseng sealed in an exquisite wooden box. According to Lauren Jennifer, there's also relevant data research to prove it. The ginseng sealed in the exquisite wooden box is as old as 530 years old and weighs 1,354 grams. Ginseng was discovered 5 months ago. Once discovered, he was given the title of the strongest ginseng king since the founding of the country. The starting price of ginseng is 28 million. As Lauren Jennifer announced the starting price, the auction scene suddenly became lively. Many elderly people, both men and women, stared greedily at the exquisite wooden box on the auction table that contained ginseng that was more than 500 years old. The benefits of ginseng. Anyone with a little medical knowledge knows this. Nourishing the 5 internal organs, calming the mind, settling the soul, and nourishing the skin, strengthening the body, etc. are just its most common effects. The greatest effect of ginseng is to prolong life. It is because ginseng has such high nutritional value. Therefore, the human body is crowned with the title of the king of all medicines. The older the ginseng is, the higher its medicinal value. There are many ginsengs that are over 100 years old that are sold at auction for around 20 million yuan. And at this time, a 530-year-old ginseng. The starting price is only 28 million. How could this not make everyone at the auction site excited? How to prevent those older wealthy people from getting excited? The older you get, the more afraid you are of death. Especially older and wealthy people. They are more afraid of death. Even some wealthy people who are afraid of death and want to prolong their lives. They will also do some things that seem very inhumane to ordinary people. For example, replacing blood throughout the body, replacing a young heart, etc. And where did all the blood and heart come from? Of course it comes from young people. Some of the more extreme ones even torture children, causing them endless pain and fear, thus extracting adrenochrome from them. You can say that. Older wealthy people will do anything to prolong their lifespan. And now, hundreds of years old ginseng that can prolong life is right in front of you. They will naturally not let it go. 30 million. Some people added 2 million in an instant. 35 million. 37 million. 40 million. 43 million. 48.5 million. Less than a minute. The auction price of 530-year-old ginseng has reached 48.5 million. It's only one step away from half of 100 million. You want to offer a price? Su-young listened to the bids coming one after another at the auction and casually asked Han Shiyun beside him. Han Shiyun was giving a birthday gift to her grandfather on his birthday. This king of ginseng, which has been around for hundreds of years, is undoubtedly more suitable than calligraphy and painting. With such a high price, I can't afford it even if I want to. My budget tonight is only 20 million at most. And the final auction price of this 500-year-old ginseng will not be less than 300 million. If I really sell off my company's shares and try my best to raise 300 million yuan to buy this ginseng king, my grandfather will probably faint from anger. Han Shiyun rolled her eyes at Su Yang and said with a tone full of regret. Obviously, she was very, very attracted to the 100-year-old ginseng king. But my strength really doesn't allow me to bid for a person's body. Just tell me, do you want it? Although Su Yang could see that Han Shiyun was very attracted by the ginseng that was hundreds of years old, but he still asked Han Shiyun if she wanted it. Just buy it without saying anything, even though it feels very arrogant. But it's actually pretty stupid, because you bought it without saying anything and gave it to the girl. You never know what the girl is thinking after receiving the gift. You asked me if I wanted to do something. What do you want to do? Han Shiyun looked at Su Yang with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Of course I want to do it. It depends on whether you want it or not. Su Yang smiled and said to Han Shiyun with a double meaning. Chapter 145. Han Shiyun didn't understand what Su Yang meant at first. But when she saw Su Yang smile with ulterior motives, she immediately understood what Su Yang meant. Then, Han Shiyun gave Su Yang a fierce look and said, "You are such a scoundrel. Why would someone like you be liked by Guingya?" Feeling Han Shiyun's eye roll, Su Yang felt inexplicably excited. Su Yang at this time. I understand it on the internet. Why do so many netizens like beautiful female anchors while rolling their eyes with contempt towards them, while talking to them in a disdainful tone? Because beautiful women rolled their eyes at me. It can not only strongly touch upon certain sexual interests in men's hearts, it also strongly stimulates men's desire to conquer. Don't talk so much. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Su Yang suppressed the urge to severely punish Han Shiyun and continued to ask Han Shiyun with a smile. Of course I do. Han Shiyun glanced at Su Yang, then said, But, no buts. I know you want it. Be good now and call me Brother Su. I will satisfy your urge. Su Yang directly interrupted Han Shiyun and continued to tease her with double entendres. Han Shiyun was teased by Su Yang and didn't know what to say for a moment. Han Shiyun took a deep breath and then asked Su Yang with curiosity on her pretty face, Do you really want to help me bid for this ginseng king? The 100-year-old ginseng king on the auction table. Han Shiyun wanted it from the bottom of her heart, but her strength does not allow her to participate in the auction. And Su Yang is in her heart. It also does not meet the conditions for bidding. In Han Shiyun's opinion, the funds that Su Yang can mobilize may be much more than hers, but it will definitely not exceed 50 million. The current auction price of a ginseng king is approaching 80 million, so she wasn't sure for a moment. Su Yang was deliberately teasing her and making fun of her. He really has the ability to bid for the 500-year-old ginseng king, whose price is rising terrifyingly. Of course it's true. Do I look like I'm lying? Su Yang asked Han Shiyun back. After hearing this, Han Shiyun's pretty face was still full of suspicion towards Su Yang. Su Yang saw Han Shiyun's suspicious look. He stopped talking nonsense with Han Shiyun, directly raised the placard and bid 150 million. Boom. Following Su Yang's quotation export, the auction scene was in an uproar again. Fuck, who is that young man? He actually raised the bidding price of the ginseng king from 85 million to 150 million. That's double the price. How come I have never seen this young man before? When did such a capable young man appear in Pengcheng? I haven't seen this young man in the capital. I have lived in the Magic City all my life, and I have never seen this young man. Does it have to be so brutal to just double the price? I don't know who he is, but I know the girl next to him. She is Han Shiyun, the only daughter of our Pengcheng Korean group. Han Shiyun's daughter's grandfather and I have some friendship. I once took my grandson to propose marriage, but was rejected directly. I was a little angry at first, but now it seems that I have no capital to be angry, because I can't be as casual as that young man to offer 150 million yuan at once. I'm also somewhat acquainted with Han Shiyun's grandfather, but I have never heard that Han Shiyun has a male friend. Chapter 146. He is probably a young man from a hidden family. There are quite a few hidden families in China. One of them is the Su family in the capital. People at the auction. At this time, everyone was looking at Su Yang. There were all kinds of discussions about Su Yang's identity, and there were many people at the entire auction. Everyone was guessing Su Yang's identity. Zhang Haobua, who was sitting in the front row of the VIP seats at the auction, looked at Su Yang, who was sitting next to Han Shiyun, with a resentful look and directly raised his placard to bid. 155 million. His grandfather is also about to celebrate his 80th birthday. I am still recuperating in the hospital and in urgent need of nourishment from ginseng. He came today with his grandfather's invitation letter and 2 security guards. He came here today because he originally wanted to get close to Han Shiyun. But what he didn't expect was Han Shiyun actually ignored him and even had a boyfriend. This made him very angry. But now the opportunity to take revenge on Han Shiyun has come. If he could take a picture of the hundreds of years old ginseng king and give it to his grandfather, he will be rewarded many times over. Moreover, while taking the photo of the ginseng king, he could also show off his financial strength in front of Han Shiyun. Let Han Shiyun regret her previous act of ignoring him. This is also something Zhang Haobo is happy to see. Han Shiyun, today I will let you know what true strength is. My strength is far from comparable to that man next to you, who looks better than me. After Zhang Haobo finished quoting the price, he secretly felt a sense of revenge in his heart. Young people nowadays are getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Haobo has raised the price by another 5 million. It seems that it is impossible to find a bargain tonight. If you want to bid for this ginseng king, you have to pay a little bit. We can't let the young people look down on us. I must get this ginseng king. The value of this ginseng king should be around 300 million. As long as it doesn't exceed 300 million, I will definitely get it. A ginseng king with a lifespan of more than 500 years is hard to come by. Since the founding of the country, this is the only one that has appeared publicly. I absolutely cannot miss this ginseng king. After Zhang Haobo finished quoting the price, there was a lot of discussion at the auction again. Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Haobo. And at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard and a kind face suddenly raised a sign and offered a price, 160 million. Following the old man's offer, people were talking about it again. 160 million. The price of hundreds of years old ginseng is really amazing. He is worthy of being the strongest ginseng king since the founding of the country. I've heard of that old man. He seems to be Tan Wuzhou, a disciple of Sun Huiming, who is known as the contemporary medical immortal in China. It turned out to be Tan Wuzhou. He is the most famous medical expert in our Pengcheng. I guess he bid for this ginseng king to do research or give it to Mr. Sun Huiming from Enshi. Is Mr. Sun Huiming still alive? Of course, he was accidentally photographed living out his days in the mountains some time ago. Oh my god, Sun Huiming must be at least 125 years old now, right? Almost. I think Tan Wuzhou bought this ginseng king to dedicate to Mr. Sun Huiming. After all, Mr. Sun Huiming really needs this ginseng king now. Mr. Sun Huiming, there should be a similar ginseng king, right? After all, he is a contemporary medical immortal. Who knows? But even if there's one, who would want to find such a rare ginseng king? Tan Wuzhou's offer was 160 million. Many people at the auction were reminded of Tan Wuzhou's Enshi cousin Sun Huiming. And at this moment, Su Yang directly raised his placard and offered 320 million. Boom! The auction scene exploded again. Because no one expected it, Su Yang actually doubled the price of the ginseng king on the bidding stage again. You can say that. Su Yang doubled the price of the 500-year-old ginseng king twice. Everyone at the auction was shocked, especially Han Shiyun, who is beside Su Yang. At this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Su Yang with surprise and disbelief. Chapter 147. Han Shiyun knew that Su Yang was rich. But Han Shiyun never thought about it anyway. If Su Yang had enough money, he could just bid the auction price of the ginseng king. From 160 million, it doubled to 320 million. Han Shiyun was originally thinking. Su Yang helped her bid for the ginseng king out of a desire to tease her. So Han Shiyun wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that Su Yang was going to help her bid for the ginseng king to make Su Yang suffer some setbacks when bidding for the ginseng king. After all, the final conservative price of the ginseng king will definitely not be less than 300 million. In Han Shiyun's opinion, even though Su Yang is much richer than her, I can't come up with 300 million. Even if Su Yang can really come up with 300 million, I'm sure he would not be willing to spend 300 million to help her bid for the ginseng king. Wait until Su Yang suffers a loss and no longer participates in the bidding for the ginseng king. She would tease Su Yang in return, saying that she really wanted to be the ginseng king, and why Su Yang didn't help her bid, so that Su Yang can't save face for a while. This was a small way to take revenge on Su Yang for his teasing of her. But what she never expected was, Su Yang went out to participate in the auction for the queen. The price of Ginseng King was doubled. He was not affected at all by the terrifying price of Ginseng King. And then not long after, Su Yang doubled the price of the Ginseng King again. It doubled from 160 million to 320 million. This made Han Shiyun feel very dreamy, because she really never thought about it. Su Yang can have so much funds. At this moment, she was really shocked by Su Yang's handwriting. What is Su Yang's identity? Han Shiyun's eyes were full of shock and disbelief as she looked at Su Yang and said to herself. But soon, Han Shiyun thought of another possibility. He wouldn't just quote a price and end up not being able to pay, would he? Think of this possibility. Han Shiyun immediately looked at Su Yang's expression carefully, but she could see from Su Yang's expression there was no sign of panic on Su Yang's part. Instead, he saw that Su Yang's expression at this moment was full of happiness and joy. The offer is 320 million. He was not panicked at all, but very happy and joyful. What does he think? Is it the sense of accomplishment after enjoying the offer that shocked me and everyone else present? Or do you enjoy the vanity of being noticed and talked about by everyone present? It's not like you're enjoying high consumption, is it? Han Shiyun really felt that she couldn't understand Su Yang anymore. But be cautious. Han Shiyun gently pulled Su Yang's arm and whispered, Su Yang, are you sure the bid you want to make is 320 million? It's not too late for us to give up the bidding now. After the auctioneer hammers down 3 times to determine the price, we must pay the money. My total assets now total only 30 million, and I can only raise another 20 million at most later. Can you come up with the other 270 million? Sotheby's auction, after the bid price is announced. As long as the auctioneer does not knock the hammer 3 times, the bidding price is confirmed. There is one chance to give up the bidding. However, once you use this opportunity to give up the bid, that means the person participating in the auction will lose the qualification to bid for all items in that auction. And some compensation will be given to Sotheby's auction house afterwards. These compensations will be determined based on the original estimated value of the auction item and the final transaction price. For example, the king of ginseng at this time. The official estimate given by Sotheby's is between 280 million and 300 million. Chapter 148. Su Yang directly quoted a price of 320 million. However, after bidding, while the auctioneer was confirming the price, Su Yang gave up bidding. That would mean that the price of 320 million offered by Su Yang would be invalid. Continue bidding from 160 million. But an auction is a very strange place. If Su Yang really gives up the bidding, the subsequent bidding enthusiasm for the Ginseng King would definitely not be as high as at the beginning. As a result, the subsequent bidding price of the Ginseng King will be difficult to reach the originally estimated price. If the final bidding price of the Ginseng King does not reach the original estimated price, then Sotheby's auction will consider letting the Ginseng King go unsold. If the auction fails, Su Yang will need compensation of 5% of the original estimated price of the Ginseng King. Sotheby's will fully compensate the 5% compensation to the owner of the gifted ginseng. They will also ask the owner of the Ginseng King whether he needs Sotheby's to continue to help auction the Ginseng King. If necessary, Sotheby's will pay out of its own pocket to promote the Ginseng King for free at the next auction. If Su Yang fails to sell the Ginseng King, he will not give 5% compensation of the original estimated price of the Ginseng King. Then Su Yang and the person who brought Su Yang into the Sotheby's auction will be permanently blacklisted by the Sotheby's auction and every regular large auction company. Compensation for the failure of the Ginseng King to be sold. Han Shiyun felt that she could still afford it. So she wanted to ask Su Yang whether he would give up the bidding before the auctioneer confirmed the price of 320 million yuan offered by Su Yang. Give up the bidding. Can I come up with 270 million? After Su Yang heard Han Shiyun's question, I just feel like I've been looked down upon. The thing he has the most right now is money. Why should I take 270 million? Su Yang asked Han Shiyun with a smile. When Han Shiyun heard this, helplessness suddenly appeared on her pretty face. She was sure at this moment that Su Yang was really making fun of her. She immediately raised her sign to indicate that she would give up the bidding. She was the one who brought Su Yang here, so she had the right to give up the bid. But just as she was about to raise the sign, Su Yang said slowly. If I want to take it, I will take all the bids I made. Since I said I would help you with the bidding, I will definitely help you to the end. How can I ask you to pay? What? Su Yang is not making fun of me. But do you really want to bid for the Ginseng King? Or does one person offer the entire price to bid for the Ginseng King? Han Shiyin was shocked again by Su Yang's words. And at this moment, Lauren Jennifer at the bidding table was asking Su Yang about his bid for the second time. The King of Ginseng bids for 320 million for the second time. King of Ginseng. When Lauren Jennifer was about to ask for the last time, Zhang Haobo in the front row raised a sign with red eyes and gritted teeth, saying 325 million. Zhang Haobo is determined to win the title of King of Ginseng. As long as he takes a picture of the Ginseng King, his grandfather will never treat him unfairly. 330 million. Tan Wujiu also raised his hand to make an offer. 335 million. Zhang Haobo gritted his teeth and continued to quote. 388 million. Under Han Shiyun's shocked gaze, Su Yang once again offered the Ginseng King a price of 50 million. Originally, Su Yang wanted to continue to double the offer price for the Ginseng King. After all, the more money I spend on Han Shiyin, in the end, Han Shiyin will give back more to herself. But Su Yang always felt, if I really raise the price of the Ginseng King to more than 600 million, I will appear to be a fool. Because 600 million is far beyond the value of the Ginseng King. So Su Yang finally made a bid of 388 million. Chapter 149. Who on earth is that young man? Reporting 388 million actually sounds so casual. It's most likely someone from the Su family, the hidden family in Beijing. The auction will be over soon, so we should go make friends with them in advance. No one should continue to bid. Although the value of the Ginseng King is high, 388 million is obviously the limit. It looks like our Pengcheng Han family is going to soar to the sky. If the man next to Han Shiyin is really from the Su family in Beijing, then one of the top 10 companies in Pengcheng will definitely be gradually replaced by the Han family. My granddaughter is no worse than Han Shiyin. Why hasn't she met a man as outstanding as Han Shiyin's boyfriend? The auction site. Many people started talking again after hearing that Su Yang had raised the bidding price for the Ginseng King directly to 388 million. At the same time, Tan Wujiu is here. Grandpa, do you know that man? A beautiful girl next to Tan Wujiu asked Tan Wujiu. The girl's name is Tan Hongdo, and she is the granddaughter of Tan Wujiu. I don't know him, but he's definitely not from the Su family, the hermit family in the capital. Because I have been to the Su family in Beijing several times with your ancestor. I have never seen or heard any information about that young man in the Su family. Tan Wujiu, with white hair and beard, looked at Tan Hongdo with a doting look on his face and said, since he is not from the Su family in Beijing, then how come he is so rich? The auction just started and you've already spent nearly 400 million to bid for the Ginseng King. Could he be a member of the Su family from China who is abroad? Tan Hongdo couldn't help but observe Su Yang for a while longer and said, not sure. Your grandfather has also been abroad many times and knows many well-known Chinese people abroad. I have also had contact with their children, but I still haven't heard or seen any information related to him. But the world is big, and there are naturally hermit families I haven't come into contact with. So I can't make any conclusion about him. But judging from his facial features, he has extremely good fortune and will achieve great success in the future. We must not make enemies with him. Tan Wujiu admonished Tan Hongdo with a doting look on his face. Tan Wujiu is the most famous expert in traditional Chinese medicine in Pengcheng. So I've also learned a lot about face reading and other things. After all, medicine and science have been inseparable since ancient times. Yeah, Anko knows. Then Grandpa, are you going to continue bidding for the King of Ginseng? Tan Hongdo asked Tan Wujiu with a well-behaved look on her face. No more photos. Although I really want to take a photo of the Ginseng King to present to your ancestor. But your ancestor actually doesn't need this Ginseng King. Even the more precious King Ginseng. Your ancestor has it. Since he wants it, give it to him. Tan Wujiu said to Tan Hongdo with a smile on his kind old face. Tan Hongdo nodded obediently after hearing this. Then he looked at Su Yang's back with curiosity again. Hateful. What is the identity of Han Shiyun's boyfriend? They actually directly quoted a bid of nearly 400 million. Zhang Haobo in the front row VIP seat. At this moment, with a face full of resentment and jealousy, he looked at Su Yang and then thought to himself, I don't believe that you can really come up with so much money in the end. So many people here don't know you. Your background is definitely not from the upper class. I want to see how you end up if you can't pay the price you offered. I thought so in my heart. Chapter 150. Zhang Haobo gave up bidding for the Ginseng King. Because of the current price, he really didn't have the courage or ability to bid anymore. 388 million first times. 388 million for the second time. 388 million for the third time. Congratulations to VIP number 56, who beat everyone else in the bidding with a price of 388 million and won the 530-year-old Ginseng King. Right at this moment, auctioneer Lauren Jennifer dropped the hammer to confirm the final price of the first lot. At the same time, Lauren Jennifer also looked at Su Yang carefully with her beautiful blue eyes. She sold the first lot for over 80 million, far exceeding the original estimated price of the Ginseng King. She was very happy at the moment. Ding! Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is +3. Lauren Jennifer's current favorability towards the host is 3 points. Ding! Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is +4. Tan Hongdo's current favorability towards the host is +4 points. Su Yang, who just took a photo of the Ginseng King. Suddenly, I heard 2 system prompt sounds in succession. I can understand Lauren Jennifer's growing fondness for me. But who is this Tan Hongdo? If the system prompts me to increase my favorability, my overall score must have reached the standard of a goddess. After hearing the system prompt tone, Su Yang looked around casually, but I didn't see any girls with stunning looks. This made him even more curious about Tan Hongdo. And just when Su Yang was very curious about Tan Hongdo, the official staff of Sotheby's auction walked up to Su Yang with a respectful look on his face and said, Sir, do you want me to bring the King Ginseng you bid for directly to you, or do you want to put in our backstage first? Su Yang looked at Han Shuyun after hearing this, and then said to the Sotheby's auction staff, I gave the King of Ginseng to my girlfriend. You can ask my girlfriend. For Han Shuyun, Su Yang wants to take advantage whenever he gets the chance. Girlfriend? Han Shuyun heard Su Yang address her. I was completely confused, because she didn't expect Su Yang to be so bold. Tell others directly that you're a girlfriend. If this news finally gets to Guingya, how could she face Guingya and explain to her? Think of things to worry about freely. Han Shuyun couldn't help but give Su Yang a fierce look, and then prepare to pinch Su Yang's waist with her slender fingers as a warning. But what Han Shuyun didn't expect was, Su Yang actually noticed her actions. He boldly grabbed her fair little hand and said to her with a smile on his face, There's no difference between a female friend and a girlfriend, don't you think so? After Su Yang grabbed Han Shuyun's hand, she was unable to break free for a while, and a rare blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. After all, many people at the auction were paying attention to her at this time. I thought about what would happen if I struggled too violently. It will be more eye-catching. Han Shuyun blushed and pretended not to hear Su Yang's words, and asked Su Yang, If we bring the King of Ginseng directly, we need to pay all the expenses directly. If we put the King of Ginseng in the backstage of Sotheby's first, we only need to pay 20% of the fee first. My boyfriend, what do you think I should choose? Han Shuyun threw the question to Su Yang, because she's still not sure. Does Su Yang have the ability to pay the bidding fee of nearly 400 million yuan? Chapter 151. Just bring it here. Su Yang stopped talking and gave direct instructions to the Sotheby's staff. While talking, Su Yang took out his bank card and handed it to the Sotheby's staff. See Su Yang's actions. Han Shuyun's pretty face was full of surprise, because until now, she didn't see any panic or nervousness on Su Yang. What she saw in Su Yang, all are calm and confident. Looking at Su Yang's appearance at this moment, she was finally sure. Su Yang really has the ability to take out nearly 400 million yuan directly. Shocked at this time, it's not just Han Shuyun and the Sotheby's staff. At the auction, many people were paying attention to Su Yang. When they see, Su Yang actually chose to pay the full amount to win the queen. They were all more curious about Su Yang's identity. Although at a Sotheby's auction, some people will choose to directly pay the full amount for the item they bid on. But such people are ultimately a minority. Especially when the auction just started, there were people who paid the full amount for the items, nearly 400 million yuan. It is even more rare. Although people who can attend Sotheby's auctions, they're all wealthy people. but most of them come to the Sotheby's auction. The funds prepared are only about 300 million. Only a few people. The funds prepared will be more than 300 million. Even fewer people. The prepared funds will be increased to more than 500 million. Although there are also those who have prepared more than 1 billion yuan in bidding funds. But this kind of person can be said to be extremely rare in every auction. So every Sotheby's auction, most people choose to pay 20% of the fee first. Finally, the auction was over. In payment of all costs. That's why most people do this. It's because of the entire auction and the items I like. There must be more than one. If the auction has just started, to spend a large amount of money, that will be very disadvantageous for subsequent bidding. After all, the funds they prepared were limited. So most people will choose to pay 20% of the fee first. Then look at the subsequent items in the auction. Decide whether or not to bid again. He actually chose to buy the Ginseng King with full payment right at the beginning of the auction. He really has a lot of money. He's so young, but he can easily come up with nearly 400 million. And judging from his appearance, nearly 400 million seems like a piece of cake for him. I wonder what the identity and background of Han Shuyuan's boyfriend is. Remember this, both of you. When you see him next time, you must treat him with respect and never offend him. Do you understand? If he is really Han Shuyuan's boyfriend, then the business world in Pengcheng is going to change. Never make enemies with the Han family in the future. There were many people at the auction who were paying attention to Su Yang. When I saw that Su Yang took out nearly 400 million yuan and directly won the Ginseng King at the beginning of the auction, there was a lot of discussion immediately. Many older people gave serious instructions to those around them. From now on, when you see Su Yang, you must treat him with respect and never offend him. In their opinion, Su Yang was able to casually take out nearly 400 million yuan right at the beginning of the auction. That's Su Yang's identity and background. Definitely much stronger than them. Chapter 152. So you must never offend them. Sir, please wait a moment. Sotheby's official staff. After being shocked for a moment by Su Yang's choice, he quickly recovered. After all, there is someone as capable as Su Yang. It's not like he hasn't seen it before. It's just that Su Yang is so young and yet so capable. He just rarely sees it. But I have seen it a few times. So he quickly recovered from his shock. He took the bank card Su Yang handed to him with full respect. Then he skillfully started swiping the card on the POS machine he carried with him and filled in an amount of 388 million. Wait until the amount is filled in. The Sotheby's staff respectfully turned the POS machine towards Su Yang. Su Yang entered the payment password casually. Soon, the POS machine issues a ticket, indicating that the payment is successful. Sir, please wait a moment. Send the Ginseng King immediately. The officials of Sotheby's were even more respectful towards Su Yang at this time. Su Yang nodded and said nothing more. Ding. Han Shuyuan's favorability towards the host is +5. Han Shuyuan's current favorability towards the host is 26 points. The Sotheby's staff had just left. Su Yang heard the system prompt sound. With nearly 400 million, Han Shuyuan only increased my favorability by 5 points. As expected of a lesbian. The money offensive is effective, but not very effective. But it's better this way. This way I can spend more money on her and get a huge cashback in the end. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. Su Yang thought to himself. Then, Su Yang looked at Han Shuyuan, who still had an expression of disbelief on her pretty face. She said with a playful smile, "The king of ginseng will be delivered soon. Do you want it?" When Han Shuyuan heard this, a trace of panic flashed across her pretty face. Because she knows very well. What should I do if I want to take the Ginseng King from Su Yang? That means you have to call Su Yang Brother Su obediently. Although Han Shuyuan really wanted to join the king, but she really couldn't act well-behaved and call Su Yang Brother Su. Sir, this is your lot. Please take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Just at this moment, an official from Sotheby's came over with an exquisite wooden box containing the Ginseng King. Su Yang didn't waste any words. He simply took the wooden box containing the Ginseng King and opened it to take a look. For ginseng, Su Yang naturally didn't understand. However, Su Yang has a low-level treasure appraisal card. After using it, you can gain the treasure appraising eye for 1 hour. Under the observation of the treasure appraising eye, all the information about the treasure will be presented in detail to the host. System, I want to use a low-level treasure appraisal card. Su Yang directly instructed the system. using low-level treasure appraisal card successfully. Accompanied by the cold voice of the system, Suyong found that information about the Ginseng King appeared in front of him. Name, ginseng. Type, herbaceous plant. Araliaceae. Age, 620. Tip 1. Although it looks dry and lifeless on the surface, there's actually still some life inside it. If properly cared for, it can be brought back to life. Tip 2. The host can put it into the portable space and freeze and preserve the remaining breath of life inside it. When the host obtains the portable paradise space, he can plant it, which will definitely restore its vitality and greatly enhance its medicinal value. Taking 100 grams of its roots can add 10 years to your age. Chapter 153. I'll go. This is a steal. It's not the 530-year-old Ginseng King, but the 620-year-old Ginseng King. The most important thing is that it still has some life left. As long as I put it into my personal space, I can preserve its remaining life force. After I obtain the portable paradise space from Chu Yoi, I can plant it and restore its vitality 100% and greatly increase its medicinal value. Just take 100 grams of its root, and you can add 10 years to your age. After Suyong finished reading the information about the Ginseng King, I feel so happy inside. Bought for less than 400 million, Suyong really feels it's worth it. But soon, when Suyong thought about it, I used system funds to bid for this Ginseng King, so I can only give it to Han Shuryan. Suyong felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. My heart instantly regained its calm. But soon, Suyong felt really affected. Although this kind of Ginseng King is rare, but I will definitely meet you again in the future. When the time comes, you can just buy it with your own funds. After figuring this out, Suyong said to the Sotheby's staff, I am very satisfied with the King of Ginseng. The Sotheby's staff immediately said respectfully, in that case, I won't bother you anymore, sir. This is our Sotheby's anonymous VIP card. Please accept it, sir. From now on, as long as Mr. Su holds this VIP card, he will have 2 opportunities every year to enter any of our Sotheby's auction houses around the world without an invitation. Upon hearing this, Suyong nodded and took the silver-black Sotheby's VIP card. Maybe I will go to Sotheby's auction house more often in the future. It'll be a lot more convenient with this VIP card. Sotheby's staff saw Suyong accept their anonymous VIP card. Then he left respectfully. Suyong looked at the Sotheby's staff leaving. He simply closed the lid on the wooden box and placed it on his lap, then looked at Han Shuryan beside him with a look of evil amusement on his face. Han Shuryan at this time. Her pretty face was full of confusion as she looked at the wooden box containing the Ginseng King on Suyong's legs. She really wants it, because her grandfather's health has been getting worse in the past 2 years. If you can get the King of Ginseng for conditioning, maybe it will be much better. But her personality prevented her from calling Suyong Brother Su for the time being. Suyong looked at the conflicted expression on Han Shuryan's pretty face. He stopped teasing Han Shuryan. Instead, he directly handed the exquisite wooden box containing the King of Ginseng to Han Shuryan and said, Don't worry about it. I'll give it to you. Han Shuryan heard this. Her pretty face was instantly filled with surprise. She didn't expect it. Suyong was so straightforward that he gave her the Ginseng King without asking her to do anything. Are you telling the truth? Han Shuryan's pretty face was full of disbelief. Since you don't believe me, forget it. Suyong curled his lips, leaned back in his chair while holding the exquisite wooden box, and said, Ding, Han Shuryan's favorability towards the host is +5. Han Shuryan's current favorability towards the host is 31 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 30-point favorability reward from Han Shuryan. A copy card has been placed in the host's personal space. Yo, Han Shuryan, this lesbian actually has a better impression of me. How rare. And a new card popped up. Suyong heard the system prompt sound. I was suddenly delighted. Then his mind entered the portable space and began to check the function of the copy card. I'll go. This copy card is pretty awesome. I can actually copy any item I own. And it's what I need most right now. With it, I can make a copy of the Ginseng King in my hand. After understanding the function of the copy card, Suyong was filled with surprise. Immediately, Suyong directly instructed the system to use the copy card. Ding. Host, do you confirm to use a copy card? Tip. Items copied using a copy card will not copy the item's life force. Use the copy card and put the copied Ginseng King into the personal space. Soo-young directly chose to use the copy card. Ding! The copy card was used successfully. The copied 620-year-old ginseng has been placed in the host's personal space. Hear the cold, prompt tone of the system. Soo-young was immediately in his own personal space. I saw a ginseng that was exactly the same as the one in the wooden box. Chapter 154. But the ginseng in the portable space. There is no breath of life. So Soo-young directly took out the ginseng from his portable space, exchanged it with the ginseng in the wooden box. After the replacement is completed, Soo-young then handed the wooden box containing the copied ginseng king to Han Shiyun. Thank you. When Han Shiyun saw Soo-young, she really handed her the wooden box containing the ginseng king. She was suddenly filled with emotion, so she couldn't help herself. She blushed and called Soo-young Brother Soo. Ding! Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is +3. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 34 points. In just a few moments, Soo-young not only obtained the ginseng king with a breath of life. I also heard Han Shiyun, who has a very queen-like style, calling me brother. Then I heard the system prompt that Han Shiyun's favorability towards me increased by 3 points again. Soo-young's feeling at this moment. It's filled with an inexplicable sense of conquest. Although there is still a long way to go to conquer Han Shiyun, but in Soo-young's opinion, it is already a milestone for Han Shiyun to be able to call herself brother. Just keep pushing harder. Han Shiyun, this royal sister. Sooner or later, I will take it down. Soo-young felt the blood in his body boiling. But soon, Soo-young suppressed the boiling blood in his body. Instead, he placed the wooden box containing the ginseng king into Han Shiyun's arms and said, "Brother hasn't heard enough. Come on, call me brother twice more." Han Shiyun hugged the wooden box containing the ginseng king tightly in her arms, then blushed and gave Soo-young a good-looking roll of the eyes and said, "You are such a scoundrel." Soo-young smiled when he heard that. He stopped teasing Han Shiyun. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the auction table. At the auction table at this time, Lauren Jennifer has finished introducing the second lot. That is a calligraphy and painting. The name of the calligraphy and painting is Picture of Villa on Pine Cliff, from Tang Bohu, one of the 4 great talents of the Ming Dynasty. The starting price is 12 million. Tang Bohu and Soo-young naturally knew about it. Once when Soo-young was bored, he came across Tang Bohu's most valuable calligraphy and painting, which was sold at a sky-high price of nearly 4 billion yuan. Therefore, Soo-young was not surprised that the starting price of Pine Cliff Villa was 12 million. Instead, he began to look at the detailed information of Songya Villa with his eyes of appraising treasures. Title: Pine Cliff Villa Defense. Type: Calligraphy and Painting. Creator: Wu Bao-chan. Tip: This is a painting imitating Tang Bohu's Pine Cliff Villa from the Ming Dynasty. I'll go. This is actually a fake painting. Didn't Sotheby's officials find out? After reading the detailed information of Songya Villa, Soo-young was a little surprised. And at this moment, throughout the auction, people have begun to raise their placards and give their bids. 13 million, 16 million, 20 million, 25 million. People at the auction were obviously very enthusiastic about the villa on Pine Cliff. In just a short moment, the price of Pine Cliff Villa, it increased from 12 million to 25 million, 30 million. Han Shiyun raised her sign and quoted her price. Her original purpose today was to come here for this painting, because her grandfather loved calligraphy and painting, especially those of Tang Bohu. Soo-young saw Han Shiyun suddenly raise his hand to make an offer. He immediately prepared to remind Han Shiyun that the villa on Pine Cliff was a fake. But before Soo-young could open his mouth to remind Han Shiyun, Soo-young heard Lauren Jennifer on the bidding platform, pointing in a direction and saying, "Number 86 bids 50 million. Oh my God, a fake calligraphy and painting. Someone actually offered 50 million. Soo-young immediately looked in the direction Lauren Jennifer pointed. This look, Soo-young saw a beautiful girl who was as lively as a lotus emerging from water. Just look at the appearance. Soo-young was very sure. Definitely meets the standards of a goddess. So Soo-young directly checked her personal information. Chapter 155. Name: Tan Hongdo. Age: 20. Occupation: college student and intern female doctor. Appearance: 94 points. Body: 92 points. Temperament: 93 points. Purity: 100 points. Overall score, 94 points. Specialty, gentle and kind-hearted. Favorability, for unfamiliar. Grand prize, the legacy of a miraculous doctor. The ultimate prize, unlocked at 90 favorability. So she is Tan Hongdo. The grand prize for the strategy is the inheritance of a miraculous doctor. Just look at the words miraculous doctor. As long as I get this reward, curing Lauren Jennifer, a barren woman, should be a piece of cake. After checking Tan Hongdo's personal information, Soo-young immediately thought of the hint that Tan Hongdo's favorability towards him had increased. At that time, he looked around casually. Tan Hongdo was not found. I didn't expect to see it by coincidence at this moment. After knowing who Tan Hongdo is, Soo-young said to Han Shiyun beside him, "That painting is fake. Don't participate in the auction later." Han Shiyun, who was about to continue raising her placard to bid, heard Soo-young say this. She immediately looked at Soo-young with a puzzled look on her pretty face and asked, "Can you identify calligraphy and paintings?" Soo-young nodded and said, "I know a little bit." Han Shiyun thought Soo-young was serious, and there was absolutely no need for Soo-young to lie to her. She nodded immediately and said, "Well, thank you for your reminder." Soo-young smiled and said, "We are close friends. It would be awkward to say thank you." This sentence is finished. Soo-young didn't wait for Han Shiyun to speak, and then said, "I just saw an acquaintance. I'll go say hello to her." After saying, Soo-young stood up from his seat, walked towards the direction of Tan Hongdo behind. Han Shiyun didn't doubt it, and thought Soo-young really saw an acquaintance. For people Soo-young knows, Han Shiyun was very curious. So after Soo-young left, Han Shiyun has been silently paying attention to Soo-yang's whereabouts. When she saw that Soo-young actually walked towards Tan Wujio, a master of traditional Chinese medicine in Pengcheng, a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Soo-young actually knows Mr. Tan Wujio. Han Shiyun said inwardly with some surprise. But when she thought about it, after Soo-young could easily take out nearly 400 million, she felt relieved. Soo-young could easily take out nearly 400 million yuan and directly help her bid for the Ginseng King. That explains Soo-yang's identity and background, much more powerful than she had imagined. A person with a strong identity background. It's normal to know Mr. Tan Wujio. But soon, Han Shiyun found that she seemed to have guessed wrong, because she saw the person Soo-young would agree was not Tan Wujio, but it was Tan Hongdo who was beside Tan Wujio. Han Shiyun knew about Tan Hongdo. When her grandfather was recuperating in the hospital, the person responsible for his treatment was Tan Wujio. Once, Tan Wujio brought Tan Hongdo to her grandfather's ward. So she and Tan Hongdo had met once. But it was only a one-time encounter, because since then, she never saw Tan Hongdo again. Soo-young knows Tan Hongdo. But there's not much difference between Soo-young and Tan Hongdo. Chapter 156. It's normal to note Tan Hongdo. Han Shiyun thought to herself after seeing Soo-young and Tan Hongdo greeting each other. Then, An Si-young quietly watched Soo-young's subsequent actions. This is Soo-young. Just stood up and left the seat. Soo-young noticed it. Many people at the auction were looking at him. You can say that. Soo-young was at the beginning of the auction. He directly took out nearly 400 million yuan and won the auction for the Ginseng King. It's hard not to attract other people's attention. Soo-young naturally understood this. So he didn't feel any discomfort even though he was being watched by many people. That's all. Soo-young was under the attention of many people at the auction. Walked straight to where Tan Hongdo was. Then, in the face of Tan Hongdo's puzzled look, he said to her with a smile on his face, "Hello, Miss Tan." Tan Hongdo tried hard to recall the people she knew, but she really couldn't remember that she had seen Soo-young there before tonight's auction. "But I can't remember where I have seen Soo-young." But her initial impression of Soo-young was very good. In addition, she thought about the fact that she had a part-time job. Many times, people she doesn't know will know her. So Tan Hongdo smiled and asked Soo-young, "Hello, who are you?" Soo-young said casually, "My name is Soo-young. You gave me medicine." What Soo-young said was, of course, nonsense. He was before this auction. I have never seen Tan Hongdo. I just found an excuse to talk to Tan Hongdo. It turned out to be Mr. Soo. When Tan Hongdo heard this, she didn't think much about it. After all, she had prescribed medicine to many people. What she was wondering at this moment was, she didn't understand why she only prescribed medicine for Soo-young. Soo-young came over specially to say hello to her, because in her opinion, She and Su Yang had only met once, having prescribed medicine to each other. There was no need for Su Yang to come over and say hello to her at this time and in this situation. When Tan Hongdo was very confused, Su Yang said, "Ms. Tan, can you add me on contact? I have something to tell you. Add me contact information?" Tan Hongdo looked at Su Yang's expression seriously. I found that Su Yang looked very natural and didn't look like a bad guy. She nodded and took out her phone and said, "Add WeChat." Su Yang didn't say any more nonsense. Just scan the QR code to add Tan Hongdo's WeChat. Then he left directly. Tan Hongdo looked at Su Yang's departing back, just as he was about to continue to recall carefully when he had prescribed the medicine for Su Yang. Tan Wujio beside her said, "Hongdo, don't think about it. You have never met him." Hearing this, Tan Hongdo looked at her grandfather with surprise and asked, "Grandpa, did you figure it out?" Tan Wujio nodded, looked at Su Yang's departing back and said, "From the tone and expression he just spoke, I'm sure that he said you prescribed medicine for him, but it was just an excuse to get your contact information. But he has no ill will towards you. I can see that too. I guess he really has something he wants to tell you. If I hadn't seen that he meant no harm, I would have stopped you from giving him your contact information just now." Ding dong. Tan Wujio had just finished speaking. Tan Hongdo received a new WeChat message. When Tan Hongdo saw it, the person who sent her the message was Su Yang. Sure. She quickly clicked on the message and started checking it. "Yang Wang, Ms. Tan, Pine Cliff Villa is a fake. You should not participate in the auction anymore." Chapter 157. Is the Pine Cliff Villa a forgery? Tan Hongdo read the message Su Yang sent her. Her pretty face was full of surprise, because every item at Sotheby's auction house, all of them have been strictly screened and checked layer by layer. You can say that. It is almost impossible to forge items, because once the counterfeit items are exposed, it will cause considerable reputational damage to Sotheby's auction house. But Tan Hongdo also knew it very well. It is difficult for Sotheby's auction house to have counterfeit items, but it doesn't mean it won't appear. But considering Sotheby's strict review process, Tan Hongdo felt that it was unlikely that the villa on Song Cliff was a forgery. So she was unsure for a moment. Is it true or false that Su Yang told her that Pine Cliff Villa was a forgery? It's really a kind reminder. Or did Su Yang want to bid for the villa on Pine Cliffs in order to prevent her from raising the bid price for the villa on Pine Cliffs too high? So I said that to her on purpose. The painting Picture of Villa on Pine Cliff. Tan Hongdo was planning to take the photo and give it to her grandfather, because her grandfather likes calligraphy and painting very much. But now, a message from Su Yang made her feel troubled. Think about it. Tan Hongdo couldn't figure out whether Su Yang's words were true or false. So Tan Hongdo showed the message Su Yang sent her to her grandfather Tan Wujio. After reading the message sent by Su Yang, Tan Wujio showed a thoughtful look on his old face and said, "Believe him, Hongdo, give up bidding for Pine Cliff Villa. He can easily come up with nearly 400 million yuan. There's no need for him to lie to you about this matter. And if you look closely at this painting, Pine Cliff Villa, a certain part does resemble a fake painting I saw a few years ago." Tan Hongdo heard what her grandfather said. Then he nodded obediently. Then he looked at Su Yang, who had returned to his seat. My inner liking for Su Yang increased a little more. Ding! Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is +6. Currently, Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is 10 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 10-point favorability reward from Tan Hongdo, the Dream Card. The Dream Card has been placed in the host's personal space. Su Yang just returned to his seat. Then I heard the system prompt sound. It's actually a Dream Card. It's a huge profit to have contact with Tan Hongdo. Su Yang used his mind to check the Dream Card in his personal space. I feel very happy. The powerful effect of Dream Card. Su Yang had tried it on Wu Xiaohui. It is simply a magical card that can control other people's thoughts with your mind. Just when Su Yang was feeling joyful, a Dream Card suddenly appeared from Tan Hongdo's body. The voice of Lauren Jennifer at the auction table reached Su Yang's ears. Currently, the VIP number 09 has offered 62 million for the Sonya Villa. After listening to Lauren Jennifer's words, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. The prices of antiques and calligraphy and paintings are really high. A forged painting and calligraphy. Less than 2 minutes have passed since Tan Hongdo raised the bid, and the price has increased by 12 million. I wonder if that unlucky guy is the one who raised the placard and quoted the price. Su Yang shook his head and smiled, looking at the seats in the front row. When Su Yang saw it, the front row seat number 09 belongs to Zhang Haobua. An idea immediately flashed through Su Yang's mind. Then, Su Yang directly instructed the system. System, I want to use the dream card. Host, please look at the person who wants to use the dream card to weave a dream. Hear the cold sound of the system. Su Yang immediately turned his gaze to Zhang Haobua, who was sitting in VIP seat number 09. Target confirmed. The host can use the dream card to help it weave dreams. Tip, because this dream card is an ordinary dream card, the dream effect you have compiled for it will only last for half an hour on the other party. Su Yang, who has already used the dream card once. The second time I used the dream card, I was even more proficient in it. Immediately. Chapter 158. Su Yang used the dream card to weave a dream for Zhang Haobua. Spiritual energy is revived, and the world is changing drastically. Because you don't have the talent to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, you have gone from being a high-ranking rich man to a beggar who is hated and insulted by everyone. In the end, you lost your life after being beaten by a group of people. What you didn't expect was that you actually found that you were reborn after death, and reborn back to the auction site on the eve of the revival of spiritual energy. At this auction, there is a treasure painting called Sonya Villa Picture that can help people gain the talent of absorbing spiritual energy and speed up their cultivation progress. At this moment, no one knows the true value of Song Cliff Villa, so you decide to get it at all costs. The moment when Su Yang was weaving a dream for Zhang Haobua, who was sitting in the front row as a VIP, suddenly had a very clear scene in his mind. In the picture, the originally peaceful and harmonious world. Suddenly, there was a huge change in the world. The spiritual energy revived. Almost everyone has the talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But he was very unlucky and did not have the talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, he was soon abandoned by his family. From being one of the top 10 heirs to Pengcheng companies, he became a small follower who was ignored by the family and was often retaliated against. Until one day, he was expelled from his family and became a wanderer. Then he suffered further humiliation. Even some people or animals gave him a mountain of chrysanthemums. In the end, he was beaten to death by a group of people. Zhang Haobua digested the many images in his mind. At this moment, he let out a scream, gasped heavily, and looked around with horror on his face. When he saw the strange yet familiar environment around him, he immediately understood that he seemed to have been reborn after a tragic death. I didn't expect that. There is such a thing as rebirth in this world. In my previous life, I didn't have the talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I died tragically. In this life, I will reach the pinnacle of life at all costs. The Pine Cliff Villa picture at this auction can not only help me obtain a treasure with the talent to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it can also help me speed up my training progress. I must not miss it. While no one knows the true purpose of the villa on the Pine Cliff, I'm going to get it at all costs. As long as I can obtain the Sonya Villa map, I can quickly rise to become a cultivator when the spiritual energy recovers. By then, I can get whatever I want. Think about this. Zhang Haobua immediately turned around and looked at Su Yang and Han Shiyun, his eyes full of greed and resentment. Wait until I become a cultivator, Han Shiyun, and your so-called boyfriend. I'm going to let you know my methods. I thought so in my heart. Zhang Haobua couldn't wait for Lauren Jennifer to announce that he was the highest bidder for the villa on Pine Cliff. But at this moment, Zhang Haobua heard Lauren Jennifer shout, VIP number 56, bid 120 million. What? 120 million? Hear Lauren Jennifer's voice. Zhang Haobua immediately looked back. When he saw that the person who made the bid was Su Yang, Zhang Haobua hated Su Yang even more. In his opinion, Su Yang not only took away his goddess, now we have to take away his opportunity. When I obtain this Sonya Villa map and become a cultivator, I want you to know the price of offending me. Zhang Haobua looked at Su Yang with resentment. Then he raised his hand and offered a price of 150 million. The price is 150 million. It has far exceeded the actual estimated value of the villa on Pine Cliff. Zhang Haobua didn't believe it. There will be people bidding at this price at the auction. And just when Zhang Haobo felt, his price was already the final price of Pine Cliff Villa. He saw Lauren Jennifer, with a look of surprise and astonishment on her beautiful face. She looked behind him and said, VIP number 56, bid 300 million. Chapter 159. What? 300 million? What is the identity and background of Han Shuyan's boyfriend? I just spent nearly 400 million to buy the king of ginseng. Now you're bidding another 300 million to compete with me for the painting the villa on the Pine Cliff? After Zhang Haobo heard Lauren Jennifer's latest bidding price for the villa on Pine Cliff, the whole person was extremely shocked. Then, a very bad idea. It occurred in Zhang Haobo's mind. Could it be that he also knows the secret of the villa on the Pine Cliff? Think of this possibility. Zhang Haobo felt a strong sense of crisis. No matter whether he knows the secret of the villa on the Pine Cliff or not, I must get the Pine Cliff Villa. This is my only hope to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation after the spiritual energy is revived. I thought so in my heart. Zhang Haobo has already made up his mind. Immediately, Zhang Haobo raised his placard and offered 350 million. After quoting the price, Zhang Haobo looked at Su Yang behind him with a look of resentment and warning. His meaning is clear. If Su Yang continues to bid with him, then he will take revenge on Su Yang. Su Yang siting Vientan City. Notice Zhang Haobo's resentful and warning look. There was no emotion at all in my heart. But he's not the incompetent little cow in society. As long as he wants, he can now ask Lao He to get rid of Zhang Haobo silently at any time. So he looked at Zhang Haobo with resentment and warning. Su Yang didn't care at all. What Su Yang cares about right now is how badly he can use the dream card to trick Zhang Haobo. Then, Su Yang continued to bid 700 million. Boom! With Su Yang's bidding offer, the entire auction scene was suddenly in an uproar. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Someone is bidding 700 million for a painting called Pine Cliff Villa. The estimated value of Pine Cliff Villa will not exceed 200 million. What is Han Shuyan's boyfriend doing with Zhang Haobo, the heir of our top 10 companies in Pengcheng? I don't know. I just don't understand it. 700 million. My company only makes about this much a year. I didn't expect that a painting of Pine Cliff Villa with an estimated value of about 200 million would be sold for this price. At the auction, many people were talking about it. Everyone's eyes. They were all hovering between Su Yang and Zhang Haobo. They didn't understand why Su Yang and Zhang Haobo spent a high price to bid for Pine Cliff Villa. VIP number 56 bid 700 million. Amidst various discussions at the auction, Lauren Jennifer looked at Su Yang with shock on her beautiful face and shouted out Su Yang's bidding price. At this moment, she was very shocked. I was very curious about Su Yang, who calmly made an astonishing bid for the villa on Pine Cliff. Ding! Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is +5. Lauren Jennifer's current favorability towards the host is 8 points. Chapter 160. Just raised the sign and reported 700 million. Su Yang heard the system prompt sound. Oh, there's an unexpected bonus. Only 2 points away from getting the reward from Lauren Jennifer. A hint of joy rose in Su Yang's heart. Then Su Yang looked at Lauren Jennifer, who was looking at him at this time. Had a stare-to-eye contact with Lauren Jennifer from a distance. I have to say, foreign girls have their own beauty. This blonde with blue eyes and a snow-white, explosive body. She's like a walking, beautiful Barbie doll. The most important thing is that her strategy reward is instant teleportation. I must obtain this ability. The only pity is that she's a barren woman and has emotional problems. But as long as I get Tan Hondo's strategy reward, then healing Lauren Jennifer should be easy. Su Yang looked at Lauren Jennifer from a distance and thought to himself. Lauren Jennifer standing on the bidding stage. I don't know what Su Yang is thinking. She noticed that Su Yang was looking at her from a distance. He smiled politely and nodded slightly to Su Yang, then spoke again. VIP number 56 bid 700 million. This is Lauren Jennifer's second confirmed price. The price is 700 million. Everyone at the auction knew very well that the villa on Pine Cliff was far from worth the price. So no one bid. The entire auction site became very quiet for a moment. 700 million. Is he crazy? Does he really know the secret of the villa on the Pine Cliff? But this is impossible because there were no signs before the spiritual energy revival. Zhang Haobo was uneasy and horrified by the 700 million yuan offered by Su Yang. However, he must get the picture of villa on Pine Cliff. So, Zhang Haobo made an extremely bold choice. He raised a sign and shouted, 1.4 billion. Although he only brought 700 million yuan to the Sotheby's auction this time. But it was for the residence on Pine Cliff. Zhang Haobo resolutely offered 1.4 billion. His current purpose. The goal is to capture the villa on Pine Cliff in one fell swoop. As for the subsequent funding issue, he decided to solve it by mortgaging the stocks of their group company that he held in his name. For the picture of villa on Pine Cliff. Zhang Haobo tried his best at this time. Fuck, 1.4 billion. Is Zhang Haobo crazy? Zhang Haobo is a boyfriend who learned from Han Shiyan. He directly doubled the bid for Pine Cliff Villa. I'm really surprised. I never thought that a painting called Pine Cliff Villa worth about 200 million yuan would be sold for 1.4 billion yuan. Zhang Haobo is indeed the heir to one of the top 10 enterprises in Pengcheng. He spent 1.4 billion a bid for Pine Cliff Villa. It really broadened my horizons. This auction trip, I saw nearly 400 million yuan for the King of Ginseng at the beginning, and then I saw 1.4 billion yuan for the Pine Cliff Villa. This trip tonight was worth it. Why do I feel that Zhang Haobo's behavior is so stupid, spending 1.4 billion to buy a painting that is worth at most 200 million? Shoo, keep your voice down. If Zhang Haobo hears this, you'll be in trouble. There were many people at the auction. After hearing Zhang Haobo's bid for 1 billion, they were all shocked and looked at Zhang Haobo as if he were a fool. There are also some people's eyes. At this time, it was circling around Su Yang. They wanted to see if Su Yang wanted to continue following them. Chapter 161. Su Yang was being stared at by many people. He casually glanced at Zhang Haobo, who had blocked everything in front of him. He smiled and did not continue to participate in the bidding. Instead, he continued to weave dreams for Zhang Haobo. This time, the dream woven for Zhang Haobo was about how to use the villa on Song Cliff. In just a few breaths, Su Yang then completed the dream weaving for Zhang Haobo. At the same time, and Zhang Haobo was sitting in the front row VIP seat. Many images suddenly appeared in my mind. Absorb and integrate the images in your mind. Zhang Haobo's face showed disbelief and great excitement. He at this moment, I can't wait to get the villa on Song Cliffs and start practicing using it. VIP number 09 bids 1.4 billion. At the bidding stage, Lauren Jennifer confirmed Zhang Haobo's bid for the first time. At the same time, Lauren Jennifer also looked at Zhang Haobo. However, when she took a quick look at Zhang Haobo's appearance, she immediately felt disgusted and thought to herself, although they are both generous people, there is no comparison between this man's appearance and the man in VIP seat number 56. And this guy doesn't have a problem with his brain, does he? The man in VIP seat number 56 also bid 700 million for the painting Pine Cliff Villa. But if someone really likes a painting, it is understandable that he would ask for a price that is more than 3 times the price of the painting itself. But this ugly guy in VIP seat number 09 actually quoted a price 7 times that of the painting itself. He must be mentally ill. Although Lauren Jennifer hated Zhang Haobo in her heart, but she didn't show it. Instead, start reconfirming the price. VIP number 09 bids 1.4 billion. The price of 1.4 billion. Only a fool would follow the bidding. So the entire auction scene. No one participated in the auction. VIP number 09 bids 1.4 billion. Lauren Jennifer confirmed Zhang Haobo's offer for the 3rd time. Then she knocked the auction table with a hammer and said, "Congratulations to the guest in VIP seat number 09 for winning the Pine Cliff Villa at a price of 1.4 billion. As Lauren Jennifer's voice fell, the Sotheby's staff member who had just served Su Yang walked up to Zhang Haobo and asked, "Sir, do you want me to bring the Pine Cliff Villa you bought directly to you, or should you put it in our backstage first?" Zhang Haobo hurriedly took out a bank card and said, "Just give it to me. I have 700 million in my card. I'll pay you first. I'll mortgage the remaining 700 million with my stocks." Zhang Haobo, who deeply understands the importance of Pine Cliff Villa. Naturally, I would not choose to pay 20% of the money first, and then wait until the auction is over to pay the balance to get Pine Cliff Villa. The longer you wait, the more variables there will be. Now I just wanted to get the picture of Villa on Pine Cliff as soon as possible. "Yes, sir." Sotheby's staff took out the POS machine and swiped Zhang Haobo's bank card. After swiping the card, Zhang Haobo hurriedly entered the password to transfer the money. Wait until Zhang Haobo finishes entering the password. The Sotheby's staff, with great familiarity, presented an electronic contract prepared on their mobile phone to Zhang Haobo. At a Sotheby's auction, there are many people who use their assets or stocks as collateral to bid for items. Therefore, Sotheby's officials have already prepared various electronic contracts to quickly complete mortgage transactions. Zhang Haobo took a look at the electronic contract. After finding that there was no problem, he immediately took out his mobile phone and started showing the stocks he held. Sotheby's staff were extremely skilled in using their official internal channels to quote prices for the stocks presented by Zhang Haobo. Soon, all quotations completed. Chapter 162. All the stocks held by Zhang Haobo total 685 million. Sir, we still need 15 million. Sotheby's staff reminded. You are too cruel. You have reduced the price of all the stocks I own by 10%. Zhang Haobo said angrily. This is Sotheby's internal rule. After all, stocks are subject to huge fluctuations. No one knows what the price will be when the market opens tomorrow. So when we purchase the mortgage stocks, we buy them at a 10% discount on the market price. But don't worry, as long as you make up the remaining 700 million yuan, we will return all the stocks you mortgaged to us. And we at Sotheby's can temporarily ignore the 15 million you checked. You can make up for it later. Sotheby's staff explained. A calligraphy and painting originally valued at 200 million yuan. It is now being auctioned off to 1.4 billion. Moreover, they acquired Zhang Haobo's shares at a 10% discount on the market price. So that's the final difference of 15 million. Of course, Sotheby's officials won't push too hard. Okay. Just follow the price you set. At this moment, Zhang Haobo just wanted to get the villa on Pine Cliff as soon as possible. While talking, Zhang Haobo signed his name on the electronic contract, pressed his fingerprints, and underwent facial recognition. It only took a few minutes. The transaction between Zhang Haobo and Sotheby's auction house was completed. The deal is done. The Sotheby's staff immediately handed the box containing the painting Songya Villa to Zhang Haobo. Zhang Haobo took the box containing Pine Cliff Villa picture. Without further ado, he opened the box and took out the painting Pine Cliff Villa. Then at the auction, many people were watching him. He quickly took off his shirt, pants, and underwear, because Zhang Haobo took off his clothes too quickly. As a result, the two security guards who came with him were unable to react. Zhang Haobo took off all his clothes in public. What the hell? What is Zhang Haobo doing? What the hell is Zhang Haobo doing? Is he crazy? What the hell? He spent 1.4 billion to buy Pine Cliff Villa, and then took off all his clothes to celebrate. Damn, this is really an eyesore. At the auction, many people were paying attention to Zhang Haobo. There was an uproar when they saw the account's actions. Soon, everyone at the auction site. They all noticed Zhang Haobo's unusual behavior. Many young girls hurriedly turned their heads away while cursing Zhang Haobo. Su Yang already knew what Zhang Haobo was going to do. So when Zhang Haobo made a move, he held Han Shiyun in his arms, blocked Han Shiyun's beautiful eyes, and said, "There are some hot scenes at the scene. I'll block them for you." After Han Shiyun was embraced by Su Yang, she blushed and wanted to struggle. But when she heard what Su Yang said, he was very obedient and did not struggle. Instead, she lay obediently in Su Yang's arms without moving. Now, Su Yang has spent nearly 400 million to help her bid for the Ginseng King. She has complete trust in Su Yang. So she believed Su Yang and would not tell her these for no reason. Immediately following, when Han Shiyun heard the noise at the auction, Han Shiyun's fondness for Su Yang became even stronger, because she was sure that Su Yang was really helping her block some eye-catching scenes. Ding! Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is positive 4 points. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 38 points. Chapter 163. Suyang Holdinan Siyun. Hear the system prompt sound in your mind. I was immediately looking forward to the reward of 40 points of favorability towards Han Shiyun. Looking forward to the 40-point favorability reward from Han Shiyun. Su Yang looked at Zhang Haobo, who was sitting in the VIP seat in the front row. Zhang Haobo at this time, after taking off all the clothes, he just shouted, "All the women in my Zhang family are my slaves." Finish shouting this sentence. Zhang Haobo wrapped the Pine Cliff Villa around his body and began to jump and dance on the spot. Dancing awkwardly, he kept shouting, "All the women in my Zhang family are my slaves." And the reason why Zhang Haobo did this, it was simply because he learned about it through a scene that he thought was his rebirth. I want to use Pine Cliff Villa picture. You need to take off all your clothes in front of 100 people, not caring about the world's opinions. Then he shouted, all the women in my Zhang family are my slaves. Finally, wrap the picture of villa on pine cliffs around your body and dance it. Then you can use the picture of villa on pine cliffs. What about the security personnel? Why don't they kick Zhang Haobo out? Oh my god, this photo of Haobo will definitely be on all the headlines tomorrow. All the women in the Zhang family are Zhang Haobo's slaves. Is what Zhang Haobo said true or false? Who knows whether it's true or not, but judging by Zhang Haobo's behavior at this moment, it's probably true. Zhang Haobo's family's group is going to be famous, and the market value will definitely drop to the limit. The Zhang family is so unlucky. I've always heard that Zhang Haobo is a bastard. Now that I see him, he is indeed an extraordinary bastard. If I had a son like Zhang Haobo, I would strangle him to death. The entire auction scene. It was noisy at this time, and the two security guards brought by Zhang Haobo. After hearing the noise around them, they all blushed and took off their coats quickly, trying to cover their bodies for Zhang Haobo. But they got beaten up by Zhang Haobo. Feeling depressed, the two security guards also beat Zhang Haobo violently. Soon, Sotheby's official security personnel arrived. They said nothing. They used a large iron fork to hold Zhang Haobo and carried him out. After Zhang Haobo was forked out, Sotheby's staff immediately apologized to everyone at the scene and promised to give a universal one-time invitation to everyone who received an official Sotheby's invitation to attend the auction tonight. Only then did the noise at the auction scene temporarily subside. Wait until the noise dies down. Laura and Jennifer apologized to everyone at the scene again in fluent and standard Chinese. The auction continued, and bidding on the third item began. The third item is a foreign medieval sword. The starting price is $8 million. It was eventually sold for $22 million. Then there are porcelain, sculptures, and even famous watches, limited edition sports cars, commercial real estate, and other items. These items were all sold at good prices. Some are even sold for nearly 3 billion yuan. However, most people at the auction felt that the bidding was not as exciting as the first two items. Chapter 164. Because the auction prices of these items are basically the same as the estimated prices. And just when everyone felt that, is this auction going to end in such a dull way? Laura and Jennifer began to introduce the new items. The new item for auction is a set of ancient jade books carved from jade that are well preserved. According to Laura and Jennifer's description and relevant scientific research data, the ancient jade book has a history of nearly 2,000 years. The carvings on it record the knowledge related to the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, and its title is Detailed Explanation of the Su Wen Chapter of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Let's not talk about the value of the text carved on the ancient jade book. Just take the jade books with carved words as an example. The jade used is the most expensive jade currently available, the finest imperial green jadeite, and the mutton fat white jade, which is slightly cheaper than the top-grade imperial green jadeite. The entire jade book has 81 pages and weighs about 1,853 grams. The jade book is made entirely of mutton fat white jade and is surrounded by a circle of top-quality imperial green jadeite. Moreover, the finest imperial green jadeite and mutton fat white jade used to carve ancient jade books are not inlaid together, but it is originally a complete piece of beautiful jade. You can say that. Just looking at the appearance of the ancient jade book is enough to make people feel amazing. Oh my god, I wonder how much this jade book costs. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the white jade that makes up the main body of the jade book. I estimate it's worth more than 300 million. Don't even think about it. Not to mention the circle of top-grade imperial green jadeite surrounding the jade book. I estimate that circle of top-grade imperial green jadeite is worth at least 800 million. That's right. A few years ago, at an auction in Hong Kong, a bracelet made of imperial green jade was sold for an astonishing price of nearly 150 million. And the jade around this jade book is made of even more expensive imperial green jade, and its price is even higher. Don't forget, this ancient jade book is a complete piece of jade. People won't separate the top-grade imperial green jadeite and mutton fat white jade to calculate the price. The most important thing is that there is content carved on it, which further increases the value of the jade book. We have no chance of getting this item. I wonder which big shot will buy it in the end. Our Pengcheng medical expert, Mr. Tan Wujio, will definitely capture him at all costs. Mr. Chu, who is sitting in the front row VIP seat number 01, will definitely not let go of this jade book because Mr. Chu is a well-known jade lover in our entire country. This auction is not just attended by old Chu, a jade lover. There are also several famous jade lovers from China. It looks like we're going to see a fierce bidding war. After Lauren Jennifer finished introducing the ancient book of Jade Book, many people at the auction were talking about it again. At the same time, their gaze. They're also in Tanwujiu and observed back and forth an old man in seat number 01 in the front row. As for Su Yang, no one is paying attention anymore, because no one at the scene would think that Su Yang would compete with Tanwujiu, Chu Lao, and others for the Jade Book. After all, the overall value of the Jade Book, at least it would cost more than 1.5 billion. And in their eyes, Su Yang, the most you can do is auction items worth around 700 million yuan. Plus they all feel. Su Yang likes calligraphy and painting, so everyone thinks that Su Yang will not participate in the auction of the Jade Book. This is Su Yang. What do people at the auction think? Su Yang didn't care. Su Yang at this time, using the treasure appraisal to check the detailed information of the Jade Book. And when Su Yang finished checking the detailed information of the ancient Jade Book, Su Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 165. Title: Detailed Explanation of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, Part 1. Category: Jade Books, Jade Books. Detailed explanation by Sun Simiao. Sculptor: Wu Daozi. Tip: The Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, Su 1, explained in detail by Sun Simiao, is divided into 3 parts: upper, middle, and lower. By collecting all 3 chapters of Huangdi Neijing Suan, with detailed explanations by Sun Simiao, you can obtain Suan Yang Xingjing. Practicing according to the Suan Health Preservation Classic can improve your physical fitness and life expectancy. By thoroughly understanding the Suan Health Preservation Classic, you can also cultivate a sense of qi in your body. Oh my god, I never thought that the content engraved on this ancient jade book was actually written by Sun Simiao. I never expected that it was Wu Daozi who carved Sun Simiao's detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Su went into the jade book. Su Yang used his treasure-appraising eyes to check the detailed information of detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Su 1. I was very surprised. Sun Simiao and Wu Daozi. Su Yang naturally knew it. Sun Simiao was a man of the Tang dynasty. His most famous works are prescriptions for emergencies worth 1,000 gold pieces and supplementary prescriptions for emergencies. These 2 masterpieces bring together the essence of medicine before the Tang dynasty, recording more than 800 kinds of medicines and more than 5,000 prescriptions, benefiting countless people. Therefore, Sun Simiao was honored as the king of medicine. Wu Daozi was also from the Tang dynasty, but he was more than 100 years younger than Sun Simiao. Because of Wu Daozi's superb painting and sculpture skills, he is honored as the painting saint of all ages. There's 100 years age difference between these 2 people. One provides the content, the other provides the carving. They are actually connected together in this ancient jade book. And according to the tip given by the treasure appraising eye, as long as you collect all the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine Su 1 chapter, you can obtain the Su 1 Health Preservation Classic. According to the description of the Suan Health Preservation Classic, a little practice of the Suan Health Preservation Classic can improve the body's host and lifespan. By thoroughly understanding the Suan Health Preservation Sutra, you can also cultivate a sense of qi in your body. I don't know what this so-called sense of energy is. Su Yang looked at the ancient jade book on the auction table and thought to himself. But soon, Su Yang stopped thinking about it. Instead, he decided to use the funds within the system to take a photo of the ancient jade book and give it to Han Shiyun, and then find an opportunity to study it slowly afterwards. And just when Su Yang made his decision, Lauren Jennifer at the auction table gave the starting price for the jade book, 500 million. The starting price is 500 million. No one at the auction felt it was high, because everyone knows it. The price of the jade used in the ancient jade book alone is more than 10 billion. 550 million, 680 million, 820 million. Many people at the auction began to raise their hands and bid after Lauren Jennifer gave the starting price for the jade book. In just a few moments, the auction price of the jade book soared to more than 800 million. and it is still increasing by tens of millions. 16 billion. Sudden, a powerful voice directly crushed the bidding prices at the entire auction site. People looked towards the place where the bids were raised. When people saw the location where the bid was raised, it was behind VIP seat number 01 in the front row. There was a lot of discussion immediately. Old Chu has made his move, asking for 1.6 billion. 1,600 million is nothing to Mr. Chu, because the total assets of the Chu family in Beijing behind him are estimated to be hundreds of billions. Once Mr. Chu opens his mouth, no one will be able to bid with him. Not necessarily. It is said that Mr. Tan Wuzhou's mentor, Sun Huiming, loves to study various medical books, especially ancient medical books. I think Mr. Tan Wuzhou will definitely compete with Mr. Chu for the auction. In fact, I think the estimated value of this jade book is at least between 1.8 billion and 2 billion. If no one competes with Elder Chu in the bidding, this jade book will most likely go unsold. It's impossible for Elder Chu to buy it for 1.6 billion. That's right. Not to mention the medical value of the jade book, the jade and workmanship alone are worth 2 billion. Accompanied by the discussions of people at the auction, Lauren Jennifer confirmed the price for the first time. VIP seat number 01 bid 1.6 billion. Su Yang heard the offer. He was about to raise his sign to quote his price, but a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. 2 billion. I heard a clear and pleasant sound from behind. Su Yang looked in the direction of the voice. I found out that it was Tan Hongdo, whose contact information I had just added not long ago. See Tan Hongdo. Su Yang's original inner decision suddenly changed. Han Shiyun is definitely not very interested in the jade book of ancient books. If I really take a picture of the jade book and give it to her, I don't think it will increase her favorability by much. But judging from Tan Hongdo's expression, she really cares about the jade book. If I take a picture of the jade book and give it to her, I'm sure her favorability will skyrocket. Su Yang thought to himself, Tan Hongdo's strategy reward is the inheritance of a miraculous doctor, and Su Yang must get it, because this is related to the ability to teleport from Lauren Jennifer in the future. After the decision, in my heart changed. Su Yang gave up the idea of directly participating in the auction. Instead, he waited quietly for the bidding results between Tan Hongdo and Mr. Chu in front of him. It won't be too late for him to make a move after the bidding results of Tan Hongdo and Mr. Chu come out. At this moment, the entire auction scene. Everyone had the same idea as Su Yang. They were all looking forward to the result of the bidding between Tan Hongdo and Mr. Chu. Everyone wants to know who will win the bid for the jade book between Tan Hongdo and Mr. Chu in the end. What will be the final auction price for the jade book? And under everyone's expectations, Mr. Chu, who was in the front row, raised a sign and shouted in a strong voice, 2.3 billion. Not to be outdone, Tan Hongdo followed suit and raised her placard to bid. 2.5 billion. 2.8 billion. 3 billion. Tan Hongdo and Chu Lao made two offers in succession. The bidding price of the jade book was directly raised to an astonishing 3 billion. This is already the highest record for this auction tonight. Chapter 166. It's so terrifying. The jade book was auctioned for 3 billion. It was worth the trip tonight to see such a high auction price. That little girl, Tan Hongdo, must have been asking for the price on behalf of her grandfather, Tan Wuzhou. It seems that Mr. Tan Wuzhou is also determined to get the jade book. Mr. Tan Wuzhou respected his mentor very much. He must have given this ancient jade book to his mentor after he bought it. What kind of identity and background does Mr. Tan Wuzhou have? How could he allow his granddaughter to bid 3 billion? Haha, I can tell from the first glance that you don't know Mr. Tan Wuzhou. The Tan family behind Mr. Tan Wuzhou is a medical family with a 1,000-year heritage, and Mr. Tan Wuzhou is the most powerful Chinese medicine expert in the Tan family. Do you think the price of such a person would be low? Is this ancient jade book really worth so much money? That's 3 billion. For those who like it, the jade book is more valuable than we thought. Many people at the auction, after seeing the consecutive bidding bids from Tan Hongdo and Mr. Chu, there was an instant heated discussion. And amidst the heated discussion, Mr. Chu, who was sitting in the front row, raised his placard again and offered for billion. With the offer from Mr. Chu, the auction site suddenly became very quiet because of Mr. Chu's bidding price. It is beyond the imagination of too many people. Almost no one could have imagined it. Mr. Chu actually placed an offer for the jade book. directly increased from 3 billion to 4 billion, an increase of 1 billion. This is equivalent to the annual revenue of many well-known companies. Fuck, is this the strength of the big families in Beijing? It's definitely not comparable to our family businesses in Pengcheng. The bidding price has increased by 1 billion all at once, and the price of a jade book has been raised to 4 billion. This number is a bit scary. No, is this ancient jade book really so valuable? I wonder if this ancient jade book has any secrets that we don't know about? No matter how many secrets there are, in my opinion, they're not worth 4 billion. If nothing unexpected happens, this jade book will definitely be bought by Elder Chu. For billion, how many people here can afford that? Mr. Tenwujio must be feeling bad. If Mr. Chu wasn't here tonight, this jade book would definitely be his. That girl Tan Hondo is not bidding anymore. It seems that the Tan family cannot afford the 4 billion yuan auction price. Let alone the Tan family. There are only a few people present who can afford to bid 4 billion for an item. The auction site fell into silence after Mr. Chu's bidding offer. Soon it became noisy again, and almost everyone agrees. The final winner of the jade book will be Mr. Chu, who is sitting in the front row VIP seat. Then, many people are interested in Tan Wujio and Tan Hondo. He cast a look of regret and curiosity. This is Tan Hondo, feeling the gazes of many people at the auction. There was no trace of panic on Tan Hondo's beautiful face, which was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. At this moment, her pretty face was full of loneliness. She looked at Tan Wujio beside her and said, "Grandpa, should we continue bidding?" Tan Wujio shook his head helplessly and said with regret, "No more bidding. I can't afford the price of 4 billion. You know, your great master has been looking for the ancient jade book detailed explanation of a yellow emperor's classic of internal medicine. I really didn't expect that this ancient book, detailed explanation of Huangdi's internal classic Suan, would appear here. If I had known earlier that the engraving on this ancient jade book was about the detailed explanation of the yellow emperor's classic of internal medicine. No matter what I say, you have to find ways to raise more money in advance. But even though I don't have the ability to help your ancestor, I'm still not able to take a picture of this ancient jade book of detailed explanation of the yellow emperor's classic of internal medicine. But I can tell your ancestor about the news of the detailed explanation of the yellow emperor's classic of internal medicine afterwards. Your ancestor should have a way to borrow it from that Chu Lao San and have a look at it." Upon hearing this, Tan Hondo nodded with a look of disappointment on her pretty face. VIP seat number 01 bid 4 billion. Right at this moment, after Lauren Jennifer saw Mr. Chu offer 4 billion, no one at the auction site raised a bid. Chapter 167. The first price confirmation begins. As Lauren Jennifer confirms the price, the originally noisy auction scene gradually returned to calm. Some people around Mr. Chu had already started to congratulate him with smiles on their faces for winning the detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Su won. But, just among all people, everyone thought that Mr. Chu had already won the bid for the ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. Su Yang, who had been quietly paying attention to the auction price of the jade book. At this moment, Han Shiyun beside him was looking at him in shock. With a calm face, he raised his placard and said, 5 billion. Han Shiyun heard Su Yang's bidding offer. She just felt that her guess about Su Yang's identity and background was once again wildly wrong. When Han Shiyun first met Su Yang, she thought he was a liar who had taken her Guingya away. But when Han Shiyun found out that Su Yang had applied for a Hermes VC card for Guingya, Han Shiyun felt that Su Yang might have some financial resources, but definitely not as much as she did. But after the bar row, Han Shiyun felt that Su Yang's financial resources should be similar to hers. Even if he had more financial resources than her, it wasn't much more. Until Su Yang helped her win the bid for the Ginseng King. Han Shiyun just found out. She still underestimated Su Yang's financial resources. She felt that the financial resources that Su Yang could mobilize were at least around 3 billion, which was almost 1/3 of the total valuation of her Hanshi group. But now, when she saw that Su Yang actually offered 5 billion for the jade book, Han Shiyun just realized it. She still underestimated her imagination of Su Yang, being able to offer 5 billion for an item. Han Shiyun didn't dare to think about how much financial resources Su Yang could mobilize at this moment. What exactly is Su Yang's identity and background? Is he really from the Su family in Beijing? To bid 5 billion for an item at an auction, how much financial resources can Su Yang mobilize? It's probably more than the total valuation of my Hanshi group. Han Shiyun looked at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes. I was deeply shocked, and at this time, heart-shaking. But Han Shiyun is not the only one, but everyone at the entire auction site. What? 5 billion? I never thought that Han Shiyun's boyfriend would actually take action. Is Han Shiyun's boyfriend really from the Su family in Beijing? I don't know. I've never heard of him before. Oh my god, 5 billion. I wouldn't even dream of making such a high number. It's going to be exciting. Elder Chu has met his match. Tonight's auction will definitely go down in the history of our Pengqing auctions. It's worth the trip. It's worth the trip. Everyone at the auction site. At this moment, they all kept talking to each other and looking at Su Yang carefully. Grandpa, can you tell why Su Yang suddenly got involved? Tan Hongdo listened to the people around her talking about Su Yang and asked Tan Wujio with a puzzled look on her pretty face. I can't tell. Tan Wujio shook his head and said, but I think he should know some secrets of this ancient jade book engraved with a detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Su Wen chapter. Otherwise, he wouldn't offer such a high price to compete with Chu Lao-san. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongdo immediately asked with curiosity, what secrets does this ancient jade book with the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine Su Wen Pian detailed explanation hold? Chapter 168. Tan Wuju looked at Tan Hongdo lovingly, without hiding anything, and said directly, I have heard from your ancestor that this ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic Su Wen is divided into 3 parts. Your ancestor has the middle and lower chapters. We only need the first chapter to complete the complete detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, written by the king of medicine Sun Simiao. Your great master told me that the reason he lived a long life was that he got the secret of longevity from the 2 chapters of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Su Wen Pian detailed explanation. But the secrets of longevity in the middle and lower chapters are not complete. Your ancestor was afraid of potential harm, so he didn't tell me too much. Although your ancestor didn't tell me much about the detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, he still gave me some secret recipes. It is with these secret recipes that I am now so healthy. I also learned from your great master that as long as you collect all 3 chapters of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Su Wen, you can obtain a book on health preservation. I don't know the specific effect of the Health Preservation Sutra, but I think it must be very complicated. Tan Hongdo listened to Tan Wujio's explanation. She suddenly understood why her grandfather wanted to take a picture of the ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine. After all, the ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Su Wen, is of great value. Just the middle and lower parts can make people live longer. What would it be like if they were all gathered together? Why? Tan Hongdo thought about herself and her grandfather, and how they were not able to bid for the jade book, and she couldn't help but sigh. Then, with a complicated look, she looked at Su Yang, who was not far in front of her, and thought to herself, I wonder who will get the jade book in the end, Su Yang or Chu Lao-san, as my grandfather mentioned. If Su Yang wins the bid for the jade book, I wonder if I could ask him to lend it to my grandfather for a while. This is Su Yang, feeling the gazes of everyone at the auction. Su Yang leaned back in his seat with a casual look on his face, quietly waiting for Mr. Chu in the front row to see if he would continue to bid. No matter how much Mr. Chu bids, he doesn't care, because money means a lot to him. They're just the least valuable ghost money. He just wants it, as much as you want. The reason why Su Yang did not raise the auction price of the jade book immediately. The price is raised to a level that is so daunting that people dare not bid. One is because it would seem silly to do so. Secondly, doing this directly would make Tan Hongdo feel that it was too easy for her to obtain the ancient jade book. The effect Su Yang wants. It was to let Tan Hongdo see that she had spent a huge amount of money to obtain the ancient jade book. During the bidding process for the ancient jade book, there were ups and downs. Su Yang has been struggling at the bottom of society for more than 20 years. Know all the bad nature of people. That is something that is too easy to get, even if that thing is very valuable. People often don't pay much attention to and cherish it. But if something is not only very valuable, but also has a very bumpy process to obtain, it is very hard to come by. Then people will pay special attention to and cherish it. So Soo-young wanted to let Tan Hongdo see it. Not only did I spend a huge amount of money, but the bidding process was also very ups and downs. Only this way. Then, when he finally took the ancient jade book that he had obtained with great difficulty in the eyes of Tan Hongdo and gave it to her, it brought her a greater impact and surprise. Just huge shocks and surprises. Only then could Tan Hongdo's favorability towards him increase instantly. It cost about the same money anyway. Why not choose more ways to spend money that can increase favorability? Tan Hongdo, I hope you finally received the jade book I gave you. Chapter 169. Your favorability has increased, and you won't let me down. And Elder Chu, you have to give me some strength. Only in this way can I better highlight how difficult it is for me to bid for the jade book. Soo-young leaned back in his seat, glanced at Mr. Chu at the front, and thought to himself. Right now, with Soo-young's bidding offer of 5 billion, everyone at the auction site, his eyes were shifting between Soo-young and Old Chu. People are eager to know, does Mr. Chu still want to participate in the auction? Just as everyone at the auction was looking forward to it. Mr. Chu, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and looked at Soo-young with an extremely deep gaze. Then, Mr. Chu slowly raised his sign and quoted in a deep and powerful voice, 6 billion. Mr. Chu's name is Chu Yoi, and he is one of the leaders of the Chu family, which has assets worth hundreds of billions in Beijing, because he is in a high position. So Chu Yoi knows some secrets that ordinary people cannot access. As for whether those secrets are true or false, Chu Yoi couldn't tell the difference either. But for him, who is old and controls huge assets, he doesn't care whether the secrets he hears are true or false. He would only test the truth of those secrets one by one. So he has been doing this since he reached the age of 60. He frequently attends various large-scale auctions. He became one of the most famous people in the Chinese auction industry. And he is not what people see him to be, only interested in rare jade. Instead, I'm interested in all rare items that have some secrets. But in order to avoid being discovered, he is particularly interested in items with secrets. So he portrayed himself as someone who is only interested in rare jade. As for other items that interested him, he would purchase them privately or ask his subordinates to bid for them on his behalf. At this time, on the auction platform, there was an ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Suwon. He had heard some secrets. According to secret rumors, collecting the 3 chapters of detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Suwon can not only strengthen the body, but also increase lifespan. You can also get a glimpse of some of the secrets of Huangdi Neijing, one of the 4 great books of ancient times, about making your body stronger and increasing your lifespan. Chu Yuanxiao has always attached great importance to it. That's why Chu Yuanxiao came to the auction in person tonight. The purpose was to obtain with his own hands the ancient jade book engraved with detailed explanation of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, Suwon, to avoid being replaced by a middleman. Although the possibility of what he wanted being replaced was almost zero, but he would never allow this to happen. So he came in person tonight. But what he didn't expect was, Soo-young actually wanted to compete with him for the jade book. This made him very dissatisfied. But Sotheby's is one of the top auction houses in the world. Although he was very dissatisfied with Soo-young in his heart, but it can't be shown here either. Therefore, he could only raise the bidding price of the jade book by 1 billion in one breath, from 5 billion directly to 6 billion. He wanted to use this to directly shock Soo-young back. Chapter 170. And when Chu Yuanxiao offered a bidding price of 6 billion, Soo-young did not make an offer immediately. Instead, he looked at the reaction at the auction scene at this moment. Because of Chu Yuanxiao's offer of 6 billion, there was noise again. What did I hear? 6 billion? What on earth could this ancient jade book have that could be worth 6 billion? This is really horrifying. 6 billion is being bid for a jade book. Even though this jade book is made of the most valuable top-grade imperial green jadeite and mutton fat white jade, it is not worth 6 billion anyway. It seems that we're determined to get the jade book. I wonder if Han Shuyin's boyfriend will follow us. I guess he won't follow. Old Chu has never failed to win anything he wanted to bid for over the years. If Han Shuyin's boyfriend insists on bidding against Old Chu, not only will he lose to him in the end, but he will also raise the price of the jade book too high by participating in the bidding, offending old Chu. It's not worth it for him. If Han Shuyan's boyfriend is really from the Su family in Beijing, he is not afraid of offending Mr. Chu. The key is that no one knows whether he is from the Beijing Su family or not. From what I can see so far, the way Elder Chu looks at him doesn't look like he knows him. If he is really from the Beijing Su family, Elder Chu should know him, right? Amidst the noisy discussions at the auction site, Tan Hongdo's heart was also full of ups and downs. She actually really hoped that Su Yang could continue to compete with Chu Yuanxiao, because only Su Yang won the bid for the Jade Book. She only had a tiny chance to see if she could borrow the ancient Jade Book from Su Yang and give it to her grandfather. If the ancient book of Jade fell into the hands of old man Chu, she would not have any chance to borrow it at all. But she was also very clear. The price of 6 billion can be said to be a sky-high price among sky-high prices. It is unlikely that Su Yang will continue to bid. Su Yang, will you continue bidding? Tan Hongdo looked at Su Yang with her beautiful eyes and said in her heart. And just when Tan Hongdo's beautiful eyes were focused on Su Yang, she suddenly saw Su Yang, who was some distance away from her, raised the bidding sign again. Then he slowly opened his mouth to offer 7 billion. Here's Su Yang's offer. Tan Hongdo couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Because of the number 7 billion, she wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Grandpa, do you really have no impression of Su Yang at all? Tan Hongdo asked Tan Wujiu again. At this time, Tan Hongdo was really curious about Su Yang. No, I've never seen or heard of this Su Yang before. Why? Are you interested in him? Tan Wujiu looked at Tan Hongdo lovingly and asked with a smile on his kind face. Hey, Grandpa, what are you thinking about? He already has a girlfriend, and she's my acquaintance, Han Shuyan. How could I possibly be interested in him? I'm just a little curious about him. Aren't you curious about the identity and background of someone who can come up with 7 billion? Tan Hongdo said with a blush on her beautiful face like a lotus emerging from the water. Hongdo, in my opinion, Su Yang is not Han Shuyan's boyfriend, because I can't see that Su Yang has any expression or action that shows he likes Han Shuyan. What I can see is Su Yang's inexplicable expectation for Han Shuyan. As for what that expectation is, I don't know. So if you're really interested in Su Yang, Grandpa doesn't mind being a matchmaker for you. Tan Wujiu looked at Tan Hongdo and said with a loving smile, Grandpa, if you continue like this, Hongdo will ignore you. I'm really just curious about Su Yang's identity and background. Chapter 171. Tan Hongdo said with a blushing face. Okay. Grandpa believes what you say. Tan Wujiu looked at his precious granddaughter and realized that she was indeed just simply curious about Su Yang. So he smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he looked at Su Yang with an extremely serious look and thought to himself, Su Yang, you can offer such a high price to bid for the Jade Book. It seems that you really know some secrets of the Jade Book. I wonder how you know these secrets. I'm really curious about your identity and background. When Tan Wujiu was also curious about Su Yang's identity and background, Lauren Jennifer at the auction table also showed great curiosity about Su Yang. Although Lauren Jennifer has emotional problems, but emotional barriers did not prevent her from being curious about a stranger. Not to mention Su Yang's outstanding appearance and height, which are very much in line with her aesthetic taste. Su Yang's bidding price was always amazing. They also touched her heart time and time again. What a perfect, wealthy, mysterious Oriental man. Better than any Western man I've ever met. Lauren Jennifer looked at Su Yang and said to herself. Then, Lauren Jennifer began to confirm Su Yang's offer. VIP number 56, bid 7 billion. Confirm the quotation. Lauren Jennifer glanced at Chu Yuanxiao, who was sitting in VIP seat number 01. Under the watchful eyes of Lauren Jennifer, Chu Yuanxiao's old face was filled with gloom as he raised his placard and said, 8 billion. He must get the Jade Book. Money means a lot to him now. It's just a number. What he needs now, it means a healthy body and longevity. 8 billion. Is this still the world I'm familiar with? An ancient Jade Book was sold for an astonishing price of 8 billion. Is this the most expensive jade auction price in history? It's more than just the most expensive jade auction price. Looking at the world, the sky-high price of 8 billion can be said to be the most expensive auction item, except for auctions of land and real estate. That's right. But as far as antique paintings and calligraphy are concerned, The one with the highest global auction price is Leonardo da Vinci's Solvatore Mundi, which was sold for 3 billion Chinese yuan. By now, the price of the Jade album Ancient Book has already exceeded 3 billion. The current price of 8 billion for the Jade album Ancient Book is enough to buy more than 2 copies of the Solvatore Mundi. Tonight's auction will definitely go down in the annals of global auction history. The auction we'll be attending tomorrow will definitely be on the headlines of all kinds of hot news around the world. I am a rich man in the eyes of ordinary people. But now facing Mr. Chu and Han Shuyan's boyfriend, I just want to say that I am a poor bastard. I really can't imagine the world of these two rich people. Will the young man still follow? Don't make a statement, or you'll get slapped in the face again later. The auction site. The noise of people talking. With Su Yang and Chu Yuanxiao bidding bids of 7 billion and 8 billion appeared. It became more intense. The VIP in seat 01 bids 8 billion. Lauren Jennifer confirmed Chu Yuanxiao's offer. Then she looked at Su Yang with a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Su Yang looked at Lauren Jennifer from a distance. Then, under the gaze of everyone at the auction, slowly raised the placard and offered 10 billion. Ding! Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is +5. Currently, Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is 15 points. Ding! Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is +3. Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is currently 11 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Lauren Jennifer's 10-point favorability reward. A copy card has been placed in the host's personal space. Su Yang Gang raised his sign and announced the bidding price for the Jade Book Ancient Book worth 10 billion. Then he heard the system prompt. The prompt sound that Tan Hongdo and Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards him had increased. Chapter 172. Su Yang heard the system prompt that Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards him had increased. I wasn't surprised at all. Because of the auction price of his Jade Book of 10 billion. There are definitely many benefits for Lauren Jennifer. But Tan Hongdo suddenly became more fond of me. This surprised Su Yang a little. Why would Tan Hongdo's favorability towards me increase if I participate in the auction? Su Yang was puzzled. But as long as Tan Hongdo's favorability towards me increases, in Su Yang's opinion, is a good thing. So Su Yang was too lazy to delve into why Tan Hongdo suddenly became more fond of him. Instead, he listened silently to the noise at the auction, while waiting for Chu Yuanxiao to continue bidding. The auction scene at this moment, because Su Yang made a bidding price of 10 billion. This directly brought the entire auction scene into the peak of heated discussion tonight. Did I hear it right? Han Shuyan's boyfriend, whose identity is mysterious, actually raised Mr. Chu's bidding price by 2 billion and directly raised the bidding price of the Jade Book to 10 billion. A bidding price of 10 billion has created a new record in the global auction prices for antique calligraphy and paintings. I can personally witness this scene. I will have something to brag about in the future. I must warn everyone in my family not to offend the Han family and Han Shuyan's mysterious boyfriend in the future. That mysterious man with Han Shuyan is simply outbidding Elder Chu in the bidding for the Jade Book. Does Elder Chu want to continue to participate in the bidding? I believe Mr. Chu will. He has never failed to win an item in every auction he has participated in before. I also think that Mr. Chu will continue to participate in the auction. We must believe in Mr. Chu's strength. In my opinion, although Han Shuyan's boyfriend is capable, he is definitely no match for Elder Chu. So when it comes to bidding for the Jade Book, Elder Chu will definitely be better. We have the same opinion. No matter how high the auction price of this Jade Book is, it will eventually go to Elder Chu. If Mr. Chu finally gets the Jade Book at a sky-high price, then Han Shuyan's mysterious boyfriend will have to be careful in the future. Mr. Chu is not an ordinary person. Those who have offended him have never had a good ending. At the auction, everyone was talking about it. Most of them were deeply shocked by the bidding price offered by Su Yang, but they still feel it. The ancient Jade Book will eventually be obtained by Chu Yuanxiao, because in their opinion, in terms of funds, Su Yang is definitely not as good as Mr. Chu. So they were all discussing it, while quietly paying attention to Chu Yuanxiao's actions. They were all waiting for Chu Yuanxiao to make a higher bid. But what happened next? It directly slapped the faces of most of the people present, because they found out. After Su Yang made an auction offer of 10 billion for the Jade Book Ancient Book, the entire auction site was filled with the sound of their noisy discussions. The focus of their attention Mr. Chu, who had been very imposing from beginning to end, had not yet raised his hand to participate in the bidding. And at this moment, Lauren Jennifer also began to confirm Su Yang's bidding price. The VIP in seat 56 is offering 10 billion. This was the first time Lauren Jennifer confirmed Su Yang's offer. As Lauren Jennifer began to confirm Su Yang's offer, the noisy discussions at the entire auction site immediately began to subside. Almost everyone's eyes were looking back and forth between Su Yang and Chu Yoi. The VIP in seat 56 is offering 10 billion. Chapter 173. Lauren Jennifer confirmed Su Yang's bidding price for the second time. The noisy discussions at the entire auction site had now returned to calm. Almost everyone's eyes. At this time, all the attention fell on Chu Yuanxiao, who was sitting in the front row. They were all waiting for Chu Yuanxiao's action. The VIP in seat 56 is offering 10 billion. When many people were waiting for Chu Yuanxiao to take action, Lauren Jennifer confirmed Su Yang's bidding price for the third time. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, Lauren Jennifer dropped the hammer and shouted, "Congratulations to the distinguished guest at seat 56 for winning the Jade Book." Boom! The entire auction scene. As Lauren Jennifer announced, Su Yang obtained the ancient Jade Book. Explode instantly. Mr. Chu actually failed in his first bid at an auction. In the end, it was Han Shiyun's boyfriend who won the Jade Book. Haha, you guys praise Mr. Chu so much, saying he never loses at auctions. But I think he's just like this. I was slapped in the face by Han Shiyun's boyfriend again. I really underestimated him. I never thought that he could defeat Mr. Chu. Han Shiyun's mysterious boyfriend must have an extraordinary background to dare to confront Elder Chu so directly. He is most likely a member of the Beijing Su family. If he is really a member of the Beijing Su family, then Elder Chu will not dare to do anything to him, even though he has been humiliated this time. The Han family is really good at giving birth to daughters. They actually caught such a rich son-in-law. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Chu being beaten from beginning to end in an auction, and the opponent is so young. Mr. Chu lost disgracefully this time. I saw him warn Han Shiyun's boyfriend with his eyes, but he didn't care about him at all and simply beat him into giving up the bid. Seeing Chu Yuanxiao being humiliated, I, who was once humiliated by him, feel very happy. This old man should have been dealt with by someone a long time ago. Chu, keep your voice down. I don't want to be targeted. People who are targeted by Chu Yuanxiao will have a bad ending. Accompanied by the extremely intense noisy discussions at the auction site, Chu Yuanxiao was sitting in VIP seat number 01 at this time, listening to the discussions at the scene, feeling the many eyes on the scene. He just felt depressed and angry. The bidding price is 10 billion. It has far exceeded his expectations. Chu Yuanxiao originally thought he would need at most 4 billion to get the Jade Book. The beginning of how things developed. It was indeed pretty much as he expected. At the entire auction, the only person who could bid with him was Tan Wuzhou. And after he raised the bidding price of the Jade Book to 4 billion, Tan Wuzhou gave up the bidding directly. Originally, Chu Yuanxiao thought that the Jade Book and Ancient Book were already in his pocket. Even the people around him began to congratulate him in advance. He also began to dream of obtaining the Ancient Jade Book and studying it slowly on his own. But Su Yang suddenly appeared. His beautiful dream and original expectation. All of them were smashed to pieces. Every bidding bid made by Su Yang, from 5 billion, 7 billion, to 10 billion now. All of them made him feel difficult to cope with. Especially when he saw Su Yang directly raised his bid and offered 10 billion. It was the first time since he started attending auctions that he felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 174. Because of Su Yang's offer, it made him feel powerless. Although his family is the Chu family, which is valued at hundreds of billions in Beijing, and he is the third person in charge of the Chu family. The amount of available funds he has is also frighteningly large. But no matter how much money you have, it is ultimately limited. He originally thought that his bid price was 8 billion. It will shock Su Yang, allowing him to obtain the Ancient Jade Book. But what he never expected was Su Yang actually directly offered 10 billion. On the contrary, it shocked him deeply. Faced with Su Yang's bidding price of 10 billion, Chu Yuanxiao didn't even have the courage to bid at this moment. So, he gave up bidding for the Jade Book. Instead, he turned around and gave Su Yang a cold look, then ordered the people around him, use every possible means to thoroughly investigate his background. The bid failed. Not only did he miss the ancient jade book that he had been longing for, it was also the first time that he was crushed head-on at an auction. This made him feel very embarrassed. Chu Yoi had never suffered such a big loss before, so he decided to investigate Su Yang's background first, then find a way to retaliate. This is a warning to all those who want to embarrass him. The price of offending him. This is Su Yang. Feeling Chu Yuanxiao's cold gaze, Su Yang just glanced at Chu Yuanxiao lightly and didn't care too much. There is an electromagnetic protection ring in Lao He. His safety is absolutely fine. However, although Su Yang doesn't care about Chu Yuanxiao, but Su Yang didn't want to be constantly remembered by someone as powerful as Chu Yuanxiao. So Su Yang decided, as long as you notice any unusual movement from Chu Yuanxiao, then he would let Lao He take action and deal with Chu Yuanxiao directly. Sir, do you want me to get the ancient jade book you bought directly, or put in our backstage first? At this moment, the staff of Sotheby's auction came to Su Yang again and asked respectfully, just bring it here. Su Yang took out his bank card and handed it to the Sotheby's staff. Yes, sir. The Sotheby's staff had an even more respectful look on their faces. Someone who can directly take out 10 billion. Still so young. This Sotheby's staff member was someone he had never encountered since he entered the Sotheby's auction. So his respect for Su Yang came from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that he would offend Su Yang accidentally. Soon, Sotheby's staff used slightly trembling hands. On the POS machine I carried with me, I entered the number 10 billion with a long string of zeros. Su Yang casually glanced at the numbers on the POS machine. Then pay directly. The POS will prompt that the payment is successful. The Sotheby's staff immediately took out a pure black metal card respectfully, held it in both hands, and handed it to Su Yang, saying, Sir, this is our Sotheby's auction house, the most distinguished Supreme VC card. As long as you hold this card, you can freely enter and exit any of our Sotheby's auction companies around the world. And you can freely check and view the information of our upcoming auction items a week in advance. As long as you have an item you're interested in, you can always go through internal channels and directly take the item you like. Su Yang looked at the Sotheby's staff and handed him the Supreme VC card. He nodded casually. Chapter 175. Then he took the Sotheby's Supreme VC card and put it in his pocket. Su Yang's payment action. This attracted the attention of everyone at the auction. Even Lauren Jennifer, who hosted the auction. At this time, they all stopped bidding temporarily and looked at Su Yang with interest with their beautiful blue eyes. When Lauren Jennifer and the people at the auction, after seeing Su Yang receive the most prestigious VC card at the Sotheby's auction, I understood immediately. Su Yang's payment was successful. 10 billion, just given away like that. It's not worth this much even if you buy my company. The world of the rich is indeed beyond our imagination. 10 billion was spent without any ripples on his face. I feel like he spends 10 billion just like I spend $1. He doesn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. He is so powerful that the estimated assets of the family behind him are definitely over 1 trillion. It seems that he is indeed from the Su family in Beijing. Currently in China, only the Su family in Beijing has this valuation. Everyone at the auction, they were all looking at Su Yang and talking. What a mysterious Oriental man. Lauren Jennifer's beautiful face showed a strong interest in Su Yang. Someone who can spend 10 billion casually is still so young. This was the first time Lauren Jennifer had seen him, so she was full of curiosity about Su Yang. I really want to explore Su Yang's origins. Regarding the concerned eyes around, Su Yang didn't care. At this time, Su Yang was waiting for Sotheby's staff to bring him the ancient jade book. Soon, a Sotheby's staff member, accompanied by several people, walked up to Su Yang with a beautiful jade box in his hand and said, Sir, this is the jade book you bought. Su Yang opened the jade box and checked it with his eyes to confirm that it was correct. He took it. Then, Su Yang said to Han Shiyun, I'll leave for a while. After saying, Su Yang looked at Han Shiyun with doubt. Carrying the jade box containing the ancient jade book, he walked towards the direction where Tan Hongdo was. On the way to Tan Hongdo, Su Yang used the copy card he had just obtained to copy the ancient jade book. He also exchanged the copied jade book with the ancient jade book in a jade box. Where is he going? It seems like he's going to Mr. Tan Wujio's place. You're wrong. He went to Tan Hongdo because he and Tan Hongdo seem to know each other. What is he doing going to Tan Hongdo's place at this time? I don't know, but I think it must be related to the ancient jade book. People at the auction. When I saw Su Yang walking towards Tan Hongdo, suddenly, they all talked quietly with puzzled expressions regarding the voices of discussion around. Su Yang didn't care at all. What Su Yang cared about and expected at this time. It depends on how much Tan Hongdo's favorability towards me can be improved and how much reward I can get from her. With anticipation, Su Yang was under the gaze of everyone present, slowly walked to Tan Hongdo. Then, under the doubtful and slightly panicked gaze of Tan Hongdo, he spoke in a gentle tone. Miss Tan, this jade book is for you. What? Su Yang wants to give me the ancient jade book worth 10 billion? Am I hallucinating because I want so much to help my grandfather get the ancient jade book? Chapter 176. Tan Hongdo listened to Su Yang's words. I just felt dizzy all of a sudden, because of what Su Yang said. It was completely beyond her imagination. Tan Hongdo really wanted the jade book, and I have always had plans in my heart. See if I can borrow the ancient jade book from Su Yang. But she never expected it anyway. She was not ready yet, so she asked Su Yang to borrow the ancient jade book. Su Yang came to see her with the jade book and ancient book, and he also wanted to give her the jade book and ancient book. This is a huge contrast. She suddenly fell into a daze. As a result, she could only stare at Su Yang blankly with her beautiful eyes, but was unable to speak. Tan Wujio, who was beside Tan Hongdo, was stunned when he saw his precious granddaughter was stunned by Su Yang's remarks. Then he said, My dear Su, this joke of yours is a bit too much. In Tan Wujio's opinion, although Su Yang's face looked sincere when he said that he wanted to give the ancient jade book to his precious granddaughter Tan Hongdo. However, Tan Wujio did not believe his own judgment of Su Yang's expression at this time. Tan Wujio felt that he must have misjudged Su Yang's expression, because any normal person knows that. No one will give you something for no reason, especially something worth 10 billion. So Tan Wujio felt that what Su Yang said to his granddaughter Tan Hongdo was a huge joke. As for the purpose of Su Yang doing this, Tan Wujio felt that Su Yang was taking the opportunity to get close to his granddaughter Tan Hongdo. Although Tan Wujio had a very good overall impression of Su Yang, but he really disliked Su Yang's behavior at this time. So when he spoke to Su Yang, his tone was a little cold. Mr. Su, do you think I'm joking? I saw that Miss Tan really liked this jade book, so I helped her bid for it. Su Yang glanced at Tan Wujio and said. As he spoke, Su Yang handed the jade box containing the ancient jade book to Tan Hongdo, who was still in a daze. In fact, Su Yang had thought about it. He directly asked the Sotheby's staff to give the jade box containing the ancient jade book to Tan Hongdo. But that would be troublesome. After all, the value of the jade book is too high. Tan Hongdo will definitely not accept it. In the end, you still have to do it yourself. So Su Yang simply came to deliver himself. At this time, Tan Hongdo was in a daze. Suddenly, she saw Su Yang handing her a jade box. She was just like people who would reflexively take things handed to them by the person next to them when they make a phone call. She directly took the jade box that Su Yang handed to her. As Tan Hongdo took the jade box, Tan Wujio, who was standing beside Tan Hongdo, had an expression of surprise and shock on his old face. Because he discovered, it seems that Su Yang is not what he guessed. But it's for real. Su Yang and Chu Yuan Xiao had a fierce bidding war and finally spent 10 billion to bid for the jade book. Just giving it to my precious granddaughter like this? What does he mean? Tan Wujio was completely stunned by Su Yang's actions. Since childhood, Tan Wujio followed his master son Hui Ming and practiced medicine all over the country. It can be said that I have seen many people and many things. After completing his apprenticeship, he worked at Pengcheng Hospital. He worked in Pengcheng Hospital for almost 60 years. Chapter 177. Because of his superb medical skills, he saved countless lives. He was given the title of the Master of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Pengcheng. During this period, he also met more people and things. No matter how exaggerated the person or thing is, Tan Wujio has seen too many things. Therefore, he has long been immune to all kinds of exaggerated and explosive people or things. But now, Su Yang's actions still left him, who was well-informed, completely confused. Because of what Su Yang did at this time, more exaggerated and explosive people and things than all he had encountered in his more than 80 years of medical practice. Everything must be exaggerated and explosive. Take something worth 10 billion and give it away directly. Is this something a human can do? In fact, at this moment, Tan Wujio was not the only one confused. In the entire auction scene, Everyone who is paying attention to Su Yang's situation. Am I seeing things? Did that young man who is believed to be from the Su family in the capital give the jade book to Tan Hongdo? This must be a dream. It must be an illusion. How could someone give away something worth 10 billion? Fuck, are you going to spend 10 billion to pick up girls? Although Tan Hongdo is beautiful and looks like a fairy descended to the earth, is she really worth 10 billion? He and Chu Yoi competed for so long, but in the end he just gave away the item he won. 10 billion, not 1 million, and you just gave it away like that? You're not the only one who is surprised. Didn't you see that even the parties involved, Tan Hongdo and Tan Wujio, were stunned by the shock? At the auction, everyone who was paying attention to Su Yang's situation. Everyone was talking about it at this time. Because of Su Yang's behavior at this time. In their opinion, it really refreshed their worldview. They had never seen anyone spend 10 billion to pick up girls. An item that cost 10 billion yuan to win was just given away so easily. What exactly are you? At the auction table, Lauren Jennifer, who had been paying attention to Su Yang, became even more curious about Su Yang. She comes from the world-renowned Lauren family. I have come into contact with many wealthy people since I was a child, but she had never seen it. Rich people who spend money like Su Yang. Something worth 10 billion can be auctioned at any time. And then, after the shooting, if you say you're going to give it to someone, just give it to someone. Such amazing financial resources. This made Lauren Jennifer really curious about Su Yang's identity. Oh man, as expected, they are all attracted by beauty and fall in love with every girl they see. I'm so touched by your act of giving me the king of ginseng. Are you doing this to me? No, to Guingya. I shouldn't have believed what you said. Now that I think about it, the relationship between you and Qin Ke must not be as simple as you said. After Han Shiyun saw Su Yang's actions, a hint of disappointment rose on the pretty face of the queen. Ding! Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is +3. Lauren Jennifer's favorability towards the host is currently 14 points. Ding! Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is -20. Han Shiyun's current favorability towards the host is 18 points. Su Yang had just handed the jade box containing the ancient jade book to Tan Hongdo. Suddenly, I heard the system prompt tone twice in succession. Although Lauren Jennifer has emotional problems, it seems that it is not difficult to improve her favorability. As for Han Shiyun, it's really hard to maintain her favorability. Su Yang thought to himself. Chapter 178. However, Su Yang's favorable impression of Han Shiyun has decreased. It was expected. After all, my current behavior. But it's like using an ancient jade book worth 10 billion to soak Tan Hongdo. And she was doing it in front of Gu Qingya's best friend Han Shiyun. It would be abnormal if Han Shiyun's favorability towards me didn't decrease. Su Yang thought about it after the auction. Contact Tan Hongdo privately again and give her the jade book. But if you do that, it would not have been as shocking to Tan Hongdo if it had not been done in public now. So Su Yang chose to give the ancient jade book he had just won to Tan Hongdo in front of Han Shiyun, although doing so would reduce Han Shiyun's favorability towards him. But Su Yang didn't care much, because he has now mastered the basic skills to improve Han Shiyun's favorability. You'll just need to move your mouth later. Su Yang is 100% sure. Improve Han Shiyun's favorability towards herself. Therefore, Su Yang was not distracted by the fact that Han Shiyun's favorability towards him had decreased. Instead, he still spoke to the still confused Tan Hongdo in a gentle tone. Miss Tan, don't you want to open it and take a look? Su Yang's words. It woke up the dazed Tan Hongdo. She looked at the jade box in her hands. She looked at Su Yang, who was very close to her. Then, with a red face, he said in a slightly trembling voice, Mr. Su, I won't watch it. The things you gave me are too valuable. I can't accept them. While talking, after completely waking up, Tan Hongdo prepared to return the jade box to Su Yang. But Su Yang shook his head and said, Ms. Tan, I will never take back anything I give away. And I think you really need the ancient jade book in the jade box. Otherwise, you wouldn't participate in the auction. Upon hearing this, Tan Hongdo blushed and said, Mr. Su, I really need the jade book. But this jade book is too valuable. I can't accept it. After hearing this, Su Yang did not dwell on this topic any further, but instead asked Tan Hongdo, Miss Tan, you should know some secrets of the jade book, right? As soon as Su Yang said this, Tan Hongdo was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Not long ago, she learned some secrets of the ancient jade book from her grandfather Tan Wujio. In her opinion, Suyang obviously also knew some secrets of the ancient jade book. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent such a terrifying price of 10 billion to buy the jade book. So she did not hide it, but directly admitted that she knew the secret of the ancient jade book. To be honest, Miss Tan, I also know some of the secrets of the jade book, but I'm not sure I can crack the secret of the jade book. I want to give this jade book to Miss Tan. With your ability, Miss Tan, I want you to help me decipher the secret of the jade book. Based on what he heard about Tan Hongdo's identity, Suyang made up a reason. While talking, Suyang deliberately looked at Tan Buhyubisait Tanongdo. Su Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Tan Wujio also woke up from a shock at this time and asked Suyang in a slightly hoarse voice. That's exactly what I meant. Suyang said to Tan Wujio very straightforwardly. Young friend Su trusts us so much. Are you not afraid that we may turn against you later? Tan Wujio asked again. Naturally, Tan Wujio wanted the ancient jade book very much. After all, this was something his master had been looking for a long time. So what Suyang said at this time. After careful consideration, he decided to accept the jade book first. After all, once you miss this opportunity, it is very likely that you will never have the chance to come into contact with the ancient jade book again. Certainly, when he accepted the jade book and presented it to his master, I will tell you Suyang's words exactly as they say. Whether to accept the jade book or not will be decided by his master. I believe in Miss Tan and Mr. Tan, and the character of your master, Mr. Tan. Suyang said with a calm expression. Tan Wujio listened to Suyang saying this. He immediately clasped his fists to Suyang and said, In that case, I thank you, little friend Su. Then, Tan Wujio said to Tan Hongdo again, Hongdo, follow what Su Xiaoyu said and accept the jade book. Tan Hongdo heard her grandfather say this. He stopped shirking his responsibilities immediately. Instead, she blushed and said to Suyang, Mr. Su, thank you for this great gift. Chapter 179. Suyang smiled and said, You're welcome. It's my honor to give something to such a beautiful sister like you, Miss Tan. Besides, I gave you the jade book for a purpose. We each take what we need. After saying, Suyang just turned around and left. Mr. Su, what kind of person are you? Tan Hongdo's eyes were a little dazed, and she thought to herself as she watched Suyang's departing back. Oh no, my precious granddaughter seems to be really attracted to that boy Suyang. When Tan Wujio saw Tan Hongdo's expression, he was suddenly shocked. Tan Hongdo and Tan Wujio's thoughts. Suyang didn't know. Suyang at this time, listening to a series of prompts from a system. Ding! Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is positive 43. Currently, Tan Hongdo's favorability towards the host is 58 points. Start distributing Tan Hongdo's 20, 30, 40, and 50 points of favorability rewards to the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Appearance positive 5, Wisdom positive 5, Temperament positive 5. The attribute points have been distributed to the host's corresponding attribute points. The host can improve his attributes at any time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a petal of the pure white flower, which has been placed in the host's personal space. The favorability level increased by 43 points. The rewards are so huge. It's only 2 points away from Tan Hongdo giving me another reward. It's worth spending 10 billion. Listen to the system prompt tone. Suyang was very satisfied. Although Tan Hongdo's favorability towards him did not directly increase to 80 points. But Suyang did not feel dissatisfied at all, because Suyang himself knows it very well. It is definitely unrealistic to expect to increase Tan Hongdo's favorability from 15 points to 80 points by relying on one thing. Even if it was something I gave to Tan Hongdo. It is an ancient jade book worth 10 billion. It is also impossible to make Tan Hongdo's favorability towards him increase by 65 points directly to 80 points so that they can sing sweetly together. After all, Tan Hongdo's familiarity with herself was too low. With just one thing, he could increase Tan Hongdo's favorability towards him by 43 points. In Suyang's opinion, this is already very good. There is ample time. There will be plenty of time later to improve Tan Hongdo's favorability and then get reward from her. Suyang did not dwell too much on Tan Hongdo's liking for him. Instead, just use the newly acquired attribute points. Add all to the corresponding attributes. As the attribute points are added, Su-young immediately noticed that some changes had taken place in his body and memory. The changes in the body are similar to the last time the temperament attributes were increased. It's the changes in memory. Su-young was a little surprised, because Su-young discovered it. He originally had some vague memories. The recollection is surprisingly clear now. Some memories from childhood that were originally forgotten. At this moment, I can actually recall a little. Is this the change that comes with increasing the wisdom attribute points from 76 to 81? It can actually increase or strengthen the memories in my mind. What would happen if I increased my wisdom attribute points to 100? I guess you can just remember everything you see, right? Su-young felt the changes in the memory in his mind and said to himself. Then, Su-young opened his attribute panel and took a look. Host, Su-young. Appearance, 83 points. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Temperament, 85 points. Wisdom, 81. Constitution, 84. Strength, 82. Endurance, 85. Speed, 87. Abilities, super strong kidneys, portable space, unlimited resurrection. System funds, 19599786359725685 yuan. The overall attributes are approaching 90 points. Su-young was very satisfied after looking at his attribute panel. After viewing your own properties panel, Su-young used his mind to enter the portable space. He began to check the only item reward that Tan Hongdo had given him, the petals of the pure white flower. Follow your thoughts into your personal space. Su-young immediately saw a beautiful set of crystal clear petals that were white with a slight pink tint. And when Su-young used his mind to touch the beautiful white flower petals, Su-young couldn't help but feel stunned, because Su-young discovered that the effect of the Qingbai flower petals was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Chapter 180. Pure white flower petals. 9 petals can be combined into a complete pure white flower. After using the pure white flower, it can help women with incomplete purity to truly restore their pure and innocent bodies from the inside out. This is simply a divine flower. It can actually help a woman regain her innocence. But how did you recover? After Su-young understood the function of the petals of the Qingbai flower, I was extremely surprised, because of the effect of the petals of the white flower. In Su-young's opinion, it's simply retrograde. Su-young really couldn't think of it. How can the complete pure flower help a woman who is dissatisfied with her purity to regain her purity? System, how does the pure white flower restore a woman's purity and innocence? Su-young asked the system. Host, please explore on your own. Hear the system's answer. Su-young stopped asking. Just at this moment, Su-young returned to his seat. Oh, you still remember to come back. Why don't you just stay with that Tan Hongdo? You gave her the jade book worth 10 billion anyway. Then it won't hurt to give yourself to her. After seeing Su-young, Han Shiyun spoke in a somewhat ambiguous voice. Hearing Han Shiyun's yin and yang tone, Su-young didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Instead, he sat back in his seat. Then he looked at Han Shiyun and asked her the opposite question. What do you think of me giving the jade book to Tan Hongdo? Huh? You shouldn't answer my question. And can you please explain to me the reason why you gave the jade book to Tan Hongdo? Why are you asking me back? Han Shiyun was stunned by Su-young's question. Because of Su-young's counter-question, it was totally beyond her expectations. But soon, Han Shiyun recovered and continued to tease Su-young. Don't tell me that you gave Tan Hongdo the jade book worth tens of billions because you wanted her help with something. That's such an old excuse. Su-young still ignored Han Shiyun's tone. Instead, he looked at Han Shiyun with eyes full of appreciation and admiration and said, As expected of you, Shiyun. You understand me so well. I do have something and I need Tan Hongdo's help. Huh? Is there anyone like you who takes advantage of the situation to get away with it? Don't you think you're a scoundrel? Do you think I will believe it? How can Tan Hongdo help you? Use medical knowledge to help you relieve your anger? Han Shiyun continued to talk to Su-young about yin and yang. While talking, Han Shiyun glanced at Su-young's lower abdomen. Han Shiyun is such a cool driver. It makes me so angry. Su-young felt Han Shiyun's gaze and listened to Han Shiyun's changing tone. I really want to find a place to bring Han Shiyun to justice. Using her own powerful strength, Han Shiyun, who had been yin and yang herself, cried out, Dad, I was wrong. Dad, I will never een and yang you again. Pity. This idea can only be thought about for now. Because I really want to do that now. That's really too cruel. Han Shiyun, you are so smart. Why can't you figure that out? Let me ask you, who is the person next to Tan Hongdo? Suyong put aside the idea of how to deal with Han Shiyun in his mind and continued to ask Han Shiyun back. The person next to Tan Hongdo is her grandfather, Tan Wujio. How? You wouldn't do that to an old man. Han Shiyun looked at Suyong with pretended disdain and said with ulterior motives. After listening to Han Shiyun's words, Suyong really couldn't bear it anymore. He directly took Han Shiyun into his arms. Then, while Han Shiyun was looking panicked, he kissed her red lips. But Suyong was only on Han Shiyun's red lips. A dragonfly touches the water. He let go of Han Shiyun and said, "Do you feel it? I only like women. Stop talking nonsense. I don't mind doing the same thing to you that you did to me at the bar." Han Shiyun recalled what she did to Su Yang in the bar. A blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. But after Su Yang's sudden kiss, Han Shiyun is no longer with Yin Yang Su Yang at this moment. Instead, he followed Su Yang's words and thought for a moment before saying, "The purpose of your sending the Jade Book is to Mr. Tan next to Han Shiyun?" Su Yang showed a teachable look, looked at Han Shiyun, and said, "Think about it more deeply." Han Shiyun was surprised when she heard this, and then she said, "Do you need help from Mr. Tan's master?" Su Yang saw that he had been walking around for a long time. Finally, Han Shiyun was led into her own ditch. He immediately nodded in appreciation and said, "That's right. I have an elder in my family who needs someone with excellent medical skills to save his life. And Mr. Tan's master is my target. Tan Hongdo is just a stepping stone for me to ask Mr. Tan to ask his master for help." Han Shiyun listened to what Su Yang said. He looked at Su Yang suspiciously. She couldn't tell whether what Su Yang said was true or false. But she felt that what Su Yang said was most likely true. Because of what Su Yang said. Very logical. Su Yang paid the price of an ancient jade book worth tens of billions. Please ask Mr. Tan's master, Sun Hui Ming, who is known as the contemporary medical genius, to help save the lives of the elders in the family. It seems reasonable to Han Shiyun. Rich people live to survive, not to mention paying billions. They can do even more exaggerated things. Ding. Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is positive 22. Currently, Han Shiyun's favorability towards the host is 40 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the 40-point favorability reward from Han Shiyun, an electromagnetic protection ring. Chapter 181. Su Yang heard the system prompt. I knew Han Shiyun believed what I said. No, it should be said that Han Shiyun believed the reasons she found for Su Yang. Another electromagnetic protection ring. Currently, the ones who have electromagnetic protection rings are Chu Yoi and Qin Ke. This electromagnetic protection ring can be given to Guingya or Han Shiyun. Who should I give this one to? Su Yang used his mind to check the electromagnetic protection ring in his personal space and was a little puzzled for a moment. The function of the electromagnetic protection ring. It can be said to be very powerful. Having an electromagnetic protection ring eliminates the risk of accidental death. In Han Shiyun and Guingya, in Su Yang's opinion, everyone needs an electromagnetic protection ring. Let's give this electromagnetic protection ring to Guingya first. Although this is a reward from Han Shiyun, if I give it directly to Han Shiyun, she will definitely think that I'm trying to woo her behind Guingya's back. By then, the favorability rating might even drop a few points, which is not worth it. Besides, Guingya is my woman after all, so I will definitely give her priority when there are benefits. As for Han Shiyun, let's consider giving it to her after we get the electromagnetic protection ring. Final. Su Yang decided to give the electromagnetic protection ring he had just obtained to Guingya. Wait until next time to get the electromagnetic protection ring. Then consider giving it to Han Shiyun. At this time, An Siyun Bisaid Su Yang. She didn't know that she missed the electromagnetic protection ring because of her unstable favorability. At this moment, Han Shiyun believed in her heart the reason why Su Yang gave the jade book to Tan Hongdo. But I still showed my disbelief on my face and said, "Anyway, I don't know the situation in your family. You can say whatever you want." After saying, Han Shiyun turned her head away proudly, not looking at Su Yang, and continued to look at the auction table in front of her. Su Yang looked at Han Shiyun's arrogant appearance, couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Then he also looked at the auction platform. Anyway, Han Shuyun's favorability has been restored. As for what Han Shuyun said, Su Yang felt that it didn't matter. On the auction table, Lauren Jennifer looked at Su Yang with curiosity as she watched the whole process of Su Yang giving the ancient jade book to Tan Hongdo. So the Sotheby's staff took out the last item for tonight's auction. The item for auction is 1 year's mining rights to a gold mine abroad. The starting price is 1 billion yuan. Su Yang saw that Han Shuyun had no interest in the gold mining rights at all, so I did not participate in the auction. Final. The 1-year mining rights for the gold mine were bought for 1.6 billion by a middle-aged man in the front row. The reason why the annual gold mining rights are so low. This is entirely because the gold mine is located in a country that is prone to war. I want to go there to mine for gold. It won't work if you don't have the right skills. The auction ended with the last lot. Lauren Jennifer announced the end of the auction. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and left. But at this moment, Chapter 182, Lauren Jennifer at the auction table. But suddenly he said, "Sir, seat 56, please wait a moment." While talking, Lauren Jennifer has blonde hair and blue eyes, full of exotic beauty. He was accompanied by 2 Sotheby's staff members. Walked down from the auction platform and walked towards Su Yang. Soon, Lauren Jennifer walked to Su Yang. She first greeted Han Shuyun, who was beside Su Yang, with a smile and a polite nod. Then he said directly to Su Yang, "Sir, what is your name?" "My name is Lauren Jennifer. You can just call me Jennifer. I have a private dinner here later. I personally prepared all the dishes for the dinner. I wonder if you're interested in joining me, sir?" "No. Didn't you see that there's a beautiful girl named Han Shuyun next to me? You don't care about the feelings of the girl next to me at all, right? Earlier, you smiled and nodded politely to Han Shuyun. Then he invited me directly in front of her?" Lauren Jennifer's approach. Su Yang is a little confused, but I think Lauren Jennifer has emotional problems. Su Yang felt relieved. But just because Su Yang was relieved doesn't mean Han Shuyun can also be relieved. Although she is not Su Yang's girlfriend, but she still felt unhappy that Lauren Jennifer directly invited Su Yang in front of her. And for her good friend Guingya, she also did not allow Su Yang and Lauren Jennifer to be alone. Foreign women are very open-minded. Han Shuyun was really afraid that Su Yang would be abducted by Lauren Jennifer, which would make Guingya, whom she liked, sad. So, Han Shuyun directly took Su Yang's arm and said in a girlfriend's tone, "Brother Su, let's go for a midnight snack?" In order to prevent Su Yang and Lauren Jennifer from having private contact, Han Shuyun is determined to go all out now. What the hell? Han Shuyun is so awesome when she acts like a spoiled brat. And this Han Shuyun is so talented. Su Yang, with Han Shuyun holding his arm, hearing the tone Han Shuyun used when speaking to him, feeling Han Shuyun's nice breasts, Su Yang felt a little happy at this time. Lauren Jennifer, who rejected the son of Louis Vuitton's president, actually made a private invitation to the young man who is suspected to be from the Su family in Beijing. This is the charm of money. I envy him so much. It's so cool to think about having a private meal with Lauren Jennifer, the most beautiful face in the world. We are all here to attend the auction, so why don't I get the same treatment? You could spend more than 10 billion, so you deserve this treatment. Foreign women are really open-minded. She invited Han Shuyun's boyfriend right in front of her. It seems that Lauren Jennifer is interested in Han Shuyun's boyfriend. That young man is surrounded by top beauties like Han Shuyun, and now Lauren Jennifer has also shown an interest in him. And I think Tan Hongdo, who is the most beautiful intern in Pengcheng, is also interested in him. When will I be able to be as popular as he is? It's impossible, because we can't compare to that young man in terms of appearance or wealth. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals. I envy every day of that young man. People preparing to leave the auction. After seeing Lauren Jennifer invite Su Yang, immediately, they all revealed looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. They were extremely envious of Su Yang. Chapter 183. The envy of the people around you. Su Yang didn't know. Su Yang at this time, while feeling the new experience that Han Shuyun brought him, while thinking quickly about countermeasures. Soon, Su Yang made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Su Yang said to Lauren Jennifer, "Ms. Jennifer, my name is Su Yang. Thank you for the invitation, but it's not convenient for me tonight. You heard it too. My girlfriend wants to take me out for a midnight snack. I'll have a chance later. I'm tasting Miss Jennifer's cooking." Although Su Yang wanted to contact Lauren Jennifer privately, but now is clearly not the time. Oh well. Lauren Jennifer was not disappointed by Su Yang's rejection. After all, she invited Su Yang to her private dinner party in order to take the opportunity to find out about Su Yang's identity and background. Then, Lauren Jennifer asked again, "Is it possible to exchange contact information with Mr. Su?" Su Yang nodded and said, "Of course." While talking, Su Yang and Lauren Jennifer exchanged contact information. Su Yang gave Lauren Jennifer his WeChat address. Lauren Jennifer also gave Su Yang her WhatsApp and Facebook ID, and the two sides exchanged telephone numbers. "Then don't disturb Mr. Su's date with your girlfriend. We'll meet again." After Lauren Jennifer got Su Yang's contact information, she said goodbye to Su Yang directly. As long as there is contact information, she can slowly get to know Su Yang in the future and resolve her curiosity about him. "Well, see you again if we are lucky," Su Yang responded. Then, Su Yang watched Lauren Jennifer leave. In fact, even if Lauren Jennifer didn't come to find Su Yang, Su Yang will also find a way to find Lauren Jennifer and get her contact information. After all, Lauren Jennifer's strategy reward is instant teleportation. Su Yang must be captured. Don't look anymore. The pretty foreign girl has gone far away. Han Shiyun, who was holding Su Yang's arm, saw Su Yang looking at Lauren Jennifer's departing back, and her tone began to become gloomy again. Su Yang heard this. He immediately took the initiative and pulled his arm out of Han Shiyun's arms. Then he took Han Shiyun into his arms, looked at her with a teasing look, and said, "Since the foreign sister can't see it anymore, then let me take a good look at you, my little queen." Han Shiyun's pretty face felt slightly hot under Su Yang's gaze. Immediately, Han Shiyun quickly broke free from Su Yang's arms. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she said, "Don't be a hooligan to me." Su Yang looked at Han Shiyun, who looked a little flustered and shy at this moment. It feels very interesting inside. Just when Su Yang wanted to continue teasing Han Shiyun. However, Su Yang saw Tan Wuzhou and Tan Hongdou walking towards him. Soon, under Su Yang's gaze, Tan Wuzhou brought Tan Hongdou to Su Yang's side. Then, Tan Wuzhou and Tan Hongdou once again expressed their gratitude to Su Yang for giving them the Jade Book and Ancient Book. Especially Tan Hongdou, when she was expressing her gratitude to Su Yang, her pretty face, like a lotus emerging from water, was full of blushing. Su Yang felt a little itchy when he saw it. But because Han Shiyun is around, Su Yang didn't say much to Tan Hongdou. Instead, he casually chatted with Tan Wuzhou and Tan Hongdou. Both sides said goodbye to each other. "My dear sister Han, where shall we go for supper?" After Tan Wuzhou and Tan Hongdou left, Su Yang asked Han Shiyun with a smile. "I just shouted that casually. Don't take it seriously." Han Shiyun gave Su Yang a nice look and said. After saying, Han Shiyun thought for a moment and said, "There's a barbecue stand near my community, and the food tastes great. Let's go there." Su Yang was a little hungry at the moment, so he nodded and said, "Okay." More than 20 minutes later, Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce and took Han Shiyun to the vicinity of Hyben Garden Community. I found a random parking space and parked the Rolls-Royce. Su Yang was under the leadership of Han Shiyun. Walked to a barbecue stall and sit down. Although it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, but there were still a lot of people at the barbecue stall. The appearance of Su Yang and Han Shiyun, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, especially the male compatriots. Their eyes were full of envy and jealousy when they looked at Su Yang, because Han Shiyun, who was beside Su Yang, was so beautiful. You can say that. After seeing Han Shiyun's beauty, they looked at the girls at the same table and lost their mood to drink and eat skewers, because the gap is too big. Although they really wanted to stand up and chat with Han Shiyun at this time. Chapter 184. But when they thought about it, Su Yang had just driven a Rolls-Royce, so no one dared to take action. The envious and jealous looks from the male compatriots around me. Su Yang could naturally feel it. To this, Su Yang felt secretly happy. Once upon a time, he also envied others for having beautiful female companions. And now, since the system was established, the women around him are more beautiful than each other. This made Su Yang feel that life was really wonderful, because you never know what changes will happen in your life in the next second. More than 10 minutes later, the barbecues ordered by Su Yang and Han Shiyun began to be served one after another. A case of beer was also served on the table. Han Shiyun is not afraid of drinking. Su Yang naturally had no reason to be afraid. Then, Su Yang and Han Shiyun were drinking and eating skewers. while chatting about some insignificant trivial things. More than half an hour later, Su-young looked at Han Shuyun, who could get drunk just by drinking beer, and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Then he carried the drunk Han Shuyun again and went to Han Shuyun's home. Su-young had been to Han Shuyun's home once. So this time, Su-young knocked on Han Shuyun's door with ease. As the door opened, Su-young saw Han's mother, whom he had just met 2 nights ago. When Han's mother saw that it was Su-young again, she sent her daughter Han Shuyun back. I couldn't help but look at Su-young more carefully. For Su-young, Mother Han heard about it from Han Shuyun, so she knew that Su-young was her daughter's best friend and Guingya's boyfriend. But the relationship between Su-young and Han Shuyun, Han's mother vaguely felt that something was wrong. There are boys who go home with their girlfriends or best friends every now and then, but it's young people's thing. Han's mother knew that she couldn't get involved in anything, so I didn't investigate further. Instead, he planned to wait until Han Shuyun woke up tomorrow and then ask her about it. What Han Ma was thinking, Su-young naturally didn't know. After sending Han Shuyun home, Su-young politely declined Han Ma's enthusiastic hospitality and left. At this time, he had drunk a little bit of wine and had been holding Han Shuyun all the way. Su-young felt the blood in his body boiling. So Su-young wanted to find Zhu Qiao and listen to her beautiful singing. But after leaving Han Shuyun's house, Su-young thought about the residential area where Han Shuyun lived and suddenly remembered something. Immediately, Su-young took out a set of property certificates from his personal space and took a look at them. He obtained the property after completing the bar copy mission, but I never took it out to take a closer look. Take it out and have a look at it. Su-young discovered that it was no wonder that he felt it sounded familiar when he acquired the property. It turned out that the property he acquired was in the same community as Han Shuyun. It seems that the property I acquired is in the same community as Han Shuyun, and I happen to be in the community right now. Su-young decided to go to his own house to take a look first, then go find Zhu Qiao. Seaside Garden is a high-end residential area in Pengcheng. It covers a large area. It took Su-young more than 10 minutes. Only then did I arrive at the door of the property I had obtained. Take out the house key from the personal space. Su-young opened the door directly and entered the room. Turn on the light in the room. Su-young immediately saw the beautifully decorated living room. I will be a homeowner from now on. Looking at the beautifully decorated living room, Su-young felt very satisfied. Click, click. Right at this moment, Su-young suddenly heard the sound of a key hitting the door lock outside his door. Fuck, I just came to see my new home and it's been robbed. Is it such a coincidence? When Su-young heard the sound coming from outside the door, he felt speechless. However, because of the electromagnetic protection ring and his current physical fitness, he is stronger than most people. So Su-young was not panicked or afraid. Instead, I want to try out my current skills. Then, Su-young picked up the baseball bat beside him, walked straight to the door, and opened it. But after the door opened, Su-young unexpectedly discovered that the person outside the door was different from what he had imagined. Because outside the door was a beautiful young woman with a blurred look, a mature and beautiful face, and a mature charm all over her body. Chapter 185. The beautiful young woman has slightly curly hair. The upper body is wearing an off-white slim, short-sleeved ribbon sweater. She carried a small, off-white LV croissant bag on her shoulder. She wore a light brown A-line miniskirt on her lower body and a pair of white high heels on her white jade feet. Dressed like an urban beauty, she shows off her beautiful figure and her slender and graceful legs to the fullest. You can say that. The beautiful young woman had a dazed look in her eyes at this moment, like a ripe peach. She reveals her mature and attractive charm all the time. What's going on? Su-young looked at the beautiful young woman outside the door. I was very surprised, but the beautiful young woman outside the door was so stunning in appearance. So Su-young responded reflexively. I checked the personal information of the beautiful young woman outside the door. Name, Shinmani. Age, 32. Occupation, general manager of Shun's car dealership. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 92 points. Temperament, 93 points. Purity, 99 points. Overall score, 89 points. Specialties, financial management, operations management, winding. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Grand prize, none. Tip, after restoring its innocence with the pure flower, its potential grand prize will be activated. Eternal youth. I can understand financial management and operational management. But what the hell is meandering? Could it be the kind of meandering I had in mind? After Su Yang checked Shin Manny's personal attributes, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. But soon, Su Yang focused his attention on Shun Manny's strategy reward. Before you get the pure white flower petals, there will be no strategy reward for girls whose overall score is not 90. But after obtaining the petals of the pure white flower, the system has added a potential grand prize for strategy. This pure white flower petal is really a good thing. At least it allows me to see the girl's potential strategy rewards. And this potential reward for Manishin strategy is to stay young forever. The name sounds so attractive. I must get this reward. Unfortunately, in order to obtain this strategy reward, you need to use the pure white flower to restore Shin Manny's innocence first. Su Yang thought to himself. And just when Su Yang was thinking about Shun Manny's strategy reward, at this time, outside the door, Shun Manny, who was holding the key in her hand to open the door, saw that the door was open. He raised his head with a dazed look and glanced at Su Yang indifferently. Who are you? Why in my house? When Shun Manny saw Su Yang, her blurred, beautiful eyes were full of confusion and vigilance. You're home. Is there a possibility that you walked into the wrong room? Su Yang asked back casually. Upon hearing this, Shin Manny immediately looked at the house number. When she saw that the house number was 601, not 602, which was her house, she realized that she had really walked into the wrong room. Sorry, I went to the wrong room. Sorry to bother you with your rest. After Shin Manny realized that she had walked into the wrong room, she immediately said with an apologetic look on her face. After saying, Shin Manny was about to turn around and leave. But at this moment, Shin Manny's foot suddenly twisted, and her body instantly lost balance. Unless there is an accident, what awaits Shin Manny is a heavy fall. Su Yang noticed Shin Manny's abnormality and immediately stepped forward quickly, holding Shin Manny, who was about to fall, in his arms. As the beauty enters my arms, Su Yang immediately smelled the alluring fragrance of Shin Manny, as well as the strong smell of alcohol. Obviously, Manny Shun was drunk. What's your home address? I'll take you home. Su Yang, who was holding Shin Manny, asked Shin Manny. But Su Yang did not get a response. He looked towards Shun Manny in his arms. Su Yang just realized that Shun Manny, who was held by her, had fallen asleep. Wake up! Su Yang gently patted Shin Manny's pretty face with his hand. Chapter 186. But Shin Manny didn't feel like waking up at all. Su Yang waved his hand in front of Shin Manny's closed eyes again. I found that Shin Manny still had no reaction. Su Yang was sure that Shin Manny was really asleep. How come I just arrived at my new home, and I'm dealing with such a drunk beauty? Looking at Shin Manny in his arms, Su Yang was speechless. But for the sake of Shun Manny's potential strategy rewards, Su Yang didn't forcefully wake up Shin Manny by splashing water or anything like that. Instead, he held Manny Shun and closed the door, head towards one of the bedrooms, and put Shin Manny on the bed in the bedroom. Then, Su Yang began to help Shin Manny take off her high heels. As the high heels come off, Su Yang immediately saw a pair of white and round jade feet. The white toes on the jade feet, and the slightly arched arc of the soles of the white jade feet. All of this made Su Yang a little angry. But Su Yang is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others in distress. So Su Yang quickly suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, directly put Shun Manny, who had taken off her high heels, in the middle of the bed, and covered Shin Manny with a quilt. After doing all this, Su Yang took out 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and placed them on the bedside. Then he left the bedroom and closed the door. After leaving the bedroom, Su Yang looked at the time. I realized it was almost 2:30 in the morning. But after experiencing what happened just now when he took off Shin Manny's shoes, Su Yang was a little angry at the moment. Then, Su Yang didn't care what time it was. Just call Zhu Qiao directly. After learning that Zhu Qiao was still in the suite at Inhu Mansion, Su Yang went straight out and went downstairs and drove to Inhu Mansion. Seaside Garden and Inhu Mansion are some distance away, but there were not many people on the road in the early morning. It took Su Yang less than 20 minutes to arrive at Inhu Mansion. After parking the car in the dedicated parking space of Zhu Qiao's suite, Su Yang went straight to the suite where Zhu Qiao was. A few minutes later, Su Yang entered the suite given to Zhu Qiao. Start a war directly. Because of Zhu Qiao's super sensitive physique, Su Yang. Tomato official reminder. Because the content is too explosive, please enter. I want a view. then you can view the full content of 14,253 words. The next day, Sui ang woke up naturally. Look at the time. I realized it was already 9:23 in the morning. Pull your arm out from under Zhu Xiao's white neck. Su Yang started to get up and put on his clothes. Brother Su, Xiao can't get up right now and can't help you make breakfast. Zhu Xiao was awakened by Su Yang's actions. She immediately said with a blushing and apologetic face, "It's okay, I'll go out to eat." Now that you have recovered, change the soft cup on the flyer and the flyer. Su Yang said with a smile. Because the war was too brutal last night, the flyers looked like they had been washed. So Su Yang put a soft blanket on the flyer. Zhu Xiao nodded obediently. Su Yang was very satisfied when he saw Zhu Xiao's well-behaved and obedient appearance. Then Su Yang remembered that he could now see the girl's potential strategy rewards. Then he checked Zhu Xiao's personal information again. Name, Zhu Xiao. Age, 24. Occupation, Internet celebrity real estate sales. Appearance, 89 points. Body, 88 points. Temperament, 90 points. Purity, 99 points. Overall score, 89 points. Specialties, materialistic, money-worshipping, super-sensitive physique. Favorability, 71. Grand prize, none. Tip, after using the pure white flower to restore its innocence, its potential strategy prize will be activated. Whatever size you wish. Chapter 187. As big or small as you wish. What kind of ability is this? Could it be that the body can grow or shrink at will? After Su Yang checked Zhu Xiao's potential strategy rewards, he secretly guessed in his heart, "But I want to get the rewards I want, big or small. We must first restore Zhu Xiao's innocence." Su Yang thought of the only pure white flower petal he currently had. It is still a long way from merging into a complete pure white flower. I no longer think too much about rewards, big or small. Instead, he told Zhu Xiao that he had something to do and left. Left Zhu Xiao's suite. Su Yang sent a message to Gu Qingya. "Qingya, where are you?" Although I haven't seen Gu Qingya for less than 2 days. But Su Yang still missed Gu Qingya, the charming school beauty. After all, Gu Qingya was his first woman. Moreover, Gu Qingya's strategy rewards really made Su Yang taste the sweetness. After taking Gu Qingya's strategy reward, Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid, Su Yang is now incredibly strong when singing with girls. There is no such thing as there being no fields that have been plowed to death, only cows that have been worked to death. For Su Yang, this kind of thing simply does not exist. Su Yang, who has tasted the sweetness of the Supreme Kidney Liquid, is now looking forward to Gu Qingya's ultimate strategy prize. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. Moreover, Su Yang had originally planned to give the electromagnetic protection ring to Gu Qingya. Therefore, Su Yang decided to accompany Gu Qingya for the whole day. Ding dong. Su Yang just sent a message to Gu Qingya. Then I saw Gu Qingya replied immediately. Gu Qingya, "Brother Su, I'm recuperating at home." Recuperation? Seeing Gu Qingya's message, Su Yang was a little confused. I immediately sent a message to ask with concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to see a doctor?" Ding. Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host is positive too. Currently, Gu Qingya's favorability towards the host is 82 points. Su Yang just sent a message expressing his concern for Gu Qingya. Then I heard the system prompt, the prompt sound that Gu Qingya's favorability had increased. At the same time, Gu Qingya also replied in seconds. "Thank you, Brother Su, for your concern. Qingya is fine. As long as Brother Su doesn't bully Qingya in the next 2 days, Qingya will recover soon." Su Yang read the message from Gu Qingya. I immediately understood why Gu Qingya was recuperating at home. So Su Yang stopped delving into the topic and went straight to the point. "Can we go out and take action?" Gu Qingya, "Sure, Brother Su." Gu Qingya, "Brother Su, do you want Qingya to accompany you somewhere?" Su Yang, "If you can go out, I will take you to see the car. After all, I promised you that I would buy you a car." Gu Qingya, "Brother Su, I know you're good to Qingya, but the villa you gave me has already cost so much money, so there's no need to buy a car for Qingya." Su Yang, "You don't listen to me again, right? You want to be punished, right?" At this time, at Gu Qingya's home, Gu Qingya, who was resting on the sofa in her pajamas, saw the message sent by Su Yang. I couldn't help but tremble slightly. because she thought of how powerful Su Yang was. Oomph. Wait until I recover. Let's see who will punish whom. Then I'll make sure you don't have the energy to go out, because you're lying on my belly every day. Guingya gently bit her white teeth and said in her heart. So far, Guingya even thought that she couldn't resist Su Yang because it was her first time. But right now, because my body hasn't recovered yet, Guingya replied to Su Yang sincerely. Qingya will listen to Brother Su. Brother Su, where are you? Qingya will go find you. Su Yang took care that Qingya was very obedient. I didn't think much about it. Instead, I replied directly, just wait at home. I'll be there soon. Qingya. Okay, Brother Su. Qingya will be waiting for you at home. Su Yang looked at Qingya and called to Brother Su. I feel very happy inside. I immediately took the elevator downstairs in a happy mood. Soon. Chapter 188. Su Yang arrived next to the Rolls-Royce. Then Su Yang's mind moved slightly, and he took Lao Hei from Guingya Hotel back into his personal space. Then he summoned Lao Hei from the portable space. The role of portable space. That is, everything that belongs to Su Yang, whether it is with Su Yang or not. Su Yang can put it into his personal space anytime and anywhere, and then take it out from his personal space. So it was a very easy thing for Su Yang to bring Lao Hei directly here from the Guingya Hotel. Owner. As soon as Lao Hei came out of his personal space, he bowed respectfully to Su Yang and greeted him. Well, let's go to Moon Bay Community. Su Yang ordered Lao Hei. Lao Hei nodded immediately and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. After Su Yang entered the Rolls-Royce, Lao Hei immediately entered the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove towards Moon Bay. Inhu Mansion is some distance away from Yiliangwan Community. Plus, it was the morning rush hour. Su Yang estimated that it would take at least half an hour to get to Gu Qingya's building. So Su Yang, who was bored, began to use his mind to check Lao Hei's memory. By looking into Lao Hei's memory, Su Yang learned that Chu Yoi went to school early this morning accompanied by a female assistant from Guingya Hotel. It seems that nothing is wrong with Chu Yoi. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh at Chu Yoi's strong recovery ability. Then he took out his mobile phone and started watching TikTok. At the same time, in Su Yang's room in Seaside Garden, Shen Manny woke up from the bed slowly. When Manny Shen opened her eyes, she saw the unfamiliar ceiling. She suddenly became sober. Subconsciously, Manny Shen immediately checked her clothes. When she found that her clothes were intact, Manny Shen was immediately relieved. Then she began to look around the bedroom she was currently in. Where is this? Shen Manny looked at the unfamiliar bedroom and began to carefully recall what happened to her last night. Soon, scenes from last night. It began to appear in Shen Manny's mind. She attended a company celebration party last night to celebrate the total sales of Shen's car dealership, which was founded by her father and his friends, exceeding 3 billion. Because there were a lot of people at the celebration party. She was also very happy that the car dealership left by her late father had been doing well. So she had a couple more drinks with the ladies in the car dealership. When she had almost finished drinking, she called a female driver to take her back to the community. But she was drunk. It seems that I walked into the wrong room in a daze. And I saw a young man who was very tall and handsome. She couldn't recall what happened afterwards. Shen Manny, what did you do last night? Fortunately, that young man is a gentleman. Otherwise, you're done. Shen Manny recalled the scene of walking into the wrong room last night and couldn't help rubbing her face in embarrassment and fear. After a moment, wait for Shen Manny to calm down. Shen Manny then began to get out of bed and wash. Then he left Su Yang's house and went straight to the property department of Hyben Garden. Because Shen Manny herself is a resident of Seaside Garden. Plus Shen Manny and Su Yang are neighbors. So Shen Manny quickly got Su Yang's contact information from the staff of the property department. Then, Shen Manny then called Su Yang. Chapter 189. Inside a Rolls-Royce, Su Yang, who was watching Douyin, suddenly saw a call from an unfamiliar number. It seems that the number is from Pengcheng. Su Yang answered the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Su Yang, Su? As soon as the call was connected, Su Yang heard a slightly familiar and pleasant voice. But for a moment, Su Yang couldn't remember who the owner of the familiar voice was. Who are you? Su Yang asked doubtfully. My name is Shen Manny. Thank you, Mr. Su, for letting me rest at your house last night. If Mr. Su has time, I would like to invite Mr. Su to dinner to express my gratitude. At this time, Shen Manny, who was in the property department of Seaside Garden, said to Su Yang in a grateful tone. Hearing Shen Manny introduce herself, Soo-young immediately thought of the beautiful young woman Shin-manny, who was drunk last night, and recalled Manny Shun's potential strategy reward, eternal youth. Then, Soo-young smiled and said, "It's Miss Shun. I have something to deal with today, so I don't have time today." Shin-manny immediately said, "Then does Mr. Soo have time tomorrow? Or is he free on the recent day?" Soo-young said, "Miss Shun is so anxious to treat me to a meal." Shin-manny said embarrassedly, "I also don't know how to express my gratitude to Mr. Soo. If Mr. Soo really doesn't have time, please provide me with your bank account number and I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you as a token of my gratitude." Soo-young, "You don't need to transfer the money. I'll call you when I have time." Although before Shin-manny regained her innocence, Shin-manny's potential strategy rewards can only be viewed, not taken. However, it is still possible to cultivate feelings and improve favorability in advance. Plus Soo-young, he really wanted to try Shin-manny, the right peach. So I decided to take some time to be alone with Shin-manny. Shin-manny didn't know what Soo-young was thinking. So when Shin-manny heard Soo-young say that he would make an appointment with her when he had time, Shin-manny hurriedly said, "Okay, then I'll wait for your call, Mr. Soo, anytime." Soo-young responded casually when he heard it. Then he hung up the phone. "Master, we have arrived at the Moon Bay community." The phone just hung up. Soo-young heard Lao Hei's reminder. I looked at the familiar environment of Yuliangwan community outside the car window. Soo-young sent a message directly to Guingya, asking her to come downstairs. Not long, Soo-young saw Guingya, who was dressed beautifully, appearing not far in front of the Rolls-Royce. Today, the charming school beauty Guingya is wearing a light pink luxury dress and a pair of French beige high heels. She looks charming, youthful, and beautiful. Looking at Guingya's charming and beautiful appearance, Soo-young immediately opened the car door and called Guingya over. Guingya was very well-behaved and obedient. She trotted into the Rolls-Royce, then sat next to Soo-young with a slightly blushing face, although she and Soo-young already understood each other thoroughly. However, the girl's modesty still made her feel a little shy when she was alone with Soo-young. Soo-young looked at the shy and charming school beauty beside him. He immediately embraced Guingya in his arms, and while his hands were wandering around Guingya's body, he asked, "Qingya, what kind of car do you like?" Guingya felt Soo-young's hands wandering over her body. She immediately blushed and used her bare hands to control Soo-young's dishonest hands and said, "Qingya likes everything as long as it's given by Brother Soo." Soo-young looked at Qingya and used his hands to restrict his own performance. He then took Guingya's white hand and placed it on. Chapter 190. Then he instructed Lao Hei to go to the business district in Pengcheng, where luxury cars were sold. After receiving the order, Lao Hei immediately started the car and drove towards the business district with the most luxury cars in Pengcheng, Pengcheng Bay Auto City. Guingya also blushed and turned pale like Soo-young and started to act. Nearly an hour later, Soo-young's Rolls-Royce drove into a Ferrari store in Pengcheng Bay Auto City. I found a random parking space and parked. Soo-young opened the car door and got out. Guingya followed closely behind. However, when Guingya got out of the car, Soo-young held her waist and helped her down. That's why. It's because Guingya's hands and feet were a little numb. As for the reason, those who understand will understand. Soo-young recalled what he had experienced along the way. I can't help but sigh at Guingya's special skill. She is really very skillful. Certainly, Guingya's feet are also very dexterous. "Hello, sir. I'm Xiaoli, a salesperson at our Ferrari store. How can I help you?" Soo-young just hugged Guingya and got out of the car. A young girl in professional attire came up to greet us respectfully and enthusiastically. "Take us to see the car first," Soo-young said while hugging Guingya. "Okay, both of you please follow me," Xiaoli said respectfully. She would never dare to offend or neglect anyone who could come in a Rolls-Royce. Soon, under the leadership of Xiaoli, Soo-young and Guingya entered the Ferrari showroom, a place like a Ferrari store. This is Soo-young's first time here, so Soo-young looked around a little more. But at this moment, however, Soo-young saw a familiar figure not far away. It turned out to be the drunk, beautiful young woman Shin-manny who I met just last night. At this time, Shin-manny was arguing with a middle-aged man. The many employees in the Ferrari store watched from afar and did not dare to approach. How could it be such a coincidence? When Soo-young saw Shin-manny not far away, he suddenly felt that the world seemed a little small, and Manny Shun, who was arguing with the middle-aged man. At this time, I inadvertently saw Su Yang. When Shin Manny saw Su Yang, her mature and beautiful face was full of astonishment and surprise. Apparently, she hadn't expected it either. Su Yang, whom she had just spoken to not long ago, suddenly appeared here. But soon, Shin Manny recovered from her shock and astonishment. She first smiled politely at Su Yang. Then he walked quickly towards Su Yang. Manny, do you know that young man? Wang Wu, a middle-aged man who was arguing with Shin Manny, saw Shin Manny suddenly walk towards Su Yang with a smile and immediately asked hurriedly with some anger. But Shin Manny ignored him at all. Instead, he walked towards Su Yang and said, Mr. Su, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Chapter 191. Ms. Shun, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Su Yang smiled and said, Brother Su, do you know each other? Guingya asked curiously. She got drunk last night and stayed at my house for the night. We've never seen this before. Do you think this counts as acquaintance? Su Yang did not answer Guingya's question directly. Instead, he threw the question to Guingya. I see. After hearing what Su Yang said, Guingya looked a little unnatural. Mr. Su, is this your girlfriend? Don't know what to call you. Shin Manny noticed Guingya's abnormality and asked immediately. Well, yes. Her name is Guingya, and I brought her here to look at cars today. Su Yang smiled and hugged Guingya and said, Mr. Su is so nice to his girlfriend. Shin Manny praised Su Yang, and then hurriedly and apologetically explained to Guingya. Ms. Gu, in fact, the whole thing has nothing to do with Mr. Su. I was drunk and knocked on the wrong door. If it weren't for Mr. Su's kindness in taking me in, I would have probably slept in the hallway last night. Well, Miss Gu, if you have a car you like, I'll give you a 30% discount as an apology for staying at your boyfriend's house. After all, because of me, you might have some unnecessary misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Guingya couldn't help but secretly look at Su Yang and Shin Manny. When she saw that there didn't seem to be anything going on between Su Yang and Shin Manny, Guingya took Su Yang's arm and said, I trust my boyfriend very much. There won't be any misunderstandings between us. Although I say so. But Guingya secretly swore in her heart again that she would make sure that Su Yang could not get up from her belly in the future, so that Su Yang would not have the energy to look for other little sisters. Shin Manny is a woman, and a woman with a history of love. Through Guingya's observations on Su Yang's expressions, she could naturally guess some of Guingya's little thoughts. So she couldn't help but look at Su Yang with some sympathy, thinking to herself, Mr. Su, it looks like your girlfriend will drain your body every day in the future. I thought so in my heart. On Shin Manny's mature and beautiful face, she said to Su Yang and Guingya with a smile, Mr. Su, Ms. Gu, Shaoli, and I will show you the car next. Su Yang nodded in agreement. But at this moment, Wang Wu, who came with Shin Manny, suddenly questioned Shin Manny. Manny, did you stay at his house last night? And you spent the night at his house drunk? Shin Manny looked at Wang Wu Dao with disgust. What qualifications do you have to ask? What does it have to do with you if I spend the night there? Wang Wu immediately looked dejected when he heard this and said, As your father's friend and your uncle, don't I have the right to ask about your affairs? Before his death, your father told me to take good care of you. How can I not care about your situation? Besides, you don't have the final say in this car dealership. Don't forget that I also have half of the controlling stake. I just heard that you can give them a 30% discount on the car they like. The cars here cost at least $1 million. If you give us a 30% discount, we'll lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. Who will pay for this loss? When Shin Manny heard this, she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart and said, Are you qualified to use your status to preach to me? You know what you mean by concern. Chapter 192. Also, I will take full responsibility for the loss of sales, so don't get in my way. After that, Shin Manny said to Su Yang and Guingya with an apologetic look, Mr. Su, Ms. Gu, I'm sorry for affecting your car viewing experience. Well, I'll give you a 50% discount on the car you like later as an apology. 50% off? How can this be possible? In fact, at the beginning, when Anna Shun said that there was a 30% discount, Su Yang wanted to refuse directly. After all, if she spends money on Guingya, she will get cash back in the end. The more you spend on Guingya, the more cash back you'll get in the end. So what Su Yang hates to hear most now is that others stop him from spending money on girls. Then, Su Yang simply waved his hand and said, Forget about the discount. As long as my girlfriend likes the car, I'll pay the price. I don't mind a discount money. When Guingya heard this, she immediately looked at Su Yang and Shin Manny again and thought to herself, as soon as Shin Manny met us, she said she would give us a 30% discount, and now she is directly giving us a 50% discount. It is obvious that she's trying her best to save Su Yang money. And Su Yang refused to give a discount, saying bluntly that it was the price, and it was obvious that he didn't want Shin Manny to suffer any loss. One of them wanted to save money for the other, and the other didn't want to embarrass the other, didn't want the other to suffer financial losses, and was criticized by colleagues. So there must be something going on between the two of them. It's definitely not as simple as just knocking on the wrong door and staying overnight. Think of this possibility. Guingya held Su Yang's arm and immediately held it tighter. Su Yang was the first and only man she fell in love with, and also the first man who got her. She also likes Su Yang from the bottom of her heart, so she didn't want to lose Su Yang. But Guingya also knew that Su Yang was too outstanding, countless times better than any man she had ever met. A man as outstanding as Su Yang must be surrounded by all kinds of little bees and butterflies. If she acts possessive or calculating, that would be equivalent to pushing Su Yang towards other sisters. So she must never show that she is fussy. The only way to prevent Su Yang from being attracted by the little bees and butterflies outside is to pretend to be stupid and try every possible way to squeeze him dry. After figuring this out, Guingya immediately leaned towards Su Yang and said obediently, "Brother Su is so domineering. Qingya likes it so much. Brother Su, I'll do whatever you say. Qingya will always support you." Ding. Guingya's favorability towards the host is -1. The current favorability towards the host is 81 points. Su Yang first heard what Guingya said. I thought what Guingya said was true. But when Su Yang heard the system prompt, only then did I realize that Guingya was actually saying one thing and thinking another. Oh, women are indeed complicated creatures. Su Yang glanced at Guingya and said secretly, although Guingya's favorability dropped by 1 point. But Su Yang didn't care. It's just 1 point of favorability, and it will increase quickly. Manny, you see, they don't need your little discount money. I have money, so you are being too sentimental. Wang Wu suddenly spoke at this time. Then, Wang Wu said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "In my opinion, the cars in our car dealership are just toys to Mr. Su. If Mr. Su likes a car, he will buy it casually no matter how much it costs. Do you think I'm right, Mr. Su?" Chapter 193. Wang Wu felt inexplicably hostile towards Su Yang. The reason is that Shin Manny, whom he had always wanted, was likely taken advantage of by Su Yang first. This made him extremely unhappy. But he didn't dare to say anything to Shin Manny, because he still wanted to kiss Shin Manny's fragrance. Shin Manny has been coveting it for a long, long time. Not only did he covet Shin Manny's people, he also had the other half of the car dealership's shares in Shin Manny's hands. So in recent years, no matter what Shin Manny said to him, he always greeted her with a smile. The purpose is to finally get all of Shin Manny. Since you can't say Shin Manny, Wang Wu naturally pointed the finger at Su Yang. He wants to praise Su Yang highly. Then, when Su Yang admitted that he couldn't afford their expensive car and admitted defeat, he would say some words to belittle him in order to show off his ability. Let Shin Manny realize what a truly rich and capable man is. But Wang Wu's thoughts. Shin Manny naturally saw through it at a glance. Immediately, Shin Manny was ready to apologize to Su Yang directly and then let Wang Wu get out. But what Shin Manny didn't expect was, before she could speak, Su Yang looked at Wang Wu with a half-smile and said, "But what if I not only like the cars here, but also this car dealership? Not only do I like the cars in the car dealership. Are you still interested in this car dealership?" Su Yang's words stunned Wang Wu, because he never expected it anyway. Su Yang would say that. In his opinion, even if Su Yang had some money, he would only spend 2 or 3 million at most to buy an entry-level Ferrari, because he had never seen anyone like Su Yang in the circle of second-generation rich people in Pengcheng. He had also participated in a nationally famous car club, but had never met a person like Su Yang, a person who has never shown his face in the circle of rich second-generation car enthusiasts. In Wang Wu's opinion, money can go nowhere. He just needed to praise Su Yang highly, then watch Su Yang make a fool of himself, and then show off in front of Shin Manny. But what he never expected was, Su Yang actually told him directly what to do if he took a fancy to his and Shin Manny's car dealership. "Mr. Su, we should be careful when joking around. The car dealership that Manny's father and I run is not comparable to the cars in other dealerships. You could say that even if all the cars in this dealership were added together, they wouldn't be enough to buy the cars that Manny and I have. So even if you like this car dealership, you probably can't afford it. If you can really afford this car dealership, I will kneel down before you and do whatever you tell me to do. Wang Wu was briefly confused. He immediately spoke to Su Yang with some sarcasm. Wang Wu would naturally not miss such a good opportunity to belittle Su Yang and elevate himself in front of Shin Manny. Since you want to kneel down, I will naturally satisfy you. Name your price. Su Yang still looked at Wang Wu with a smile on his face and said, "What? You want me to name the price so directly? Can he really afford it?" Wang Wu was shocked by Su Yang's words. But he looked at Su Yang carefully and confirmed that he was indeed not in the circle of rich second-generation car enthusiasts after meeting Su Yang. Wang Wu then said to Shin Manny beside him, "Manny, you have a bad eye for people. Do you like a man who likes to brag like this?" After saying, Wang Wu said to Su Yang with a sneer on his face, "Mr. Su, I own half of the shares of this car dealership. If you can come up with 2.5 billion, I will give you my shares directly, and you will own half of this car dealership." Chapter 194. Of course, if you can't come up with it, just admit your cowardice and apologize, and I won't bother with you. Upon hearing this, Shin Manny immediately said, "Wang Wu, are you done yet? Who do I, Shin Manny, like? Do I need you to judge here? You are not welcome here. Get out of here." Wang Wu saw that Shin Manny actually defended Su Yang so much. He was even more certain that Su Yang must have gotten Shin Manny. Then, he became even more angry with Su Yang. Thinking about Shin Manny, whom he had been coveting for several years, Su Yang got there first. Wang Wu was extremely angry. Immediately, Wang Wu continued to question what the relationship between Su Yang and Shin Manny was. But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from not far away. "Boss Lang, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here." Accompanied by a loud voice. Two men in their 20s and 30s walked over quickly. "Boss Lang, why does this name sound familiar?" Wang Wu was puzzled when he heard this, then looked at the two men who were approaching. But when he saw who the two men coming were, Wang Wu immediately showed a respectful and flattering expression and said, "Master Zhu, Master Lin, what brings you two here?" The two people called Mr. Zhu and Mr. Lin by Wang Wu ignored Wang Wu. Instead, he ignored Wang Wu and walked straight to Su Yang with a respectful expression on his face. It turned out to be President Feng. When Su Yang saw the person coming, he found out that it was Chu Yoi, the former owner of Beauties Hotel whom he had just met 2 days ago. So he smiled and said, "Huh, Mr. Lang hasn't been in the group for the past 2 days. I was thinking of asking Mr. Lang if there was anything wrong and whether I could be of any help. I didn't expect to meet Mr. Lang here. We are really destined to be together." Chu Yoi said to Su Yang with a respectful smile. After saying, Chu Yoi introduced the man next to Su Yang and said, "Boss Lang, this is Lin Fengwen, the young master of our Pengcheng Huisin group and the boss of our Pengcheng Racing Club." Lin Fengwen also hurriedly spoke at this time and said to Su Yang with a respectful look on his face, "Hello, Mr. Lang. In fact, I met you last night." In fact, Lin Fengwen knew that Su Yang's surname was Su. But Su Yang didn't know him after all, so he followed Chu Yoi and called Su Yang Lang. Su Yang heard Lin Fengwen say that he had just met him last night, so he immediately looked at Lin Fengwen and asked, "At the Sotheby's auction?" Lin Fengwen nodded immediately and said, "Yes, I saw you at the Sotheby's auction. I was sitting at the front of the auction with my dad. I witnessed you, Mr. Lang, bidding lavishly from beginning to end, and for the beauty, no, setting the world's highest auction record with your majestic figure. I admire and respect you from the bottom of my heart." Lin Fengwen originally wanted to say that Su Yang used 10 billion to bid for the jade book for the beautiful woman Tan Hongdo. But after seeing Guingya beside Su Yang, he immediately changed his words. "Fuck, you're even better at flattering than I am." After hearing what Lin Fengwen said, Chu Yoi suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Su Yang was the first person he met, so he couldn't let Lin Fengwen surpass him and leave a deeper impression on Su Yang than he did. "I didn't expect that Mr. Lang actually attended the Sotheby's auction last night. If I had known that Mr. Lang was going to the auction, I would have gone there with my old man to see Mr. Lang's bidding methods with my own eyes, no matter what he said last night." Chu Yoi said unwillingly, "Boss Lang, are you here because you like that car?" To be honest, every car here I have at home. As long as you like any car in my house, you can pick any one. I will transfer it to your name without charging a penny. Lin Fengwen continued to show his goodwill to Su Yang with a very attentive look on his face. Chapter 195. Who is Su Yang? That person was the one who beat everyone else at the Sotheby's auction and set the world's highest bidding record. He was suspected to be from the Su family in Beijing. His father repeatedly warned him not to offend Su Yang. When you meet Su Yang, you must try every possible way to please him. You can say that. He just wants to get in touch with Su Yang. Not to mention giving Su Yang a car. Even if you give Su Yang 10 cars, his father will kneel down and praise him for doing a good job. Boss Lang, my family has quite a few cars too. As long as you like it, I can give it to you. Also, the money you used to buy my hotel 2 days ago can be considered an investment from you to me. If that money generates income in the future, I will remit it to you regularly. Although Chu Yoi didn't understand what Lin Fengwen saw at the auction and why he was so respectful and attentive to Su Yang, but he knew very well that Lin Fengwen was a well-known second-generation rich man in Pengcheng. He is usually extremely arrogant and domineering, not to mention being attentive to someone younger than him. Even toward his father, he didn't have a good face. But now, Lin Fengwen, a second-generation rich man, was so respectful and attentive to Su Yang. That means Su Yang must have some terrifying power that he doesn't know about yet. So, he also wanted to take this opportunity to deepen Su Yang's impression of him. Boss Lang seeing that Chu Yoi was actually competing with him to please Su Yang, Lin Fengwen was about to say something. But Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt him and said, "You two, I don't need anything you say. So, you don't need to send me anything anymore." When Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen heard this, they nodded hurriedly. Then Chu Yoi hurriedly said, "Boss Lang, how about I accompany you to look at cars next time?" Lin Fengwen also quickly followed suit and said, "Let me join as well. I know a lot about cars." Su Yang heard this and said casually, "Let's not look at the car first. I'm talking about business." After saying, Su Yang was under the puzzled gazes of Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen. Looking at Wang Wu, who was now confused and frightened, he said, "Your equity is 2.5 billion, right?" Wang Wu immediately wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Boss Lang, if you want, you can take my shares for 2.3 billion. In fact, the equity held by Wang Wu is only worth about 2.3 billion. He just offered 2.5 billion. It was just to flatter Su Yang, to show off in front of Shin Manny, and to demonstrate his abilities. But at this time, Wang Wu saw Lin Fengwen, a famous second-generation rich man in Pengcheng. There was also Chu Yoi, the direct descendant of the Zhu family in Magic City, who was sent to Pengcheng for training. They were all respectful and attentive to Su Yang. He knew that Su Yang's identity must be extraordinary, so he hurriedly finalized the price of his equity. If he could sell his shares at this price, then he can be considered to have made a huge profit by cashing out in advance. After all, if he really wanted to sell all of his shares, he would only get 2 billion at most. Wang Wu, the equity you hold is at most 2 billion. How dare you ask for 2.3 billion? When Shin Manny was extremely shocked by Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen's attitude toward Su Yang, she spoke up and exposed Wang Wu's little thoughts. At the same time, Shin Manny was also secretly guessing Su Yang's identity in her heart. At first, she thought that Su Yang was a resident living in the same community as her. Even if he had money, it should be about the same as her. But when she saw Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen's attitude toward Su Yang, and after what Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen said to Su Yang, Shin Manny knew that she had seriously underestimated Su Yang's identity. WeChat Hotel owned by Chu Yoi. Shin Manny knew it, although it is not the top hotel in Pengcheng. But he is also quite famous. If you want to buy the WeChat Hotel, it will cost at least 300 to 400 million yuan. Shin Manny believed that the funds she currently had were far from enough to buy the WeChat Hotel. And Su Yang not only bought the WeChat Hotel casually, he also asked the Zhu family of Magic City to send Chu Yoi to Pengcheng to train him, and voluntarily regarded the money that Su Yang used to buy his hotel as an investment in him. Shin Manny felt Su Yang's status must be much stronger than Chu Yoi's. Otherwise, Chu Yoi wouldn't have been so attentive to Su Yang. It's better than asking the direct descendants of Zhu family in Magic City to please and show their courtesy. Shin Manny couldn't imagine how strong Su Yang's identity background must be. As for Lin Fengwen, the famous second-generation rich man in Pengcheng, Shin Manny is even more familiar with it, because Lin Fengwen bought no less than 5 cars from her dealership. He can be said to be a distinguished guest in her car dealership. So Shin Manny is very familiar with Lin Fengwen. It's because I'm familiar with Lin Fengwen. Only then did Shin Manny feel even more surprised at Lin Fengwen's attitude towards Su Yang. She really didn't dare to think about it. What is Su Yang's identity and background? What did you do at the auction? That's why Lin Fengwen, a well-known second-generation rich man in Pengcheng, is so flattering and respected. Manny, don't talk nonsense. The shares I hold are definitely worth the price I said. Wang Wu made an excuse with a panicked look on his face. Then he hurriedly said to Su Yang, Mr. Su, I really didn't lie to you. The shares in my hands are definitely worth 2.3 billion. Things have come to this. Wang Wu had no choice but to go down this path. He didn't believe that Su Yang could do anything to him. The worst that can happen is that I won't buy the shares he holds. In fact, he didn't really want to sell his shares. After all, as long as there is equity, then he could get huge dividends every year. There will also be a chance to get in touch with Shin Manny. As long as he can get through today's events, he will be a hero again. Wang Wu, I think you are really bold. You dare to lie to Mr. Lang. It's your good fortune that Mr. Lang likes your shabby car shop. How dare you ask for a high price? What a fool. Lin Fengwen stared at Wang Wu with a bad look on his face and said, while talking, Lin Fengwen clapped his hands. Soon 2 strong men entered the car dealership and walked towards them. Chu Yoi saw this. Not wanting to be outdone, he waved his hand. Suddenly, 2 strong men came towards them. Now there's an opportunity to please Su Yang. Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen naturally would not let it go. As for Wang Wu, in their eyes, he is just a small person who is worse than a dog. As long as I can please Su Yang, they don't mind letting Wang Wu suffer a little. Chapter 196. Wang Wu saw Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen calling 4 strong men. Suddenly, I couldn't hold on any longer. He immediately knelt down in front of Su Yang with a plop. Regarding Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen, Wang Wu knew this very well. Wang Wu knew it very well. Once Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen start to hate me, what awaits him will be endless suppression and retaliation. Maybe one day I will become disabled unexpectedly. So Wang Wu was very sincere at this time and knelt down directly to Su Yang. Mr. Su, if you really want the shares I have, you can take them for 1.8 billion. Wang Wu knelt on the ground, no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, he regretted it so much. Why did he have the idea of wanting to make himself more noticeable in front of Shin Manny by belittling Su Yang? 800 million? Chu Yoi questioned in a bad tone. Do you think the shares you hold are worth 1.8 billion? Lin Fengwen also questioned. When Wang Wu heard the questions from Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen, he immediately wiped off his sweat and said, Mr. Su, 1.3 billion is enough. When he and Shin Manny's father co-founded the Shun's car dealership, he invested a total of 1.7 billion. Although the shares have been sold for 1.3 billion now, Wang Wu would suffer a huge loss. But now he had to admit it, because he really didn't dare to offend Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen. Think about what you are going through now. They're all made by myself. At this moment, Wang Wu really wanted to slap himself a few times. If he hadn't been so clever trying to make himself felt in front of Shin Manny, he wouldn't be in the situation he's in now. Draw up the contract yourself. Su Yang was too lazy to argue with Wang Wu. In fact, it doesn't matter to Su Yang how much money he spends to buy Wang Wu's shares. Because no matter how much money, to him, it's all just ghost money. But Wang Wu's words and actions just now. This made Su Yang very unhappy. Therefore, asking Wang Wu to sell his shares at a loss now is a small punishment for him. In fact, even if Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen did not appear, Su Yang will also ask Lao He to come over and teach Wang Wu a good lesson. Mr. Su, wait a moment. I'll draft the transfer contract for you right away. When Wang Wu heard Su Yang's words, he felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly got up and left. Boss Lang, Wang Wu's equity can actually be suppressed further. Lin Fengwen spoke to Su Yang attentively. That's right, Mr. Lang. You can put more pressure on it. Chu Yoi also echoed. That's it. I feel your kindness. Su Yang waved his hand and said, Mr. Lang is so generous. Boss Lang is worthy of being Boss Lang. He is still so generous. Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen spoke to Su Yang with admiration on their faces. Su Yang looked at Chu Yoi and Lin Fengwen, the 2 flatterers. I couldn't help but shake my head and smile. Then he said to Guingya beside him, "Write your name on the equity transfer contract later. Half of this car dealership will be yours from now on. You can pick any car you like from here." Guingya heard that Su Yang wanted to give her half of the shares of the car dealership. Her pretty face was full of surprise, because she hadn't expected it at all. She just accompanied Su Yang to look at a car. He actually thought of himself as the owner of a car dealership. "Brother Su, you are so nice to Guingya." Guingya was surprised and wanted to decline politely. After all, the car dealership's equity is worth more than 1 billion. Chapter 197. It's really too precious for her. But when she saw Shin Manny next to her, looking at her with envy and yearning eyes, Guingya gave up the idea of politely declining Su Yang's gift. Just chose to accept. "Brother Su can give me such an expensive gift in front of Manny Shun." It seems that Brother Su and Shun Manny really have nothing to do with each other. Guingya said to herself happily. This Su Yang, what is his identity? Zhu Youfu and Lin Fengwan were both so respectful and attentive to him. Now he's even giving shares worth 2 billion directly to his girlfriend. Why can't I meet a perfect boyfriend like Su Yang? Shin Manny was extremely envious of Guingya in her heart. At the same time, she also developed a strong curiosity about Su Yang's identity. After Su Yang finished speaking, he wanted to give the car dealership shares to Guingya. I keenly noticed that when Shin Manny looked at Guingya, her eyes were full of envy. And this is exactly the effect Su Yang wanted. Because while Shun Manny envied Guingya, by checking Shun Manny's information, Su Yang discovered that Shun Manny's favorability towards him had reached 43 points. The only pity is, because Shun Manny did not meet the goddess standards, she could not give him a burst reward. But what Su Yang really wanted was Manny Shun's potential strategy reward, eternal youth. Therefore, Su Yang didn't care whether Shin Manny dropped the reward or not. Ding! Guingya's favorability towards the host is positive 9. Currently, Guingya's favorability towards the host is 90 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving Guingya's 90-point favorability reward. Cashback for consumption. Begin to count all the expenses the host has paid to Guingya. Tip: Guingya's ultimate strategy prize has been updated. Just when Su Yang was checking Shin Manny's personal information, a series of system prompt sounds suddenly sounded. Guingya's favorability has suddenly reached 90 points. Su Yang heard the system prompt sound. I couldn't help but feel happy. Then he checked Guingya's current personal information. Name: Guingya. Age: 22. Occupation: financial assistant at Fengyuan Financial Company. Appearance: 95 points. Body: 89 points. Temperament: 93 points. Purity: 99 points, a low-level water magician. Overall score: 94 points. Specialties: dexterity and firm dreams. Favorability: 90. Grand prize for strategy: Supreme Kidney Treasure Liquid. Already obtained. The ultimate prize: an evolved body. By taking various natural treasures, your body can evolve infinitely. Evolved body. Taking natural resources and treasures, the body can evolve infinitely. This ability is powerful. This way, I'm not just strengthening my kidneys, but my entire body. I wonder what changes will happen after the body evolves. After Su Yang saw Guingya's ultimate strategy grand prize, I was immediately filled with anticipation for Guingya's ultimate strategy prize. Ding! Statistics on Guingya's spending have been completed. The host spent a total of 501.15 million on Guingya. Reminder: the Hermes VC car that the host has applied for Guingya contains a value of 10 million. It will only be counted in the cashback amount after Guingya makes a purchase. Tip: after the host has received the current cashback amount, there will be no more cashback to receive. Does the host want to collect the cashback for Guingya now? Don't claim it yet. Su Yang replied to the system straightforwardly. Su Yang fully understood the system's standard for receiving cashback after he experienced Chu Yoi's cashback reaching the standards. If he receives the cashback from Guingya now, he will not be able to receive the cashback when he spends money on Guingya in the future. Even a 1.3 billion yuan in equity transfer transaction that will be completed soon is not included in the cashback amount, as long as you don't claim the cashback amount. From then on, the spending you make on Guingya will still be counted within the cashback amount, and you can claim it at any time. Su Yang is not sure of money now. So Su Yang directly replied to the system and decided not to collect Guingya's cash back for the time being. Chapter 198. Brother Su, is there something on Qingya's face? Guingya saw that Su Yang had been looking at her since just now. She asked with a blushing face. Nothing, I just look at you because you're pretty. Su Yang said casually with a smile. Then he kissed Guingya on the cheek. Ms. Gu, I really envy you for having such a good boyfriend like Mr. Su. Shinmani said as she looked at Guingya with envy. Then, Shinmani said again, Mr. Su, there is nothing to do at the moment. Why don't I take you and Miss Gu around the car dealership first? Su Yang nodded and said Then he took Guingya and followed Shinmani around the car dealership. As for Zhu Youfu and Lin Fengwen, they tactfully said goodbye to Su Yang and went to the maintenance department of the car dealership to maintain their cars. At this time, Su Yang was accompanied by two beauties, Guingya and Shinmani. Naturally, the two of them didn't want to disturb Su Yang's interest. After a moment, Su Yang had a general understanding of Shun's car dealership. Shun's car dealership has 6 floors in total. The first floor features Ferrari's popular sales models. The prices are basically around several million. The second, third, and fourth floors are filled with second-hand Ferraris of varying prices. The fifth floor has tens of millions and hundreds of millions of brand-new Ferraris. The top floor of the sixth floor is the rest and reception room for the car dealership salesman. After getting a general understanding of Shun's car dealership, it just so happened that Wang Wu was holding the drafted equity transfer contract and showing it to Su Yang. Su Yang directly asked Shinmani to help him. This made Shinmani a little flattered for a while. After Shinmani finished reading and confirmed that there was no problem, Su Yang asked Guingya to sign the contract. After Guingya finished signing, like Shinmani, Guingya now owns half of the shares of Shun's car dealership. After receiving the payment from Su Yang, Wang Wu left in shame. Qingya, is there a car you like? Su Yang asked Guingya. I love that LaFerrari. Guingya looked at a red LaFerrari not far away and said, Then it's her. Su Yang waved his hand and then said to Shinmani, That LaFerrari, apply for a car purchase contract for my girlfriend. Although Guingya is one of the owners of Shun's car dealership, but Su Yang would not miss the opportunity to spend money on Guingya. Okay, Mr. Su, Ms. Gu, please follow me to sign the car purchase contract. Shinmani said immediately. After a moment, the car purchase contract is signed. Su Yang spent more than 20 million on Guingya. It took some time to get a temporary license plate for Rafa. Su Yang drove the LaFerrari with Guingya and took 2 laps around the area, and let Guingya try driving for a while. Guingya has a strong learning ability. It didn't take long before I became familiar with Rafa. So Su Yang drove the LaFerrari back to Shun's car dealership. He also told the staff of Shun's car dealership the address of Guingya's home. After the staff has obtained Lafa's official license plate, they will send Lafa to Guingya's community. Then, Su Yang then held Guingya in his arms, and under Shinmani's envious gaze, he left Shun's car dealership and took a Rolls-Royce to some high-end shopping malls in Pengcheng. A few hours later, it was almost 5 in the afternoon. He spent millions more on Guingya and raised Guingya's favorability from 90 points to 92 points. Just as Su Yang was thinking about how to continue to improve Guingya's favorability and reach 100 points as soon as possible, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. The caller turned out to be Lauren Jennifer, whom I had just met last night. Su Yang answered the call directly. Chapter 199. Mr. Su, will this be convenient for a call? As soon as the call was connected, Su Yang heard Lauren Jennifer speaking fluent Chinese. Convenient? What's the matter? Su Yang asked Jaswali. It's like this, Mr. Su. In a few days, Sotheby's and China Guardian will jointly hold a large auction in Beijing. The auction will be hosted by me and the head of China Guardian. I would like to invite you, Mr. Su, to participate. Lauren Jennifer said, Okay, if I have time, I will go and have a look. Su Yang did not agree directly. Then I look forward to your presence, Mr. Su. Lauren Jennifer said with a smile. Su Yang nodded and chatted briefly with Lauren Jennifer. Both parties ended the call. But what Su Yang didn't expect was, just finished a call with Lauren Jennifer. The phone rang again. Looking at the incoming call number, Su Yang showed a look of surprise on his face. Because Su Yang discovered it. Called him. It turned out to be son Hans Huang, whom I had only met once. Why did this man-hating son Hans Huang suddenly call me? Su Yang looked at the name noted on the incoming call message. Sun Hanchuang's cold and beautiful face appeared in my mind. And the reward for Sun Hanchuang's strategy, 20 nanotech biochemical warriors whose gender you could decide. I was full of doubts. Su-yang answered Sun Hanchuang's call. Is it Mr. Su-yang, Su? As soon as the call was connected, Su-yang heard Sun Hanchuang's slightly cold voice. Miss Sun, what do you want to talk to me about? Su-yang asked directly. Sun Hanchuang hates men, so Su-yang doesn't bother to talk too much nonsense with Sun Hanchuang. I want to make a deal with Mr. Su. After the transaction is completed, Mr. Su will receive a reward of 50 million. Sun Hanchuang also spoke straight to the point. Just tell me what deal you're going to make. Su-yang went straight to the point. Su-yang was not interested in any reward or no reward at all, because he is not sure money now. What Su-yang was interested in was what Sun Hanchuang wanted to trade with him, and whether I can pass the transaction. Get some rewards from Sun Hanchuang. 2 days later, there will be an auction jointly held by Sotheby's and China Guardian in Beijing. I would like to ask Mr. Su to advance the money and help me shoot something. After the matter is completed, Mr. Su, I will return your advance payment in full and give Mr. Su a reward of 50 million. Sun Hanchuang heard that Su-yang didn't want to waste time talking to her. He directly told Su-yang the deal he wanted to make. Auction? Isn't this a coincidence? Lauren Jennifer just invited me. If I go to the auction, maybe I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and get rewards directly from Lauren Jennifer and Sun Hanchuang. Even though one of them has an emotional disorder and the other hates men. But if we get close, it shouldn't be difficult to find a way to improve the favorability. After Su-yang heard what Sun Hanchuang said, he couldn't help but think in his heart. I thought so in my heart. Su-yang asked Sun Hanchuang, okay, I agree to your deal, but I don't need you to pay me. For Su-yang, helping Sun Hanchuang bid for things was a piece of cake. Su-yang felt that as long as he satisfied Sun Hanchuang, his favorability would increase significantly. So I didn't beat around the bush and just agreed. Noti worth. Mr. Su, do you think it's too little? Sun Hanchuang asked immediately. Chapter 200. Of course I don't think it's too little. Su-yang said directly. Why is that? Sun Hanchuang asked back. Because I don't want your money. What I want is your friendship and recognition. Su-yang directly took advantage of the topic. Mr. Su, I just want to make a deal with you. Are you overthinking this? Sun Hanchuang said in a cold tone. Why? Is it too much to want your friendship and approval? Su-yang asked back and then added, if that's the case, then there's no point in negotiating our deal. After saying, Su-yang hung up the phone directly. Although Su-yang really wanted Sun Hanchuang's strategy reward. But that doesn't mean Su-yang will be Sun Hanchuang's bootlicker. And Su-yang was very sure. Sun Hanchuang can find him to make a deal. That means there's a high probability that Sun Hanchuang thinks he is the best candidate for the transaction. Otherwise, Sun Hanchuang, who hated men, would not have directly approached him to make a deal with him, someone she had only met once. That being the case, why not just turn passivity into initiative? Directly control the right to speak between himself and Sun Hanchuang. Certainly, Su-yang felt that even if he really guessed wrong, he was not the only trading partner Sun Hanchuang could find. That doesn't matter. After all, there is still a long way to go. Su-yang just didn't believe that he couldn't find a second girl like Sun Hanchuang as the reward for conquering the strategy. Brother Su, who called you? Seeing that Su-yang had ended the call, Guingya walked over to Su-yang curiously and asked, we're friends then? Let's talk about some cooperation. Su-yang did not explain in detail, but just mentioned it casually. Just now when I was talking to Lauren Jennifer and Sun Hanchuang. Su-yang affonded Guingya. So Guingya didn't hear what Su-yang said. Oh, Brother Su, if you are busy, go ahead. Guingya spoke to Su-yang very considerately. Even if I'm busy, I'll accompany you. You're my girlfriend after all. Su-yang once again spoke sweet words to Guingya. After Guingya's favorability increased to 90 points. The money offensive had little effect on Guingya. So while Su-yang was spending money, he would also say some sweet words, taking a two-pronged approach. Ding. Guingya's favorability towards the host is +1. Currently, Guingya's favorability towards the host is 93 points. Sweet words are sometimes more useful than money. When you have no money, women will talk to you about money. But when you have money, women will talk about feelings. After Su-yang heard the system prompt sound, he sighed inwardly. Then, Su-yang then took Guingya with him and strolled around the shopping mall again. At the same time, Inside an official department in Beijing, Sun Han's Wang listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone after Su Yang hung up. A hint of loneliness appeared on her cold and pretty face. In the past 6 months, Sun Han's Wang has been tracking down an important figure with his team, but there has been little progress. Until a few days ago, after Sun Han's Wang arrested Chen Chongyuan from the Pengcheng Rose Bar, she finally made considerable progress in the case she was investigating that was related to that big shot. Through Chen Chongyuan's confession, Sun Han's Wang found a key person who could help her solve the case, Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun is currently being secretly guarded by her team. However, Zhang Shun said frankly that he could help if he wanted, but there is a prerequisite. That is to help him get back his lost ancestral heirloom. Zhang Shun's ancestral heirloom is an ancient jade book called Detailed Explanation of the Lingshu chapter of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. It was taken away from his disappointing son by someone half a month ago. Zhang Shun received news that the ancient jade book passed down from his ancestors would appear at an auction jointly organized by Sotheby's and China Guardian in 2 days. Just help him bid for his ancestral heirloom, the jade book and ancient book.